Chapter 1. Release from prison. Jianghu, I'm sorry, but we must part ways. I am to be married. The summer of 1996 in Pengcheng was sweltering, leaving Jianghu in a state of confusion and distress. Today marked the first day of his release from prison. Eagerly, he sought out his girlfriend, Ling Shui, only to be met with the devastating news of their breakup. 3 years prior, at the tender age of 18, Jianghu had witnessed the brutal murder of his father outside an arcade, where he rushed in a futile attempt to save him. Resulting in injuring several individuals, he was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. The judge deemed it a case of mob violence. From a young age, his father had imparted a grave lesson. The path of the underworld is a treacherous one, fraught with peril, and few could traverse it unscathed, reaching a peaceful end. Jianghu had never fully grasped the weight of those words, viewing the underworld as a realm of camaraderie, adventure, and prestige until the moment he beheld his father's lifeless body, lying in a pool of blood, transforming into a cold corpse. It was then that the meaning of his father's warning became painfully clear. Jianghu, what are you thinking? Ling Shui bit her lip, her heart heavy with reluctance. Jianghu was undeniably handsome and had treated her with kindness. They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, and she had genuinely cherished him. Yet, affection alone could not sustain a future. Now, he was a parolee, while she was a promising university student. They inhabited entirely different worlds. Shui, is it solely because he possesses wealth that you have chosen him? Is money truly so paramount? Jianghu grasped her arm in frustration. Jianghu, you've never earned a dime. You cannot fathom the difficulty of acquiring wealth or its significance. Now, Ling Shui too was leaving him, rendering him a true solitary figure, a mere existence without purpose. Observing the despondent Jianghu seated on the bed, Ling Shui felt a pang of sympathy. With a sigh, she approached him slowly. Jianghu, there is still over an hour until my fiancé arrives. When her words failed to register, she furrowed her brow and clarified, you may do anything you wish during this hour. Jianghu looked up in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the transformation of the once innocent and radiant girl before him. Jianghu, will you or will you not? This is the final opportunity. One shall not allow this again. Seeing him remain motionless, Ling Shui grew impatient. Her time was precious. Jianghu gazed at Ling Shui, unable to deny that 3 years had only enhanced her beauty. Her delicate features resembled a flawless work of art, and her statuesque form was a rare sight to behold. Yet, she was no longer the same. Fine, with a roar, Jianghu lunged towards her. It had been 3 years since he had last seen a woman. Even a sow could rival Diao Chan, let alone the fact that she herself was Diao. Chan time slipped away unnoticed until Ling Shui emerged from the bathroom, her hair cascading freely. Jianghu, you have no pity at all for another man's wife, do you? Ling Shui shot a furious glance at Jianghu as she hastily changed in her clothes. Beep beep. At that moment, the sound of a car horn echoed from downstairs, causing Ling Shui's delicate features to shift. My fiancé has arrived. Jianghu, stay here for now. Don't go out until we leave. With that, Ling Shui hurriedly grabbed her bag and rushed down the stairs. Jianghu lit a cigarette, allowing the smoke to envelop him. In the past, Ling Shui had despised his smoking, and he had never dared to smoke in her presence, but that no longer mattered. He moved to the window and soon spotted Ling Shui with a man. The man drove a Toyota Crown, a vehicle worth 50 to 60,000, enough to buy 2 or 3 apartments in Pengcheng. Downstairs, Ling Shui intimately linked her arm with Zhang Feng, her smile radiant and sweet. Dutch Schwer, why is your face so flushed? Lu Feng, seated in the car, looked at her with curiosity. I just took a hot shower. Let's get going. Ling Shui responded with a dazzling smile, showing no signs of anything amiss. Lu Feng nodded, started the car, and departed from the residential complex. Money is truly a marvelous thing. As Jianghu watched the crown disappear around the corner, he felt his youth slip away as well. Wandering aimlessly away from the residential building, he gazed at the sky. It was time to return home. He inhaled the smoke while walking towards the direction of his memories of home. After 3 years, the changes in Pengcheng seemed minimal. Half an hour later, Jianghu walked through an alley and arrived outside a modest 3-story building. This building had been constructed by his father, Chen Jiming, but regrettably, it was no longer the same. Jianghu, suddenly, A sturdy figure rushed over, and upon seeing Chun Jianghe, he excitedly embraced him. I remembered you were released today, and came to pick you up, but couldn't find you. Where have you been, Zhang Peng? Chun Jianghe embraced the newcomer tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Though the woman was gone, at least his brother remained. Zhang Peng and Chun Jianghe shared a bond since childhood, having grown up together. Zhang Peng had two younger siblings and was not academically inclined, having dropped out of middle school. He later worked in a factory for 2 years until Chun Jiang's father invited him to join the family business of a gaming hall, where he worked until the troubles befell the Chun family. For 3 years, Zhang Peng had been the only one to visit Chun Jianghe every month, regardless of the weather. Brother, it's good that you're out. It's good that you're out. Zhang Peng patted Chun Jiang's back heartily, discreetly wiping away his tears. Come, let's go to my place. I'll cook for you. Let's go inside first. I need to ask you something. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jianghe turned to walk towards the entrance. Jianghe, don't go. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and whispered, that house had been occupied by people arranged by Sister Xiao. Sister Xiao, Xiao Wan, was akin to a stepmother to Chun Jianghe. Years ago, Chun Jianghe's mother departed with his sister. Not long after, Chun Jiming achieved some success and invested his newfound wealth into Xiao Wan. Consequently, Xiao Wan naturally followed Chun Jiming. However, in the past 3 years, Xiao Wan has not once visited Chun Jianghe in prison. This house does not belong to her, Xiao Wan. Chun Jianghe sneered coldly. Jianghe, do not act impulsively. I initially wished to remain silent, but I cannot stand by and watch you walk to your demise. Zhang Peng hesitated for a long while before sighing. During your 3 years in prison, I have uncovered quite a bit of information. I heard that Uncle Chen's death is somehow linked to Sister Xiao. Chapter 2. The Beautiful Woman. What do you mean? What on earth is going on? Chun Jianghe grasped Zhang Peng's clothing tightly, his eyes reddening. After 3 years in confinement, he had suspected all of Chun Jiming's rivals, yet he had never doubted Xiao when she had no motive to harm Chun Jiming. Jianghe, after Uncle Chen's death, the arcade was shut down by Sister Xiao, and we were all dismissed. But within 2 months, the arcade reopened. Only this time, the owner was Li Jindi. Zhang Peng spoke slowly, his lips pursed. How did the arcade end up in Li Jindi's hands? Li Jindi had once run with Chun Jiming, but after recognizing a new elder brother and venturing out on his own, their relationship had faded. Before the incident, Chun Jianghe had seen Li Jindi visit his father several times. I cannot say for certain. All I know is that after the arcade reopened, Sister Xiao aligned herself with Li Jindi. It had barely been 2 months, and I heard from others that it was Sister Xiao and Li Jindi who conspired to kill Uncle Chun. The reason being that Uncle Chun refused to allow Li Jindi to invest. Zhang Peng clenched his teeth as he spoke. Simply because my father denied them investment, they resorted to murder? Chun Jianghe punched the wall beside him, oblivious to the blood flowing from his knuckles. That appears to be the case. The thugs from North Street all say the same thing. Those who wielded the knives of protection, I heard that the one receiving the heaviest sentence got only 7 years, while the others were out in mere months. Without someone backing them financially, they would never have received such lenient sentences. Zhang Peng continued. Chun Jianghe had received a 4.5-year sentence for injuring a few individuals, while those thugs who had killed Chun Jiming received a mere 7 years at most. It was evident that someone had influenced the outcome. In the aftermath, those who stood to gain the most were the prime suspects. Li Jindi and Xiao Wan were undoubtedly the most significant culprits. Li Jindi, Xiao Wan, just wait. I will avenge this grievance. Chun Jianghe clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with rage. Jianghe, I too wish to avenge Uncle Chun, but we lack the capability. Zhang Peng lamented. Li Jindi is currently formidable. We cannot provoke him. Regardless of how powerful Li Jindi may seem, he possesses but one life. The most equitable aspect of this world is that we all share the same mortality. Chun Jianghe replied coldly. Who the hell is making a racket? Get lost. At that moment, the courtyard door was abruptly yanked open, and a disheveled young man in his 20s, with hair resembling a bird's nest and a cigarette dangling from his lips, stepped out. Hey, sorry, we. Zhang Peng hastily bowed his head in apology, but Chun Jianghe suddenly charged forward, seizing the young man's head and violently smashing it against the wall. Bang! The young man let out a muffled groan and crumpled to the ground, blood pouring from his head. Damn it, someone's causing trouble. Grab a weapon. Inside the room, Two young men who had been indulging in smoke quickly rolled out of bed, retrieving knives as they rushed out. Jianghu, Zhang Peng shouted, searching for a brick, and followed Qin Jianghu into the courtyard. Without pausing, Qin Jianghu lunged at the young man in front, who raised his machete to strike. Qin Jianghu dodged swiftly, delivering a punch to the young man's throat. Thud! The young man's eyes bulged as he spewed blood, collapsing to the ground. Crash! Simultaneously, the second young man's blade fell, slicing into Qin Jianghu's shoulder, blood gushing forth. The searing pain ignited a fierce determination within him, turning his gaze blood red. With ferocity, he seized the knife's blade, delivering a powerful kick that toppled the young man. "Fuck you!" Zhang Peng roared, pouncing on the young man, and struck him fiercely with a brick, splattering his face with blood and skin. "Big brother, stop. Please stop." The young man, terrified, shielded his head and begged for mercy. "Dapeng." Qin Jianghu yanked Zhang Peng up, panting heavily. Zhang Peng gradually regained his composure, realizing that if he continued to strike, the young man's skull would surely shatter. "Jianghu, are you all right?" Seeing the blood streaming from Qin Jianghu's shoulder, Zhang Peng discarded the brick, his expression filled with concern. "I'm fine, just a surface wound. Tell them to scram." Qin Jianghu examined his shoulder, noting the injury was not deep. "Get lost, do you hear me? Scram." Zhang Peng, delivering kicks and shoves, forced the three young men to the entrance. "Wait!" Qin Jianghu suddenly called out. "Go back and tell Xiao Wan that my belongings are not for the taking." "Who the hell are you?" The bloodied young man gritted his teeth and asked. "Qin Jianghu." The three young men were taken aback, hastily retreating. Xiao Wan had arranged for them to stay here to ensure Qin Jianghu would be left homeless, but they never anticipated his ferocity would overpower them. "Jianghu, we've definitely angered Xiao Wan now." Zhang Peng expressed his concern the property prices in Pengcheng had begun to rise, and this modest house could easily be valued at 300,000 to 400,000. This was no small sum, and Xiao Wan would not let it go lightly. "This is merely the beginning. Reclaiming this house was only the first step." The property had been thoroughly vandalized by those three young men, with cigarette butts, takeout containers, and various refuse strewn about. Zhang Peng tidied up briefly. Noticing Qin Jianghu's shoulder still bleeding, he hurriedly took him to a nearby clinic. "Lu Jie, could you please take a look at my brother?" Zhang Peng said, somewhat sheepishly, addressing the beautiful young woman in the clinic. The beautiful woman, clad in a white coat, appeared to be in her early 30s. Her long, jet-black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wore a pair of black-framed glasses. Beneath her coat, her ample figure could not be concealed, visibly exceeding a C-cup, presenting a striking silhouette. "Please come in," she said, casting a glance at the two individuals. Her expression remained impassive as she gestured for Qin Jianghu to enter. As he removed his shirt, her gaze lingered momentarily on his physique. After enduring 3 arduous years in prison, Qin Jianghu had spent his time recalling and honing the martial arts techniques passed down from his grandfather. His grandfather, a martial artist in his youth, had seen the battlefield, earning his reputation through strength and skill. Yet he never anticipated that he would ultimately meet his demise on the streets. Having practiced martial arts for 3 years behind bars, Qin Jianghu revealed a well-defined physique upon shedding his clothing, an imposing presence for a woman in her 30s, superficial wounds, nothing severe, I shall assist you with the suturing. The woman paused, her tones softening slightly. Disinfection and stitching followed, all without anesthesia. Such clandestine clinics were favored by those in the underworld unless the injuries were grave. Individuals preferred these establishments. Seeking treatment at a hospital could lead to law enforcement notification, resulting in dire consequences. Chapter 3. Not even $50. $50. The beautiful woman, having finished stitching up a wound, spoke with an expressionless face. Is it truly that exorbitant? Qin Jianghu furrowed his brows into a deep frown. His pockets were utterly devoid of cash. "Sister Lu, my brother has just been released and is unfamiliar with the current rates. I hope you can understand." Zhang Peng patted his pockets, revealing only a few coins. He still had to take Qin Jianghu out for a meal later, so he couldn't part with any money now. "Sister, could this debt be postponed for a few days? I assure you I will repay you once my salary comes in." Zhang Peng was currently assisting at the billiard hall, earning a meager 600 a month. He had to cover his own living expenses and support his younger sibling's education, leaving him with scant discretionary funds. Not even $50. What kind of world are you living in? I do not extend credit here. The woman's countenance was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. Sister Lu, please grant us a little leniency. I promise we will repay the amount. Zhang Peng pleaded, forcing a smile and bowing slightly. Chen Jianghe frowned. Indeed, a single coin could thwart even the mightiest of heroes. When a fiery gaming hall was still in operation, he had never lacked funds. Now, with the gaming hall closed and his father deceased, he had to fend for himself. Ling Shui had likely parted ways with him for this very reason, thinking that his life would remain stagnant. Mom, I'm back. At that moment, a bright voice echoed through the air, and a beautiful girl of 17 or 18, with a ponytail and a backpack, entered the clinic. Upon seeing the two men, her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng. Xiao Xiao is back. Zhang Peng quickly smiled at the girl. She nodded at him and returned a radiant smile. Xiao Xiao, go to the back and do your homework. The beautiful woman shot a wary glare at Zhang Peng and hurriedly ushered the girl to the back of the clinic. You two should leave. Do not return. The woman insisted, shooing them out of the clinic. Aunt Lu, we will definitely repay you. You can rest assured. Zhang Peng attempted to plead further, but the woman turned her back and closed the clinic door firmly, leaving them outside. De Peng, do you know her? Chen Jianghe pulled Zhang Peng away as they turned to leave. He was certain he would repay the woman, but at present, he was indeed out of money and needed to devise a plan to acquire some. I do know her. Aunt Lu has been running this clinic for several years. She graduated from a reputable medical university, possesses exceptional medical skills, and can perform surgeries. Many in Pingjiang district come here for treatment. Zhang Peng nodded, reluctantly turning away. Why would a medical university graduate choose to open a private clinic instead of working in a major hospital? Chen Jianghe found this hard to believe. Moreover, the woman's age didn't seem to align. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with a daughter already in her late teens, making it improbable that she attended medical school. Is that so? Zhang Peng scratched his head, considering Chen Jianghe's reasoning. Yet, rumors about Lu when circulated among the local ruffians, claiming she had become pregnant by a university professor and had to drop out, relying on her clinic for survival. Regardless, Lu Jia's skills were undeniable. One could not deceive the discerning. Jianghe, let's go eat. I imagine you must be hungry. Chen Jianghe gently patted his stomach. Since his release from prison, he had not eaten, and hunger gnawed at him. Let's go have some noodles to stave off the hunger. Once I receive my paycheck, I'll treat us to some fine meat for a hearty meal at home. They hurried into the Jianghu game hall, supporting one another, three injured ruffians in disarray. Sister Xiao, it's bad news. Something has happened, they exclaimed as they rushed upstairs. What has transpired? Why the panic? From the office emerged a tall and alluring woman in a qipao, just over 30 years of age. Her exquisite visage and curvaceous figure were accentuated by the tight-fitting dress, which hugged her bust and tapered dramatically at the waist. With ample bosom and generous hips, she embodied the essence of allure. She had bewitched both Chen Jiming and Li Jindi. Xiao Wan frowned at the three ruffians, clearly displeased. Presently, Li Jindi's Jianghu game hall was the largest on North Street, in which she held a 20% stake, earning monthly dividends of 20 to 30,000. As Li Jindi expanded his enterprise, preparing to establish a KTV above the game hall, his influence surged, and Xiao Wan's fortunes rose alongside him, making them formidable figures on North Street. Few dared to provoke. Who dared to assault my men in such a manner? Sister Xiao, it was Chen Jianghe. He is out of prison and attacked us, driving us away. That building has now been taken over by him. One bloodied ruffian stammered in a panic. You three couldn't best a single Chen Jianghe? Xiao Wan expressed disbelief. 3 years ago, he had merely been a diligent student. How could he have transformed so drastically in such a short time? Sister Xiao, he had accomplices. We were ambushed, and that's why we were overpowered. The ruffian hesitated to admit he was bested by Chen Jianghe alone, though it was true he had at least one companion. Utterly useless. Xiao Wan turned and entered the office, soon emerging with a leather pouch containing a thick stack of 100 yuan notes, approximately 2 or 3,000. Go find a few more people and confront Chen Jianghe. If you locate him, sever his tendons, and ensure he never returns to Pengcheng. Understood, Sister Xiao. The eyes of the three ruffians gleamed at the sight of money. What's the matter? Just then a man in his 30s, adorned with a gold chain and a gold watch, approached. Mr. Li, the ruffians called out hurriedly. Chun Jianghe has been released from prison and has assaulted the three of them. It's a trivial matter that I will handle, said Xiaowan nonchalantly. With Chun Jiming deceased, only the youthful Chun Jianghe remained, hardly capable of stirring significant trouble. Li Jindi nodded. Were it not for Xiao Wan's occasional mention, he would have nearly forgotten who Chun Jianghe was. Go attend to your business, Xiao Wan commanded before following Li Jindi into the office. Three ruffians, armed with money, sought out two individuals and made their way directly to Chun Jianghe's residence. Jianghe, those three miscreants have fled, yet I fear they will not relent easily. How about you accompany me to the billiards hall for the night? I shall discuss matters with the owner, and you can start working there. After finishing their meal, Zhang Peng proposed to take Chun Jianghe to the billiards hall where he was employed. Although the remuneration was meager, it was still a form of employment, and at that moment, they had barely any coins to their name. Survival had to come first. A salary of 600 a month lacks promise. But since we are in this together, we must strive relentlessly to ascend. Chun Jianghe shook his head as thoughts began to take shape in his mind. Not only did he seek vengeance for his father, but he also aspired to rise above the ordinary. Ling Shui believed his life would remain stagnant. Yet he would prove her wrong. What do you intend to do? Chapter 4. I am here to demand money go and ask Li Jindi for money, Chun Jianghe declared, slamming down his chopsticks, a resolute idea forming in his mind. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Peng exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Li Jindi was now a formidable figure in North Street, commanding a cadre of henchmen that numbered in the dozens. Any scoundrel would think twice before confronting him. To seek money from Li Jindi would be akin to an old man hanging himself, inviting trouble upon oneself. Rest assured, I have a plan. Li Jindi will have no choice but to part with the money, Chun Jianghe reassured, offering no further explanation as he led Zhang Peng back to their small building. Although the rubbish had been cleared from the small building, a heavy scent of smoke lingered in the air. The upstairs bedrooms bore the marks of a thorough ransacking, with valuable items either taken by Xiao Wan or the local ruffians. Various decorations and picture frames lay scattered on the floor, while the radio, DVD player, and large television had vanished without a trace. Chun Jianghe rummaged beneath the television cabinet and unearthed a picture frame containing a yellowed photograph of two young men in military uniforms. Zhang Peng recognized one of them, but not the other. One of the individuals in the photograph was Chun Jiming. Jianghe, do you believe this photograph can help us retrieve the money? Zhang Peng inquired, his confusion regarding Chun Jianghe's intentions deepening. This photograph can serve as our leverage for survival in North Street. Let's go, Chun Jianghe asserted, tucking the photo away as he and Zhang Peng made their way to the Yonghui arcade. Shortly thereafter, the duo arrived at North Street, a bustling thoroughfare in the Pingjiang district teeming with businesses and entertainment venues. Pool halls, arcades, internet cafes, restaurants, and small inns could all be found along this vibrant street, which was dominated by several local bosses, each a master of their domain. In these times, one could hardly sustain a business without connections to the influential figures of the area. Before long, they approached the vicinity of an arcade, which occupied 4 or 5 storefronts on the ground floor, with even more above. A massive neon sign emblazoned with the name Jianghu Arcade illuminated the entrance. The arcade buzzed with life, young patrons streaming in and out. Since Li Jindi took over the arcade, he had transformed the Flame Arcade into the Jianghu Arcade, effectively ousting the old clientele. He had also claimed 2 neighboring storefronts, merging them into one, making Jianghu Arcade the largest establishment on North Street. Inside, there are nearly 100 machines, along with 20 to 30 slot machines. I've heard that the daily revenue reaches several thousand, Zhang Peng remarked, a hint of apprehension in his gaze as he observed the arcade. What's troubling you? Chun Jianghe asked, noticing Zhang Peng's unease. Last year, I had an issue with Xiao Wan. When I went in, Chun Gang slapped me a few times. It was quite the beating, Zhang Peng admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Who is Chen Gang? Chen Gang was the enforcer for Li Jindi, commanding the thugs in the arcade. He was a lunatic, known for his ruthless nature. And Zhang Peng cautioned, "You must be extremely careful around him." Enforcer? Chen Jianghu scoffed. "Wait for me across from the arcade. If anyone approaches you, run at once, and do not concern yourself with me. I will confront Li Jindi." "Are you insane? Going alone?" Zhang Peng exclaimed, gripping Chen Jianghu's arm in alarm. It was tantamount to a lamb walking into a den of wolves. "Rest assured, Li Jindi wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. If he truly possesses any audacity, he is not worth my time," Chen Jianghu replied solemnly. "Just ensure you aren't captured. My safety depends on your cleverness. Be cautious, Jianghu." Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. He glanced at the knife on a nearby butcher's stall, steeling himself with the resolve to rush in and rescue Chen Jianghu should anything go awry. Chen Jianghu nodded and strode into the Jianghu arcade, heading directly for the staircase. "What do you want, kid?" 3 thugs loitering at the staircase, smoking, blocked his path. They were stout and armed. "I'm looking for Li Jindi." Chen Jianghu surveyed the area, noting a couple of scruffy youths playing games who were likely also enforcers. Given the circumstances, even if he managed to take down 1 or 2 thugs, the others would swiftly retaliate. "Who the hell are you to seek our boss, Li?" The thugs grew increasingly wary instead of stepping aside. "I am Chen Jianghu." The thugs exchanged glances, puzzled by his identity. Just then, a man with a crew cut and a prominent scar on his face descended the stairs. "Kid, do you think this is the Flame Arcade? Look at the sign. This place is now called Jianghu Arcade." "Brother Gang, do you know this kid?" The thugs quickly made way. "This punk is the foolish son of Chen Jiming. I wager he has come back a bit dim-witted after 3 years in the slammer." Chen Gang spat contemptuously on the ground, glaring menacingly at Chen Jianghu. Across the street, Zhang Peng watched anxiously as Chen Jianghu was encircled by thugs. "Li Jindi, you seized my family's arcade, and now you intend to hide like a coward?" Chen Jianghu shouted, ignoring the taunts. His voice resonated, drawing the attention of several young patrons inside the arcade. "You little bastard, you're asking for death." Shen Gong lunged, reaching for Chen Jianghu's throat. "Brother Gang, let him come up. He is a guest." At that moment, a voice rang out from above. Xiao Wan appeared at the top of the stairs, and upon seeing Chen Jianghu, her beautiful face darkened. "Kid, you better recognize your place and not make things difficult for yourself." Chen Gang raised his chin, and the nearby thugs, understanding the cue, searched Chen Jianghu, confirming he bore no weapons before allowing him to ascend the stairs. In the depths of Chen Jianghu's pupils, a glimmer of coldness flickered. The vigilance of these individuals clearly indicated their fear of his retribution, suggesting that Chen Jiming's demise was indeed inextricably linked to them. Shen Gong, accompanied by several of his underlings, followed Chen Jianghu upstairs. "Jianghu, when did you emerge?" "Back in the days when I was mingling with your father in the underworld. You were merely this tall. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much." "Please, take a seat and share your purpose for visiting," Li Jindi said, gesturing with a smile as he looked at Chen Jianghu. "Uncle Li, it's rather inappropriate for you to take away my father's arcade without compensating him a single penny. I'm here to demand payment," Chen Jianghu stated directly, without any preamble. Chapter 5. Money Kid. If you're looking for money, you're coming to the wrong person. I think you must be tired of living. Chen Gang fiercely drew a machete and pressed it against Chen Jianghu's neck. The cold blade could slice through Chen Jianghu's throat at any moment, yet he remained utterly still, as if oblivious to the weapon poised against him. "Chen Jianghu, your father is dead. Do you think we wouldn't dare to touch you?" Xiao Wan fixed her gaze on Chen Jianghu, surprised that he had the audacity to approach Li Jindi for money at the Jianghu game hall. It seemed that after a few years of refinement in prison, Chen Jianghu had undergone quite a transformation. Yet this fool was just as dim-witted as his father. "You truly don't dare to harm me." Chen Jianghu spoke calmly, devoid of any fear. "Interesting. Then tell me, what gives you the confidence that I wouldn't dare to act against you?" Li Jindi lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply while observing Chen Jianghu with keen interest. "Convince me. If you can persuade me, I'll give you the money. If you cannot, you can accompany Chen Jiming. Brother, why waste words with him? Just take him out," Chen Gang said impatiently. Gongzi, don't be so rash. Xiaowan reprimanded him with a glare. Shen Gong silently scoffed, a hint of defiance flickering in his eyes. He was Li Jindi's subordinate, not Xiaowan's. My friend is waiting across the street. If I don't get out soon, he'll call the police. Chun Jianghe casually pointed to the opposite side. Is that so? Li Jindi glanced at Chun Gang, who waved his hand, prompting two lackeys to rush downstairs to confront Zhang Peng. Upon realizing the situation, Zhang Peng turned and fled. The moment the two thugs left, he returned. The strategy was simple: retreat when the enemy advances, and advance when the enemy retreats. Is this all you've got? Li Jindi shook his head, bemused by the naivety of the youth. This won't work. Do you know in Jianghu? Chun Jianghe sneered, producing a yellowed photograph depicting two men, one being his father, Chun Jiming, and the other in Jianghu, deputy director of the Pingjiang District Public Security Bureau in Jianghu. Are you trying to leverage him against me? Doesn't Jianghu even know who you are? Li Jindi's expression darkened, revealing his discomfort. In this line of work, how could one avoid dealings with the Public Security Bureau? And Jianghu is my father's comrade, bound by life and death ties. If you doubt me, ask Xiaowan. My father once took her to dine within Jianghu. If you truly believe you can eliminate me here, just see if your game hall can continue operating. Chun Jianghe replied coldly. Chun Gang's expression shifted, instinctively pulling the blade away slightly. Those in their line of work feared the authority of the law above all. Li Jindi turned to Xiaowan, who frowned and nodded slightly. Indeed, she had dined within Jianghu alongside Chen Jiming in the past, when in Jianghu was not yet a deputy director. Jianghe, you've grown up. Li Jindi regarded Chun Jianghe with a profound gaze, a knowing smile gracing his lips. You brought up in Jianghu, so I'll grant you this face. How much do you want? 200,000. Chun Jianghe felt no surprise at the outcome. He had anticipated that today he would certainly secure the funds. And Jianghu was one reason, Zhang Peng outside was another, and a significant factor was that Li Jindi would undoubtedly wish to prevent the Yonggui arcade from shutting down. If Li Jindi were to eliminate Chun Jianghe here, regardless of whether in Jianghu sought vengeance against Li Jindi, the arcade would have to cease operations for a period. With daily revenues in the thousands, a week's closure would amount to a substantial loss. Li Jindi would certainly not be willing to forfeit such sums. As for the 200,000, Li Jindi would certainly not part with that, but it wouldn't hurt to try. 20,000 will serve as a deposit. The remaining 180,000 I will pay once I have gathered it. What do you think? A fleeting shadow crossed Li Jindi's eyes, quickly replaced by a cheerful demeanor. All right, but you must provide the remaining 180,000 within a week. Chun Jianghe nodded subtly, though a sense of vigilance arose within him. If Li Jindi was unwilling to part with such a sum, there was room for negotiation. If he agreed, it would not merely be a financial transaction, but rather a matter of seeking his life. In these times, a life was hardly worth 180,000. Dismemberment might only cost a few thousand. Xiaowan, give him the money. Li Jindi gestured to Xiaowan, who turned and approached the desk, opening a small box to retrieve 2 thick stacks of 100 yuan bills, placing them into a leather bag and handing it to Chun Jianghe. Thank you, Mr. Li, Chun Jianghe said, pocketing the money and turning to leave. Kid, take the money and scram. If I see you again, you'll regret it. Chun Gang, feeling Yan Ti played his part, pushed Chun Jianghe roughly. Chun Jianghe turned, casting a deep look at Chun Gang before exiting the arcade with Zhang Peng. Are you truly frightened of that kid? Xiaowan remarked to Li Jindi, observing Chun Jianghe's departing figure. This kid has changed significantly. He is no longer the reckless youth he once was. We killed his father, and he certainly wouldn't let this go easily. You shouldn't have let him leave just now. Do you really believe he can summon Jianghu's attention? The death of Chun Jiming had not even stirred a whisper from Jianghu's side, let alone this boy. Li Jindi crushed his cigarette, his gaze darkening. This boy possessed a degree of courage. Allowing him to remain would surely bring trouble. Even if he didn't eliminate him, he needed to be incapacitated. However, we are currently conducting business. Creating a significant disturbance would affect our operations. I refuse to let this boy jeopardize our business. Inform Gongzi to send someone to incapacitate that kid and retrieve the money. Understood. Xiaowan nodded and turned to seek out Chun Gang. Jianghe, are you truly going to get the money? Zhang Peng followed Chen Jianghe through winding paths until they finally stopped in a secluded area. Zhang Peng gazed at the money in Chen Jianghe's hands, breathing heavily. That's 20,000 yuan. I've never seen so much money in my life. In this day and age, a bowl of noodles costs 1 yuan, while a bowl of meat wontons is priced at 1.5 yuan. Pork is a mere 5 yuan per jean, and a charming young lady in the alley can be experienced for a fleeting romance for just 50 to 100 yuan. The city of Pengcheng still entertains the notion of a 10,000 yuan household. In this era, 20,000 yuan is considered a substantial fortune. Li Jindi seeks to secure me with this modest sum. We must utilize this money to establish a solid foundation for ourselves. Chen Jianghe extracted 200 yuan bills from within and handed them to Zhang Peng, declaring that without a stronghold, we are akin to rootless weeds, mere street rogues, with nothing but our lives at stake. The local tyrants, clad in striped tiger skins, possess the power to lead us to irreparable ruin with a mere flick of their fingers. Chapter 6. A supporter. Jianghe, you are correct. But where shall we find a supporter? Zhang Peng pondered, silently agreeing. In this era, without a temporary residence permit, there were even instances of individuals being beaten to death. Without a supporter, what were they? Merely street ruffians, with lives as expendable as the dirt beneath their feet. Let's find him. Chen Jiang, he pointed to the photograph of Jianghu, withdrawing 5 or 6 bills from the stacks of money, which he tucked away securely. He then purchased 2 boxes of tea with Zhang Peng and made their way towards the family quarters of the substation. What brings you here? As they approached the entrance, an elderly guard, suspicious, obstructed their path. Sir, we seek Director in Jianghu. Chen Jiang, he replied with a smile. What business do you have with Director in? The old man subtly grasped his baton, wary of the rascals he had encountered in the past, determined not to let them cause a disturbance. Director and is a comrade of my father, who is no longer with us. We have come to pay our respects. Chen Jiang, he lied smoothly, showing the photograph to the old man. Indeed, it is Director, and the old man softened his demeanor. You may enter. He resides in the room on the northern side of the 2nd floor. But once inside, do not wander about. The old man, upon recognizing the photograph, waved them in. Jianghe, I heard that those who reside here are all officials. Zhang Peng closely followed Chen Jianghe, unable to suppress his curiosity, glancing around until he quickly averted his gaze upon noticing someone looking their way. If you manage to ingratiate yourself, these officials will treat you with courtesy. Chen Jiang, he maintained his focus, ascending to the 2nd floor, and knocked on the door of the northernmost room. Who is it? The wooden door creaked open, revealing a woman in her late 30s, simply dressed, who appeared astonished upon seeing Chen Jianghe. Aunt Lu, it's me, Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, when did you return? Lu Aunt hesitated at the doorway, not fully opening the door. I just got back today. Chen Jianghe whispered. You child, come in. Lu Aunt sighed. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped aside to let Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng enter. The room was sparsely furnished, exuding an essence reminiscent of the late 80s and early 90s. The only valuable item in the living room was a large color television set opposite the gray fabric sofa. It was said that affluent families had already replaced their old televisions with plasma screens. Seated on the gray sofa was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority with a resolute gaze. Upon seeing Chen Jianghe, a complex expression crossed his face. Jianghe, you returned? And Jianghu set down his newspaper and gestured for Chen Jianghe to take a seat. Chen Jiang, he sat upright, placing the tea leaves on the table, fully aware that the man before him was principled and not easily swayed. However, today he felt confident in his ability to persuade in Jianghu, for his father had passed away, and years ago his father had saved in Jianghu's life on the battlefield, carrying him out from a heap of corpses. In this world, the most challenging debt to repay is that of human kindness, and in Jianghu owed a debt of gratitude to his family. Zhang Peng stood awkwardly beside Chen Jianghe, not daring to sit. Uncle. Chen Jianghe addressed him respectfully. Jianghe, during these 3 years, I have not visited you even once. You do not hold it against me, do you? I once told your father that if he chose this path, our bond would be severed. Yet, he still ventured down that road, ultimately facing this unfortunate fate. And Jianghu felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Perhaps this is fate. Uncle, the path was chosen by my father, and he does not blame others for his circumstances. Jiang, he replied earnestly, gazing into Jianghu's eyes. I am aware that you made arrangements for me in prison. It is thanks to you that my suffering was somewhat alleviated during those 3 years. Jianghe, please, have some tea. You're a friend of Jianghe, right? Please, sit down. There's no need for formality. Aunt Lu said as she brought 2 cups of tea, inviting Zhang Peng to take a seat. Zhang Peng sat upright, hands resting on his knees, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Jianghe expressed his gratitude as he accepted the tea with both hands. Now that you are out, Jianghe, you must strive to live well and avoid following your father's footsteps. And Jianghu pondered for a moment. You have a record, which prevents you from entering the police station. I will arrange for you to work in a factory. It would be a legitimate job. If Jianghe had no legal issues, and Jianghu could have offered him a position as an auxiliary police officer, which could lead to a permanent role after a few years. However, given Jianghe's history, such a position would be inappropriate. Uncle, I sought you out for a specific reason. My father is no longer here, but his legacy should not be usurped. I wish to reclaim his arcade. Could you please speak to the police station on Bay Street? I would like to report this and seek their assistance, Jianghe stated, shaking his head in refusal. Do you still wish to follow your father's path? And Jianghu's brow furrowed. I merely want to retrieve my father's arcade. What I choose to do with it afterward, whether to sell it or continue its operation, is yet to be decided. Jianghe maintained eye contact, unwavering in his resolve. Jianghe, you are still young. Do not stray from the right path. Jianghu, do not be angry with the child. It is only natural for him to want his arcade back. It rightfully belongs to him. It is unjust for it to be taken away without cause. You often speak of a society governed by law. How can that allow someone to seize another's establishment without consequence? Aunt Lu interjected, attempting to mediate the tension. Jianghe, the greatest fear in life is to take the wrong path. I do not wish for you to meet the same fate as your father. And Jianghu's expression grew stern. I can make that call for you, considering your father's legacy. Thank you, Uncle. Jianghe smiled, rising to his feet as he looked at Jianghu. And Jianghu hoped for him to walk the straight path, but as a man with a criminal record, obtaining a certificate of no criminal activity from the police station was impossible. His fate was sealed the moment he stepped into prison. Old Tang, this is Jianghu. I have a matter regarding my nephew. Very well, I will have him contact you shortly. Please assist him with filing a case and advise on how to proceed. And Jianghu, in the presence of Chun Jianghe, made a call using the home landline and then wrote down an address and phone number for Chun Jianghe. Lao Tang is the head of the police station in the North Street area. You should seek him out, for he will assist you in filing a report. Thank you, Uncle. I shall take my leave now. Louis, I am off. Chun Jianghe expressed his gratitude and nodded to Liu Yi before turning to exit. Jianghe, please eat before you go. Liu Yi urged. No, I must decline. I have other matters to attend to. Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng swiftly made their way out of the residential complex, and Zhang Peng finally exhaled in relief. Jianghe, next time you visit, do not let me be confined again. I have always feared those clad in tiger stripes. Zhang Peng rambled on. However, it seems that Jianghu did not promise to be their support. Very well, wait for me outside. Chun Jiang, he purchased 2 boxes of tea leaves, emptied them into a plastic bag, and tucked the 20,000 yuan into the tea boxes before departing with Zhang Peng. Chapter 7. Uncle will certainly assist you, Jianghe. Are you truly intending to part with this money? Zhang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. 20,000 yuan is sufficient for Chun Jiang, he to acquire 3 new items and even marry a wife. It seems a great pity to simply give it away. One must sometimes sacrifice a child to ensnare the wolf. With insufficient funds, those clad in tiger skins will not take notice of us. We aspire to undertake great endeavors, and this sum is trivial in comparison. Chun Jiang, he understood clearly that in his quest for vengeance for his father and to reclaim the gaming hall, it was impossible to do so without incurring a cost. He was powerless and without influence. Apart from using money to pave the way, he had no other means. Otherwise, if he were to lay a hand on Li Jindi, a mere phone call from Li could result in his arrest. Very well, if you have a plan, I shall follow your lead. Zhang Peng remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Let's proceed. Chun Jiang, he secured the money and, accompanied by Zhang Peng, sought out a public telephone. He first dialed Tang's office, and then, following the address provided by Jianghu, arrived at Tang's residence. Upon knocking, a somewhat portly man in his 30s answered the door. "You must be Xiao Chun," Olden called me. "Come in and have a seat." Tang Igwa glanced at Chen Jianghe and then at Zhang Peng, inviting the two inside. Chen Jianghe entered, while Zhang Peng remained motionless outside. "Uncle Tang, as this is my first visit, I am uncertain of your tea preferences, so I brought 2 boxes of Maojian tea. I hope you will find it to your liking." Chen Jiang, he followed him in, casually handing over the tea. "Maojian? Excellent choice." Tang Igwa accepted the tea, but upon lifting the boxes, he sensed an unusual weight. These 2 boxes of tea could not possibly be so heavy. Something else must be contained within. Discreetly placing the tea on the table, his demeanor became slightly warmer. "Olden mentioned that you have some issues with Li Jindi, the owner of the Jianghu Gaming Hall on North Street, claiming he has taken over your family's establishment. I inquired earlier, and the current registered legal entity for Jianghu Gaming Hall is Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan is your stepmother, and since she is legally married to your father, she has rightful ownership of the business. This situation is merely an economic dispute, and the police are unlikely to intervene. Uncle, I did not come here concerning that matter. I intend to reclaim the gaming hall myself. I merely seek your assistance should I encounter difficulties." Chen Jiang, he felt relieved that Tang Igwa had accepted the tea. As long as he accepted it, matters would be easier to navigate. He dreaded those who were impervious to reason. "You are Olden's nephew. Rest assured. If I can assist, I certainly will." Tang Igwa spoke in official tones, lacking any genuine sincerity. "Uncle Tang, that puts my mind at ease. I have already informed my uncle, and that once I reclaim the gaming hall, I will allocate him a 20% share, and likewise for you." Chen Jiang, he suddenly declared, "That simply will not do. We are public servants. We cannot engage in such practices." The smile on Tang Igwa's face became even more genial. "Uncle Tang, my uncle mentioned that you share a good rapport, which is why I was so forthright. Your reservations are unwarranted. My only intention is to foster a friendship with you." Chen Jiang, he reiterated his connection to Jianghu, implying that if it had accepted, there should be no cause for concern. Chen Jianghe, now devoid of power and influence, could only rely on Jianghu's support as a flag to rally under. "Xiao Chun, your words are appreciated. We are not strangers. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall certainly lend a hand." Upon hearing Chen Jiang's promise, Tang Igwa ceased his formalities. "Uncle, thank you. I shall take my leave now. Next time, I will invite Uncle and to treat you to dinner." Chen Jianghe rose to his feet. "Xiao Chun, you are too courteous. I shall host next time." Tang Igwa, beaming with a smile, provided Chen Jianghe with his office phone number, even sharing his pager details. If he was unreachable at the office or home, messages could be left on the pager. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Jianghe departed with Zhang Peng. How they left, just as they stepped out, a middle-aged woman adorned with a gold necklace and fashionable attire emerged from the kitchen, eagerly unboxing a tea leaf container. Her eyes lit up instantly. "Money. This young man is quite generous. I estimate this to be around 20,000. She mused. "This child has guts. He is more capable than his father." Tang Igwa lit a cigarette and shot her a stern glance. "Take a little less. Put the rest in the cupboard and keep it low-key. Low-key my foot. Look at Lu Mei from your department. She wears all imported goods. I heard her family upgraded to a plasma TV, which costs several thousand. When will our family have a plasma TV? I deserve a bit of face too." The woman retorted, dissatisfied. "Enough of this nonsense. If we cannot remain discreet, when trouble arises, it will be your family that suffers." Tang Igwa replied, visibly irritated. "Jianghe, is this feasible?" Zhang Peng followed Chen Jianghe, pondering the substantial sum of money and feeling it was a pity to part with it. Why squander such a large amount? What if it's given away for nothing? We'll soon find out. Chen Jianghe responded as they walked for half an hour, returning to the alley outside a small building. In this era, even taking a taxi was considered a luxury, and neither of them owned a motorcycle. As they were in the early stages of their venture, they needed to save where possible. "How could that be?" Zhang Peng asked, perplexed. "Li Jindi has sent someone to block us." Chen Jianghe observed the dim alley, where several faint red points flickered, people concealed within the shadows smoking, their cigarettes glowing briefly. "What should we do?" I didn't bring anything. Zhang Peng felt his pockets, then hurriedly searched the surroundings, finding nothing even resembling a brick. No need for us to take action. We shall soon determine if the money spent was worthwhile. Let's go make a call. Chen Jiang had turned and headed to a nearby convenience store, using a public phone to call Tang Aigua. Upon receiving the call, Tang Aigua promptly assured him he would make the necessary arrangements. In the alley, Chun Gang and 4 young men lingered at the entrance of the small building, exhaling clouds of smoke. Brother Gang, what time is it? Why hasn't that kid returned? He wouldn't dare run off with the money, would he? One tattooed troublemaker grumbled, visibly displeased. They had been standing there swatting mosquitoes for quite some time. Let him run. If he does, we'll claim this building for ourselves. Chen Gang let out a cold laugh, his gaze greedily fixed on the small Western-style building. Isn't that building owned by Sister Xiao? One of them inquired. What nonsense! That building belongs to Chen Jiming. His son, Chen Jianghu, took money from General Manager Li and fled. Thus, this building must surely belong to General Manager Li. Chen Gang replied. This building is worth at least several hundred thousand. If he seizes this property, how could Li Jindi possibly refrain from rewarding him? As the group of ruffians continued their discussion, 2 enforcement vehicles suddenly came to a halt at the alley's entrance. Several members of the enforcement team swiftly descended from the vehicles, and before Chun Gang and his companions could react, they were promptly subdued. Chapter 8. What are you doing? By what authority do you arrest us? Chen Gang and his companions dared not act directly, but merely struggled vigorously. They were no match for the law enforcement team. If they provoked those clad in tiger stripes and lacked sufficient backing, they risked being ruthlessly dealt with. Behave yourself. The leading officer thrust a baton into Chun Gang's waist, prompting a pained cry from him, instantly rendering him compliant. Several delinquents were handcuffed and escorted out from the alley. Upon emerging, Chen Gang spotted Chun Jianghu standing at the alley's entrance, his expression one of indifference. Chun Jianghu, if you dare to call the police, just wait. I will make you pay when I get out. Chun Gang glared at Chun Jianghu with bloodshot eyes, his face contorted in rage. Silence. The leading officer struck Chun Gang's leg with his baton, eliciting another cry of pain, after which he smiled and nodded to Chun Jianghu before shoving the delinquents into the vehicle and driving away. Jianghu, impressive. Your money is well spent. Even the enforcement team responds to you. Zhang Peng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Throughout history, law enforcement has served 2 types of individuals, those with wealth and those with power. Unfortunately, we possess neither. Chun Jianghu gazed at the receding taillights, a fierce ambition igniting within him. If he had wealth and power, his father, Chun Jiming, would not have been murdered. If he had wealth and power, Ling Shui would not have left him. The 2 most crucial elements in this world have always been wealth and power. Jianghu, I believe you will surely achieve great success in the future, Zhang Peng declared with conviction. Chun Jianghu smiled and returned to the long-abandoned villa, replacing the door locks and then teaming up with Zhang Peng to tidy up the place until midnight. That night, Zhang Peng had nowhere else to go. In order to save money, he usually resided in the storage room of a billiards hall when he worked, allowing the owner to save on wages by not needing to assign night watch. Zhang Peng lived on the outskirts of the city, rarely returning home unless it was a holiday or payday. Chun Jianghu offered a room to Zhang Peng. Once they finished tidying up, Chun Jianghu practiced boxing until he broke a sweat, then took a shower and prepared to rest. Jianghu, what style of boxing is this? Teach me. Zhang Peng watched enviously. Among young men in the 90s who didn't harbor dreams of martial prowess, fantasizing about becoming a hero of justice, he had heard that a film called Young and Dangerous had become quite popular among the youth in Hong Kong. All right, I'll teach you. They continued until dawn, with Zhang Peng reluctantly taking a break. The next morning, Zhang Peng rose early, preparing to head to work. Jianghu, don't stay cooped up at home. Go for a walk. Don't let Li Jindi's men corner you. I'm off to work. If you need anything, find me at the billiards hall. Big Peng. Don't go to the billiards hall anymore. You won't earn much there. From now on, follow me. Once we reclaim the arcade, you'll have a share. Chun Jianghu had contemplated this decision the previous night. The money had been spent, the path laid, and it was time to uncover the truth about his father's death and reclaim the arcade. Jianghu, do you think this is feasible? Zhang Peng hesitated, for it was a stable job, He had to send money home every month, and his younger siblings needed financial support. It will work. Chun Jianghe nodded resolutely. All right, Jianghe, I'm with you. I'll call the boss and resign. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and stepped out to a nearby convenience store to make a call, returning with a few fried dough sticks for breakfast. Jianghe, what is the plan? Zhang Peng inquired, munching on the dough sticks. I intend to eliminate Chun Gang first. Chun Gang was Li Jindi's right-hand man. By taking him out, it would be akin to incapacitating one of Li Jindi's arms. Once Chun Gang was dealt with, the next targets would be Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. What do you think, Da Peng? Are you brave enough to do it? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chun Jianghe's eyes. He sought vengeance and aimed to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. During his time in prison, he had grasped a fundamental truth. In this world, the strong prey upon the weak. If you do not seize the meat from another's mouth, they will snatch it from yours. Jianghe, what is there to fear? Life is fleeting. If one doesn't die today, they may live 1,000 years. Why should they earn thousands daily, while I scrape by with mere 100 a month? I, too, aspire to rise above. Zhang Peng rose, filled with fervor. Very well, Da Peng. Let us carve out our own destiny. In this era, opportunities abound. It merely depends on whether one possesses the fortune to grasp them. After their meal, Chun Jianghe took Zhang Peng to a hardware store, commissioning 2 machetes and purchasing 2 sets of iron claws. In these times, acquiring such items was remarkably easy, provided one had the funds. The streets were rife with delinquents, and knives were a daily commodity. After procuring their tools, the two returned to the small villa, where Chun Jianghe donned the iron claws, testing them with satisfaction. His martial prowess was formidable. During his 3 years in prison, he had commanded respect within the confines. His reputation had been forged through sheer strength. However, facing an armed opponent with bare hands would surely spell disaster. Possessing iron claws changed the game entirely. Jianghe, what is our next move? Zhang Peng drew a machete, finding it comfortable in hand. Having observed the scene at the billiard hall for so long, he felt emboldened to act decisively. You should borrow a motorcycle and remove the license plate. Prepare to ride it home and wait for me. I'll keep watch at the arcade. Chun Gang will soon emerge. Li Jindi undoubtedly had connections. In this day and age, a significant portion of arcade expenses went toward protection fees, but these fees were not paid to mere thugs. Chun Jianghe estimated that Chun Gang would likely only spend a night in confinement, at most being released by afternoon. Then I shall head back. Zhang Peng nodded in agreement. As Chun Jianghe handed him 100 yuan, he purchased several pounds of meat, 2 bottles of liquor, and then sought a motorcycle to borrow. Chun Jianghe ventured out to scout the area. He was well acquainted with the northern street, though much had changed over the past 3 years, necessitating a closer inspection. By afternoon, he had mapped out a plan. In those times, surveillance cameras were not yet widespread, which explained the rampant violence on streets. Peng City only began to gradually implement surveillance after 2006, leading to a slow improvement in public safety. As anticipated, in the afternoon, after scouting the location, Chun Jianghe observed Chun Gang returning to the arcade in a taxi. He was alone, as the few rascals who had accompanied him the previous night would likely remain detained for a few more days. Before nightfall, Zhang Peng also rode back to the small Western-style building on a Jialing JH-70. Jianghe, the vehicle has arrived, and I've topped up the fuel. When shall we proceed? Zhang Peng had removed both the front and rear license plates from the motorcycle and had even procured 2 pairs of gloves and 2 helmets. Tonight, Chun Jianghe's gaze was icy as he wrapped the knife in newspaper. All right, I shall follow your lead. Whatever you say goes. Zhang Peng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 9. The tiger skin as dusk descended. Chun Jianghe stood vigil outside the Yonggui arcade, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Just as darkness began to shroud the evening, he spotted Chun Gang emerging from the arcade, flanked by 2 lackeys. Chun Gang had spent the night behind bars, but a call from Li Jindi the following morning had seen him released within half an hour. Yet, his plans had unraveled, leaving Chun Jianghe in a precarious situation, which greatly displeased Chun Gang. It was evident that Li Jindi was equally dissatisfied with Chun Gang's failure to manage a mere boy fresh from prison, a reflection of his fruitless years. What shall we eat, brother gang? One of the ruffians queried as they trailed behind Chen Gang. Let us have barbecued skewers. After we eat, you two will accompany me to deal with that Chen Jianghu brat. Shen Gong replied. His countenance darkened as he led his companions to a nearby barbecue joint. Upon their arrival, the trio placed their orders and began to indulge in their meal. Observing them feast, Chen Jianghu retreated, seeking out Zhang Peng in an alleyway. They're eating barbecue. Let's go. Chen Jianghu declared, donning his helmet and canvas gloves, followed closely by Zhang Peng. He then took to his motorcycle, driving towards the Datu barbecue restaurant. As night enveloped the streets, the vibrant atmosphere of North Street unfolded. Crowds meandered about, and the bustling roadside stalls were alive with patrons dining in casual abandon, many adorned with tattoos. It was a chaotic yet exuberant era, brimming with both despair and promise. Upon their arrival, Chen Jianghu spotted Chen Gang, who was casually sipping beer. He swiftly dismounted his motorcycle, retrieving a machete from within a newspaper, and strode purposefully towards Chen Gang. Shen Gong, he called out, approaching from behind. Startled, Chen Gang instinctively turned at the sound. You mother! Before he could finish, Chen Jianghu, devoid of emotion, struck down with the blade. Reacting instinctively, Chen Gang recoiled, raising his arm in defense. The gleaming machete sliced through the air, meeting the flesh of his arm with a sickening thud, and blood sprayed forth, warm and oddly sweet. The severed arm soared into the air, falling to the ground as Chen Gang let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing in agony. One of the ruffians seated across from him instinctively leapt to his feet, clutching a chair. Chen Jianghu, maintaining his stoic demeanor, aimed the knife at him. Droplets of blood cascading from the blade as the ruffian stepped back in terror, powerless to intervene. Without a word, Chen Jianghu turned and returned to his motorcycle. The surrounding crowd, unfazed, continued with their revelries. Let us go, Zhang Peng exclaimed, an inexplicable thrill igniting within him as he twisted the throttle. The jollying motorcycle roaring to life like a wild beast, leaving a trail of exhaust in their wake. Go tell Li Zong, hurry! 10 minutes later, Li Jindi arrived in a flurry, his expression darkening upon witnessing the fallen Chen Gang, who lay unconscious and in excruciating pain. Get him to the hospital. Li Jindi commanded his subordinates, directing them to transport Chen Gang without delay. He then rushed back to the arcade, summoning all his men. He was resolute. If someone dared to attack Chen Gang, they would surely have the audacity to come for him as well. He had no intention of being an unwitting target. With Chen Gang incapacitated and his arms severed, the consequences would be dire, even if it were reattached. Li Jindi's countenance darkened as he instructed his subordinates to remain downstairs while he retreated to his office. Who did this? Xiaowan exclaimed, hurrying over. I don't know. They were two individuals on a motorcycle, wearing helmets. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of his world, Li Jindi surely had numerous enemies, and in this moment, he struggled to discern the identity of the assailants. Two people? Could it be that Chen Jianghu? For reasons unknown, Xiaowan's mind leapt to Chen Jianghu. Does that brat possess such audacity? Li Jindi harbored doubts, yet it was curious that Chen Jianghu had sought money just before Chen Gang was attacked. There was no telling what connections lay beneath the surface. 3 years ago, he certainly did not, but now it's hard to say. I'll make a call to investigate. Li Jindi picked up the phone and dialed. Captain Liu, I have a situation. My subordinate Chen Gang has been attacked, and it may be the work of a lad named Chen Jianghu. Could you look into it? Chen Jianghu? The son of Chen Jiming, with whom I have some history. Li Jindi alaburata. All right, I'll check it out. Captain Liu, let's have a meal together in a couple of days. He then relayed Chen Jianghu's address to Liu. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng rode the motorcycle, bringing Chen Jianghu back to the small Western-style villa. Jianghu, we truly dealt with Chen Gang. He was somewhat of a figure on North Street. Did we really handle him so easily? Zhang Peng exclaimed, breathless with excitement. Chen Gang was merely a minor player. We have grander ambitions ahead. This is insignificant. Calm yourself. Chen Jianghu replied, composed. He had faced violence before. On his first day in prison, others sought to impose their rules upon him. He had fought tooth and nail for his safety. This incident paled in comparison. The prisons of the 1990s were the true hells. You are right. We have bigger matters to attend to. But what now? Will Li Jindi seek revenge? Should you accompany me to the countryside to hide? Zhang Peng's anxiety resurfaced. Li Jindi will undoubtedly retaliate, though he likely won't dare confront us directly. If this were 10 years ago, he would have already sent men to kill us. Now that he has wealth, he lacks that audacity. Chen Jiang has scoffed. A 20-year-old delinquent fears nothing and is willing to gamble with his life. A 30-year-old who has made a name for himself begins to value his life. A 40-year-old, wealthy and with a family, contemplates redemption. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves ashore, not because they are incapable, but because they desire to reach land. Furthermore, even if Li Jindi were to send men against them tonight, Chen Jianghe was prepared. Da Peng, return the motorcycle, hide the knife and gloves, and let us re-enter the city tomorrow afternoon. Chen Jianghe urged Zhang Peng to leave promptly. He cleaned the knife used in the attack and handed it to Zhang Peng for disposal. Jianghe, take care. I will come by again tomorrow. Zhang Peng mounted the motorcycle and swiftly exited the city. That night, Chen Jianghe locked the door and deliberately switched rooms, opting to stay on the rooftop. As midnight approached, he heard a commotion and immediately rose with caution, peering out of the window towards the courtyard below. There, 2 police cars were stationed, while several individuals stealthily infiltrated the premises, blocking both exits in preparation to apprehend Chen Jianghe. A silent, cold smirk crossed Chen Jianghe's face. These individuals were undoubtedly sent by Li Jindi. Fortunately, he had secured an ally in advance. Otherwise, should they breach his defenses, he would either face death or severe injury. No longer needing to remain covert, he boldly descended the stairs and switched on the lights. You are Chen Jianghe? Cuff him. Team leader Liu exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Chen Jianghe's unexpected willingness to present himself. Chapter 10. Release Officer. On what grounds do you detain me without cause? Chen Jianghe remained unperturbed, his expression serene. Chen Jianghe, you have committed an offense. Come with us willingly. Liu, the team leader, sneered, tilting his head slightly to signal 2 law enforcement officers, who promptly produced handcuffs and secured Chen Jianghe. This is unlawful conduct. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brows. The law? I'm a law. Take him away. Chen Jianghe was roughly shoved into the police vehicle and transported directly to the precinct. In these times, lacking money and connections meant that once ensnared by the jaws of the law, one would emerge battered, if at all. Upon arrival at the precinct, no one interrogated him. He was simply shackled to a pipe, forced into an uncomfortable position that compelled him to squat, and if he could not squat, to stand uncomfortably. The discomfort inflicted over a couple of hours was excruciating. Yet, Chen Jianghe remained unfazed, slightly bending his legs into a less conspicuous horse stance. During his time in prison, he had maintained such a stance for hours on end. This was hardly a challenge. Throughout the night, no one paid him any mind. It was not until the following morning, when an officer arrived for duty and glanced through the window, that he was taken aback. Team leader Liu, this fellow has some resilience. He has even fallen asleep, exclaimed the officer in astonishment. Wake him up and apply some pressure. Liu's expression darkened as he leaned in for a look. Yes. The officer was about to open the door when Tang Aigua happened to stroll by. What is going on? He casually inquired as he passed by. Last night, we apprehended a suspect in the North Street stabbing case and are preparing for questioning, replied Liu. You caught someone so quickly? Tang Aigua curiously peered into the interrogation room, his eyelids fluttering in surprise upon recognizing that the apprehended individual was Chen Jianghe. Did he commit the act? Is there any evidence? He recalled that Chen Jianghe had a conflict with Li Jindi from the Yonggui arcade, and since Chen Gang was Li Jindi's right-hand man, the likelihood of his involvement was substantial. Old Liu, the higher-ups are emphasizing the rule of law. Our precinct must adhere to these policies. We must always remember the importance of upholding the law. Without evidence, we cannot coerce a confession, Tang Aigua admonished, patting Liu on the shoulder before turning to leave. What does team leader Tang mean? One of the officers asked, puzzled. Nothing of significance. You go in and inquire. Liu pulled out a cigarette, taking a deep drag before stepping outside. Team leader, are we still applying pressure? The officer hurriedly followed a few steps behind. Forget about applying pressure. Did you not hear team leader Tang emphasize the importance of abiding by the law? Lu shot a fierce glare at the officer before stepping outside to locate a public telephone booth, where he called Li Jindi. "It's me. That fellow has some connection to Tang Aigua. We lack evidence on our end, and he is about to be released. If you wish to deal with him, you'll need to devise your own strategy." After delivering his message, Lu abruptly hung up the phone. What happened? Upon observing Li Jindi's grim countenance as he set down his mobile device, Xiao Wan hurried over. "That rascal has established a connection with Tang Aigua," Li Jindi declared ominously. "He must have approached in Jianghu to gain access to Tang Aigua." Xiao Wan's expression shifted dramatically. If Chun Jianghe lacked any background or support, they could easily eliminate him. However, once he secured a powerful ally, many of their tactics would become ineffective. And Jianghu had only joined the Ximin Road police station 2 years prior. And since Li Jindi had his own channels, he had not sought him out. Now that Chun Jianghe had reached out to him, matters had become considerably more complicated. "I had underestimated that lad." Li Jindi's eyes glinted with cold determination. "Xiao Wan, arrange for 2 individuals to monitor the police station's entrance and follow Chun Jianghe after his release. I believe this boy will inevitably become a threat. We must act swiftly to neutralize him." "Jindi, you are overthinking this. He is merely a brash youth in his early 20s. How formidable can he truly be? It should not be difficult for us to deal with him." Xiao Wan scoffed. "Even Chun Jiming is no match for us, let alone Chun Jianghe. In this line of work, one must not overestimate their own prowess, or they may find themselves in dire straits, as Chun Jiming did." Li Jindi's expression remained dark. "I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." Xiao Wan nodded and descended to organize the details. She mused that Li Jindi had grown more cautious after accumulating wealth over the years. Had he been as destitute as before, Chun Jianghe would hardly have warranted his concern. "At the police station, have we extracted any information?" Team leader Lu inquired, appearing only after the interrogation had concluded. "No. He claims he was at home sleeping last night and knows nothing. We also investigated. He possesses no motorcycle and no weapons were found at his residence. I sense he is not being truthful," a law enforcement officer reported. "Then let him go." Team leader Lu snapped impatiently. The meager sum provided by Li Jindi was insufficient for him to jeopardize his standing with Tang Aigua or to frame Chun Jianghe. He merely needed to fulfill his obligations. "Captain, are we really just letting him go?" the officer questioned, bewildered. "He entered our precinct, yet we did not employ any methods against him and are releasing him after only a short detention. Does he have some form of backing? If I tell you to release him, then do so. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Lu retorted, turning on his heel and departing. Release him, release him." Several officers, sensing the underlying implication, dared not inquire further and proceeded to liberate Chun Jianghe. As Chun Jianghe exited the police station, he recognized the influence of Tang Aigua. Otherwise, his release would not have been so effortless. Upon stepping outside, he spotted 2 delinquents across the street, smoking and surreptitiously observing him. "He is out." Chun Jianghe noted the pair, who, in turn, were keenly watching his movements, extinguishing their cigarettes and stealing glances in his direction. Chun Jianghe let out a cold laugh, feigning ignorance of the 2 ruffians as he strolled along the street. Suddenly, he dashed into the roadway, using the obstruction of passing cars to shake off his pursuers. Without pause, he returned to the quaint villa, retrieved his brass knuckles, and promptly made a call to the village where Zhang Peng resided, providing the location and requesting the proprietor of the village's small shop to notify Zhang Peng to meet him in the city. In Pengcheng, the most fashionable communication device was the pager, though its exorbitant price often equated to the wages of a laborer for a month or 2. The affluent and influential in Pengcheng utilized the mobile phone, known colloquially as the Big Brother phone, which could cost several thousand to tens of thousands, far beyond the means of the average person. Others opted for the Motorola mobile phone, similarly costly. Relying solely on a landline was far too cumbersome. It was not until noon that Zhang Peng finally located Chun Jianghe. Chun Gang had fallen. Next in line were Xiao Wan and Li Jindi. Chapter 11. Burning Bridges. Jianghe. Did Li Jindi's men contact you last night? Zhang Peng nodded. Li Jindi's right-hand man has been incapacitated. It is imperative to take decisive action against him without hesitation. Although he did not reach out to you, He did make inquiries with the police station. Chun Jianghe succinctly recounted the events of last night and this morning. Jianghe, your strategic thinking is commendable. You established connections beforehand. Otherwise, gaining access to the police station is no simple feat. Zhang Peng expressed genuine admiration. Chun Jianghe remained composed in the face of adversity, demonstrating quick wit and generosity. Had it been Zhang Peng seeking 2,000 from Li Jindi, he would have squandered the money recklessly, oblivious to the necessity of cultivating relationships. To navigate this world without intellect is to remain a mere petty thug for life. Chun Jianghe shook his head. Having already stirred the pot with Chen Gang, Li Jindi would undoubtedly become vigilant. He might retreat to the gaming hall and not emerge. What shall we do then? The gaming hall is swarming with their people. Should we storm in, we would likely be outmatched. Zhang Peng remarked. Li Jindi's establishment undoubtedly harbors a multitude of ruffians, each armed. Even if Mike Tyson himself were to confront them, he would likely meet his demise at their hands. We need not enter. We shall wait for them to emerge. How much money do you have left? Chun Jianghe inquired, shaking his head. I still have 127 from your last contribution. Why do you ask? Zhang Peng revealed his cash. I have over 100 as well. Without any means of transportation, we must acquire a motorcycle. Please find out if 200 can procure a used one, sufficient for riding. Chun Jianghe took out his own funds. Relying on borrowed motorcycles for our tasks is fraught with risk. The more we do so, the more likely we are to attract attention. It is wiser to obtain our own. In these times, motorcycles are often stolen. We should be able to acquire one at a low price. 200 may not suffice. We will likely need 300 to 500. Pengcheng has several gangs specializing in motorcycle theft. Stolen bikes are sold to dealers and transported elsewhere. The lowest price will probably be around 300 to 500. Zhang Peng hesitated momentarily. I have yet to collect my wages from the billiards hall last month. I will retrieve my pay and purchase a motorcycle. All right, De Peng, consider this loan for me. Chun Jianghe nodded emphatically. Brotherhood is far more profound than romantic entanglements. The thought of Ling Shui pierced his heart with pain, yet he forced himself to cast her aside. Anything that cannot be vanquished will only grow stronger. Jianghe, we are brothers. There is no need to discuss loans. I will procure the motorcycle. Where shall I find you once it is secured? Zhang Peng shook his head. Once there, I will book a room. We shall stay here for the next couple of days. You acquire the motorcycle, and we will rendezvous here tonight. I will keep watch over the gaming hall. Xinjiang, he pointed to a modest inn on the street, where a night's stay costs 30 yuan. Lacking private bathrooms and hot water, conditions quite Spartan. Having reached a consensus, Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. Chun Jianghe first secured a room, preparing for a prolonged confrontation. Returning to the villa was not an option, as Li Jindi would undoubtedly send men to surveil him. Once they return, they will undoubtedly be trapped in the small Western-style building. It is easy to suffer losses when the enemy operates in the shadows while we are in the light. Now, we must turn the tables, seeking opportunities with the enemy in the light and ourselves hidden. After securing a room, Chun Jianghe began his surveillance outside the Yongguo gaming hall. At this very moment, Li Jindi and Xiao Wen were not inside the gaming hall. They had gone to the hospital to visit Chun Gang. Doctor, will Chun Gang's hand ever recover? Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Jindi sought out the physician responsible for Chun Gang's surgery. The doctor's response indicated that the patient's hand was unlikely to heal. Even regaining half of its functionality would be a remarkable outcome, contingent upon excellent post-operative care. The implication was clear. Hospitalization and funds were still necessary. In this world, there are few things that money cannot accomplish. The primary reason for failure in most endeavors is simply a lack of sufficient funds. All right, I understand. Li Jindi interrupted impatiently, turning away towards the ward. He had already disbursed over 10,000 yuan for Chun Gang's medical expenses, now that it was confirmed that Chun Gang's hand was irreparably damaged. There was no need to continue spending. A hand that could no longer fight held no value. How are you feeling, Gongzi? Upon entering the ward, Li Jindi donned a mask of concern. Li Good, don't worry. My hand is fine. Once I'm discharged, I'll continue to work with you. Chun Gang struggled to sit up, fully aware of the undercurrents of their world, and more importantly, of Li Jindi. He knew that useless individuals were cast aside without hesitation. Gongzi, after all these years, rest assured that as long as I, Li Jindi, have a meal, you shall also have your share. Focus on your recovery. You need not worry about the shop. Here, take this money and recover in peace. Li Jindi produced an envelope and placed it beneath Chun Gang's pillow. After exchanging a few platitudes, he turned and departed with Xiao Wan. As soon as they left, Chun Gang opened the envelope to find only 5,000 yuan inside. This paltry sum was undoubtedly meant to serve as his severance. Li Jindi, you bastard! After all these years of loyalty, you think 5,000 is enough to brush me off? Chun Gang's eyes reddened with fury as he gazed at the envelope's contents. Gongzi, Li Jindi is indeed too much. You sacrificed your hand for him. 5,000 is an insult. Even 50,000 would be insufficient. Chun Gang's partner echoed her discontent. With Chun Gang incapacitated, that meager 5,000 would scarcely sustain them. Li Jindi, if you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chun Gang's face twisted with rage, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, as Li Jindi descended the stairs, his underlings opened the car door for him. He settled into a Santana, flanked by a Changhe minivan carrying 8 ruffians, each armed and ready. The 2 vehicles proceeded towards the Jianghu gaming hall. Has that brat Chun Jianghu returned home? Li Jindi's expression darkened as he sat in the Santana. No. Our men stationed outside his house report that after losing track of him this morning, they have yet to see him return. Xiao Wan shook her head, sensing that Chun Jianghu might prove to be a formidable opponent. Ensure that our men continue their watch. Once he is spotted, notify me immediately. I will remain at the shop for the next few days. I have a feeling that Brat intends to make a move against me. Li Jindi spuka fierseli. Let's turn him over first. We must take the initiative. I am aware that the lad is feeble, as long as we do not fall victim to his tricks. He cannot stir up much trouble. Xiaowan nodded and followed Li Jindi back to the arcade. They were oblivious to the piercing gaze fixated on them from a shadowy corner across the street. 8 ruffians, along with the driver, made a total of 9 individuals. And there were at least 2 more keeping watch in the shop, 11 in total. Chun Jianghu silently counted in his mind. 11 people. Confronting them head-on would be quite challenging. Chapter 12. Collaboration for 3 consecutive days. Li Jindi and Xiao Wan remained indoors, with only the occasional errant youth venturing out to procure food and drink to bring back to the arcade. On the 3rd evening, Zhang Peng returned riding a somewhat worn but serviceable Jialing motorcycle. Jianghe, I've secured it for 450. I haggled a bit, and it's ready to ride without any repairs, Zhang Peng declared, a smile gracing his face as he parked the motorcycle beneath the small inn. Duping, what happened to your face? Chun Jiang, he inquired, his gaze fixed not on the motorcycle, but on Zhang Peng's bruised visage. I took a little spill while riding, but it's nothing serious, Zhang Peng replied, scratching his head and wearing a sheepish grin. Let us discuss this once we've taken care of Li Jindi. Chun Jiang, his expression hardened. He sensed deception in Zhang Peng's words. What is there to discuss? I'm fine. Let us focus on Li Jindi first. Zhang Peng averted Chun Jiang, his gaze, unwilling to elaborate further. Chun Jiang, he chose not to press the issue, and the following day, he returned to the Jianghu arcade to keep watch, convinced that Li Jindi and Xiao Wan could not remain hidden there indefinitely. The moment they emerged, an opportunity for action would present itself. That evening, they kept their vigil until the early hours of the morning, preparing to leave when suddenly a woman stepped in their path. Who are you? Zhang Peng demanded, his posture tense as he grasped the knife concealed at his waist. Chun Jiang, he swiftly scanned their surroundings, ready for confrontation. Don't be alarmed. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm Chun Gang's woman. He said he could help you. The woman replied, taking a cautious step back. Chun Gang wants to help us. Chun Jiang, he scoffed, skepticism etched across his face. He had witnessed Chun Gang's handiwork. How could he possibly offer assistance? You were the ones who injured Gang that night, weren't you? He recognized your voice. But he didn't inform the police or Li Jindi, the woman acknowledged. She continued, I'll be honest with you. Gang has had a falling out with Li Jindi over money. Li Jindi offered him 5,000 to dismiss him. But Gang can assist you. However, after dealing with Li Jindi, you must pay him 100,000. The woman elaborated on the discord between Chun Gang and Li Jindi, her words flowing rapidly. Chun Jianghu and Zhang Peng exchanged glances, surprised by Li Jindi's stinginess. Chun Gang had sacrificed a hand for him, and yet he offered only 5,000. How could he expect unwavering loyalty in return? In this world, everyone sought monetary gain. Did the arcade's underlings truly follow Li Jindi out of loyalty? Li Jindi is not destined for greatness. A thought flickered through Chun Jianghu's mind. Where's Chun Gang now? He queried, only half convinced by the woman's account. At the rented apartment, Li Jindi gave him 5,000 but refused to cover his medical expenses. We had no money, so the hospital discharged him. She explained. Where is this apartment? Chun Jianghu pressed for his location before instructing Zhang Peng to remain on watch with the motorcycle while he set off to find Chun Gang. If he departs, Li Jindi will lead his followers out, signaling that it is a trap. Zhang Peng immediately mounted his motorcycle to inform Chun Jianghu. Regrettably, neither of them possessed a pager. Otherwise, the situation would not be so troublesome. Jianghu, be cautious. One cannot trust everything that woman says. Zhang Peng whispered with unease. I am well aware. Chun Jianghu replied, feeling the tiger claw in his pocket. Even if it were a trap, with a few individuals lying in wait at Chun Gang's side, he was confident he could handle it. Zhang Peng nodded, watching as Chun Jianghu followed the woman away. After their departure, Zhang Peng waited for a while, and upon seeing no activity in the Jianghu arcade, he finally exhaled in relief. Chun Jianghu followed the woman for a while and arrived at a rented room not far from the Jianghu arcade. The place was disordered, with a large demolished sign at the entrance of the alley, indicating that it would soon be razed. Gongzi, they've arrived. The woman called out as she pushed open the door. Chun Jianghu peered inside, confirming there was no ambush before stepping in. Inside, a potent medicinal scent permeated the air. Chun Gang lay pale on the hospital bed, his arm bandaged, with an infusion bottle hanging beside him containing anti-inflammatory medication prescribed by a clinic doctor. Chun Jianghu. Chun Gang gazed at him, his expression complex. If it weren't for Chun Jianghu, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Yet, this was the nature of the underworld. A powerful leader today might be slain in the streets tomorrow, especially for someone like him. In this realm, there were no absolutes. Wealth and followers determined righteousness. Chun Jianghu remained expressionless, devoid of any pity. He understood that had Chun Gang been given the chance, he would have shown no mercy in incapacitating him. Such was the way of the world. Victors and vanquished. You sought me? Chun Gang wasted no time. To deal with Li Jindi, give me 100,000, and I'll assist you. He gestured to the woman to close the door, getting straight to the point. I have no money. However, if I can reclaim the arcade, I could provide you with 100,000, provided you can truly help me against Li Jindi. Chun Jianghu replied directly. You have no money? Did Li Jindi not give you 20,000 previously? Chun Gang responded with dissatisfaction. Without that 20,000, I would still be at the police station, getting dealt with by Li Jindi. Chun Jianghu scoffed. You used that money to forge connections? Chun Gang was taken aback, staring at Chun Jianghu in shock. That was a substantial sum, especially in these times when few in his hometown could claim to be wealthy. He hadn't anticipated Chun Jianghu would part with it so readily. You possess true courage. I would not feel wrong to fall under your hand. Chun Gang shifted slightly, only to be seized by a wave of excruciating pain in his arm, causing him to collapse once more. Now that you lack funds, you must guarantee that I assist you against Li Jindi, and upon completion, you will provide me with 100,000 so I can leave Pengcheng. If you desire 100,000, then you must demonstrate its worth. That amount can buy several lives. Chun Jianghu replied coldly. The lives of Li Jindi and Xiao Wan are worth 100,000. Chun Gang let out a cold laugh, beckoning, come closer, and I shall reveal what I can do for you. He then inquired, tell me, was my father harmed by Li Jindi and Xiao Wan? Chun Jianghu did not approach, but suddenly posed a question. Indeed, Chun Jiming was conspired against and met his demise at the hands of Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. Chun Gang nodded, speaking with a sense of calm. This matter was executed with great secrecy by Li Jindi. My knowledge is limited, Yet it is certain that they were responsible. It is said that Xiao Wan and Li Jindi had been entangled with one another for several years. Prior to your father's passing, gritting his fists tightly, Chun Jianghe felt a flash of crimson in his eyes. Evidently, they were the culprits. What is it that you claim you can do? Chapter 13. Capturing Xiao Wan. Jianghe, how are things? Zhang Peng inquired eagerly upon returning to the modest in that evening. Li Jindi was exceedingly frugal, deeming Chen Gang to be of little use. But Chen Gang was poised to present him with a grand surprise. Jianghe sensed that the opportunity to resolve matters with Li Jindi would arise within these few days. Let us prepare. We shall soon take action. Jianghe retrieved a finger claw, threading a fine hemp rope through the ring, meticulously wrapping it. This not only prevented slippage, ensuring the claw would not slide when tainted with blood, but also slightly mitigated the recoil, protecting his own hand from injury. Zhang Peng sharpened his large machete and fashioned a metal ruler, intending to secure it with wide adhesive tape around his left forearm to withstand the blows during the confrontation. Days passed, and Jianghe accompanied Zhang Peng as they surveilled diligently. That night, they finally spotted Xiao Wan departing with two ruffians. As she exited, she entered a Santana and drove away. Let us go, Jianghe urged as he mounted his motorcycle, beckoning Zhang Peng to follow the Santana. Soon, they arrived at an intersection. Suddenly, a woman with voluminous, curly hair riding a Phoenix bicycle fell dramatically in front of the Santana. Help! Someone's been hit. She screamed as she lay on the ground. Damn it, this shameless woman is trying to pull a fast one. One of the ruffians shouted as he exited the vehicle, ready to confront her. In that moment, a motorcycle surged forward, violently colliding with the ruffian, sending him and the Santana's door flying. Sister Xiao, run! Zhang Peng shouted. From the passenger seat, another ruffian brandished a knife and charged at Jianghe. Without hesitation, Jianghe leapt off his motorcycle, sliding over the front of the Santana, delivering a powerful kick to the ruffian's torso. Upon landing, he followed with another kick to the ruffian's temple, rendering him unconscious. Xiao Wan opened her car door, but was swiftly blocked by Jianghe. Xiao Wan, we meet again, he said coldly, yanking the car door open. Jianghe, please remain calm. Things are not as you perceive. Xiao Wan attempted to maintain her composure, eager to explain. Jianghe, they're coming. Zhang Peng shouted from his motorcycle. Jianghe wasted no time. He grasped Xiao Wan's hair and dragged her from the Santana, delivering a swift blow to her neck that knocked her unconscious. Let us go, he commanded as he lifted Xiao Wan and leapt onto his motorcycle. Zhang Peng revved the engine, and they sped off into the distance. He took the bait. Pursue them, shouted Li Jindi from the white Changhe van that was rapidly closing in. Xiao Wan had ventured out that night solely to lure Jianghe. But Li Jindi had not anticipated Jianghe's formidable skills, which allowed him to swiftly dispatch the two ruffians protecting her. Hurry, don't let him escape, Li Jindi urged, gripping his knife tightly as he fixed his gaze on the fleeing motorcycle. The two vehicles, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly vanished into the shadows of the street. The woman who had just fallen to the ground nimbly sprang to her feet and swiftly mounted her bicycle, making her escape. To everyone's astonishment, she was Chun Gang's woman. Li Jindi possessed a cunning plan, while Chun Jianghe had his own means of traversal. This evening, the roles of hunter and prey were yet to be determined. They were in pursuit. Zhang Peng glanced into the rearview mirror and noted that the van was closing in with increasing intensity. Proceed as planned, Chun Jianghe remarked with a cold smile. Zhang Peng deftly maneuvered his motorcycle, veering into a narrow alley that was scarcely wider than the van itself. Li Ge, they've entered. Follow them in. Do not let them escape. The van hesitated at the alley's entrance before accelerating into the narrow passage. The Jialing motorcycle, accompanied by the van, twisted and turned within the alley, soon leaving the van trailing behind. Where are they? After a while of searching, the van had failed to locate Chun Jianghe and his companions. Li Jindi's expression darkened significantly. He feared that Chun Jianghe had successfully fled. At that moment, a scruffy individual suddenly spoke up. Li Ge, I recall there is a site nearby slated for demolition. Perhaps they are hiding within. Are you certain? Feeling an ominous premonition since entering the alley. Not entirely, but we might find Xiao Jie. The scruffy man swallowed nervously. Let's go take a look. Reflecting on Xiao Wan, Li Jindi steeled himself to search for her. Xiao Wan was now his woman, and a considerable amount of his wealth rested in her hands. Without her cooperation, eliminating Chen Jiming would be impossible, and without that, the current prosperity of the Yonggui Game Hall would not exist. Meanwhile, deep within an abandoned courtyard devoid of human presence, Chen Jianghe lifted a bucket of water and poured it over Xiao Wan. "Do not move." Awakened by the icy water, Xiao Wan instinctively attempted to struggle, only to have Zhang Peng's knife pressed firmly against her throat. The chilling blade sent shivers through her body, leaving her pale and trembling. "Jianghe, do not act impulsively. Murder is against the law." Xiao Wan feigned innocence, her voice trembling with urgency. "Tell me, was it you and Li Jindi who caused my father's death?" Chen Jianghe looked down at her with a frigid gaze, his inquiry piercing. "No, truly not. We had no part in this. Your father was killed by an enemy." But before she could complete her lie, Chen Jianghe brandished a dagger and plunged it directly through her palm, pinning her hand to the ground. Xiao Wan let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. "Silence." Zhang Peng pressed the heavy blade against her neck, its sharp edge slicing into her skin, enveloping her in a palpable aura of death. She bit her lip tightly, stifling her cries amidst the excruciating pain. "You would do well to speak the truth. Otherwise, you may find out what further deception entails." Chen Jianghe emotionlessly withdrew the dagger, causing Xiao Wan to shudder in pain. Yet she bore the torment in silence. She was genuinely terrified. She never anticipated that after 3 years in prison, Chen Jianghe would emerge so merciless. "I do not deceive you. I assure you, your father was a victim of Li Jindi's machinations. It was he who orchestrated the fatal encounter that led to your father's demise." Xiao Wan, trembling with fear, confessed, "On that fateful day, Li Jindi arranged for individuals to assist him. He instructed me to intoxicate your father, and once he was sufficiently inebriated, I concocted an excuse to lure him outside. The moment he stepped out, he met with his tragic end. Jianghe, I was coerced by Li Jindi. He captured photographs of me and threatened that should I refuse to comply with his demands, he would reveal our intimate moments to your father. If your father were to see those images, he would undoubtedly not spare me. I had no choice but to acquiesce. Jianghe, have mercy on me. I was momentarily lost in a haze of folly. I am prepared to return all the earnings I have amassed over the years. I vow to leave Pengcheng and never return. Please, grant me this one act of clemency." Chapter 14, Betrayal. It turns out that many years ago, Xiao Wan secretly became involved with Li Jindi. However, at that time, Li Jindi was not as prosperous as Chen Jiming. So Xiao Wan dared only to engage in a clandestine affair. Later, Li Jindi took photos of Xiao Wan and threatened her to assist in eliminating Chen Jiming. 3 years prior, after intoxication, she sent Chen Jiming out to buy something, while Li Jindi had already arranged for people to lie in wait outside the Flame Gaming Hall. The moment Chen Jiming stepped out, he was brutally killed. Chen Jiming was indeed a victim of the collusion between Xiao Wan and Li Jindi. "Xiao Wan, my father treated you quite well back then, did he not? Whatever you desired, he would procure for you. Surely, a significant portion of the earnings from the gaming hall was spent on you?" Chen Jianghe said coldly, wiping his dagger with an expressionless face. Xiao Wan, upon seeing the blade in Chen Jianghe's hand, turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. "Jianghe, I wronged your father. I acknowledge my mistakes. I beg you, spare me this once. I will give you all the money Li Jindi has made over the years. Let me go, and I shall return home immediately, never to set foot in Pengcheng again." Xiao Wan pleaded desperately. "Life must be paid for with a life, and debts must be repaid. This is an unalterable truth throughout history. If I let you go, who will repay my father's life?" Chen Jianghe suddenly struck, plunging the dagger into Xiao Wan's neck. Xiao Wan's face contorted in terror, her mouth agape as she struggled to breathe, but the air could no longer enter her lungs, which were swiftly filled with the blood gushing forth. She collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. "Jianghe." Zhang Peng instinctively opened his mouth, then fell into a stunned silence. He had not anticipated Chen Jianghe to eliminate Xiao Wan so decisively, but then again, for the murder of a father, Could one merely beat Xiao Wan and Li Jindi and let them go? At that moment, the lights of a vehicle shone into the courtyard as a Changhe van came to a halt outside. Li Jindi threw open the door, brandishing a machete, followed by his unruly gang. Xiao Wan, upon seeing her lying in a pool of blood, his expression shifted dramatically, a mix of shock and fury. Chun Jianghe, do you dare to kill? Li Jindi, do you think I am merely playing a game with you? Chun Jianghe coldly turned, his gaze fierce as he locked eyes with Li Jindi. Today, not only will Xiao Wan die, but you shall meet the same fate. You little bastard, I underestimated you. But with just the two of you, do you think you can contend with me? Li Jindi sneered with rage, declaring, today, I will take your life. With that, he waved his hand, and 9 ruffians advanced, swiftly closing the dilapidated iron gate of the courtyard to prevent Qin Jianghe and Zhang Peng from escaping. Jianghe, let's fight them. Zhang Peng felt his heart race, palms sweating as he gripped his machete tightly, his gaze bloodshot as he stared down Li Jindi. With a 2-against-10 scenario, and both sides armed, their odds were slim. However, if they could eliminate Li Jindi first, perhaps it would intimidate the others. In this underworld, the fierce instill fear in others, while those who show no regard for their lives are often left unchallenged, and the opposite holds true as well. To ascend in this ruthless world, one must be fiercer, more relentless, and utterly fearless than others. Li Jindi, Chun Jianghe suddenly roared. What? Are you begging for mercy now? It is too late. Li Jindi was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. You are overthinking it. I merely wish to inform you that tonight, your demise is inevitable. Chun Jianghe donned his tiger claw, fixating his gaze on Li Jindi. His words were merely a ploy to draw Li Jindi's attention. And in that moment, Li Jindi failed to notice that 2 thugs had stealthily approached from behind. Kid, even at death's door, you remain obstinate. Brothers, attack. I will reward each of you 3,000 for his head. Li Jindi raised his blade, pointing fiercely at Chun Jianghe. Take him down. Several thugs brandished their knives and charged towards Chun Jianghe. Thud, thud. But suddenly, Li Jindi sensed something amiss and lunged forward, only to feel a searing pain in his back as warm blood gushed forth. He had been struck twice. In agony, Li Jindi let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chong, have you all gone mad? Lying on the ground, he glared in shock and fury at the thug who had attacked him. He could hardly believe he had been betrayed by his own men. The other thugs were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, what are you doing? They were all under Li Jindi's command. Why would these 2 turn on him? Brotherly, do not blame us. You offer us only 3,000, but Brother Gang promised us 20,000 each for your head. Zhang Chong nonchalantly replied, his knife dripping with blood. They were in this for the money and the face it brought. Without money, there was no face. They were not out for camaraderie. If the leader does not pay, then he becomes the target. Moreover, it was Li Jindi's lack of loyalty that had set this in motion. Chun Gang had been injured on his behalf, losing a hand, and Li Jindi had offered a mere 5,000 as compensation, attempting to brush him aside. Should they ever need to risk their lives for Li Jindi in the future, would he truly pay them such paltry sums? If Li Jindi was ungrateful, he could not blame them for betraying him. Was it Chun Gang who incited this? You bastards! I will not spare you. Li Jindi, in a fit of rage, could hardly fathom being double-crossed by Chun Gang at such a critical juncture. Why had Chun Gang allied himself with that little scoundrel, Chun Jianghe? Li Jindi, you brought this upon yourself. Your brothers faced peril, and you were unwilling to offer even a proper settlement. You are destined for ruin. At that moment, from behind the desolate self-built house, Chun Gang emerged, supported by his woman, his face twisted with hatred as he fixated on Li Jindi. Brother Gang? The remaining thugs gasped in astonishment, realizing that Li Chong and Zhou Bing were indeed under Chun Gang's orders. Chun Gang, you dare to betray me. Li Jindi ground his teeth in fury, gloating intensely at Shengong. I sacrificed a hand for you, and you could only offer a paltry 5,000 as compensation, merely a pittance. Today I will end you. Shengong spat venomuslu. Chun Gang, the 5,000 yuan is your nourishment fee. I have long prepared the 100,000 yuan for your settlement. You can have it whenever you desire. Today, eliminate Chun Jianghu for me, and we will immediately retrieve the money. Li Jindi, after regaining his composure, assessed the situation. With Chun Jianghu, Zhang Peng, and those two traitors, 4 against 8 was rather precarious. He needed to stabilize Chun Gang first, eliminate Chun Jianghu, and then he could easily deal with Chun Gang later. Li Jindi, save your nonsense for the king of hell. Chun Gang retorted with a cold sneer. Damn it. Chun Gang, do you think I fear you? Everyone attack. Eliminate them all, and I will reward each of you 50,000. Li Jindi growled fiercely, his teeth clenched. The few ruffians by his side brightened with excitement, their breaths growing heavy with anticipation. Chapter 15. The struggle killed them, with the promise of a substantial reward. The 7 thugs surrounding Li Jindi felt a surge of courage. 4 of them charged toward Chun Jianghu and Zhang Peng, while the remaining 3 advanced on Li Chong and Zhou Bing. 50,000 yuan was a considerable sum in this era, enough to purchase a modest home in Pengsheng or to construct a building back in their hometown. Why wouldn't they fight for it? Damn it! Zhang Peng's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged at one of the thugs wielding a knife. At that moment, Chun Jianghu's gaze turned icy, and he surged forward with astonishing speed. The foremost thug had barely raised his weapon when Chun Jianghu was upon him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The sharp point of his brass knuckles sliced through the thug's skin, blood gushing forth as the thug screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, teeth and blood spilling from his mouth. Having incapacitated one thug, Chun Jianghu did not pause. He charged toward the next. Damn him! Kill him! The 3 remaining thugs were taken aback by Chun Jianghu's ferocity, their expressions shifting as they raised their knives against him. Chun Jianghu evaded one blade, kicking another thug to the ground, and continued his relentless advance toward the next. Suddenly, one of the thugs took advantage of the moment and struck Chun Jianghu's back with a knife. A flash of blood appeared, but fortunately, Chun Jianghu had donned a leather jacket beneath his clothing. Though the blade had cut through, the injury was not severe. Enduring the pain, Chun Jianghu pressed forward undeterred. The thug before him, driven mad with desperation, raised his knife to strike, believing that if they could fell Chun Jianghu, victory would be theirs. Clang! The knife came crashing down, but a hand suddenly intervened, blocking the blow. The blade sliced through fabric, producing a metallic clang that nearly severed the hidden iron ruler beneath the clothing. Damn it! Zhang Peng roared, eyes aflame, as he swung his knife down upon the thug's head. The thug let out a pained scream as a gaping wound opened on his scalp, blood gushing forth like a burst faucet. The injury was deep enough to expose bone, leaving a gash in the skull. Blood poured from the wound, blinding the thug as he clutched his weapon, still attempting to resist. Chun Jianghu seized the moment, stepping forward to deliver a punch to the thug's temple. The thug fell silent, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Go kill them. Li Jindi, caught between astonishment and fury, found himself momentarily recalling Chun Jiming, a renowned fighter from North Street. To his surprise, Chun Jianghu had emerged from 3 years in prison even more formidable than before. No, in fact, Chun Jianghu surpassed Chun Jiming in prowess. Standing nearby, Chun Gang unsheathed a knife, his unwavering gaze fixed on Li Jindi. He understood that if Li Jindi were eliminated, the remaining thugs would lose their will to fight. With Li Jindi's demise, the promise of payment would vanish, and there would be no reason for them to risk their lives. However, Chun Gang was hindered, lacking the use of one hand. Charging recklessly would lead to his own demise. He bided his time, waiting for an opportunity when no one was watching him. Big Peng! Chun Jianghu suddenly let out a furious roar, and Zhang Peng, understanding the unspoken command, immediately positioned himself behind Chun Jianghu, preventing the scoundrel from launching a sneak attack. With his bloodied knuckles clenched tightly, Chun Jianghu charged towards Li Jindi. Once a fierce fighter on the streets, Li Jindi, now in his 40s, had amassed wealth, a career, and companionship, leaving behind the savage thrill of street brawls. Yet, upon meeting Chun Jianghu's bloodshot gaze, his courage began to falter. Damn it, stop him! Someone come help me! Li Jindi shouted in panic. The scoundrel, who had just been knocked down by Chun Jianghu, scrambled to his feet and lunged protectively in front of Li Jindi, swinging a knife at Chun Jianghu. The scoundrel's attack, though ferocious, lacked finesse. He raised the blade with exaggerated motions to gather momentum, risking a lack of power. In a split second, as Chun Jianghu surged forward, closing the distance, the scoundrel swung down hastily. Before the blade could reach him, Chun Jianghu's fist struck the scoundrel's jaw with devastating force. The sickening crack of shattering bone echoed through the air as the scoundrel let out a tortured scream, his jaw obliterated by Chun Jianghu's blow. Li Jindi, paralyzed by fear, was about to call for reinforcements when Chun Jianghu was upon him. "You bastard, die!" Li Jindi roared, thrusting his knife towards Chun Jianghu. With a resounding smack, Chun Jianghu's fist collided with the blade, sending it flying. Before Li Jindi could comprehend the turn of events, another punch landed squarely on his eye socket, shattering one of his eyeballs and forcing a cry of agony from his lips as he collapsed to the ground, subsequently finding his neck under Chun Jianghu's boot. Chun Jianghu pressed his foot down with lethal intent, poised to snap Li Jindi's neck with a mere exertion of force. "Stop! Everyone halt!" he commanded coldly, casting a steely gaze over the scene. "Stop it! Stop it! For God's sake, listen!" Li Jindi, feeling the crushing pressure on his throat, had lost all will to resist and shouted desperately. With Xiao Wan already dead, he recognized his defeat. His sole priority was preserving his own life. For survival was essential to exacting vengeance and staging a comeback. "Did you hear that? Throw down your knives. Li Jindi is finished. What are you still fighting for?" Seizing the moment, Chun Gang approached, brandishing his weapon at Li Jindi. The four remaining scoundrels exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before discarding their knives. In a fair fight, they might not prevail. Losing would mean ruin, and any reckless move could cost Li Jindi his life. If Li Jindi were to perish, what would be the point of their struggle, especially when no reward awaited them? Witnessing his remaining men relinquish their weapons, Li Jindi crumpled to the ground, defeated. He had once believed himself the hunter, only to realize he was but the prey. "Li Jindi, you are finished. You brought this upon yourself." Chun Gang vented his frustration with a vicious kick to Li Jindi's face. His hand was initially capable of healing. Even if it could no longer bear heavy labor, it would still be functional. However, after being expelled from the hospital and losing precious days, Chun Gang could distinctly sense that his hand was on the verge of failure. This hand was lost due to Li Jindi's actions, and now Li Jindi's unfortunate fate was nothing but a consequence of his own making. "Yes, I deserve this. Chun Jianghu, you have triumphed. The Jianghu arcade is yours from now on." Gritting his teeth, Li Jindi declared, "In the past few years, I have saved around 300,000. I will give you the money and the car. Will you let me leave Pengcheng? Rest assured, as long as you release me, I will depart from Pengcheng immediately and will not trouble you again in the future." Chapter 16. The price of mischief 2 to 300,000, along with that Santana, constitutes a considerable fortune, stirring Chun Gang's interest. "Li Jindi, you truly are spiraling downward. Having reached this juncture, do you still believe you can leave Pengcheng alive? If you survive, my father's death would be in vain." Chun Jianghu sneered, his gaze icy and condescending as he fixed his eyes on Li Jindi. Meeting Chun Jianghu's frigid stare sent a chill through Li Jindi, causing him to shudder. Chun Jianghu had already eliminated Xiao Wan, and tonight it was clear he would not allow Li Jindi to leave alive. "Gongzi, we've been brothers. I implore you to plead for my life. The van outside, my gold watch, I will give them all to you." Desperate to survive, Li Jindi hurriedly sought Chun Gang's help. "Jianghu, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Your father has passed. Death is irreversible. In my view, Li Jindi is finished. It would be more merciful to sever his tendons and grant him a chance at life. After all, murder is a grave offense. Killing one may result in a life sentence, but two would surely lead to execution. Shen Gong remarked, glancing at Chen Yonga, who claims I intend to kill too." Chun Jianghu suddenly smiled coldly. "So, you are in agreement?" Chun Gang's face brightened. As long as Li Jindi remained alive, he would undoubtedly extract another sum from him. Li Jindi involuntarily smiled. If survival was the price, he would pay any cost, for only life held promise. "Chun Gang, tonight's affair is a joint venture, should complications arise. Neither of us can escape. Chun Jianghe picked up the knife from the ground and tossed it before Chun Gang. You stab him, and I'll provide you with the promised 100,000. Otherwise, tonight's events could become quite troublesome. What do you mean? Chun Gang's expression shifted, and he took a step back. He had no desire to kill with his own hands. Maiming is one thing. Even if discovered, it could merely lead to a few years of hardship. But murder is an entirely different matter. In the underworld, brawls and scuffles are commonplace. Yet killing is a different realm altogether. Unless absolutely necessary, even the most seasoned brothers would refrain from such actions. If you do not stab him, then they will. Stab Li Jindi, and the 100,000 will be divided among you. Chun Jianghe directed his gaze toward Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, the two ruffians Chun Gang had enlisted. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged a glance, clearly tempted. 100,000 divided among them would allow for a splendid return home, where even a household earning 10,000 was scarce. Brotherly, forgive me. A brother sends you on your way. Without hesitation, Chun Gang seized the knife and plunged it into Li Jindi. Ah, Chun Gang, you son of a... Li Jindi screamed in agony, struggling desperately. You must also stab him. Chun Gang plunged the knife once more and then handed it to his woman, who, resolute, bit her lip and drove the blade in. Shen Gong understood. If he did not act today, the knife would surely find its mark on him. Though Chun Jianghe was young, his mind was sharp, and he was ruthless. It was only through their collective action that this secret could remain buried in their hearts forever. It is your turn now. Chun Jianghe fixed his gaze upon Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Without hesitation, they each plunged a knife into Li Jindi. After several stabs, Li Jindi lay on the brink of death, devoid of the strength to utter a curse. His eyes widened, fixated on Chun Jianghe, his heart brimming with regret. He should never have underestimated this young man. On that day, when Chun Jianghe sought him out at the arcade, he should have eradicated the threat entirely. Now you lot, assist in sending Li Jindi on his way. Chun Jianghe commanded, and the remaining ruffians under Li Jindi's command were not spared, each taking their turn to stab him. Ultimately, Li Jindi succumbed to the flurry of blades, meeting a fate akin to that of Chun Jiming 3 years prior. In this world of chaos, debts must be repaid. Dapeng, keep watch here. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, heed Dapeng's instructions. Remain here to collect the payment. No one is allowed to leave until I return. Once it was confirmed that Li Jindi had perished, Chun Jianghe began to search his body for keys, orchestrating the next steps. Chun Gang, accompany me. We're going to retrieve the money. Where will we find the money? Chun Gang inquired, glancing at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, a chill running through him. Chun Jianghe was indeed a man of grand ambitions. At Donghu Jiayuan, Li Jindi's residence is located there. This fellow has managed to acquire property and vehicles over the past 3 years while running the arcade. Chun Jianghe drove the van, taking Chun Gang and his woman to Donghu Jiayuan. After a brief search, they discovered a hidden compartment in the wardrobe containing several gold bars and stacks of 100 yuan bills, amounting to a staggering sum of 300,000 to 400,000. Upon seeing the money, Chun Gang and his woman's eyes sparkled with avarice. This is yours, Chun Jianghe declared, tossing 10 bundles of 100 yuan bills to Chun Gang. You may leave now. Chun Gang's woman clutched the money, unable to resist glancing back at the remaining wealth and gold bars in the hidden compartment, a look of dissatisfaction crossing her face. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she was pulled away by Chun Gang. They hastily found a bag to stow the money and departed in a hurry. Why should that brat take all of Li Jindi's fortune? He has seized the arcade, the money, and the car. Why does he deserve it all? The woman lamented. While 100,000 is no small sum, it pales in comparison to the value of the house, car, and gold bars combined. Chun Gang replied impatiently. Enough with the idle chatter. One can only take what they are worth. It is fortunate enough that he has given us 100,000. Though he too desired a greater share, he recognized his own limitations. He was hardly worth 100,000. Receiving such a sum was already generous of Chun Jianghe. If it weren't for you, how could he have possibly taken down Li Jindi? The woman expressed her discontent. If he could eliminate Li Jindi, he could just as easily eliminate us. If you seek death, do not drag me down with you. Shen Gong replied coldly. The woman lowered her head, fixating on the money in the bag, while Chun Gang's aspirations dwindled. Accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, She had no desire to return home with Chun Gang and live in poverty. Chun Daba took a portion of the money from the hidden compartment, concealing the remainder along with the gold bars in another location, before driving the van back. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, this is for you. Each shall receive 20,000. Take your money and depart. Upon his return, Chun Jianghe first distributed money to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, honoring his prior commitment to them following the demise of Li Jindi, granting each of them 20,000. Chun Jianghe was resolute in his promise. Thank you, Brother Chun. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, having received their share, proceeded to the entrance of the courtyard, but suddenly paused to address him. Brother Chun, if you require someone to oversee your gaming hall, we wish to work alongside you. Zhang Peng's expression shifted dramatically, and he was about to interject when Chun Jianghe raised his hand to silence him. Take some time to consider your decision. If you genuinely wish to join me, come to the gaming hall tomorrow. However, bear in mind that if you choose to follow me, you must adhere to my directives. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless, Chun Jianghe stated calmly. Chapter 17. Aftermath. Understood, Brother Chun. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded, taking the money to depart. The remaining delinquents, filled with trepidation, were left to ponder their fate. Having lost their weapons and witnessing Chun Jianghe's ruthlessness, they felt a gnawing anxiety. They anxiously glanced at Chun Jianghe, uncertain of how he would choose to deal with them. You each take 2,000. For the injured, I shall provide an additional 1,000. Take the money and gather your people. Leave at once. The delinquents were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chun Jianghe would offer them money. 2,000 was an amount they would toil for 2 to 3 months under Li Jindi. Thank you, Brother Chun. Thank you. The group expressed their gratitude, nodding appreciatively. Even those who had been injured by Chun Jianghe bore little resentment. In their world, it was either one struck the other or vice versa, and defeat necessitated acceptance. That he still offered them money after their loss was a gesture of goodwill. Jianghe, why did you give the money? Once the delinquents had departed, Zhang Peng inquired, perplexed. In this line of work, being overly stingy leads to a downfall akin to Li Jindi's. I offered them money to prevent them from becoming desperate and resorting to crime, which could lead to their arrest. If that were to happen, they might divulge today's events. Chun Jianghe replied calmly. Our aim is to amass great wealth. A small expenditure is inconsequential. In essence, it is a minor investment to win hearts. A group of small-time thugs, if their leader falls, will hardly seek revenge against Chun Jianghe. And what about Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing? Today they sold out Li Jindi. Tomorrow they could just as easily betray us. Zhang Peng nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Chun Jianghe's words. After all, that money belonged to Li Jindi, so spending a bit was of little concern. However, he was baffled as to why Chun Jianghe would offer Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing work. Street thugs are all the same. Few possess a sense of loyalty. To establish our gaming hall, we first need personnel. It makes no difference whether we recruit them or others. I'm well aware of my choices. Those two will merely serve as overseers, and I shall not place too much trust in them. Chun Jianghe handed the remaining 30,000 to Zhang Peng. De Peng, take this money. Go home and ensure your younger siblings study diligently. Jianghe, I cannot accept this. It is far too much. Zhang Peng hastily declined, feeling overwhelmed by the sum, which was beyond anything he had encountered in his life. Take it. You are my brother. From now on, with me, Chun Jianghe, you shall never go hungry. Use this money for now. You will hold 10% equity in the Lihua Gaming Hall. Chun Jianghe insisted, forcing the money into Zhang Peng's embrace. Jianghe, from this moment forth, my life belongs to you. Zhang Peng's eyes glistened with emotion as he grasped Chun Jianghe's arm tightly. Very well, let us, as brothers, carve out a prosperous future in Pengcheng. Chun Jianghe nodded resolutely. The two then set about the grim task of disposing of Xiao Wan and Li Jindi's remains. Their bodies needed to be dealt with effectively. Should they go missing, it could lead to a case without evidence, leaving no one to hold accountable. Jianghe, how shall we dispose of the bodies? Zhang Peng looked at the corpses, still feeling a chill run down his spine. We shall cast them into the deep river. Once the bodies decompose, the matter will be resolved. Chen Jianghe spoke in a grave tone. Very well. Zhang Peng retrieved 2 tattered tarpaulins from his self-built structure and, alongside Qin Jianghe, wrapped the lifeless bodies of Xiao Wan and Li Jindi. They stuffed the bundle with several stones before hoisting it into their van. The duo drove the vehicle to the Shunhui Bridge, where, seizing a moment of solitude, they callously discarded Li Jindi's corpse into the depths below. Qin Jianghe observed as the body sank into the water, swiftly departing thereafter. The currents of the Shunhui River would carry the remains into the sea, likely ensuring that they would never see the light of day again. Subsequently, Qin Jianghe steered the car further into desolation, eventually arriving at a barren cliff by the sea. Together with Zhang Peng, they hefted Xiao Wan's body and hurled it over the precipice. The abyss below, cloaked in darkness, resembled a monstrous creature with an open maw, poised to consume all that fell into its grasp. Let's go. Qin Jianghe glanced back one last time before retreating to the vehicle. Given the current temperature, the bodies would soon begin to decompose, and the fish in the sea would hasten the process of obliteration. Within days, the remains would leave little trace for any investigation. A body signifies murder. Without a body, it is merely a case of disappearance. In the vast expanse of Peng City, nearly 1,000 individuals vanish each year. Finally, they had dealt with Li Jindi. As they disposed of Xiao Wan's remains, Zhang Peng slumped in the van, his eyes vacant. This was the first time he had dealt with a corpse, and aside from an initial wave of nausea, he felt a disconcerting numbness settling in. Are you seriously hurt? Qin Jianghe, focused on driving, cast a glance at Zhang Peng. It was only now that they found a moment to tend to their own wounds. Zhang Peng had sustained 2 shallow cuts, mere flesh wounds, while Qin Jianghe bore a longer gash that might require suturing. It's nothing, just a flesh wound. Jianghe, you're still bleeding. We should go to Aunt Lu's to have it treated and settle the bill, Zhang Peng suggested. All right, Qin Jianghe nodded slightly, steering the van toward the dimly lit clinic. The lights inside were extinguished when they arrived, prompting Zhang Peng to knock on the door. After a considerable wait, the lights flickered on. It's you again. What do you want? The silhouette of a beautiful woman appeared behind the bar door, her brow furrowed in discontent as she scrutinized the 2 men. Aunt, we're here to settle our account. My brother has been injured. Could you please take a look? Zhang Peng quickly offered 200 yuan through the gap in the bars. Come in. The woman accepted the money, pocketing 1 bill, and opened the door for them. Qin Jianghe noticed her slip something resembling a surgical knife into her pocket as they entered. Sit there, she commanded, pointing to a chair, instructing Qin Jianghe to remove his shirt. On the second floor, a 17 or 18-year-old girl in pajamas peered down, only to hastily retreat upon receiving a sharp glare from the woman. The wound is somewhat deep. I'll need to stitch it up. 50 yuan, she stated coldly. Examining the injury on Qin Jianghe's back, her brow briefly furrowing. Very well, this is troublesome, Qin Jianghe replied, placing the money on the table. I've already collected the payment, she remarked, having previously taken 100 from Zhang Peng. My brother is also injured. Could you check on him as well? Qin Jianghe remarked, and soon he felt a chilling sensation at the wound on his back as the disinfection, debridement, and suturing commenced. In a short while, the beautiful woman had stitched up the wound. It's your turn. After tending to Qin Jianghe's injury, the charming lady immersed the suturing needle in alcohol for sterilization and began to attend to Zhang Peng's wounds. Zhang Peng bore 2 injuries. One required suturing while the other did not. After a swift and efficient treatment, she quickly finished attending to Zhang Peng's wounds. Last time it was 50, and this time it's 100, totaling 150. Here's 50 for you. Upon completing the treatment, the lady, her face imbued with a subtle chill, requested 50 yuan from Qin Jianghe. Aunt Lu, your skills are truly remarkable. Zhang Peng, trying to ingratiate himself, flattered her. You all should leave now. I need to close up. The woman, her expression cold, urged them to depart. Just then, the sudden roar of a motorcycle echoed in the air. Chapter 18. The rascals hurry up and leave. Upon hearing the roar of motorcycles, the young woman's expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic as she urgently attempted to usher Qin Jianghe and Zhang Peng away. Furrowing their brows, Qin Jianghe and Zhang Peng stepped outside. No sooner had they done so than the young woman hastily locked the gate behind them. Lu Jia, why are you in such a rush to close the door? Where's Xiao Xiao? Call her out to join us for a movie. Outside, 3 roaring, jollying motorcycles sped towards them. A group of unruly young men dismounted and rushed forward, banging forcefully on the gate. Upon spotting Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng, 2 of the young men shot them a provocative glare. Zhang Peng's eyes reflected a blend of anger and fear as he recognized the leader among them. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette, standing calmly to the side. Li Fei, Xiao Xiao is already asleep. She has school tomorrow and cannot go out. You should leave. The young woman retreated a couple of steps, addressing them through the gate. Why sleep so early? Lu Jia, don't worry. We'll bring Xiao Xiao back after the movie. Li Fei shukulat, mi xiaosli. Xiao Xiao can't go? Then you can come with us. Actually, why not take both mother and daughter along? Xiao Xiao has no father, and you have no man. What do you say about me? I don't mind your age. Several young men chimed in, their taunts growing bolder. Zhang Peng's face flushed with anger, yet he seemed restrained, hesitant to speak up. Li Fei, you're going too far. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. The young woman, Lu Wan, trembled with fury. Call the police? Your shady clinic doesn't even have a business license. I relish seeing whether the police trouble you or us. Li Fei sneered, cigarette dangling from his lips. Li Fei, I know your brother. Please have some decency and stop harassing my daughter. She needs to focus on her studies. Lu Wan's expression shifted, her tone softening. She was aware that her clinic operated on tenuous grounds and preferred to avoid involving the authorities unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, those in authority could be just as troublesome as these ruffians. Lu Jia, what do you mean by harassment? I merely wish to take Xiao Xiao to earn some good money. What use is studying when she could start making money early? Li Fei grinned insidiously, yanking at the gate, though would not budge. Exactly. Let Xiao Xiao join us to make big money. All a woman needs to do is spread her legs, and the money will flow. The young men echoed, their jeers intensifying. Lu Wan's face flushed crimson with indignation, feeling utterly at a loss. Operating her clinic, she had garnered a modicum of respect from those of note in the underworld. After all, one never knew when they might require a doctor's assistance. Yet these ruffians showed no regard for such considerations. Li Fei, once a classmate of Lu Xiao Xiao, had descended into a life of aimlessness after being expelled from school, now stirring trouble with a band of young delinquents. Recently, word had spread that a bar had opened near North Street, seeking women, and Li Fei had set his sights on Lu Xiao Xiao, believing her beauty and youth could attract easy money. Friend, know when to draw the line. At that moment, Chen Jianghe abruptly extinguished his cigarette, crushing it underfoot, and firmly grasped Li Fei's shoulder. Who the hell are you? Why do you think you can meddle in my affairs? Li Fei retorted, turning around with a scowl. Jianghe, let go. Li Fei's older brother is also a thug from North Street. We shouldn't provoke them. Zhang Peng interjected, alarmed. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just Brother Peng. What's the matter, Brother Peng? Haven't you recovered from the beating you took last time? Li Fei's expression twisted in a mockery upon seeing Zhang Peng. You actually dared to confront Lai Yi for your wages. You're quite the bold one, aren't you? Li Fei, I've settled my matters with Lai San. Don't go looking for trouble. Zhang Peng replied through clenched teeth, his tone resolute. Lai San was the owner of the billiards hall where Zhang Peng had previously worked. Dupping, did they beat you up when you went to ask for your wages? Chen Jianghe's expression darkened. The last time Zhang Peng had gone to buy a motorcycle, he had returned with numerous injuries. At the time, Zhang Peng claimed they were from a motorcycle accident, but Chen Jianghe sensed something was amiss. Those injuries were clearly not from a fall. Zhang Peng lowered his head, remaining silent. On that fateful day, when he sought Lai San for his payment, Lai San had claimed that Zhang Peng had neither taken leave nor informed him of his resignation, thus withholding his final month's wages. After a brief argument, Lai San had summoned thugs to beat him up. Even after the beating, Zhang Peng refused to leave until Lai San tossed him 300 yuan to make him go away. What's wrong, kid? Do you want to stand up for Zhang Peng? Do you even know who my brother is? Li Fei boasted, but before he could finish, Chen Jianghe delivered a powerful kick to the side of his calf. Li Fei screamed in agony as his leg bent at an alarming angle, the bone snapping under the force of Chen Jianghe's kick. Fei Yi, The surrounding youths were taken aback. Despite being 6 against 2, Chun Jianghe dared to take action. One young man shouted in shock, only to be seized by Chun Jianghe and violently slammed against the wall beside the gate, rendering him unconscious without a sound. A third youth, sporting yellow hair, attempted to draw a spring knife, but Chun Jianghe sidestepped and delivered a fierce kick, sending him flying over a meter before crashing into a motorcycle, toppling it. "Damn it!" Zhang Peng roared, drawing a large machete and charging at the remaining 3 stunned youths. The saying goes that the weak fear the strong fear the relentless, and the relentless fear those who are reckless. These young thugs might bully the timid, but they faltered before a true force of nature. One of the yellow-haired youths was swiftly dispatched by Zhang Peng, prompting the remaining 2 to flee on their motorcycle. Once the 2 had escaped, Zhang Peng approached Li Fei and delivered several brutal kicks. "Stop! If you keep this up, someone might die," Lu Wen shouted from inside, worried. "Li Fei, don't get cocky. I'm not someone to be trifled with anymore." Zhang Peng finally ceased his assault. Li Fei, battered and bruised, cradled his leg, glaring at Chun Jianghe with a look of fierce hatred. "Wait for me, Zhang Peng. You will pay for this," Li Fei shouted, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Jianghe. "Doping," Chun Jianghe said expressionlessly as he extended his hand toward Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng handed over the large machete to Chun Jianghe, who then brought it down mercilessly onto Li Fei's heel, severing the tendons in an instant. Li Fei screamed in agony, the pain overwhelming him to the point of losing control. "Go back and tell Lai San that he has harmed my brother, and this debt must be settled. If he dares to challenge me, let him come face me. Chun Jianghe, get lost," Chun Jianghe coldly remarked, staring down at Li Fei, who writhed on the ground in anguish. Chapter 19. Reclaiming the arcade. Fly quickly, Lu Xiaoxiao urged as 2 young men helped Li Fei onto a motorcycle, hastily fleeing the scene. "It's all right now," Chun Jianghe remarked, watching the motorcycle vanish into the distance. He turned to Lu Wen and added, "If anyone causes trouble again, just call the Flame Arcade. I'll come with my people. You need to concern yourself with my matters. Focus on your own." Lu Wen replied, her brow furrowed. "Li Fei is one of Lai San's subordinates. If you strike him, Lai San will not let it slide easily. We're in this for the thrill, not to cower in fear. If we were afraid, we wouldn't be in this line of work," Chun Jianghe said with a faint smile as he turned to board the van. "Rest assured, Aunt Lu, Jianghe will surely find a way," Zhang Peng quickly added, hurrying to follow him into the vehicle. Sighing, Lu Wen watched the van disappear from sight. Despite being a doctor with connections among the more prominent figures in Pingjiang district, she understood that as a single mother, she was vulnerable to those who might take advantage of her situation. "Mom, who was that just now? He was amazing," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, rushing down in her pajamas, brimming with excitement. She had witnessed the earlier events from above. Li Fei was usually quite intimidating, often bullying students outside their school, and even causing several girls to become pregnant. It was surprising to see him so severely beaten today. "What are you doing? Go to bed. You have school tomorrow. Focus on your studies and avoid mingling with those delinquents." Lu Wen shot her a stern look, prompting Lu Xiaoxiao to pout and retreat upstairs. Watching her daughter leave, Lu Wen felt a wave of frustration. As children grow, their independence can be a source of worry. She feared that her precious daughter could be led astray by some unsavory character. "Jianghe, where are we headed now?" Zhang Peng asked, concern etched on his face as they drove in the van. "We're going to the arcade. Tomorrow, we'll restore the Flame Arcade S sign, and the day after, we'll reopen," Chun Jianghe replied, steering the vehicle straight towards the arcade. During his absence of 3 years, Li Jindi had transformed the Flame Arcade into the Yonggui Arcade. But now, he intended to revive the Flame Arcade. "Jianghe, you acted too impulsively earlier. Lai San is a major figure in North Street. We only managed to deal with Li Jindi through our collaboration with Chun Gang. Now, with our positions still precarious, we offended Lai San. He is bound to cause us trouble." Zhang Peng expressed his worries. "There are plenty of big shots around. If we live in fear of this and that, we might as well give up." Chun Jianghe scoffed, not hiding his thoughts from Zhang Peng. "I intervened to help Lu Wen, partly to assist her, as having a familiar doctor can only be advantageous in our line of work. Moreover, since Lai San has already attacked you, I must help you reclaim your dignity. Additionally, my father has been gone for 3 years. Just the two of us suddenly taking over such a substantial arcade, generating thousands daily. Can we expect others not to covet it? If we don't establish our authority, how can we hope to stand firm in North Street? The disappearance of Li Jindi remains shrouded in mystery. Only after dealing with Lai San will the leaders of Beijia recognize Chen Jianghe as a formidable figure, weighing the consequences of opposing them. In the underworld, without a notable reputation, who acknowledges them, and who takes them seriously? However, Lai San has been a force in Beijia for quite some time, making him a formidable opponent. Zhang Peng felt a twinge of concern. Although they had resolved the issue with Li Jindi, their numbers were insufficient. Only he and Chen Jianghe could be deemed reliably dependable. He now comprehended why Chen Jianghe was willing to retain Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. In this line of work, one cannot afford to be without capable allies. If Lai San is formidable, then Chen Jianghe is equally formidable. Floating aimlessly like a rootless weed, can a street thug rise without relentless effort? With a sudden flourish, Chen Jianghe drove to the arcade, using the key obtained from Li Jindi to unlock the rolling shutter door, revealing a row of gaming machines before their eyes. The ground floor boasted nearly 100 machines, while the second floor concealed an additional 20 to 30 slot machines, the true lucrative ventures. Jianghe, you have finally reclaimed the arcade. Zhang Peng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Do not be overly elated. This arcade is merely the beginning. Chen Jianghe reassured as he patted Zhang Peng's shoulder and ascended the stairs. He unlocked Li Jindi's office, discovering a safe nestled in the corner. The key to the safe lay hidden beneath the desk drawer. Upon unlocking the safe, he found several tens of thousands of yuan, approximately 50 to 60,000, alongside various arcade documents, files, and ledgers. He procured a briefcase, filling it with 50,000 yuan. Currently, the arcade is under Xiao Wan's name. He must find someone to facilitate the transfer of ownership into his name. This task is manageable, provided he can locate a competent individual. In this era, money speaks louder than anything else. There is virtually nothing that cannot be accomplished with sufficient funds. Those willing to accept payment are equally willing to deliver results. Dapeng, tomorrow, find someone to replace the arcade sign, prepare some activities, and we will reopen the arcade the day after. Chen Jianghe instructed, handing Zhang Peng some cash. Once the arcade is operational, you will be at the entrance collecting fees and distributing tokens. Manage for a few days until we hire more staff. The current staff was insufficient, especially with the arrival of Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing the next day. I have money. I don't need any more. Zhang Peng hastily insisted, pushing the money back. That 20,000 is your share. Expenditures for the arcade should come from the arcade's funds. Take it. Chen Jianghe firmly countered, thrusting the money into Zhang Peng's hands. Subsequently, he surveyed the arcade, his eyes gleaming with ambition. His journey, one that his father Chen Jiming could not complete, would begin here. He would carve a path to greatness. Dinkling. The following morning, the shrill ring of a landline phone roused Chen Jianghe from slumber. Groggily, he opened his eyes while reclining in the boss's chair and answered the call. Hello, it's old Li. This is Lai San. I need to discuss something with you. I heard that Chen Jiming's son has returned. What are your thoughts? A middle-aged man's voice resonated through the receiver. Li Jindi has returned to his hometown, and he harbors no particular thoughts. Chen Jianghe chuckled, a smirk adorning his face. Where the hell did you spring from? Demanding Li Jindi to answer the phone. Lai San, immediately growing impatient, assumed that one of Li Jindi's subordinates was merely jesting with him. Do you not comprehend human speech? Li Jindi has stepped down. The gaming hall now belongs to me. Chen Jianghe retorted without a hint of courtesy. And who might you be? After a moment of silence on the other end, as if grappling with the news of Li Jindi's disappearance, Lai San finally inquired. Chen Jianghe. Chapter 20. A return visit to Chen Jianghe. The young man possesses considerable skill, having taken down Li Jindi. No wonder he dares to challenge my associates. Lai San, realizing the truth, understood that this young man was indeed Chen Jianghe. As for Li Jindi's fate, whether he returned to his hometown or met a grim end, Lai San was utterly indifferent. What mattered most was that Li Jindi's gaming hall was now left unprotected. What do you intend to do? Chun Jianghe inquired directly. Li Fei's tendons have been severed by you. I shall not waste words. Provide me with 100,000 yuan, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Lai San demanded without hesitation, his tone firm. Lai San, 100,000 is merely enough to bury you twice. Chun Jianghe retorted coldly. You insolent brat. Are you trying to act tough with me? Lai San's anger surged. A mere boy, with no roots or support, believed that defeating Li Jindi granted him the audacity to be brazen before him? With a scoff, Chun Jianghe reached for the phone to end the call. Very well. You have spirit. But establishing a foothold on North Street won't be so simple. I shall find you, and we will have a proper discussion. Lai San declared before abruptly hanging up. Brother, what did Li say? Does he intend to eliminate that brat? A tall, slender young man approached the pool hall, where only a handful of ruffians were cleaning the tables early that morning. Li Jindi was likely finished. Now, Chun Jianghe was in charge of his gaming hall. This young man exhibited remarkable capability, having toppled Li Jindi after years of obscurity. Lai San took a drag from his cigarette, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. 3 years prior, Chun Jiming was a notorious figure on North Street, formidable and commanding a crew of 10 or so. Outside of North Street, he held little weight, but within, he was a prominent player. When Chun Jiming was brutally slain and Chun Jianghe was imprisoned, the locals believed the matter concluded. Yet, 3 years later, Chun Jianghe resurfaced, reclaiming control of the gaming hall. During the intervening years, Jianghu gaming hall flourished, but many coveted its success. However, under Li Jindi's influence, the other ruffians on North Street dared not encroach. Now, circumstances had shifted. This prize would belong to Lai San if he could seize it first. That lad has taken down Li Jindi? Li Daong exclaimed in surprise. Brother, what shall we do? That boy has harmed my brother. This cannot stand. The tall, slender young man was indeed Li Fei's brother, Li Daong. I must contemplate this matter. Call everyone over. We shall proceed together. Lai San mused, stroking his chin. He had little interest in merely extracting a small sum from Chun Jianghe. He was plotting to acquire Jianghu gaming hall for himself. Jianghe, what would you like to eat? I shall fetch it for you. Early in the day, Zhang Peng rose energetically, eager to assist Chun Jianghe, feeling a renewed sense of hope in life. More enthusiastic than anyone else. I need to step out for a bit. I shall eat en route. You can manage on your own, Chun Jianghe replied, clutching his briefcase, preparing to leave and handle the necessary paperwork for the gaming hall. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded, pulling open the shutter door. Heng Yi, Tian Yi. As the door swung open, Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing, who had been waiting outside, quickly discarded their cigarettes and stood up, nodding toward Zhang Peng and Chun Jianghe. A few cigarette butts lay scattered on the ground. The two had been waiting for a while. They've arrived, come in. Chun Jianghe nodded, beckoning the two inside. From now on, you two will be responsible for managing the gaming hall, and your monthly salary will be increased to 1,000. De Peng will receive 2,000, and any additional tasks will be compensated separately. Thank you, Brother Chun. Thank you, Brother Chun. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing's eyes lit up with excitement. In these times, working in a clandestine factory tirelessly day and night yielded only a meager salary of around 1,000. A slight lapse in diligence could lead to a pay cut. Even those from the port city, who drove trucks and served as mistresses, could barely earn 1,000 or 2. Previously, they had worked under Li Jindi, earning only 600 a month, while Chun Gang made 1,500. Chun Jianghe's offer of 1,000 was already generous. Moreover, the prospect of additional compensation for tasks was enticing. Indeed, working with Chun Jianghe promised a brighter future compared to being under Li Jindi. 2,000 is too much, Zhang Peng exclaimed, startled, shaking his head. He had heard that only high-ranking professionals in commercial office buildings earned such sums, without education or skills. Why did they have to such remuneration? You are the store manager. 2,000 is not excessive, Chun Jianghe replied, shaking his head. He instructed, you arrange their duties. I need to step out for a while. If anything comes up, call this big brother. Chun Jianghe pointed to Li Jindi's large mobile phone, took it with him, and drove to Tang Igwa's house. Ah, Xiao Chun has arrived. Come in and sit. Upon his arrival at Tang Aigua's residence, it was Tang Aigua's wife who opened the door. In her 40s, she was stylishly dressed, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, and had a penchant for showing off. Upon seeing Chun Jianghe and the items he carried, her face instantly lit up with warmth. "Auntie, I'm here to see Uncle Tang." Chun Jianghe stepped inside, casually placing his briefcase on the tea table. "Your Uncle Tang is not at work today. He is still asleep. Please wait a moment while I go wake him." The middle-aged woman cheerfully prepared tea for Chun Jianghe and, turning, went to call Tang Aigua. Within minutes, Tang Aigua emerged in his pajamas. "Jianghe, you've come so early. Haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" Noticing Chun Jianghe's early visit, Tang Aigua sensed something was amiss. He turned to the middle-aged woman and instructed, "Go buy some rice rolls and shrimp dumplings from Old Way. I'll have breakfast with Jianghe." "Xiao Chun, please sit. I'll go get breakfast," the woman said with a smile before leaving. "Jianghe, what brings you here so early?" Tang Aigua gestured for Chun Jianghe to sit down, preparing 2 cups of tea, one of which he pushed towards Chun Jianghe. "Uncle, Li Jindi and Xiao Wan have returned to their hometown. Before they left, they handed the gaming hall back to me. But they left in a hurry and didn't complete the paperwork. I'd like to request your assistance with that." Chun Jianghe produced the business license, property certificate, and other documents, laying them on the tea table. "Return to their hometown?" Tang Aigua cast a surprised glance at Chun Jianghe, astonished that within just a few days, Chun had successfully secured Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. The notion of returning home was nothing but a ruse that could not deceive Tang Aigua. This could pose a bit of a dilemma. Their absence would complicate the necessary procedures. "Uncle, I understand it won't be easy, which is precisely why I sought your assistance," Chun Jianghe asserted, sliding his briefcase towards Tang Aigua and tapping it twice with his finger. "I will draft a handwritten equity transfer agreement for you. As previously discussed, the 2% share is assured." As Chun began to reach for pen and paper, Tang Aigua interjected, "Jianghe, you are a man of substantial endeavors. There is no need for formalities. If I cannot trust others, surely I can trust you." He smiled, adding, "Rest assured, I will handle the procedural matters for you." Chapter 21. Car repair. "Uncle, I appreciate your help. I am opening for business tomorrow, and I hope you will support me." Chun Jianghe rose to take his leave. "Rest assured, I will certainly be there tomorrow." Tang Aigua personally escorted Chun Jianghe to the door. From this day forth, they would be partners, and Tang Aigua believed that despite Chun Jianghe's youth, he possessed the capabilities to undertake significant endeavors. His future potential was boundless. As soon as Chun Jianghe departed, Zhang Xuemei hurried back. "Dear, what was Chun Jianghe here for?" she inquired, eagerly opening her briefcase to reveal a sum of money, 50,000. Why would he give so much money? Zhang Xuemei was aflame with excitement, as that amount was equivalent to Tang Aigua's salary for 2 years. He must have a purpose for the money. Why ask so many questions? "This money is in your mother's savings account. Do not cause unnecessary trouble," Tang Aigua cautioned. Zhang Xuemei had a penchant for showing off and was restless. "Understood," Zhang Xuemei replied. Yet unwilling to relent, she added, "I heard that plasma televisions only cost 30,000 now. Why don't we consider upgrading?" "I wouldn't even spend 30,000 to change my wife," Tang Aigua retorted, somewhat irritated. "Even the bureau chief does not have a plasma television. If I, a mere section chief, were to acquire one, it would only serve to invite envy." "Tang Aigua, what do you mean? Are you contemplating replacing your wife?" Zhang Xuemei's eyes rolled in defiance, and she became incensed. "I merely spoke in jest. I want tea require your cooking at noon. I will dine out." Tang Aigua's impatience grew, and he changed his clothes, preparing to leave. "Tang Aigua, let me remind you, if you wish to replace your wife, that is out of the question. Do not forget how you attained your position as section chief." Zhang Xuemei shouted angrily, trailing behind him. With a thud, Tang Aigua slammed the door behind him and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Chun Jianghe drove back to the Yongguwei game hall. The sign with Yongguwei had already been removed. Zhang Peng had arranged for workers to replace it with Liehua, eliminating the need for a new sign altogether. This expedient approach ensured they would not miss the reopening tomorrow. "Jianghe, you're back. I just ordered a flower basket and bought 2 sets of firecrackers that make 1,000 sounds." Tomorrow's opening will be a grand affair. Zhang Peng joyfully approached upon Chen Jianghe's return. Is there any trouble brewing? Chen Jianghe tucked his knuckle duster into his pocket, having anticipated that Lai San might show up today. Yet it seemed the man was being quite cautious. No, Zhang Peng was also armed. If Lai San dared to come, he would be ready for a confrontation. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, which of you could drive? Chen Jianghe inquired, nodding. Li Go, I can. I used to drive the van for the shop. Zhang Chong eagerly responded. Then accompany me for a trip. And from now on, refer to me as boss or generally. Do not call me Li Go. We are part of society, but we should not take pride in being merely social figures. A true social identity does not last long. Chen Jianghe instructed. Understood, boss. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing found themselves somewhat perplexed by Chen Jianghe's words. Yet they nodded earnestly in response. Subsequently, Zhang Chong accompanied Chen Jianghe as he drove away in a van, returning to the location where they had dispatched Li Jindi the previous night. Li Jindi Santana remained parked outside the dilapidated building. The vehicle was still operational, albeit one of its doors had been damaged by a motorcycle. Last year, Li Jindi had purchased this Santana for a staggering $138,000. In these times, only those with substantial means could possess such a car. It was an opportunity not to be missed. Upon seeing the Santana, Chen Jianghe was reminded of Ling Shui and her crown. Had he managed to acquire the Santana sooner, perhaps Ling Shui would not have strayed. Boss, are we selling this car or getting it repaired? Zhang Chong inquired, noticing Chen Jianghe's intense gaze fixed upon the Santana. Let us repair it. Do you know of a garage nearby? Chen Jianghe snapped back to reality, pushing Ling Shui from his mind. She was now a relic of the past, and to dwell on her would be a futile expenditure of energy. There's a freight station near North Street with 2 repair shops. I've been there with Li Jindi before. Shall we check it out? Zhang Chong suggested after a moment's contemplation. All right, you drive the Santana. Chen Jianghe commanded, tossing him the key from a collection he held. Following Zhang Chong in the Santana, Chen Jianghe trailed behind in the van as they made their way to Hongda Freight Station. The freight station housed numerous trucks, and at the far end were the 2 repair shops. Zhang Chong parked the Santana directly in front of a garage named Gongda Repair Shop. Here for repairs, are we? A grease-covered man in dirty work pants hurried over as soon as the vehicle came to a halt. Our boss's car is broken. We need a door fixed. How much will it cost? Zhang Chong asked. The connection point of the door is broken. It needs replacing and some bodywork. The minimum charge is $2,000. The man assessed the vehicle and quoted a steep price. Xiangzi, let us inquire at the other shop. Chen Jianghe remarked, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. 2,000 for a door seemed exorbitant. It was evident they were being taken for fools. Zhang Chong turned on his heel and headed towards the other repair shop. Hey, brother, don't go. If your boss is here, the price will change. 1,000 will do. The man quickly intercepted Zhang Chong. If I quote 2,000, that means 1,000 is for the driver. It was clear the man was attempting to take advantage of them with such inflated pricing. 1,000 is too high. How about 300? If not, we'll find another place. Chen Jianghe interjected directly. 301T cut it. You 1T find a better price anywhere else. The lowest is 500. The man countered. Chen Jianghe surmised this was likely the fair rate. These days, only the affluent could afford cars, and repairs would naturally come at a cost. He consented to the price, leaving the Santana at the repair shop while he drove Zhang Chong back to the arcade in the van. Upon their return, a young man across the way flicked his cigarette but to the ground and stamped it out with force before swiftly departing, only to return shortly to the billiards hall. Within the billiard hall, Lai San had already gathered a group of 7 or 8 individuals, all of whom were financially dependent on him. Although his establishment was fairly spacious, it could barely sustain such a number. How many of them are there? Lai San inquired, removing the cigarette from his lips as he noticed the return of his companion. Brother San, I observed for the entire morning, and there are only 4 individuals in their gaming hall. 2 of them are unfamiliar to me, while the other 2 are regulars I often see when I play there, the young man replied. This is peculiar. If Chen Jianghe had indeed eliminated Li Jindi, why would he still employ Li Jindi's associates? Lai San mused stroking his chin in confusion. Brother, why bother with such details? There are merely 4 of them. Let us simply go and sweep them away, Li Daong exclaimed, his tone menacing. Chapter 22. Fred, are you certain there are only 4 of them? Lai San glanced at the young man, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Brother San, I counted several times. They truly are only 4. The young man nodded with unwavering confidence. For individuals think they can uphold the arcade? Such audacity. Very well. I shall enlighten him on the true nature of the world, Lai San declared, extinguishing his cigarette with fervor. He rose abruptly. Brothers, follow me. Let's confront this young fool. Without the use of a vehicle, Lai San led his entourage with a menacing air toward the blazing arcade, reaching their destination within 10 minutes to behold the grand sign of the establishment. Boss Pengil, trouble is brewing. Lai San's crew is on their way. Zhou Bing, stationed at the entrance, paled as he witnessed the approaching throng and hurriedly retreated inside the arcade. Arm yourselves. Zhang Peng's expression shifted to one of alarm, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features, for he had been under Lai San's wing for some time, and the man once held a position of authority over him. Yet, after being beaten by Lai San during a previous encounter over wages, their ties had been severed. Now, they were on divergent paths. If Lai San sought confrontation, he would be met with resistance. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing swallowed hard, apprehensive yet resolute. Remembering the substantial salary increase they had received under Chen Jiang's leadership, which far surpassed their previous earnings with Li Jindi. Gritting their teeth, they vaulted over the counter, seizing 2 machetes in hand. Stay calm. It is broad daylight. Lai San lacks the courage to act. Chen Jianghe remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Peng and the others felt a modicum of relief. Moments later, Lai San and his entourage stormed in. Upon seeing Zhang Peng and his companions wielding their weapons, Lai San's crew, too, brandished their arms, their eyes gleaming with hostility as they fixated on Chen Jianghe and the others. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Jianghe, you possess more audacity than your father. For if you dare to challenge me, Lai San, do you not know how many eyes the King of Horses possesses? Lai San surveyed the room, confirming the absence of hidden adversaries before striding in with arrogance. Lai San, though our numbers are few, we are more than sufficient to handle you. Chen Jianghe's icy gaze met Lai San's, narrowing as he scrutinized those surrounding him. Chen Jianghe, you truly believe yourself formidable? I could end you. Li Daong clenched his military dagger, advancing toward Chen Jianghe. Li Daong, I dare you to try. Zhang Peng and his companions encircled him, wielding their machetes with determination. Zhang Peng, you've grown bold. Do you even know how to wield a blade? Li Daong spat disdainfully onto the floor, halting his advance. He regarded Zhang Peng with contempt, having known him as a meek figure within the billiard hall, but he hesitated, aware of their formidable weapons. Daong, Lai San called out, leading his band of ruffians into the arcade, instructing one of them to pull down the shutter to heighten their intimidation. No conflicts. I have some connections with Chen Jiming. Don't let the street know I'm bullying my juniors. Don't mention my father. Chen Jianghe glared coldly at Lai San. Fine. A dead man is hardly worth discussing. Lai San sneered, deliberately provoking him. Chen Jianghe's gaze hardened, sharp and unyielding as it bore into Lai San. Lai San furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a pang of unease under Chen Jianghe's piercing stare. He instinctively wanted to look away, but realized it would betray his fear of the youth. What was there to fear from a mere child? Huh, Chen Jianghe, I want to waste words with you. You've crippled Daong's brother. You must provide me with an explanation. It's simple. Either you cough up 100,000 for medical expenses, or you relinquish 30% of the arcade shares to me. If you agree, I assure you, I won't trouble you again. If you refuse, I'll make sure you can't stay on North Street. Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chang seethed with anger, clutching their knives tightly. Lai San was utterly overstepping. Previously, when Zhang Peng sought his meager wages, they not only denied him, but also beat him up, ultimately handing him only half his due. Now, Lai San had the audacity to demand 100,000, even seeking shares in the arcade. His audacity was outrageous. 100,000 could not only mend a leg, but could take a life without breaking a sweat. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Lai San wore a smug expression. Chun Jianghe, this young lad, was oblivious to the treacherous depths of North Street. To think he could establish a foothold here with just a couple of lackeys was a foolish dream. Lai San had merely been fortunate to seize the opportunity first. Otherwise, the arcade might not have been his to claim. I have the money. Whether you can obtain it depends on your capabilities. Chun Jianghe replied with a cold smirk. Are you attempting to act tough with me? Lai San's expression darkened, becoming increasingly hostile. Lai San, if I can handle Li Jindi, I can deal with you. Here, S200. Either you take it and leave, or we clash. Chun Jianghe pulled out 200 and tossed it on the ground. Lai San looked at the money on the floor, a mix of rage and amusement washing over him. Nowadays, even street thugs needed a couple of hundred just to make an appearance. With his brother incapacitated, accepting 200 to walk away meant Lai San would no longer have a place on North Street. You bastard, Chun Jianghe. How dare you speak to Brother San like that? Li Daong's eyes reddened as he stepped forward, his military knife thrusting toward Chun Jianghe's leg. Instead of dodging, Chun Jianghe surged forward, closing the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful kick to Li Daong's abdomen, striking first with swift precision. Li Daong let out a muffled groan, toppled by the force, rolling 2 meters before crashing to the ground. Let us get them. Zhang Peng's eyes were ablaze with fury as he shouted, brandishing his knife, ready to fight back. The subordinates of Lai San rushed forward, ready to engage. Chun Jianghe extended his hand, swiftly donning the iron finger gloves, his gaze sharp and fixated on Lai San. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Once Lai San and Li Daong were subdued, the rest of the ruffians would be easily managed. Stop! At that moment, Lai San suddenly shouted, causing his henchmen to halt in their tracks, knives drawn, fixating their attention on Chun Jianghe and his companions. They outnumbered Chun Jianghe's group, exhibiting no fear. However, despite their numerical advantage, Lai San felt a sense of insecurity. Their numbers were not overwhelmingly greater, and it was still broad daylight. Causing a commotion could lead to complications with law enforcement. Lai San operated a mere billiard hall, and with minimal protection money paid, he lacked substantial backing within the precinct. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with a young Chun Jianghe in the glaring daylight was unwarranted. Chapter 23. The Grand Gift Chun Jianghe, damn you! Li Daong exclaimed as he rose from the ground, his face contorted with defiance as he charged towards Chun Jianghe. Daong! Lai San's expression darkened, calling out once more. Li Daong halted abruptly, his fiery gaze fixed on Chun Jianghe. However, with Lai San forbidding any rash actions, he dared not make a move. Chun Jianghe, are you not planning to negotiate? Lai San coldly inquired, his eyes piercing into Chun Jianghe. I have nothing to discuss with you. Chun Jianghe replied nonchalantly. Very well. You have guts. I heard you're opening tomorrow, right? Just wait. I'll make sure to give you a proper visit, Lai San retorted, his voice laced with menace as he turned to leave. Li Daong, filled with resentment, pointed at Chun Jianghe and made a slashing gesture across his throat. Once they departed, Zhang Peng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their small numbers left them without confidence, and they had no desire to clash with Lai San's crew. Chun Jianghe removed his brass knuckles, placing them in his pocket. He had surmised correctly. Without absolute certainty, Lai San dared not engage in a fight. The bosses of North Street had established themselves to a degree no longer akin to their reckless beginnings where they only had their lives to gamble. Now, they lacked the audacity to risk their lives. Without complete assurance, Lai San would not act recklessly. Jianghe, Lai San will not let this go easily. He is sure to cause trouble tomorrow during our opening. What shall we do? Zhang Peng asked, sheathing his knife and hastily pulling down the shutter as Lai San and his crew disappeared from sight. Boss, we are still outnumbered. Shouldn't we gather some more people? Both Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing expressed their concerns. Their small crew raised doubts about the viability of the arcade's opening. Quality over quantity. Summoning more lackeys would be futile. Chun Jianghe shook his head. The street was teeming with ruffians, each worth a mere 200. Rallying a few vehicles full of them posed no challenge. The issue was that these individuals merely served to swell numbers. Aside from that, they offered no real assistance. Even if a multitude of thugs were summoned, it would be of no use. Boss, What if Lai San comes to stir trouble tomorrow? Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing remained anxious. Rest assured, I have everything arranged. Lai San will not be able to make waves tomorrow. Chun Jianghe smiled confidently, seeing Chun Jianghe's unwavering confidence. Although Zhang Peng and the others were filled with doubt, they reluctantly suppressed their worries and began preparations for the opening. At Lai San's billiard hall, third brother, why didn't we confront them and seize their arcade right away? Li Daong expressed his dissatisfaction upon returning. Do you think such a large arcade can be easily taken? Use your brain. Lai San glared at him, his frustration palpable. It's broad daylight. Do you really expect me to just slaughter them all? Do you think I can rule everything? The moment the blades are drawn, they would certainly end up inside. Getting in is easy, but if they are delayed for days, who knows if the arcade will still bear the Lai name when they return. Perhaps in the coming days, the arcade will fall into the hands of others. The individuals on North Street are not to be underestimated. At the slightest whiff of opportunity, they converge like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Third brother, what do you propose we do? Li Daong understood this reality, primarily attributing it to Lai San's insufficient reputation and shallow background on North Street. Otherwise, if the doors were closed and Chun Jianghe dealt with matters, what harm could come in broad daylight? Patience is a virtue. I shall wait until tomorrow when he opens. I will present him with a grand gift to remind him of his place. This brat thinks he can act like a big shot without facing some consequences. Lai San replied coldly. In the afternoon, the worker Zhang Peng had hired arrived to reinstall the characters, blazing fire, on the sign. Chun Jianghe gazed at the arcade sign with a complex expression. The blazing fire arcade had finally reopened. Jianghe, with the new opening tomorrow, should we plan some activities? Zhang Peng, observing the reinstated sign, also felt a mix of emotions. The years he spent assisting at the blazing fire arcade were among the happiest of his life. Although the sign hung once again, everything had changed. What are your thoughts? Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette, placing it on the steps at the entrance, silently paying tribute to his father. How about we offer games at half price? Previously, Li Jindi had a deal of 5 tokens for 1 yuan. We could do 10 tokens for 1 yuan. What do you think? Zhang Peng suggested. All right, let's go with that. Write a sign to hang outside. 10 tokens for 1 yuan for a week. Chun Jianghe nodded. He initially considered a free play event, allowing patrons to enjoy the games for 3 days at no cost to draw in crowds. However, such a move might provoke hostility, which was unnecessary. It was prudent to deal with Lai San first. Besides, having been away for 3 years, he was unfamiliar with the current market. A grand promotion might not be appropriate. Good. Zhang Peng nodded, found some red paper, and began to write. The real profit in an arcade does not stem from the gaming machines, but rather from the slot machines, which can attract high-stakes players who might wager thousands in a single day. During Chun Jiming's tenure as an arcade operator, there were instances where individuals lost over 100,000 in one night, though whether those funds could be recovered remained uncertain. Once Xiangpeng's sign was displayed, the following morning, the Blazing Fire Arcade reopened. It's official. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing arranged the flower baskets and ignited firecrackers. The sound of 1,000 crackling blasts resonating throughout North Street. A dense cloud of smoke billowed forth with the explosions, capturing the attention of numerous young wanderers and students who were free that weekend. Many local residents, neighbors, and other shopkeepers were also drawn in. Why has the arcade changed its name? Wasn't it previously called Jianghu Arcade? It was originally named Blazing Fire Arcade, owned by Chun Jiming. They reverted to the original name. Where did these young fellows come from? What about Li Jindi? I am uncertain. The young man leading the smoking group appears somewhat familiar. Many people are engaged in hushed discussions, pointing at Chun Jianghe and his companions standing at the entrance of the arcade. It dawned on me that this young man is Chun Jianghe, the son of Chun Jiming, who was tragically murdered 3 years ago. He was incarcerated as well. When did he manage to secure his release? Astonishingly, he has even managed to outmaneuver Li Jindi. Suddenly, someone recognized Chun Jianghe, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. Li Jindi has been a prominent figure on North Street for 3 years, a well-known boss in the area, affluent and influential. How could it be that within just a few days, his arcade has been reclaimed by the son of Chun Jiming? Chapter 24. Turmoil. It was only then that many on North Street realized that Li Jindi had become a thing of the past. The arcade had changed ownership. Such is the nature of the underworld, where bold individuals are as numerous as cattle, yet few manage to see a favorable conclusion. Dear patrons, today we proudly announce the grand reopening of the Blazing Fire Arcade. To celebrate, we are offering an astounding promotion. Just 1 dime for a token, and 10 tokens for a single yuan. Come and enjoy. After the firecrackers had been set off, Zhang Peng stood on the steps at the entrance of the arcade, raising his voice to reiterate the promotional details displayed on the sign. 10 tokens for 1 yuan. What a bargain. Come on in and play for a while. This arcade had, for the past 2 years, been the largest on North Street, attracting a steady stream of visitors daily. Although it had been closed for a few days recently, the impact had been minimal. Moreover, the offer of 10 tokens for 1 yuan was indeed enticing, especially when most arcades in Peng City charge 5 tokens for yuan, and some even demanded a yuan for just 3 tokens. This promotional strategy successfully lured numerous customers, and Zhang Peng's grin widened as he collected money and dispensed tokens, quickly amassing a pile of change. The arcade buzzed with voices, gradually growing lively. However, the slot machines in the back remained largely untouched. The regulars of Li Jindi were reluctant to approach Chen Jianghu, while many newcomers were uncertain about Chen's credibility and the longevity of his arcade. Playing the slots required real money, and particularly for high-stakes players, there was a desire to observe before committing. Chen Jianghu needed to prove his ability to establish a foothold on North Street and maintain control to attract these discerning clients. After all, while arcade games are legal, slot machines are not. No one wished to find themselves suddenly apprehended and fined mid-game. Chen Jianghu remained unhurried. In business, patience is paramount. Building up popularity was the first step. That kid really opened for business. Let's go find Sange. Not far across from the arcade, 2 scruffy onlookers, having observed the growing crowd within, extinguished their cigarettes and hurried back to the billiard hall. Sange, that kid's arcade is buzzing. It seems quite popular. I saw many people. One of the onlookers exclaimed breathlessly. This brat truly does not understand the eyes of the deity of misfortune. Brothers, follow me. Lyson sneered, waving his hand as he led 7 or 8 underlings, armed with machetes and steel pipes, menacingly toward the Blazing Fire Arcade. Brother, wait for me. Li Fei, leaning on a cane and with his foot wrapped in bandages, limped behind them. Fei, what are you doing? Stay here and wait. Li Daong frowned, casting a glance back at him. No, brother, I must see how that brat meets his end today. Li Fei ground his teeth, his expression filled with resentment. The doctor had informed him that one of his legs was irreparably damaged. The tendons could not be reattached, leaving him permanently limping. All of this was Chen Jianghu's doing, and he was determined to witness Chen's downfall. Let us go. The group, brimming with hostility, soon arrived at the arcade, with Lai San leading the charge as they stormed inside. Clear the place. Lai Sanyi waved his hand, and a group of ruffians brandished their weapons. However, they refrained from causing any destruction. This place would soon belong to them, and damaging the gaming machines would only lead to them having to pay for repairs later. The gang rushed towards the patrons inside the arcade. Get the hell out. Li Dayong Baluba, seizing a young man's hair and yanking him up before delivering a resounding slap to his face. The frightened young man collapsed to the ground, covering his face in silence. Li Daong brandished a 3-edged military dagger, kicking over a student engrossed in a game nearby. The other ruffians pushed and kicked, forcibly ushering the remaining customers outside. What the hell do you want, Li Daong? Zhang Peng and his companions emerged from behind the counter, hastily rushing to intervene. What do you think you're doing? I'm here to deal with you today. Li Daong charged forward, catching Zhang Peng off guard and knocking him down with a swift kick. Chaos erupted in the arcade as many timid patrons fled before Lai Sanyi's men could reach them, gathering outside to watch the commotion. A crowd quickly formed outside, eager to see if Chen Jianghu could hold his ground. If he were to be shut down on the very first day, his dreams of running an arcade here would be dashed. Lai Sanyi, are you seeking your own demise? Chen Jianghu remained composed, helping Zhang Peng to his feet and blocking Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Chen Jianghu, do you really think you can challenge me? Take a good look in the mirror. Do you stand a chance? Lai Sanyi sneered, completely disregarding Chun Jianghu. After all, he had only 4 men, hardly a match for him. Jianghu, let us fight back. Zhang Peng, eyes aflame, shouted in defiance. They had finally gained a glimmer of hope and could not allow Lai Sanyi to destroy it. Da Peng, don't act rashly. Chun Jianghu restrained Zhang Peng, calmly addressing Lai Sanyi. If you can't handle the fire arcade, I advise you to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chun Jianghu, do you think this is your first day in the game? Do you think I, Lai Sanyi, am easily intimidated? You think mere words will sway me? Lai Sanyi's Chofet. I'm not here to waste time with you. You've crossed me. Either hand over the arcade, or I'll ruin you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Hurry up and vacate the premises. Brother San, why waste time with this punk? Just take him out. Li Fei, leaning on his cane, shouted with a venomous glare. Lai Sanyi furrowed his brow. This fool truly believed he was seeking revenge. If not for the arcade, Li Fei wouldn't even warrant his attention. How had this fool gotten entangled with Lai Sanyi? Though Lai Sanyi was not a formidable character, these 3 or 4 men were unlikely to be his match. Had Li Jindi encountered some trouble that forced him to flee? Otherwise, how could this arcade have fallen into this fool's hands? I foresee the fire arcade closing its doors on its very first day. The onlookers outside were abuzz with speculation, convinced that with merely 3 or 4 individuals, Chun Jianghu and his companions stood no chance against Lai San. They believed that provoking Lai San would inevitably lead to the downfall of this gaming hall. Just then, someone unexpectedly parted the crowd and strode in. In this society governed by law, it was audacious to dismiss one thing after another. This person, dressed in civilian attire, boldly navigated through the throng and entered the gaming hall. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Lai San. Irritated, Lai San turned around, ready to assert his dominance. But upon recognizing the visitor, his expression shifted dramatically. Director Tang, what brings you here? Chapter 25. One must rely on oneself. What brings you here? Lai San, upon seeing Tang Aigua, resembled a mouse encountering a cat, hastily fumbling for a cigarette to offer in a sycophantic gesture. The visitor was none other than Tang Aigua, dressed in casual attire. Lai San, whom did you just threaten to eliminate? Tang Aigua brusquely pushed aside the cigarette, his expression stern as he fixed a piercing gaze on Lai San. Sir, this is a grave misunderstanding. I never uttered a word about eliminating anyone. As you well know, I, Lai San, am renowned for my adherence to the law. How could I possibly engage in such unlawful activities? Lai San protested, his face a mask of innocence. Tang Aigua, the chief of the Jianghu Road police station, held considerable sway over the North Street area, which fell under his jurisdiction. It would not be an exaggeration to liken him to a local emperor. Particularly in the underworld, his reputation for ruthlessness was well known. While not everyone feared Tang Aigua, some had connections that could reach higher authorities. Unfortunately, Lai San lacked such influence. Although he had acquaintances within the Jianghu Road police station, they were merely a few enforcement officers with whom he was somewhat familiar. He could never hope to access Tang Aigua's level of connections. Nonetheless, he regularly paid off protection fees to ensure a degree of safety. Typically, when issues arose, the police would turn a blind eye. Is this what you call adherence to the law? Tang Aigua gestured disdainfully towards Li Daong and his entourage, his tone accusatory. Is brandishing weapons a sign of lawful conduct? Sir, it's a misunderstanding. They were merely joking. Lai San's complexion shifted dramatically as he frantically shouted at Li Daong and the others. What are you all standing around for? Put those weapons away. We are here to congratulate Brother Chun, not to brandish arms. Li Daong and his companions, visibly shaken, hurriedly complied, stowing away their weapons. In these times, the police station was akin to a den of tigers. For those without connections or backing, being taken in could spell disaster. Lai San, have you come to celebrate the opening of my gaming hall empty-handed? Chun Jianghu suddenly interjected, a sly smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lai San. Caught off guard, Lai San's expression stiffened. He had merely been speaking off the cuff and never anticipated that Chun Jianghu would seize upon his words. With Tang Aigua's menacing gaze upon him, he could only muster a strained smile, responding, Brother Chun, what are you saying? I have prepared a red envelope for you. And where might this envelope be? Chun Jianghu inquired playfully his curiosity piqued. It's right here. Lai San, his teeth nearly grinding in distress, pulled out a wad of cash from his person, forcing a grin. I was in such a hurry that I didn't locate the envelope, but here are 200. Before Lai San could finish, Chun Jianghe exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Peng. The latter swiftly lunged forward, snatching the money from Lai San's hands. The wad contained over 2,000. Ah, Lai San, how generous of you. A $2,000 red envelope. I must express my gratitude. Chun Jianghe deliberately raised his voice, savoring the moment. Lai San was on the verge of a fit, nearly choking on his fury. That 2,000 was the revenue from 3 or 4 days at the billiards hall, which paled in comparison to the profits from the gaming hall. Having that money taken from him felt like a dagger to his heart. Is Mr. Lai unwilling to cooperate? Chun Jianghe chuckled. Willing? How could he possibly be unwilling? Congratulations, my dear brother Chun, on the grand opening of your gaming hall. May your business flourish and endure for ages. Lai San, forced to swallow his pride along with his words, not only offered money but also uttered a few auspicious phrases, after which he managed a strained smile and addressed Tang Igua. Mr. Tang, I shall take my leave now, so as not to impede the opening of Brother Chun's establishment. Go ahead, Tang Igua replied nonchalantly. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry and leave. Lai San begrudgingly shouted back, his expression dark as he hurriedly departed with Li Daong and the others. Li Fei, in a state of panic, hurriedly followed with the aid of his cane. Chun Jianghe observed the retreating figures of Lai San and his companions, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Zhang Peng and the others bore expressions of relief, while Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong were particularly exhilarated. They had not anticipated that Chun Jianghe had connections with Tang Igua. With such ties, they could firmly establish themselves on North Street. Everyone, come in and continue playing. We live in a society governed by law. We shall not tolerate lawlessness. Tang Igua declared as he turned at the entrance of the gaming hall. Soon, the establishment buzzed with liveliness once more. Da Peng, distribute 20 tokens to each guest. Chun Jianghe commanded. Understood. Zhang Peng replied promptly, swiftly accompanied by Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong to continue distributing tokens. Uncle Tang, I'm immensely grateful for your support. Without your presence, today's opening would not have been possible. Chun Jianghe expressed his gratitude to Tang Igua. Jianghe, we are all in this together. There is no need for such formality. Besides, Lai San is no match for you. I am well aware. Tang Igua waved his hand with a smile. I still have work to attend to, so I want to linger. Focus on your business and strive to make the Flame Gaming Hall thrive. Regarding the gaming hall, as permits, they should be finalized within the next few days. Tang Igua added before stepping into the vehicle parked outside the gaming hall and departing swiftly. Boss, with your connections, why didn't Director Tang simply apprehend Lai San? Zhang Chong, having finished distributing tokens, could not help but inquire. Xiangzi, in this world, one must rely on oneself. Chun Jianghe initially hesitated to explain, but seeing Zhang Peng's puzzled expression, he elaborated, no matter how strong our connections may be, we must grease the wheels with money. In today's society, who will assist you without compensation? To resolve matters with Lai San, how much would need to be offered to get someone to intervene on our behalf? How much do we have to spare for such purposes? Even if Tang Igua were to apprehend Lai San, how long could he keep him detained? Lai San, adept at navigating society, certainly has his own connections. With some effort, Tang Igua might not be able to hold him for long. When it comes to societal matters, we must handle them ourselves whenever possible. If Tang Igua truly wished to apprehend Lai San, he would not have allowed him to leave just now. Chun Jianghe refrained from voicing his thoughts further. He had no desire to involve himself in such affairs. If he needed to seek Tang Igua's assistance for a mere Lai San, what was the point of striving in society? It would be better to abandon the endeavor altogether. Boss, we will heed your guidance. Zhang Chong nodded, somewhat understanding yet perplexed. Though he could not grasp everything, he recognized that following Chun Jianghe would lead to profit and a promising future. Hence, he would comply with Chun Jianghe's directives. Let us all focus on our work. Chun Jianghe waved his hand and returned to his office on the second floor. Sitting in the boss's chair, His gaze was cold as he began to contemplate a definitive resolution to the issue with Lai San. Today, he had summoned Tang Aigua to reveal a glimpse of his background. Once he dealt with Lai San and established his authority, he would be able to firmly entrench himself in North Street. With his position secured, no one would dare to cause trouble in the arcade, and naturally, the business would flourish. After today's incident, the people of North Street would come to realize that he had Tang Aigua backing him. Any attempts to confront him would require them to reconsider their own capabilities. Chapter 26. Reluctance at Lai San Billiards Hall. Inside the billiards hall, Lai San returned with a grim expression. Today was truly a case of failing to steal a chicken and losing the rice instead. Not only did he fail to intimidate Chun Jianghu, but he was also left humiliated. If he could not handle a mere youth, his reputation on North Street would surely deteriorate. In this world, reputation is paramount. Without it, even the most insignificant characters would dare to confront him. Brother, I never imagined that the kid was backed by Tang Aigua. No wonder he could handle Li Jindi. I heard that Li Jindi and Tang Aigua are not on the same page. It must be Tang Aigua who supported Qin Jianghu in dealing with Li Jindi. Li Daong gritted his teeth, his face ashen. Formerly, Zhang Peng had been a minor figure under his command, yet now he dared to speak so boldly, which greatly displeased Li Daong. Brother, can we just let this matter rest? That kid crippled my leg. Li Fei protested, filled with resentment. Who said we would let this go? With me, Lai San, that kid won't stand a chance. Lai San's eyes glinted with cold malice. Brother, but that kid's ally is Tang Aigua, the head of the Ximin Road police station. We can't afford to provoke him. Li Daong hesitated. If Tang Aigua truly aligned with Chun Jianghu, would we have returned safely today? Lai San's eyes gleamed with cunning. After years in this underworld, he had learned to discern the true nature of relationships. He recognized that Tang Aigua and Chun Jianghu were not in complete accord. Their connection was merely one of mutual exploitation and financial transactions. Since that is the case, if Chun Jianghu can offer money, so can I Lai San? As long as I can take over the gaming hall. What do you mean, brother? Li Daong asked in confusion. If Tang Aigua were truly united with Chun Jianghu, we would have already been captured by him. The fact that he hasn't apprehended us indicates that their relationship is not so profound, just a matter of mutual benefit. Lai San replied coldly. I suspect Qin Jianghu has provided Tang Aigua with money and shares. If we seize the gaming hall, I can offer him money and shares as well. If Chun Jianghu offers 20%, I will offer 50%. I refuse to believe that when the time comes. And Chun Jianghu is finished. Tang Aigua will forego such a substantial advantage to seek vengeance for him. Lai San was indeed astute, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. In this day and age, everyone speaks the language of money. If he could indeed take over the Lihua Gaming Hall and allocate 50% of the shares to Tang Aigua, the latter would undoubtedly turn a blind eye to Chun Jianghu's plight. Yes, brother, you are right. If Chun Jianghu's relationship with Tang Aigua were that solid, Tang Aigua would have dealt with us today. Li Daong's eyes brightened with realization. Brother, how do you plan to deal with Chun Jianghu? Why not sneak over tonight and eliminate him? Li Fei suggested, his teeth clenched in rage. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chun Jianghu. Previously, taking advantage of Li Daong's reputation as a ruffian, Li Fei was quite popular at school. He rode a small motorcycle daily, accompanied by several other dropouts like himself, mingling around the campus. He could easily earn some money and frequently change girlfriends, having already taken the virginity of several young girls who also loathed education and wandered aimlessly. Aside from lacking funds, he was never short of women. However, now that his leg was crippled, he found himself unable to attract any girls, and no one regarded him with any seriousness. All of this was the fault of Chun Jianghu. Kill him, kill him. Do you really think I am the most formidable brother in Pengcheng, capable of shielding everything? Lai San was immediately enraged, cursing aloud. It was precisely because his subordinates were inept that confronting someone like Chun Jianghu proved so arduous. Li Fei lowered his head in shame. While Li Daong hurried to defend him, Third brother, my younger brother is still young and naive. Please do not hold it against him. Li Fei, shut your mouth. Do you think this is a place for you to speak? Lai San retorted. If it weren't for you provoking Chun Jianghu, third brother wouldn't have to confront him. After saying this, Li Daong turned back to scold again. Regardless, Even if Li Fei hadn't provoked Qin Jianghe, I would still need to bring that brat down. That game hall is incredibly profitable. What gives him the right to monopolize it? Lai San waved his hand and, softening his tone, added, moreover, to deal with Qin Jianghe, we will need Li Fei's assistance. Brother, Li Fei is incapacitated. What assistance can he provide? Li Daong questioned, puzzled. Li Fei, last time you mentioned that Qin Jianghe crippled you because of Lu Wen's daughter, right? Lai San suddenly inquired. Yes, third brother, it was because of that vile Lu Xiao. Li Fei said bitterly. So, it seems Qin Jianghe has some connection with the Lu mother and daughter. Lai San stroked his chin, grinning maliciously. I have a plan. If executed well, we can incapacitate that brat Qin Jianghe. Daong Fei, come here. Lai San beckoned Li Daong and Li Fei closer, whispering a few instructions in their ears. Third brother, just watch. We know what to do. Li Daong and Li Fei nodded in agreement and promptly left to carry out the task. Li Daong went alone, while Li Fei took two of Lai San's subordinates, driving off in a van towards the billiard hall. That evening, as dusk descended, Zhang Peng could hardly contain his excitement as he poured all the day's earnings from the game hall into a bag, then headed upstairs to count the money and reconcile the accounts. Dapeng, the door isn't even closed yet. Why the rush to tally the accounts? Qin Jianghe smiled as he saw him approach. Jianghe, today marks our opening day. I want to see how much we've collected. Zhang Peng replied enthusiastically, then emptied the small change onto the table and began counting. The largest denominations collected were 10 yuan bills, not even 50 yuan notes, let alone 100 yuan bills. The majority were just 1 and 2 yuan coins. Nonetheless, the game hall was lively due to promotional activities, with dozens of patrons still present. After a considerable time, Zhang Peng finally managed to tally the loose change accurately. Jiang, he remarked, we have earned 416 yuan today alone, and it is still not yet closing time. By the evening, we might even reach 450 or 500 yuan. Zhang Peng, holding the money, expressed his exhilaration. Earning such a sum in a single day was something he had never dared to dream of before. The day's earnings nearly equaled his entire month's salary from prior to this. Is there still no one playing the slot machines today? Qin Jiang, he was somewhat content with the income, but he considered it merely a trifling amount. Once the arcade ceased its half-price promotions, the maximum daily revenue would likely only reach 500 to 600 yuan. After deducting expenses for electricity and labor, it remained uncertain whether they could surpass 10,000 yuan in a month. The true source of profit lay in the slot machines. No, there is no one playing the slot machines, Zhang Peng said, his face expressing helplessness. Without patrons for the slot machines, the arcade could not return to its former glory. Chapter 27. The journey of the Jianghu, don't worry. Once we deal with Lai San and establish our footing on North Street, business will gradually improve. Qin Jianghe remarked with a smile. Indeed, you are correct. One must not rush in business. Zhang Peng nodded, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Jianghe, I heard a few gamers mention the new arcade is set to open on North Street. Another arcade? Qin Jianghe furrowed his brow. On North Street, there were already arcades, billiard halls, skating rinks, internet cafes, food stalls, hotels, and small inns. Everything one could desire. Including the prominent Liuhua, there were 4 arcades in total, with Liuhua being the largest, while the other 3 were relatively modest, each comprising merely 1 or 2 storefronts. The threat to Liuhua was minimal. However, given the limited space of North Street, the introduction of another arcade would intensify competition. It seems it's not entirely new. It's an expansion of an existing establishment. I haven't checked it out yet, Zhang Peng explained. When you have a moment, do take a look. Qin Jianghe's brow knitted in concern. The entertainment industry in Pengcheng was becoming increasingly cutthroat. 3 years ago, when he entered the scene, there were no internet cafes on the street. Now, upon his return, internet cafes had proliferated, and it was said that many preferred them over arcades, siphoning away a portion of the arcade's clientele. This trend would likely become even more pronounced in the future. Qin Jianghe sensed that the golden age of arcades was swiftly dwindling. Perhaps he could consider establishing an internet cafe on the 2nd floor. He had heard from Zhang Peng that internet cafes were quite lucrative, with the cheapest rates in Pengcheng starting at 10 yuan per hour, and the most expensive reaching as high as 20. Without some capital, one could hardly afford to set up such a venture. For internet cafes to thrive, the costs of internet access would need to decrease. Otherwise, the youth would be unable to afford it. He would have to observe the situation further. What did you say, Jianghu? Zhang Peng inquired, not having caught his words. Nothing. You may carry on with your tasks. Chun Jianghu waved his hand dismissively. All right, I'll collect the money and head out to buy some food. Zhang Peng responded, taking 20 yuan and making a note in his ledger. He then bundled the cash according to denomination and handed it to Chun Jianghu before turning to leave. Chun Jianghu casually tossed the money into a drawer, closing his eyes in contemplation. To navigate the Jianghu, one must first establish a robust foundation, transition into legitimate business endeavors in the midterm, and gradually cleanse one's reputation in the latter stages. Only then could one find a viable path forward. This wisdom had been imparted to him by Chen Jiming during his own days in the Jianghu, after a notable figure, inebriated and in high spirits, shared it with him. Chen Jiming often reiterated this lesson to Chen Jianghu. Alas, Chen Jiming himself couldn't even endure the first step. As Zhang Peng strolled towards North Street, he took a moment to discreetly observe the billiard hall, only to discover that Lai San's establishment had closed early, its doors firmly locked, leaving him uncertain about the situation inside. Confirming that Lai San's associates were not in the vicinity, Zhang Peng proceeded forward and arrived at a bustling eatery. He ordered 2 dishes, along with stir-fried noodles and several bottles of beer, spending just over 20 yuan. From a distance, he noticed that several storefronts along the street were undergoing renovations, with a prominent sign already hung above. Tianwei Electronic World? I recall this place was once known as the Magnate. Zhang Peng mused aloud. Indeed, Brother Peng, this was formerly the Magnate. However, I heard that just a few days ago, Boss Zhou's wife was assaulted, and he has since taken his family back to his hometown, relinquishing this place. The eatery owner remarked quietly while stirring the dishes, glancing around cautiously. Zhang Peng had previously worked at Lai San's billiards hall and was occasionally sent out to fetch meals, establishing a certain familiarity with the owner. The Magnate was once a gaming hall located on North Street, boasting 2 storefronts. Initially, it was a chief competitor to the Lihua Gaming Hall, although in recent years, it had lost numerous patrons to Li Jindi. Nonetheless, the business had remained lucrative, generating substantial profits monthly. The owner of the Magnate, Zhou Tiange, had been in Pengsheng for nearly a decade and was quite well known on North Street. Zhang Peng had met Zhou's wife, a woman in her 30s or 40s, still possessing her charm. Little did they know that such a significant upheaval would transpire in just a few days. Such a ruthless action? Zhang Peng inquired, astonished. Who is the current owner of Tianwei Electronic World? The situation was evident. Someone had set their sights on Zhou Tiangui's Magnate. Zhou Tiangui would undoubtedly be unwilling to part with his establishment, leading to the coercion of his wife in an effort to compel him to relinquish it. That remains unknown, but I've heard that the individual behind this has considerable influence. The owner replied in a hushed tone as he finished preparing the stir-fried meat. Brother Peng, I've heard you now at the Lihua Gaming Hall. You should exercise caution. I perceive that the owner of the Magnate is not to be trifled with. Thank you. I'll inform the boss, and from now on, we'll be ordering our meals from your establishment, Zhang Peng said, hastily gathering the packed food and returning to the gaming hall. As night deepened, the gaming hall became quieter with the departure of several students. The lively atmosphere somewhat diminished. Zhang Peng delivered 2 boxes of fried noodles and a plate of stir-fried meat to Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing before taking the remaining food upstairs. Jianghe. I checked it out. There's a new gaming hall set to open, named Tianwei Electronic World, right at the former location of the Magnate. They've expanded to include several additional storefronts and are now slightly larger than our Lihua. Zhang Peng announced, opening the containers and handing chopsticks to Chun Jianghe. The Magnate is a new establishment run by Zhou Tiangui. Chun Jiang, he inquired after sampling the noodles. Before his arrival, the Magnate had already been flourishing, and during those years, Chen Jiming had once clashed with Zhou Tiangui in a bid to attract customers. However, the conflict had not been severe, and there were no significant grievances between the two parties. It is not Zhou Tiangui. Zhang Peng sighed and remarked, I've heard that Zhou Tinggui's wife has been involved with someone else. He has now returned to his hometown with his wife and children. Defugi has been taken over by someone else, though I'm unaware of who that might be. This information was relayed to me by the owner of the Hao Zilai Diner. I thought that, by ordering meals from him in the future, I might glean quite a bit of information. In this world, the strong prey upon the weak, and without strength, one is merely meat on the chopping block. Chun Jianghe fell silent for a moment. He had not anticipated that Zhou Tianghe, after so many years in Beijia, would meet such a fate. Very well, we shall do as you suggest. From now on, we will dine at Hao Zilai. The owner of the diner is well-connected and informed. Then I shall have him deliver meals. Zhang Peng nodded and began to eat with Chun Jianghe. In the establishments on this side of Beijia, many provided meals and lodging, aiming to keep people within their premises to avoid unexpected raids, which could leave one caught off guard and vulnerable. Chapter 28. Kidnapping Xiao Xiao. Take out the trash. A few streets away, in a clinic, Lu Wen disposed of blood-soaked cotton balls and bandages into the trash bin, calling out to the upper floor before she began to organize other items. Coming down, the youthful and vibrant Lu Xiao Xiao descended from upstairs, carrying a garbage bag as she made her way outside to discard it into the bin at the corner. Feed Xies out. In a nearby van, a ruffian nudged Li Fei, who straightened up upon seeing Lu Xiao Xiao emerge from the clinic with the garbage bag in hand. They had been waiting outside for some time, hesitant to enter the clinic while it was occupied. Follow her, make a move. Li Fei's eyes narrowed with determination, fixating intently on the beautiful Lu Xiao Xiao. He had been infatuated with her even before she dropped out of school, frequently pursuing her, but she had never shown interest in him. As the van roared to life, it leisurely trailed after Lu Xiao Xiao. After walking a short distance, she noticed the van approaching slowly from behind, causing her to startle. Heightened with caution, she moved closer to the roadside and quickened her pace, eager to dispose of the garbage and return indoors. Unexpectedly, the van accelerated, halting abruptly beside her. The door swung open with a loud thud, and two ruffians pounced on her like wolves. "Mom!" Lu Xiao Xiao screamed in terror, hurling the garbage bag at one of the assailants before turning to flee back towards the clinic. "Still think you can escape?" One of the ruffians reached out, tearing open the garbage bag, then sprinted forward to grab Lu Xiao Xiao's ponytail. She let out a pained cry as she fell to the ground. Another ruffian seized her neck with one hand while twisting her arm with the other, forcibly dragging her back to the van and shoving her inside. "Xiao Xiao, go!" Hearing the commotion, Lu Wen rushed out wielding a surgical knife, shouting in alarm. Li Fei, with a smug expression, coldly laughed as he sped away in the van. Lu Wen could only watch in despair as the vehicle grew more distant, eventually vanishing from sight. At 11:30 that evening, the arcade was gradually emptying. Once, the Blazing Fire arcade had remained open until midnight, and it was not uncommon for high-stakes gamblers at the slot machines to keep playing until dawn. However, there were no major patrons that night, and with Lai San watching outside, Chun Jianghe decided not to keep the establishment open too late. Da Peng, tidy up and prepare to close. Chun Jianghe instructed before heading upstairs. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded and sent Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to inform the remaining customers that they could take home any unfinished tokens and return tomorrow. At that moment, Lu Wen burst into the arcade, barefoot and disheveled, rushing straight towards Chun Jianghe. "Jijia?" Chun Jianghe turned, his heart sinking at the sight of Lu Wen's unkempt appearance. One shoe missing. He couldn't help but worry that she had been victimized. "Jijia, what happened?" Zhang Peng, upon seeing Lu Wen approaching suddenly, inquired promptly. Lu Wen, disregarding Zhang Peng, stumbled forward towards Chun Jianghe, her legs giving way beneath her as she unexpectedly fell. Chun Jianghe instinctively reached out, intending to catch Lu Wen, only to be taken aback by the sensation of soft warmth, realizing his hand had landed in an unexpected place. He had previously thought that Ling Shui was a formidable woman, yet he was surprised to discover that there were indeed others who surpassed her. There are always greater mountains beyond the peaks we know. "Lu Jia, are you all right?" Chun Jianghe asked, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he quickly supported Lu Wen's arm. Lu Wen grasped his arm tightly, momentarily ignoring the earlier embarrassment, and urgently exclaimed, Chun Jianghu, my daughter Xiao Xiao. She has been taken away. Xiao Xiao has been kidnapped. Who did it? Zhang Peng's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired hastily. I don't know. I asked her to take out the trash, and as soon as she stepped outside, a van took her away. Lu Wen lamented, her voice full of despair. It's all my fault. If I hadn't let her go, she wouldn't have been taken. Chun Jianghu, I beg you, help me find Xiao Xiao. Don't worry, sister. Xiao Xiao is my cousin, and I will certainly assist. Zhang Peng immediately replied. Chun Jianghu cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Peng, wondering when Xiao Xiao had become his cousin. Previously, he had thought Zhang Peng was interested in Lu Wen. Had he misjudged the situation? Were Zhang Peng and Lu Wen actually related? However, this was not the time for such inquiries. Xiao Xiao's abduction posed a grave danger, and they needed to act swiftly to locate her. Have you called the police? Chun Jianghu asked in a serious tone. No, it would take too long for the police to arrive. Lu Wen shook her head in despair. In this day and age, relying on the police to save someone in time is as futile as expecting a sow to climb a tree. If we report it, by the time they arrive tomorrow for an investigation, it would be a miracle. Without connections or bribes, cases like this can languish for ages. Not to mention, even in a brawl involving dozens on the street, the enforcement team only arrives after the chaos is settled. They are always the last to show up. Chun Jianghu understood that they could not depend on the police. However, aimlessly searching without a plan would yield little result. Deep in thought, he soon recognized a crucial detail. Lu Jia, did you say Xiao Xiao was taken right after she went out to throw away the trash? Yes, she was just taking out the trash when she was abducted. Lu Wen nodded, her countenance reflecting her breakdown. If that were the case, the likelihood of a random act of crime was slim. It was probable that someone had been waiting outside the clinic, watching for Xiao Xiao to emerge before striking. Jianghu, what do you mean? Zhang Peng asked, his face a mask of confusion. If the crime were to occur randomly, it would be far too coincidental that Lu Xiao Xiao stepped out merely to dispose of some trash, and within a minute or two, found herself being targeted. While the possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, it remains exceedingly slim. A far more plausible scenario suggests that someone was already waiting outside, indicating that this was not the act of a stranger, but rather a vendetta by an adversary. With Chun Jianghu's insightful observation, Zhang Peng began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The individual who abducted Lu Xiao Xiao did not merely stumble upon her. Rather, they were specifically aiming for both her and Lu Wen. Jianghu, you are indeed correct. Lu Jia, have you, in your clinic, recently offended anyone? Zhang Peng quickly inquired as the realization dawned upon him. Neither my daughter nor I have ever been troublemakers. I attend to anyone seeking medical assistance without prying into their affairs. We have not crossed paths with anyone recently. If there was someone we might have offended, it would be Li Fei from a few days ago. Lu Wen murmured. Li Fei? Chun Jianghu's gaze turned icy in an instant. Chapter 29. Let us fight together indeed. It must be Li Fei. There's also a van at Lai San's billiard hall. Zhang Peng was instantly filled with excitement, hastily pulling out a knife. Xiao Xiao must have been captured by Lai San and Li Fei. We must hurry to the billiards hall. De Peng, do not act impulsively. Chun Jianghu interjected, blocking Zhang Peng. If this is indeed the doing of Lai San, it is highly probable that he has exploited Lu Xiao Xiao to lure them into a trap. If we proceed recklessly, we risk falling victim to Lai San's men. Jianghu, if we don't go, Xiao Xiao will be lost. Zhang Peng exclaimed anxiously. I understand. But if we go in like this, we are merely delivering ourselves to Lai San. Not only will we fail to rescue Lu Xiao Xiao, but we could also endanger our own lives. Chun Jianghu replied, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Chun Jianghu, I implore you to save my daughter, to save Xiao Xiao. If you're willing to help her, I would do anything for you. Lu Wen suddenly fell to her knees, beginning to remove her clothing. Having given birth to Lu Xiao Xiao at a tender age of 17, she was now just over 30, a ripe peach in full bloom. Over the years, many influential figures had sought her affection, but out of concern for Lu Xiao Xiao, she had always turned them down. Now, she was willing to sacrifice everything for her daughter. Sister Lu, there is no need for such drastic measures. We are determined to rescue your daughter. Chun Jianghu swiftly took hold of Lu Wen's hands. In the world they navigated, A doctor's importance was undeniable, and with his assistance, they would become true allies. Should any future troubles arise, Luan would surely not stand idly by. "What shall we do, Jianghe?" Zhang Peng inquired, his tone laced with urgency. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged anxious glances, aware that Lai San commanded a group of 8 or 9 men, while they numbered only 4. If it came to a confrontation, they feared the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Chun Jianghe's mobile phone rang. Upon answering, Lai San's voice echoed through the receiver. "Chun Jianghe, the girl you're interested in, Lu Xiaoxiao, is currently in my possession. If you wish for her to remain unharmed, come to the billiards hall immediately. And remember, do not alert the police, otherwise I will mar her face. If I do not see you within half an hour, do not blame me for letting my men have their way with her. Lai San, if anything happens to Lu Xiaoxiao, I will take your life." Chun Jianghe retorted coldly. "Huh, quite the bold statement. I'll be waiting. Remember, you have only half an hour. Time is of the essence." Lai San scoffed before abruptly ending the call. Xiaoxiao is truly in Lai San's grasp. "I must call the police." Lu Wan, in a flurry of panic, reached for Chun Jianghe's phone to report the incident. "Sister Lu, Lai San has been in this world for a long time. He is no fool. Xiaoxiao is certainly not at the billiards hall. If we call the police without evidence, even if we manage to apprehend Lai San, we won't be able to save Lu Xiaoxiao, and she could end up in greater peril." Chun Jianghe firmly restrained Lu Wan, his voice steady yet grave. Since Lai San was aware of Chun Jianghe's connection with Tang Aigua, he would undoubtedly take precautions against any police involvement. In that case, he would never place Lu Xiaoxiao in the billiard hall. Even if Chun Jianghe reported to the police and summoned Tang Aigua and his men, they would undoubtedly fail to locate Lu Xiaoxiao. As for the abduction of Lu Xiaoxiao, Lai San would certainly deny any involvement, even if he had just admitted it over the phone. Mere words are insufficient, and without his acknowledgement, they lack evidence to prove that Lai San had claimed responsibility for her kidnapping. If they delayed for a night, Lu Xiaoxiao would likely suffer grave harm. What to do? What to do? Lu Wan sat despondently on the ground, her gaze vacant. She was acutely aware that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger Lu Xiaoxiao faced. "Dapeng, gather some supplies quickly." Chun Jianghe was equally cognizant of their dwindling time. They had to confront Lai San by nightfall. He gestured for Zhang Peng to come closer and swiftly whispered a few instructions in his ear. Zhang Peng's eyes brightened instantly. "Rest assured, Jianghe, I shall depart immediately." Zhang Peng nodded and promptly exited, driving away in the van. "Xiangzi, Zhou Bing, close the door, arm yourselves, and accompany me to the billiard hall." After dispatching Zhang Peng, Chun Jianghe addressed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. They exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and hurried to the back of the arcade to retrieve some items. Wealth is often found in danger. Following Chun Jianghe offered more promise than aligning with Li Jindi. If Chun Jianghe was willing to take risks, what was stopping them? Moreover, Chun Jianghe had sent Zhang Ping out, perhaps to seek reinforcements. Once they arrived, everything would be resolved. "Lu Jia, stay here while we bring Lu Xiaoxiao back." Chun Jianghe donned a leather jacket beneath his clothing. These jackets, made from thick cowhide, were stored in the supply room at the back of the arcade, specifically prepared by Li Jindi's subordinates. While they offered little protection against stabbings, they provided substantial defense against slashing. Wearing one before engaging in a confrontation would afford a significant degree of safety. The 3 donned leather jackets, armed themselves, and left, instructing Lu when to lock the door and remain in the arcade. Lu Wan, filled with worry, watched them depart, kneeling at the entrance. Night deepened, and the bustling North Street gradually fell silent, with only a handful of shops still open, casting a dim light like the last flicker of hope in the darkness. Even the roadside stalls were nearly deserted. Chun Jianghe, accompanied by Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, soon arrived outside Lai San's billiard hall, where the door was shut, but light seeped through the cracks, indicating that someone was inside. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing swallowed nervously, their palms sweaty, with Zhang Peng absent. The 3 of them felt insufficient in number. "Boss, are we really going in? Why risk everything for a woman we barely know?" Zhou Bing suddenly voiced, his face betraying evident fear. We are not merely fighting for a woman. We are fighting for our place on North Street. If we do not resolve matters with Lai San, how can he allow us to conduct business and earn a living here? Chun Jianghe replied sternly. Only by dealing with Lai San can we establish a foothold on North Street. Zhou Bing, if you lack the courage to face this, perhaps you should seek employment in a factory instead. After Chun Jianghe finished speaking, he strode directly towards the billiard hall. He held no expectations for Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Tonight, his only hope rested upon himself and Zhang Peng. As long as Zhang Peng could arrive on time as planned, their chances of success would be at least 50%. Zhang Chong cast a glance at Zhou Bing, took a deep breath, gripped his knife tightly, and followed Chun Jianghe. Boss, I desire to earn money, to become wealthy, to rise above the ordinary. I do not wish to spend my life in a factory without achieving anything. Zhou Bing, gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, growled as he trailed behind. Then let us fight together, Chun Jianghe declared, striding to the entrance of the billiard hall, forcefully pulling open the rolling shutter door and stepping inside. Chapter 30. Life and death struggle. As the three entered, several unfamiliar youths swiftly appeared behind them, promptly pulling down the roller shutter and standing guard to prevent Chun Jianghe and his companions from escaping. These youths bore unfamiliar faces. They were likely not under Lai San's command, but rather temporary reinforcements he had summoned, perhaps feeling that a larger group would bolster their chances of success. Such ruffians could be persuaded for a mere 200 to occupy a spot, and for 1,000 or two, they would resort to violence. Though not every rogue would dare to accept such a perilous task. Lai San lounged in the boss's chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his gaze fixed with satisfaction on Chun Jianghe. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing felt a heaviness in their hearts, their arms trembling with tension. With Lai San's natural advantage in numbers, supplemented by 4 or 5 external allies, how could they possibly contend against a dozen adversaries? Remaining composed, Chun Jianghe narrowed his eyes and slipped on his knuckle duster. True to his reputation as a seasoned player in the underworld, Lai San had opted to hire external help despite his numerical superiority, illustrating his cautious nature. Chun Jianghe, you truly possess audacity. For a woman, you dare to confront us with only these 2 misfits. Such youth and courage, Lai San remarked, giving Chun Jianghe a thumbs up, amusement dancing in his eyes. Why hasn't Zhang Peng shown up? Third brother, there's no one outside, and the police Haven T arrived. Li Daong squeezed through a small door and locked it behind him. Chun Jianghe, your father was a notable figure, and you've made a name for yourself as well. Today, I'll grant your deceased father a favor. Sign this contract, ceding the fire game hall to me, and we shall erase our grievances. I want to pursue the matter of Li Fei's demise, and I'll ensure your safe departure from the billiard hall. Lai San produced a contract and tossed it at Chun Jianghe's feet. The document stipulated a purchase price of 200,000 yuan for the fire game hall. Of course, the contract was one matter, but whether he would actually provide the money was another. It was merely a formality, as Lai San had no intention of parting with any funds. Yet, if Chun Jianghe signed the contract, the hall would be his. What if I refused to sign this contract? Chun Jianghe glanced at the document on the ground and inquired coolly. If you refuse, I will sever one of your hands today, and you'll have no choice but to sign. Lai San sneered, his voice laced with menace. Chun Jianghe, will you sign or not? Be decisive. Li Daong brandished a triangular military dagger, pointing it threateningly at Chun Jianghe, eager to avenge Li Fei. Regardless of whether Chun Jianghe signed or not, I will consider signing, but you must first release Lu Xiao. Chun Jianghe replied in a grave tone. Ha ha ha, indeed. A hero struggles at the beauty's gate. Very well, I'll be frank with you. Lu Xiao is not here. However, if you sign the contract, I will immediately call someone to ensure her return. I, Lai San, would never deceive you. He laughed maniacally, fixing his gaze upon Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe's expression hardened. It was evident that Lai San had not kept Lu Xiao at the billiard hall. Had she been there, seeking assistance from Tang Aigua would have led to a swift resolution, with both the accomplice and the evidence in hand. At that moment, it was an undeniable kidnapping case. Chun Jianghe exerted some effort and spent a little money to ensure Lai San would be imprisoned for a few years without issue. Lai San would not make such a blunder. If I cannot see the person, I cannot sign this contract. Chen Jianghe disdainfully kicked the contract aside. Chen Jianghe, you are inviting punishment by refusing to heed my warning. Lai San's gaze turned cold, his face contorting in rage. Third brother, why waste words with this fool? Eliminate him. I do not believe he will dare to refuse to sign. Li Dayong grolad manasingli. Chen Jianghe, I will ask you one last time. Will you sign this contract? Lai San stood up, his expression grim. I cannot sign. Chen Jianghe remained composed, estimating the time. Zhang Peng should be arriving soon. Cannot sign. Huh. Very well. Lai San viciously crushed his cigarette onto the ground and suddenly addressed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, saying, Today this affair has nothing to do with you two. Step aside, and I won't harm you. Otherwise, I will ensure you both leave on stretchers. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing's expressions shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation. Yet they still gripped their knives, palms sweaty. Fools, let us get started. Lai San scolded upon seeing their inaction and waved his hand fiercely. Go! Li Daong bellowed, yet cunningly did not rush forward first. Instead, he sent his underlings to charge at Chen Jianghe, feigning a slow approach to follow behind. The few young ruffians behind Chen Jianghe silently drew their machetes, launching an immediate attack. These ruffians were clearly not ordinary thugs. They were the type who dared to act when paid. Be careful. Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes, tightening his fist. Without waiting for the ruffians to approach, he took the initiative, lunging forward to confront the leading thug. Chen Jianghe had learned martial arts from his grandfather since childhood, until the age of 13 when his grandfather passed away. During that time, Chen Jiming was entangled in the underworld and had no time to care for him. With no one to guide him, Chen Jianghe's skills languished. Later, he spent 3 years in prison, a veritable melting pot where it was either you bullied others or were bullied yourself. Without strength or connections, one could hardly remain unscathed. Chen Jianghe chose to carve his path with his fists, establishing a reputation that deterred others from bullying him. Over those 3 years, his martial prowess advanced rapidly, earning him notoriety as Iron Fist Chen throughout the prison. The thug was taken aback by Chen Jianghe's audacity to strike first. Upon seeing Chen Jianghe charge at him, he roared and swung his knife down fiercely. Bang! But Chen Jianghe's punch was too swift. Before the blade could descend, his iron fist had already connected with the thug's face. The sharp edge of his fist tore through the thug's skin, blood gushing forth like a water faucet turned on full blast. The thug let out a chilling scream as he was knocked to the ground. Ah! The sound of his anguished cry echoed in the air. Chen Jianghe had just taken down a ruffian when another one struck with a knife. He swiftly turned his head, and the blade grazed his shoulder, tearing through his clothing and landing heavily on his thick leather vest, creating a substantial gash. A slight pain surged through Chen Jianghe's shoulder, with blood seeping out. However, thanks to the thick leather barrier, the injury remained superficial. Reacting swiftly, Chen Jianghe delivered a punch to the ruffian's arm, eliciting a pained cry, which was promptly followed by a powerful blow to the ruffian's jaw. Crack! A chunk of flesh was torn away from his chin, accompanied by the sound of his jawbone shattering. The ruffian swallowed his scream and collapsed unconscious to the ground. At that moment, a third ruffian lunged at Chen Jianghe's arm with a knife, but Chen Jianghe deftly retracted his arm and sent the attacker sprawling with a swift kick. Just then, Zhou Bing let out a horrified scream, having been struck by a blade from a young thug behind him. Chapter 31. Overcoming Strike Him Down. I promise to double your rewards. Lai San exclaimed as he witnessed Chen Jianghe's ferocity, swiftly dispatching 3 of his men with a mere blink. Terrified, he thought that as long as Chen Jianghe's 2 lackeys were eliminated, they could encircle and overpower him. Upon noticing Zhou Bing had been injured, Lai San immediately shouted to his remaining subordinates, "Finish them off." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of those young thugs, driving them into a frenzy. Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong found themselves besieged by 5 assailants and were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe was similarly obstructed by Li Daong and his men, sustaining several cuts. Fortunately, he wore a leather vest that absorbed most of the blows, leaving him only slightly wounded. However, this state of affairs could not last long. Surrounded, Chun Jianghu was forced to retreat, striving to keep all enemies in front of him. If they managed to encircle him from behind, his life would be in jeopardy. Chun Jianghu, you dare challenge me? Today, I shall render you powerless, Lai San declared, wielding a large cleaver, a triumphant smile creeping onto his face as he sensed victory. Defeating Chun Jianghu and seizing the Fire Game Hall would elevate his status significantly in the area. Brother, take him down, Li Fei shouted excitedly from a distance, leaning on his cane. As Chun Jianghu struggled to maintain his ground, he suddenly heard the thunderous roar of an engine, stirring his instincts. He swung his cleaver, pivoted sharply, and lunged towards Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, pushing them out of harm's way. Bang! In the next moment, the shutter door of the billiard hall was violently crashed open as a van barreled in, knocking several of Lai San's men aside before they could react. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. "Jianghu, I'm here," shouted Zhang Peng as the van came to a halt. He leapt out, clutching a large bundle of firecrackers, igniting the fuse and throwing it into the throng. A cacophony of explosions ensued as multiple strands of firecrackers detonated simultaneously, sending Lai San's lackeys scrambling for cover. With such a barrage of firecrackers, an errant spark could blind an eye, and landing on their skin would surely result in severe lacerations. The thugs, panic-stricken, sought refuge as dense clouds of white smoke enveloped the billiard hall, causing the gangsters inside to cough incessantly. Lai San, Chun Jianghu bellowed, seizing this opportunity. As Lai San's men descended into chaos, Chun Jianghu surged forward, charging directly at Lai San. "Stop him!" Lai San shouted in alarm, never anticipating that Chun Jianghu had anticipated this moment, orchestrating Zhang Peng's diversion. He found himself at a disadvantage, losing both men and control of the situation. "Chun Jianghu, you bastard!" Li Daong coughed several times, vision blurred. Spotting Chun Jianghu approaching, he roared, gripping his three-edged military dagger tightly, thrusting it fiercely towards Chun Jianghu. This weapon, designed with 3 sharpened edges, would leave a wound that was nearly impossible to stitch, typically wielded only when one intended to inflict serious harm. Li Daong obstructed the path, and Chun Jianghu's gaze was icy, showing no sign of slowing down. With a powerful strike, his iron fist smashed the Mitsubishi dagger, shattering it with a single blow. Following this, Chun Jianghu landed a punch directly on Li Daong's face. With a resounding crack, Li Daong's nose was instantly crushed, causing him to crash to the ground. His visage irreparably marred. He let out a pained cry, clutching his face tightly, rendered incapable of further combat. Without pausing, Chun Jianghu surged past Li Daong, heading straight for Lai San. "Chun Jianghu!" Lai San exclaimed in a mixture of surprise and fury, attempting to retreat, only to find his escape blocked by a boss's chair behind him. He sought to summon his lackeys for assistance, but chaos had ensued among them, leaving no time for help. In desperation, he roared and swung his knife, trying to force Chun Jianghu back to buy time for his subordinates. Clang! Lai San's blade descended, but to his astonishment, Chun Jianghu met the blade with his fist, blocking the strike. The knife clashed against the knuckles, igniting a shower of sparks and leaving a deep gash on the brass knuckles. Chun Jianghu used his left hand to deflect the blade while his right fist struck Lai San's face with ferocity. "Ah!" Lai San screamed as the sharp edge of the brass knuckles tore into his cheek, blood mingling with several of his teeth that were knocked loose. Though he attempted to retaliate, Chun Jianghu pressed him down and landed another punch to his face. "Third brother!" A few nearby lackeys, jolted from their stupor, rushed to assist. Zhang Peng brutally felled one of the lackeys, positioning himself protectively in front of Chun Jianghu. "Who the hell wants to die?" Zhang Peng bellowed, brandishing his knife, his crimson gaze sweeping the area. Seeing Lai San bloodied and Li Daong incapacitated, the lackeys hesitated. "Stop them!" Chun Jianghu delivered another punch to Lai San, nearly knocking him unconscious, then seized his hair, yanking him upright. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Peng took a step back and placed his knife against Lai San's throat. The cold blade sent shivers down Lai San's spine, extinguishing the last flicker of courage within him. "Stop! Everyone stop!" Lai San shouted hoarsely. Amidst the smoke, The remaining lackeys of Lai San were at a loss as they witnessed the scene. Despite their numerical advantage, their leader was now under Chun Jianghe's control. With Lai San subdued and Li Daong incapacitated, the lackeys hesitated for a moment before reluctantly dropping their weapons and stepping aside. Only two of Lai San's young recruits, slightly injured, managed to rise from the ground, still gripping their knives, their eyes fixed on Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng. These recruits numbered 5 in total, with 3 bearing significant injuries. Had it not been for the gate obstructing the van, it would not have been surprising if someone had been killed in the collision. Chun Jianghe understood their intentions. Since they had come and engaged in conflict that day, they would still demand payment, regardless of the outcome. They had exerted effort and expected compensation. If they failed to receive payment after completing a job, they would no longer be able to survive in the underworld. Lai San, give them their money and let them leave. Chun Jianghe stated calmly. The money is in the drawer inside. Lai San dared not argue, pointing towards the inner room. Zhang Peng had previously worked here and was well acquainted with the billiard hall's environment. He handed the knife to Chun Jianghe, then turned and entered the room, pulling open a drawer of an office desk. Inside, he retrieved a bundle of cash, not bothering to count it, and emerged to toss it to the 2 lightly injured youths. Take the money and scram. Zhang Peng glared fiercely at them. The current situation could not escalate further. Any additional violence tonight would surely result in fatalities. Dispersing these youngsters with Lai San's money was the most prudent outcome. Once they departed, other matters could be addressed. The 2 youths, clutching the knife, picked up the money, helped their injured companion, and glared intently at Zhang Peng and Chun Jianghe as they retreated from the room, eventually leaving. Watching them exit, Lai San realized that he was utterly finished. Chapter 32. Discarded? Is everything all right? As he watched those young rascals depart, Chun Jianghe felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that the events of the evening had unfolded in his favor. As long as no one dared to fight fiercely again, Lai San would struggle to make any waves. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Boss, we won't die. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were drenched in blood, having suffered several cuts. Fortunately, they wore leather vests. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Those young rascals were quite fierce, having made a name for themselves in Pengcheng over the years through sheer brutality. Yet, mere ferocity alone cannot sustain one for long. Chun Jianghe, in this life of ours, one must brace for blows. I admit my defeat today. What do you intend to do? Lai San gritted his teeth, still clinging to a semblance of defiance. A tiger may die, but spirit remains unbroken. Alas, Lai San was merely a small-time thug, not a formidable figure. He was but a mouse in the grand scheme. Where is Lu Xiao? Chun Jianghe coldly fixed his gaze upon Lai San. Lai San instinctively glanced behind him, where Li Fei, limping, was stealthily attempting to escape. Zhang Peng noticed him, rushing forward to send Li Fei sprawling with a kick, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. Pungo, please stop. I realize my mistakes. Lu Xiao is locked up just behind. Li Fei screamed in agony, utterly stripped of his previous bravado, cowering in fear. Chun Jianghe, the house behind the billiard hall also belongs to me. Lu Xiao is confined there. I did not harm her. Lai San hastily proclaimed. He had initially intended to take advantage of Lu Xiao after defeating Chun Jianghe, but unexpectedly found himself bested. Dapeng, go take a look. Chun Jianghe instructed, nodding toward Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng picked up a knife and cautiously made his way to the backyard, discovering an inconspicuous hidden door leading to the house behind the billiard hall. In a small room tucked away in a corner, Zhang Peng found Lu Xiao bound and gagged, trembling in fear. Jianghe, Xiao is unharmed. Zhang Peng quickly brought her back. Come with us shortly. Chun Jianghe glanced at the terrified girl, nodding slightly, before turning his attention back to Lai San. He proceeded to draft a transfer agreement by hand, along with a receipt. The transfer agreement stipulated that Lai San was to transfer ownership of the billiard hall for the sum of 150,000 yuan, which included the property that Lai San had originally rented but had illicitly claimed as his own through various means over the years. Such occurrences had become all too common. Not only properties but even factories had been seized in this manner. At the train station, there were even instances of beautiful young women arriving to work, only to be snatched away immediately upon disembarking. The tales were far too numerous. The receipt indicated that Lai San had received the payment and was now in possession of 150,000 yuan. Once the contract was signed and the receipt stamped with a fingerprint, who could dispute the legitimacy of these documents? Not even Lai San himself. Chun Jianghu, your actions are utterly excessive. Today, I admit my defeat to Lai San. Whatever amount you demand, I shall compensate you. At most, we shall keep our distance from each other in the future. However, my billiard hall is non-negotiable. Lai San gritted his teeth, glaring at Chun Jianghu with resentment. Lai San, did you seek trouble with me at the Flame Gaming Hall merely for trifles? Is it not for the sake of the gaming hall itself? Chun Jianghu's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon Lai San. Suddenly, he severed Lai San's Achilles tendon with a swift strike. Lai San let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony. Lu Xiao, terrified, screamed and covered her eyes with her hands. You have met your end today. There shall be no place for you in the martial world henceforth. If you covet my gaming hall, you ought to have anticipated such a day. Sign the contract, and I shall let you go. Refuse to sign, and I shall cripple your hands and feet. Chun Jianghu's eyes gleamed sharply as he fixated on Lai San. Lai San's subordinates, frightened, lowered their heads, frozen in place. In this underworld, one must be ruthless when necessary. Having forged a bitter rivalry, it is a matter of life and death. If Lai San were to remain unscathed, he could very well seek revenge in the future. By incapacitating Lai San today, he would no longer pose a threat in the martial world. You are indeed ruthless, Chun Jianghu. I shall sign. After enduring the pain, Lai San collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. His vitality was shattered, his business obliterated, and the meager wealth he had amassed would no longer attract followers. He signed a contract and pressed his handprint into the ink pad from the billiard hall drawer. With that imprint, the billiard hall was irrevocably severed from him. Fortunately, over the years, he had managed to send some money back home, allowing him to build a new house and start a small business that would suffice for his needs. Lai San, you may leave now. There is no place for you in this realm. Chun Jianghu tucked away the contract and receipt as Lai San, pale-faced, rose to his feet, dragging his injured leg in a daze toward the exit of the billiards hall. Upon reaching the outside, he hesitated, glancing back. This departure might signify his final exit. Many in the martial world, once brimming with ambition, ultimately succumbed to a dismal fate. I'm still better off than Zhou Tianguai. I am still better off than Zhou Tianguai. Lai San murmured to himself as he turned away, no longer looking back. His fate was indeed more favorable than Zhou Tianguai's. While Zhou Tianguai's affluent gaming hall was seized and his wife violated, Lai San had only lost a leg. In comparison, he had fared remarkably better. You lot, leave as well. Zhang Peng glared at the remaining ruffians, instructing them to depart. Li Fei scrambled to his feet, hastily fleeing with the aid of crutch. Li Daong desired to leave too, but was halted by Chun Jianghu's call. Li Dayun, what do you want, Chun Jianghu? Li Daong began to inquire. But before he could finish, Chun Jianghu swiftly picked up a steel rebar from the ground and struck Li Dayong's shin with force. Li Daong let out a piercing scream as a shin bone shattered under the brutal impact, resulting in a comminuted fracture. Jianghu, Zhang Peng exclaimed in shock, taken aback by Chun Jianghu's merciless decision to incapacitate even Li Daong. Li Daong, from now on, whenever you encounter my brother in Pengcheng, take a detour. Chun Jianghu cast aside the rebar and coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Daong. He incapacitated Li Daong not only due to their mutual animosity, having already shattered the leg of Li Fei, who is Li Dayong's brother. One must bring such grievances to a resolution. Furthermore, Li Daong serves as the right-hand man of Lai San. In the past, Zhang Peng, who once eked out a living in Lai San's billiard hall, was often bullied by Li Daong. The last time Zhang Peng returned to demand his wages, it was Li Daong who gave him a beating. This vendetta must be avenged. Get lost. Brother Yong, let's go. Two somewhat loyal rascals hastily helped Li Daong to his feet and hurriedly dragged him away. Chapter 33. It must be her Li Daong was carried out, glancing back at Chun Jianghu, whose face was smeared with blood and filled with resentment. Jianghu, are you all right? Once they had all departed, Zhang Peng let out a sigh of relief and noticed the blood seeping from Chun Jianghe's shoulder, quickly inquiring, "I'm fine, just a minor wound." Chun Jianghe assessed the injury on his shoulder. The thick leather jacket had provided some protection, and the cut was considerably shallower than the previous one. "Jianghe, we have finally established a foothold on North Street," Zhang Peng exclaimed with excitement. "Tonight, we will deal with Lai San, and after reclaiming the arcade from Li Jindi, those big shots on North Street will need to reconsider their stance against us." Chun Jianghe exhaled slowly, nodding slightly as he opened the drawer of Lai San's desk, retrieving the remaining money and some important items. After making a feeble attempt to secure the door, he led Zhang Peng and Lu Xiaoxiao back to the arcade. Chun Jianghe had taken all the valuable items from the billiard hall. The rest were of little worth, and although the door had been broken, he was not concerned about theft. "Xiaoxiao, are you all right? Are you okay?" Lu Wen rushed to Lu Xiaoxiao the moment she returned, enveloping her in a tight embrace and inspecting her for injuries with tears streaming down her face. "Mom, I'm fine, please don't cry." Lu Xiaoxiao returned the embrace, unable to contain her own tears. "Sister Lu, everything is fine. Xiaoxiao has not been harmed." After allowing them a moment to weep together, Chun Jianghe spoke up. "Please check on my brothers. They've sustained several cuts and are quite injured." All right. Lu Wen wiped her tears, her gaze towards Chun Jianghe warming, no longer icy and distant. He had saved her daughter, making him her benefactor. "Boss Chun, the sutures and disinfectant are at the clinic. It's not suitable to handle here," Lu Wen said, looking somewhat troubled after examining the injuries. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing were not severely wounded, but they too bore several cuts that required disinfection and stitching. "Sister Lu, there's no need for such formality. Just call me Jianghe." "Da Peng, take them to Sister Lu first. I will follow shortly." Chun Jianghe nodded at Zhang Peng. "Jianghe, let's go together. I'm worried Lai San might return unexpectedly, and it's too dangerous for you to stay alone." Zhang Peng remained unconvinced. "Rest assured, Lai San lacks the courage." Chun Jianghe scoffed. If Lai San had any daring, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. But Zhang Peng insisted, determined that Chun Jianghe accompany them. Unable to argue further, Chun Jianghe gathered his belongings, took the money, and boarded the van with them. Upon arriving at Lu Wen's clinic, she promptly began disinfecting the wound on Chun Jianghe's shoulder. The injury was not severe and did not require stitches, just disinfection, bleeding control, and a bandage would suffice. Lu Wen then treated Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing, during which Chun Jianghe presented 2 leather bags to them. "Xiangzi, Zhou Bing, you performed admirably tonight. Here is 5,000 yuan. Take it. If you continue to work diligently with me, I shall not treat you unfairly," Chun Jianghe declared. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to Chun Jianghe. In the current climate, venturing out to confront others typically yields only 1 or 2,000 yuan. Some youngsters, easily swayed by older brothers, might even resort to violence for a mere few hundred. Given the circumstances tonight, receiving 2 or 3,000 would have been considered quite generous. Yet to their astonishment, Chun Jianghe had bestowed upon each of them 5,000, an act of remarkable generosity. Clearly, aligning oneself with Chun Jianghe promised a prosperous future. Observing their elation, Chun Jianghe smiled. In these times of reform and openness, where everything revolves around money, the underworld operates similarly. Wealth begets camaraderie. Without money, none can command respect, and ultimately, everyone is driven by financial gain. Genuine loyalty has become a rarity. Over time, even the closest of brothers will prioritize profit and benefit. As Chun Jianghe embarked on his journey, he understood that to cultivate loyalty, he must invest financially. Hesitation in spending could lead to misfortune, as exemplified by Li Jindi. "Da Peng, this is your share." Chun Jianghe produced another leather bag, this one containing an even greater sum, and offered it to Zhang Peng. "Jianghe, I cannot accept this. I am also a small owner at Lihua. This is not merely for you, but also for my own benefit. How can one expect to profit from self-service?" Zhang Peng resolutely declined. Having already acquired a stake in the Lihua arcade, he felt it inappropriate to accept more. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Chun Jianghe acquiesced. After concluding their business, he prepared to depart. Chun Jianghe, wait! Lu Wen suddenly called out, hurrying upstairs to retrieve a bag containing 30,000 yuan. Thank you for your assistance tonight. I've earned quite a bit running my clinic over the years, she said, extending the bag toward him. Lu Ye, we do not assist you for monetary gain. Please keep your money. Lu Xiaoxiao still needs funds for university. Chun Jianghe replied, glancing at the bag before returning it to Lu Wen. If you believe the amount insufficient, I can provide more. Lu Wen insisted, growing anxious. Lu Jie, truly, there is no need for payment. In the future, if we require assistance, your support will suffice. Chun Jianghe waved his hand dismissively and departed in his vehicle. Lu Wen bit her lip, watching the van drive away, her expression a mixture of emotions. Mom, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoxiao, now dressed in pajamas, queried upon seeing Lu when lingering at the door. Please close the door. I feel a bit frightened. All right, fine. Xiaoxiao, you should go to sleep. It's late. Lu Wen meticulously locked the clinic's door and led Lu Xiaoxiao upstairs. Having been startled, Lu Xiaoxiao was reluctant to sleep alone, prompting Lu Wen to hold her close as they drifted off. Soon, as Lu Xiaoxiao fell into a deep slumber, Lu Wen's gaze became complicated. Chun Jianghe's refusal of money hinted at ulterior motives. However, as a widowed mother, all they had left, aside from money, was each other. Chun Jianghe does not seek money. Rather, he desires companionship. Lu Wen cast a glance at her peacefully slumbering daughter, who still had college ahead and a promising future. She realized that she must not entangle her child with these transient figures of the underworld. If her daughter was not an option, then it would have to be her instead. Lu Wen bit her lip and quietly rose from her place. Chapter 34. So soon? Lu Wen cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping Lu Xiaoxiao. Silently rising, she seated herself at the vanity beside the bed, gazing into the mirror. She rummaged through her belongings to find a long-neglected lipstick and applied it to her fuller lips. It had been several years since she last adorned her lips with color. The reflection staring back at her displayed a face with slightly puffy eyes, yet still radiantly beautiful, reminiscent of the vibrant youth from over a decade ago, now enriched with a touch of mature elegance. She had matured further, shedding the brashness of her youth, yet she had not aged. Time had not etched deep lines upon her visage. She appeared more refined than before, her figure more voluptuous. Older men favored youthful girls, while younger ones might be drawn to her type. Mother is doing this for you. Lu Wen hurriedly glanced at the slumbering Lu Xiaoxiao, quickly donned a dress, and rushed out. In the gaming hall, Chun Jianghe had just settled down, reflecting on his recent dealings with Lai San, when he was on the verge of drifting into slumber. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the figure of the newcomer, rendering her attire both translucent and enchanting. It was a woman, tall and curvaceous. Chun Jianghe, in his drowsy state, chuckled to himself, realizing he had just stepped out and was already dreaming of women. Lu Wen observed Chun Jianghe, seemingly still asleep, bit her red lips and walked over slowly, shedding her dress and slipping under the covers beside him. As her voluptuous body pressed against him, Chun Jianghe was jolted awake. The dream felt too vivid, as if he could even sense her warmth. Is that you, Lu Jie? Chun Jianghe swiftly grasped the knuckle duster beneath his pillow, scrutinizing the woman, a bit perplexed. The woman resembled Lu Wen, but surely, saving Lu Xiaoxiao did not warrant such an intimate gesture from her mother, did it? Don't speak. They might hear us. Lu Wen whispered, her body trembling against Chun Jianghe's. It had been years since she had experienced the warmth of a man. Lu Jie, what are you doing? Chun Jianghe forced himself to regain composure, shifting further into the bed, but the space was limited, and Lu Wen's figure was too ample for him to escape. Lu Ye, Xiaoxiao is still young. She has yet to attend university. She cannot. Let me accompany you. Lu Wen, thinking of her daughter, summoned her courage and enveloped Chun Jianghe in an embrace. The closeness ignited a fire within Chun Jianghe. Having just emerged from 3 years of hardship, he was unprepared for such allure. Lu Wen was oblivious to her own magnetism and the peril of her actions. However, her words clarified Chun Jianghe's understanding. Lu Wen feared that he might have intentions towards Lu Xiaoxiao. Thus she approached him, hoping to serve him herself to protect her daughter. Yet the truth was, after being cast aside by Ling Shui, Chen Jianghe was wholly focused on his career, with no thoughts of pursuing a woman. Dealing with Lai San was merely a consequence of their past grievances. They sought to establish their footing on Beijie Street, not for the sake of Lu Xiaoxiao or Lu Wen. Sister Lu, you have misunderstood. My sole intention was to forge a friendship with you, so that you might assist me in the future, not what you are imagining. With immense willpower, Chen Jianghe pushed Lu Wen away, leaving her momentarily stunned, casting doubt upon her own allure. Is what you said true? Lu Wen, having been pushed to the edge of the bed, instinctively sat up. Instantly, Chen Jianghe's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Lu Wen's figure was indeed remarkable, ample in all the right places. Lu Wen hastily gathered her skirt, forgetting that she had just removed it. Sister Lu, I mean it. I truly had no such intentions, but... Chen Jianghe hesitated, contemplating that perhaps engaging in a casual encounter wasn't entirely inappropriate. Lu Wen might also be in need of male companionship. However, the timing felt decidedly wrong, especially with 3 men in the next room likely eavesdropping on their conversation. Now is not the moment, indeed not. But what? Nothing. Well, then I shall take my leave. Let us consider this evening as if nothing transpired. Please, do not mention it to Xiao Xiao. Should any matters arise among your brothers, feel free to seek my assistance. I shall be more than willing to help. Lu Wen exhaled in relief, yet a vague sense of melancholy washed over her as she turned and hurriedly departed. Sister Lu, wait, allow me to accompany you. Chen Jianghe quickly donned his clothing and rushed outside, where he found Zhang Peng peeking around the corner, while not far off. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing were similarly lurking. Upon seeing Chen Jianghe emerge so suddenly, Zhang Peng was taken aback and exclaimed, Jianghe, are you leaving so soon? Get lost. Chen Jianghe snapped, his eyelids twitching in irritation, as he hurried downstairs to catch up with Lu Wen. He then drove her back to the clinic, where Lu Wen remained silent throughout the journey. It was only after they arrived that she unexpectedly turned around and offered a deep bow to Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, thank you. Sister Lu, no need for gratitude. From now on, we shall be friends. Chen Jianghe waved his hand, watching Lu Wen return to the clinic and close the door before he drove away in the van. Once he heard the sound of the van departing, Lu Wen leaned against the door, clutching her chest, feeling her heart race uncontrollably. Sighing softly after a long pause, she ascended the stairs with heavy steps. After all, Chen Jianghe was over a decade younger than her. Such behavior could not be repeated. When Chen Jianghe returned to the arcade, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Zhang Peng refrained from showing his face, while Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing pretended to rest. Chen Jianghe locked the door, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep until, after an indeterminate time, he finally dozed off. Upon waking the next day, he felt a wave of embarrassment and promptly tossed his pants into the laundry basin. Ever since embarking on a romance with Ling Shui, he had not encountered such an awkward situation for quite some time. The river rises, it's time for a meal. Zhang Peng, as if nothing had transpired, purchased breakfast and returned to invite Chen Jianghe to dine. Chen Jianghe cast a glance at him, and Zhang Peng, feeling awkward, scratched his head and averted his gaze. Unable to meet Chen Jianghe's eyes, he had eavesdropped the previous night. It was one thing, but to say that Jianghe was swift, how could a man proclaim such a thing? Jianghe, I actually meant that your martial arts are swift. Zhang Peng explained, his voice tinged with guilt. If you cannot articulate properly, then just eat. Chen Jianghe shot him a fierce glare. After a moment's pause, he inquired, you mentioned yesterday that Lu Xiaoxiao is your cousin. What exactly is your relationship with Lu Wen and her family? Jianghe had always assumed that Zhang Peng harbored feelings for Lu Wen, but it seemed that the situation was not as it appeared. Chapter 35. Receiving People's Sister Lu. Zhang Peng set down his rice noodle rolls and reflected for a moment before explaining. Sister Lu is actually a distant relative of my father. When the incident occurred at Liehua, I had nowhere to go, and she took me in for a few days, even giving me 200 yuan to help me find a proper job. Later, when I started working at Lai San's billiard hall, she threw me out. She has a strong aversion to people from the streets. Chen Jianghe nodded, beginning to piece things together. Lu Xiaoxiao's father might very well be one of those streetwise individuals. Lu Wen had been deceived and was likely determined to prevent her daughter from falling into the same trap. Hence a reluctance for Lu Xiaoxiao to associate with such people. Jianghe, about last night. Zhang Peng cautiously inquired, observing Chun Jianghe's expression. It was a misunderstanding. Nothing happened. Chun Jianghe waved his hand dismissively, lowering his gaze to focus on his rice noodle rolls. He preferred not to dwell on the events of the previous night, fearing it would make future encounters with Lu Wen awkward. Oh, Zhang Peng scratched his head, chuckling foolishly. Actually, Sister Lu is quite nice. Though she's a bit older than you, Jianghe, she's certainly much better than Ling Shui. After we finish eating, come with me to pick up the car. It should be repaired by now, Chun Jianghe remarked after having a few bites of his rice noodle rolls. By the way, Jianghe, what are your plans for Lai San's billiard hall? Are you going to continue operating it? Zhang Peng nodded, posing another question. The billiard hall doesn't generate much revenue. It only brings in a little. I thought about it yesterday and realized we could transform it into an internet CAF. There aren't many internet CAFs in Pengcheng, and there's only one on North Street. An internet CAF should become quite popular, Chun Jianghe articulated. He hadn't fully fleshed out the idea the night before when Lu Wen arrived, leaving some of his thoughts unstructured. Nevertheless, starting an internet CAF seemed like a promising venture. During his time in prison, he often heard discussions about the internet, and being in Pengcheng, a city with many forward-thinking individuals, he felt there was merit to what they said. The internet would undoubtedly be a lucrative avenue in the future, since he wasn't well-versed in it. Opening an internet CAF seemed like a sensible choice. An internet CAF? That sounds quite expensive. The Red Spider Internet CAF on North Street charges 15 yuan per hour for internet access. Can we really manage that? Zhang Peng hesitated, candidly admitting his lack of knowledge about computers. Don't focus solely on the cost of internet access. Consider the number of people who use it. As long as there are more and more people online, this venture will surely be profitable. Moreover, as more internet CAFs open, prices will gradually decrease. Chun Jianghe replied. Keep an eye on the Red Spider Internet CAF for a while. Observe how their business fares. We're not in a hurry and can afford to wait. All right, Jianghe, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Peng felt he lacked business acumen, so he decided to trust Chun Jianghe's judgment. Today, have someone repair the door of Lai San's billiard hall. We can keep it open for now, as we don't have enough people to monitor it. Chun Jianghe instructed. Understood, Zhang Peng replied, finishing his rice noodle rolls in a few quick bites before heading out to find someone for the repairs. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing had finished their meal. After a night of rest, they were now rejuvenated and ready to open the shop. Early in the morning, customers were already waiting outside. Zhang Peng was absent, while Chun Jianghe sat at the entrance, handling the cash register. He had scarcely settled in when his mobile phone rang unexpectedly. This is Chun Jianghe. He answered the call promptly. Jianghe, a few individuals just arrived at the clinic. I overheard them talking. They seem to be underlings of Lai San, and I am quite frightened. Lu Wen's panicked voice echoed through the line. She had made an excuse to buy alcohol and had run to a nearby shop to use a public phone. Before leaving the previous night, Chun Jianghe had provided her with his mobile number and the fixed line of the fire game hall. Is it Li Daong and his crew? Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow. No, they're younger than Li Daong. Lu Wen replied, her voice trembling. Lu Jia, there's no need to worry. We have settled our accounts with Lai San. He lacks the courage to trouble you again. Stay calm. I will go and take a look. Chun Jianghe reassured Lu Wen, then hung up. He instructed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to look after the store before driving off in his van. Currently, he possessed 3 vehicles, 2 vans and a Santana. Zhang Peng had taken one of the vans, leaving another parked outside the shop. Chun Jianghe swiftly made his way to the clinic. Jianghe, upon seeing him, Lu Wen exhaled with relief, though a hint of awkwardness lingered. Neither mentioned the events of the previous night to avoid further discomfort. Are they still at the clinic? Chun Jianghe asked as he motioned for Lu Wen to get in the vehicle. Yes, but are you going alone? Lu Wen replied, her voice laced with anxiety. There were 5 of them, and even though 2 were severely injured, the remaining 3 outnumbered Chun Jianghe. Would it be dangerous for him to go alone? Do not fret. In the underworld, numbers do not always equate to strength. Chun Jianghe smiled faintly, feeling the reassuring weight of the concealed brass knuckles in his pocket as he drove Lu Wen back to the clinic. His visit was not solely to assist Lu Wen. He had other matters to address as well. Brother. Upon entering the clinic, Chun Jianghe was met with a sudden surge of tension. The occupants stood alert, their gazes fixed upon him. Some even reached for concealed knives hidden beneath their clothing. A young boy called out, prompting another youth seated nearby to rise. Eyes locked onto Chun Jianghe. Scanning the room, Chun Jianghe discerned that these were indeed the 5 young men whom Lai San had hired the previous night. They were bold and fierce, embodying a raw determination. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to cause trouble. Chun Jianghe raised his hand, signaling them to relax. The 5 youths remained silent, their eyes trained on Chun Jianghe, a mixture of vigilance and intrigue in their expressions. While there was no animosity evident, an air of caution permeated the atmosphere. In their line of work, it was commonplace to engage in violence or to be on the receiving end of it, all in the pursuit of monetary gain, devoid of personal grievances. Although Chun Jianghe's men had injured them, they bore no ill will towards him. In this world, it was an accepted reality that anyone could be both the assailant and the victim, if one finds themselves in a precarious situation without any means of support. The longer they linger, the more adversaries they accumulate, an insurmountable number indeed. What do you intend to do? The young leader, noticing Chun Jianghe approaching alone, relaxed his vigilance slightly. Who do you associate yourselves with? Chun Jianghe gestured for Lu Wen to come forward, instructing her to proceed with the necessary treatment. We have no leader. We fend for ourselves. Lu Wen, feeling apprehensive, noticed that neither party seemed inclined to engage in conflict, and thus mustered the courage to continue treating an injured cub. Very well, I shall be direct. Are you interested in joining forces with me? I offer a monthly salary of 1,000 for each individual, with provisions for meals and accommodation, and additional remuneration for any acts of violence. Chun Jianghe inquired straightforwardly. Chapter 36. Greet. A few young lads exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. In this day and age, working as a server, one could only earn a meager 300 to 500 a month. Laboring in a factory, day and night, one might scrape together around 1,000. Only by toiling relentlessly could one hope to surpass that threshold. Money, though valuable, often felt insignificant. To ascend to a higher status, one would need several thousand for a mobile phone and over 100,000 for a Santana car. A mere 1,000 barely covered the tip. Yet for those merely striving to fill their bellies, a salary of 1,000 was quite substantial. The young lads turned their gazes towards their leader, who hesitated. They were indeed in desperate need of funds. Otherwise, they would not risk their lives for such a paltry sum. Still, he remained somewhat distrustful of Chun Jianghe. Just last night, they were locked in a fierce struggle, and now Chun Jianghe was inviting them to join him. He was uncertain of Jianghe's true intentions and feared leading his brothers into peril. We want to follow you, big brother. The hesitant leader firmly refused. Very well. Take your time to consider. No rush. Let us exchange names. I am Chun Jianghe. Jianghe, unfazed, extended his hand toward the leader. These young lads were bold and daring, and their reluctance to align with a big brother surely stemmed from a reason. Jianghe did not expect to sway them with mere words. Xiang Fei. After a moment of silence, Xiang Fei shook Jianghe's hand. Lu Jie, please tend to their injuries. I will cover the medical expenses. Jianghe called back, and Lu Wen nodded, hastily continuing her treatment for the young men. 2 of the lads were severely injured, having broken their legs. Lu Wen applied plaster casts, laboring throughout the morning until she finished. Subsequently, the young men supported one another and hurriedly departed. Jianghe, they left 300 yuan. Lu Wen discovered the money tucked beneath the table while tidying up. Quite spirited, Jianghe took a puff of his cigarette, nodding slightly. Once the young lads left, the clinic fell silent, and Lu Wen lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat awkward. Jianghe sensed the peculiar atmosphere and felt uneasy. Lu Jie, the shop is busy. I must take my leave. Call me if you need anything. Jianghe extinguished his cigarette, waved, and quickly departed in his van. Lu Wen watched his hurried figure fade away, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She felt that Jianghe was still young, not the type to seek deep connections with women. Driving back to the fire game hall, Jianghe found the business thriving. Half of the machines were occupied, and even the slot machines in the back began attracting customers. However, The stakes were still low, with players wagering only a few tens or hundreds of yuan, and no significant clientele had arrived yet. Jianghu, where have you been? I found someone. The pool hall's door will be replaced by this afternoon. Zhang Peng coincidentally confronted Jianghu as he returned. Oh, Lu Jia had some matters to attend to. Jianghu casually replied. Ah, that explains your extended absence. Zhang Peng's gaze towards Chun Jianghu suddenly shifted. How could such a drastic change occur overnight after such a brief encounter yesterday? Shut your mouth. Chun Jianghu immediately sensed that this fellow's thoughts had strayed. Rest assured, Jianghu, I won't speak out of turn. In fact, Sister Lu is quite wonderful. Even better than Ling Shui. Zhang Peng let out a peculiar chuckle, only to notice Chun Jianghu frowning in response. Mentioning Ling Shui had evidently soured Chun Jianghu's mood significantly. Xiao Chun. At that moment, a police car abruptly halted in front of the Flame Game Hall, and Tang Aigua, dressed in plain clothes, approached with a leather document bag in hand. Uncle Tang, let's head upstairs. Chun Jianghu realized that the paperwork for the game hall had been completed. Perfect timing, he thought, as he intended to ask Tang Aigua to help with the paperwork for the billiard hall as well. Tang Aigua followed Chun Jianghu upstairs, who brewed a cup of Maojian tea and placed it on the table. Xiao Chun, the paperwork for the game hall is all in order. Property certificate, business license, all transferred to your name. Take a look. Tang Aigua handed the document bag to Chun Jianghu. Opening it, Chun Jianghu observed the complete set of documents for the game hall, all bearing his name. Thank you, Uncle Tang. He casually placed the documents in a drawer. It's a trivial matter. We are all in this together. Your words are unnecessary formality. Tang Aigua waved his hand and tossed a cigarette to Chun Jianghu, lighting one for himself. Then, as if casually inquiring, he asked, I heard that Lai San has ceded his establishment to you? There have been quite a few changes on North Street lately. Zhou Tiangui has handed over his Grand Fortune Game Hall, and Lai San has passed his billiard hall to you. Chun Jianghu narrowed his eyes momentarily before relaxing. It was evident that Tang Aigua was no ordinary police chief. He had quickly caught wind of the billiard hall situation. There must be eyes and ears on North Street, he thought. Lai San wishes to return to his hometown. Thus he transferred the billiard hall to me. I will need your assistance in handling the paperwork for it as well, Uncle Tang. Chun Jianghu opened the drawer and slid 2 stacks of cash across the table towards Tang Aigua. Xiao Chun, last time for the paperwork, you provided 50,000. Why is it only 20,000 this time? Tang Aigua glanced at the money, took a puff of his cigarette, and did not touch the cash. Uncle Tang, with the game hall recently reopening, there are numerous expenses and my funds are limited. I will make sure to supplement the remainder later. Chun Jianghu's gaze flickered. The 50,000 for the game hall's paperwork was due to the unfortunate deaths of Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. And Chun Jianghu had essentially used money to dissuade Tang Aigua from further investigation. As for the billiard hall, there were no fatalities. And with Lai San's signature and all the contracts and receipts intact, offering 20,000 was already generous. If he handled it himself or sought assistance elsewhere, it would only cost 1,000 or 2 to finalize. Giving Tang Aigua 20,000 was already quite substantial. He was being a bit greedy. Xiao Chun, you speak as if we are strangers. Do I not understand your difficulties? Take this money back. As for the billiard hall, whatever business you wish to pursue, consider me your partner. Tang Aigua smiled broadly, pushing the money back towards Chun Jianghu. Chun Jianghu furrowed his brows in discontent. It seemed that Tang Aigua was intent on claiming a stake in the billiard hall without any financial contribution. This implied that regardless of how Chun Jianghu intended to manage the establishment in the future, Tang Aigua would expect to be involved. This was not merely a hint of greed. It was avarice of a considerable magnitude. Uncle Tang, rest assured, my business will certainly include you. Chun Jianghu replied with a smile, concealing his dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chun, I knew you wouldn't neglect your Uncle Tang. Should anything arise, just give me a call. For someone like Lai San, a mere trifler, just one phone call from you, and I will ensure he is dealt with. Tang Aigua said as he patted Chun Jianghu's shoulder before departing with an air of joviality. He remained oblivious to the cold, piercing gaze that Chun Jianghu directed at him from behind. Chapter 37 Old Classmates, what is Jiang He here for? Zhang Peng inquired after Tang Aigua had left. He intends to meddle in the billiard hall business. Chun Jiang, he replied with a piercing gaze. Is he not being overly greedy? What connection do we have with Lai San's billiard hall? On what grounds does he presume to involve himself? Zhang Peng expressed his dissatisfaction immediately. If Tang Aigua were to take a stake in the gaming hall, I would have no objections, given that they eliminated Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. And they need to establish a foothold on Bay Street. They cannot do so without backing. Tang Aigua's claim to shares is justifiable. But what right does he have to a stake in the billiard hall? Just because he is the chief of the Xinmin Road police station? Chen Jiang, he remarked coolly. Jiang He, are we just going to hand over the shares to him without a fight? I fear that in the future, he will demand a share of any business we undertake. Zhang Peng expressed his discontent. We lack the strength to confront him for now. If he demands it, I will concede. As long as he is not afraid of being overwhelmed, I can afford to part with this small sum. Chun Jiang, he stated slowly. Very well, as long as you are aware of it. Zhang Peng felt anger simmering within, but recognized that Tang Aigua currently ruled the territory like a local emperor. There are those who could challenge Tang Aigua, but they certainly were not among them. Wait here. Come with me to get the car. Chun Jiang, he said. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his mobile phone and called Tang Aigua again, reaching his office directly. This is Tang Aigua, came the voice on the line. Uncle Tang, it's me. Ah, Xiao Chun, what is the matter? Tang Aigua asked, puzzled. Uncle Tang, I would like to request your assistance in locating a few individuals. Chun Jiang, he said. Locating people? Who? Tang Aigua furrowed his brow, closing the office door before returning to the conversation. I wish to find those who kill my father. I have heard that the ones who receive the lightest sentences are now out. Most of them have probably been released by now, haven't they? Chun Jiang, he spoke in a steady tone. Those individuals. Tang Aigua pondered for a moment before lowering his voice. Most of them have indeed been released. There were a total of 7 involved, with the one taking the blame sentence to 7 years, while the lightest received only a few months. I've heard that Li Jindi covered their expenses back then, ensuring everything was set up. After entering, they received annual reductions. The one sentenced to 7 years is likely to be released soon. As for those sentenced to 1 or 2 years, they were out shortly after entering. However, none of them have stayed with Li Jindi after their release. If you want to know where they are, I can help you gather some information. The incident involving Chun Jiming's murder had stirred considerable commotion on Bay Street. After Tang Aigua was transferred to the Xinmin Road police station, he had taken a particular interest in this case. Then I must trouble you, Uncle Tang. Chun Jiang, he replied. Xiao Chun, let me offer you a word of advice. You now have a legitimate business. Let bygones be bygones. Do not dwell on the past. The most important thing is to focus on the present. Tang Aigua cautioned, wishing to steer Chun Jiang he away from seeking trouble with those unsavory characters, to avoid unnecessary complications. If Chun Jiang were to cause any trouble that affected the business, it would inevitably impact his earnings. Uncle Tang, I am well aware of this. Well then, as long as you are aware, I'll notify you once I have news. With that, Tang Aigua hung up the phone. He had intended to secure a bit more equity from Chun Jiang. Given that Chun had asked for his assistance, he could hardly refuse. After finishing his call, Chun Jiang instructed Zhang Peng to drive the van to the Jinda repair shop. The Santana had been repaired and even cleaned, though the workmanship of the repair shop left much to be desired, as the traces of repair were still visible on the car door. Boss, you've arrived. The car is ready. A man, covered in engine oil, greeted him with a smile, offering a cigarette. 500. Here you go. Chun Jiang inspected the vehicle and paid without hesitation, preparing to leave. Oh, who is this familiar face? Isn't that Chun Jiang? A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Chun Jiang turned to find the source, his brow furrowing. Liaibu. He hadn't anticipated encountering his high school classmate in such a setting. Liaibu, clad in a suit, stood beside a brand new Xiaoli sedan, a smirk plastered on his face, while a flamboyantly dressed woman lingered inside the car. Li Haiba had once pursued Ling Shui during their school days, but she ultimately chose Chun Jiang. Back then, Li Haiba had harbored a grudge against Chun Jiang and even sought out some unsavory characters to deal with him. However, Chun Jiming had some reputation, and the individuals Li Haiba hired ended up giving him a thrashing instead. Years had passed, yet it seemed that Li Haiba still held onto the resentment from that time. Chen Jianghe, I heard you didn't stay out long after graduation. When did you get out? Li Haiba asked, his tone dripping with derision. Now, he felt no fear toward Chen Jianghe, who was merely an ex-convict. Any further misconduct could lead him back behind bars. As for his father, who had once been involved in the underworld, it was rumored he had met a violent end long ago. With wealth and power now at his disposal, Li Haiba felt untouchable. What do you mean by that? Zhang Peng, feeling displeased, glared at Li Haiba. Oh, Chen Jianghe, you truly cannot change your stripes. Still mingling with the dregs of society, I see. Li Aibu Skufa, dismissing Zhang Bem Antireli. Are you looking for trouble? Zhang Peng's temper flared, and he charged toward Li Haiba. Thinking of throwing a punch, are you? Go ahead, test me, and I'll ensure you rot in prison. Li Haiba retorted, stepping back in feigned fear, yet still maintaining his disdainful demeanor. Dapeng, Chen Jianghe called out, blocking Zhang Peng. He had no desire to waste words with Li Haiba. Let us go, Dapeng. Just watch yourself. Zhang Peng shot Li Haiba a resentful glare before begrudgingly halting his advance. Chen Jianghe, do not presume that I jest with you. I, Li Haiba, am not someone you can easily provoke. Do you see this car? A Xiaoli 7100, purchased for 88,000. 88,000. You would toil for 3 to 5 years without sustenance and still not earn such a sum. Li Haiba boasted with pride. Although my vehicle may not be as valuable as a Santana, it is purchased with my own hard-earned money. You are merely a chauffeur, a small driver. Among our cohort, aside from Ling Shui, no one as prospered as I, Li Haiba, have. He could not fathom that the Santana belonged to Chen Jianghe, who was simply a recently released ex-convict. How could he possibly afford such a luxury? Surely, he was merely driving for some influential figure, just a minor driver. Chen Jianghe, disinterested in engaging with him, entered his car, preparing to depart. Chen Jianghe, Ling Shui is about to get married. Tonight, she will distribute wedding invitations. As Chen Jianghe was about to leave, Li Haiba suddenly exclaimed loudly. Chapter 38, Finding Someone. Haiba, why are you wasting your breath with these two ruffians? The woman seated in the Xiaoli car remarked impatiently. My dear, please don't fret. I will only say a few words and then depart. Li Haiba quickly reassured her, then, with a sense of pride, turned to Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe, our high school classmates are gathering at the Sihai Grand Hotel tonight. Ling Shui will also be attending. If you have the courage, you should come. If not, just pretend I never mentioned it. After delivering his boastful proclamation, Li Haiba hopped into Xiaoli and ostentatiously honked the horn before driving off. Jianghe, that guy's insufferably arrogant. Why did you stop me? Zhang Peng glared at the departing car, feeling aggrieved. If not for Chen Jianghe's intervention moments ago, he would have certainly taught that punk a lesson. Forget it. Let us go. Chen Jianghe shook his head, his expression impassive. You can't seriously be considering attending this so-called reunion, can you? You've been away for 3 years and haven't seen these guys in 4. What is the point of going? Zhang Peng remarked. Enough, I know. Let's talk about it later. Chen Jianghe replied, his tone tinged with impatience. Jianghe, you're not still pining for Ling Shui, are you? She is about to get married. You wouldn't want to meddle in that, would you? Zhang Peng reluctantly headed towards the van. Shut up, Chen Jianghe retorted, tossing his cigarette but aside as he climbed into his Santana and returned to the fire game hall. Upon his return, the game hall was already bustling with patrons. A man in his late 20s, sporting a tuft of blonde hair, stood at the counter conversing with Zhang Chong. Boss, you're back. He is looking for you regarding something. Zhang Chong pointed towards the man. What is the matter? Chen Jianghe scrutinized the stranger, who he had not encountered before. Mr. Chen, I'm Xie Gang. I noticed that your slot machines seem to be rather underutilized. The man extended his hand towards Chen Jianghe. Let us discuss this upstairs. Chen Jianghe shook his hand, beginning to grasp Xie Gang's intentions. He led him to the upstairs office and had Zhang Peng prepare a cup of tea for their guest. Mr. Chen, you have quite the influence. If you say Li Jindi cannot operate here, then he simply cannot. Xie Gang surveyed the surroundings, expressing his astonishment. Let us be frank. Li Jindi has returned to his hometown, and there is no need to mention him. Zhang Peng immediately became alert. Although Li Jindi's influence had waned, after years in the game, one could never be certain of the connections that remained or if someone sought revenge on his behalf. Mr. Chun, I'll be straightforward. I see that your slot machines are lacking patrons. The former clientele of Li Jindi have not returned. I used to frequent his establishment and am acquainted with some of his old customers. If your machines are underperforming, I could assist you in attracting some new clients. Xie Gang proposed with a smile. What are your terms? Chun Jianghu realized that Xie Gang resembled a broker of sorts. Someone who could bring in high-profile clients to the gaming hall, albeit with a share of the profits. For instance, the guest he introduced lost 1,000 in one night, and he intends to take a portion of that. Such individuals existed when Chun Jiming managed the Fire Gaming Hall. Typically, they would exploit their friends or acquaintances, often small business owners. I want half, Xie Gang demanded with audacity. I can only offer you 20%. Chun Jianghu shook his head. Conceding half would mean the gaming hall was essentially employing him. Even the former Fire Gaming Hall never charged such a rate. 20% is far too little. In any gaming hall I visit, the share exceeds 20%. Boss Chun, you lack sincerity. Xie Gang expressed his dissatisfaction. The Fire Gaming Hall is the largest on North Street. Even without your referrals, my business will gradually improve. Chun Jianghu replied indifferently. Besides, my gaming hall is right here with dozens of slot machines. You know my capabilities, yet I remain unaware of yours. Boss Chun, if you were the sole gaming hall on North Street, your argument would hold water, but with Zhou Tiangue gone and Dafa House swallowed up, it won't be long before the title of the largest gaming hall on North Street may not belong to Fire any longer. At that point, it's uncertain where those customers will go. Xie Gang asserted with confidence. There are no secrets on North Street. Anyone who's been around knows about Zhou Tiangue and the impending opening of a new gaming hall, Tianwei Electronic World, which may even surpass Fire in size. When that happens, Fire Gaming Hall's business will undoubtedly be affected. The customers we cannot attract now will be even harder to reach once Tianwei opens. How much can you bring in a month? Chun Jianghu inquired, tapping his fingers on the table, deep in thought. At least this amount. Xie Gang raised 2 fingers. 200,000? Chun Jianghu chuckled. Boss Chun, that's an absurd proposition. If I could bring in 200,000 a month, every gaming hall would be eager to keep me. Xie Gang protested. In this day and age, any establishment capable of generating 200,000 in monthly sales would have Xie Gang hailed as a lord wherever he went. 20,000 is a bit low. Here's the deal. If you can bring in over 20,000 a month, I'll give you 30%. If you exceed 50,000, I'll offer you 40%. If you can't reach 20,000, it'll just be 20% commission. Chun Jianghu laid down his terms. Boss Chun, that sounds fair. Let us agree on that. Xie Gang replied without further ado, sipping his tea before hastily departing to contact clients. The commission Chun Jianghu offered is generally 5 to 10% higher than that of other gaming halls. Bringing in 20,000 a month could net him an additional 1 or 2,000, which is significant. Jianghu, are we perhaps offering a slightly excessive commission? Zhang Peng inquired hesitantly. Not at all. We are essentially starting from scratch, without established clientele. We need to generate some foot traffic. Xie Chang has a point. If we cannot attract customers now, it will be exceedingly difficult once the new gaming hall opens. Chun Jianghu spoke softly. It's no matter to concede a bit of profit now. I understand. Zhang Peng nodded. I'll get to work then. Wait a moment, Da Peng. Chun Jianghu suddenly said. Could you help me inquire about a few individuals? Who are they? Zhang Peng asked, puzzled. The group of rascals hired by Lai San. The leader is named Xiang Fei. They should also be mingling around North Street. Please find out their background and where they reside, Chun Jianghu instructed. Jianghu, do you intend to recruit them? Zhang Peng inquired. Those rascals are bold and fierce. They could be quite useful. Zhang Peng nodded. I'll investigate. Chapter 39. The reunion at 8 o'clock in the evening. Chun Jianghu hesitated for quite some time before extinguishing his cigarette and finally taking the keys to his Santana car as he descended the stairs. Zhang Peng stood at the door, and it was evident what was transpiring. Jianghu, do you want me to accompany you? Zhang Peng inquired as he rose to his feet. No need. You stay and manage the shop. Chun Jianghu replied curtly, stepping outside to drive his Santana towards the Seahai Grand Restaurant. Located not far from North Street, the Seahai Grand Restaurant is regarded as a relatively upscale establishment in the Pingjiang district, having opened over a decade ago in Pengcheng. It is rumored that the proprietor once wielded considerable influence in the underworld. After achieving prosperity through the restaurant, he distanced himself from his former life, becoming a figure whose once bright reputation has gradually dimmed over the years. Jianghu parked his Santana in front of the restaurant, which was already bustling with vehicles, ranging from economical models like the Xiaoli and Jetta to luxury brands such as Volvo and Lexus, and even a formidable Hutu Ben parked nearby. At the entrance of the Grand Hall, several signs indicated various events, birthdays, reunions, and gatherings, each directing attendees to their respective locations. As Jianghu perused the signs, preparing to ascend the stairs, a hesitant voice suddenly called from behind, Jianghu? Turning around, he was taken aback to see Li Wenshu. Is that really you, Jianghu? I heard. Li Wenshu stammered, adjusting his black-framed glasses, slightly embarrassed to complete his thought. I just got out. Jianghu acknowledged nonchalantly. I heard it was because of your father's passing. Please accept my condolences, Li Wenshu said, sighing softly. The most equitable aspect of life is that everyone possesses but one life, and inevitably, we all must face death. Whether it comes sooner or later, it remains fate. Jianghu responded calmly. You speak the truth. Death is an inherent part of existence. Li Wenshu nodded. Jianghu, during our school days, I owe much to you. If you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Li Wenshu came from a modest background and, during high school, was a frail and timid figure, often targeted by bullies. There was a time when he was extorted for a month's worth of living expenses and had to rely on leftovers from the cafeteria. Upon learning of this, Jianghu rallied a couple of friends to confront the bullies and teach them a lesson. From that day forth, the tormentor never dared to bully Li Wenshu again. Jianghu's intervention was not solely for Li Wenshu. He simply believed that no one from their class should be subjected to such treatment. Nonetheless, Li Wenshu appreciated this act of kindness, and their bond grew stronger thereafter. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jianghu learned that Li Wenshu was set to graduate from Pengcheng University this year, one of the few from their class to achieve this milestone. He had already been interning for 6 months and planned to take the civil service exam for the Pengcheng Customs, as he had a distant relative working there who had become increasingly affluent in recent years. Jianghu, you have arrived as well? As the two engaged in conversation, a delightful feminine voice suddenly resonated, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. And you, Li Wenshu, feeling somewhat constrained, stepped aside, unable to meet the gaze of the approaching girl directly. She stood approximately 1.65 meters tall, which was considered quite statuesque in Pengcheng. Dressed in a fashionable mini skirt and sporting trendy burgundy hair, her face bore a light touch of makeup. While not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a charm that was easy on the eyes. Her name was Yu, a diligent student during their school days, and she maintained a cordial relationship with Jianghu, having shared a desk for half a year. She was not the same as she had been back then. You are Li. Perhaps due to the passage of time, she struggled to recall Li Wenshu's full name. Li Shuwen. Yes, Li Shuwen. I heard you were admitted to Pengcheng University, the only one from our class to do so. And you exclaimed, lightly tapping her forehead, her smile radiant as she turned her attention back to Jianghu. Jianghu, when did you get out? Not even a month ago. Jianghu replied candidly. He had been quite the prominent figure in school, and it was likely that everyone knew his story. What are your plans now that you're out? Would you like me to help you find a job? And you shared her own circumstances, revealing that she hadn't been accepted into a prestigious university and her family had not permitted her to continue her studies. Consequently, she began working at a KTV and now held the position of sales manager, doing reasonably well for herself. This KTV was situated above the Sihai Grand Restaurant, which, being a comprehensive dining and entertainment establishment, hinted at the backing of a formidable figure. I'll try my hand at a small business, and if that doesn't work out, I'll come to you. Jianghu chuckled, reflecting on how swiftly society and individuals had transformed. The once obedient Yu had evolved into a seasoned veteran of the nightlife scene in just a few years. All right, I'll support you then. And Yu laughed as she beckoned both of them upstairs. Let us go. Quite a few people have already arrived. It's a reunion of old classmates. Let us enjoy ourselves. After dinner, we'll head to the KTV upstairs. I've made all the arrangements. The trio ascended together to a spacious private room, which featured a large round table capable of seating 20. In their class of 50 to 60 students, it was disheartening that they could barely muster 20 for this gathering. Some faces were familiar to Chun Jianghu, while others were unrecognizable, with some having hardly changed, and others being completely transformed beyond recognition. The world rarely remains static. Everything is in a constant state of flux. Chun Jianghu's entrance momentarily dampened the lively atmosphere in the room, as he was perhaps the only one from their class who had experienced incarceration. "Chun Jianghu, you've come." Most classmates greeted him with a mere nod, for he was, after all, a former inmate. Li Haibo had already mentioned that Chun Jianghu had recently been released and was still engaging in dubious activities. Upon the demise of his father, Chun Jianghu now finds himself merely a humble driver, devoid of prospects, a future, or any practical value. Everyone else has ventured into society. The days of school are long past. Such is the stark reality of this world. Chun Jianghu, you have arrived later than others. Should you not face the customary penalty of 3 cups? Li Haibo, with a mocking grin, gestured, and a classmate promptly produced 3 substantial cups of liquor. It is tradition to penalize the tardy with 3 shots. Indeed, Chun Jianghu, partake in this fine spirit brought by Haibo. You would not have the pleasure of such libations during your time in confinement. Those gathered around Li Haibo echoed their agreement. And you? Chapter 40. Flaunting the mere mention of imprisonment instantly dulled the atmosphere within the private room for a few moments. Many classmates cast furtive glances at Chun Jianghu, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. It seemed rather presumptuous for a recently released convict to join their gathering. And you furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. However, it was said that Li Haibo was doing quite well for himself, having found a girlfriend whose family owned a freight station. He had successfully latched onto a lucrative opportunity and was earning a decent income. In the past 2 months, Li Haibo had occasionally come to support Yu, his intentions unmistakable. Yet Yu regarded him with disdain, treating him as nothing more than a naive suitor. "I'm afraid I've given up drinking." Chun Jianghu dismissed Li Haibo's presence with a casual glance. Ling Shui was absent. It was unclear whether she had not come or for some other reason. "Chun Jianghu, if you're not drinking, what on earth are you doing here? Are you here to mooch off us because you're broke?" Li Haibo pressed on, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Today's gathering is on Brother Haibo, but the meal costs are shared among us. We can't just eat and drink for free," interjected a short boy beside Li Haibo, who introduced himself as Zhao Xiongfeng. In the past, he had been Chun Jianghu's sidekick, often wielding the latter's reputation to assert false authority. Now, seeing Chun Jianghu's apparent decline, he had become Li Haibo's follower. "Zhao Xiongfeng, I am covering Jianghu's share. Does it truly matter for a mere 30 yuan? Jianghu has helped you in the past." Li Shuwen retorted angrily, producing a 100 yuan bill. They had agreed that each person would contribute 30 yuan for the gathering, and with over a dozen attendees, they had raised around 500 yuan. Li Haibo had previously stated he would cover the drinks, and he would supplement any shortfall for the meal. "Bookworm, have you been living off cold water and steamed bread during your internship? Trying to show off, are we?" Zhao Xiongfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. "No need for that. It's been years since we last met, so let me treat you all today." Chun Jianghu interjected, stopping Li Shuwen and casually tossing several 100 yuan onto the table. The sight of the money left Yu and several classmates astonished. Hadn't Chun Jianghu just been released? How could he possess such a sum? Rumors had circulated about the death of Chun Jianghu's father and the subsequent loss of their family's arcade business. Where could he have acquired this wealth? "Chun Jianghu, from whom did you borrow this money? Trying to put on airs?" Li Haibo mocked, a smirk on his lips. "Regardless, I do not depend on women." Chun Jianghu replied coolly. "What do you mean by that, Chun Jianghu?" Li Haibo's anger flared as he shot a glance at Yu. The classmates were all aware of his pursuit of her, and he loathed the implication that he relied on women for support. "All right, everyone, let us keep the mood light for our reunion. Later, Ling Shui will be bringing her fiancé along, and we wouldn't want to provide them with any fodder for ridicule." And Yu interjected, attempting to mediate. "Chun Jianghu, I've heard Ling Shui's fiancé is quite wealthy, coming from a family that owns a business. We must make the acquaintance." Li Haibo sneered, deliberately provoking Chen Jianghe. Ling Shui had been renowned as a beauty during their school days, attracting numerous admirers, including Li Haibo, who had once pursued her fervently, only for Ling Shui to end up with Chen Jianghe. Now, years later, as she prepared to marry, the groom was not Chen Jianghe. The gathering today was orchestrated solely for Ling Shui, who is soon to wed a wealthy suitor and ascend to a life of privilege. It is essential to nurture relationships now, for one never knows when they might require her assistance in the future. Waiting until a need arises to rekindle connections would be too late. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow as he glanced at Li Haibo, who, for reasons unknown, averted his gaze as if disturbed by Chen Jianghe's scrutiny. As everyone took their seats, I summoned the waiter to serve the dishes, anticipating Ling Shui's imminent arrival. And you pulled Chen Jianghe down, exchanged a few words with him, and revitalized the atmosphere. Some classmates noted that despite Chen Jianghe's recent emergence, he appeared to be faring quite well. The previous 3 rounds of drinks were soon forgotten. The culinary offerings at Sihai Restaurant were undoubtedly of a high caliber, and shortly, the table was laden with an array of dishes. And you phoned Ling Shui, who regrettably informed her of a last-minute obligation, requesting the group to begin dining without her, assuring that she would treat them upon her arrival. With Ling Shui absent, the group could not afford to linger indefinitely and began to eat. Before long, amidst the feasting and merriment, the ambience grew increasingly vibrant. The private room was filled with lively chatter, and some individuals sought to connect with Chen Jianghe. In these times, it's prudent to be acquainted with several members of society, as their utility may arise unexpectedly. Conversely, there were those who regarded Chen Jianghe with disdain, viewing him as a mere wastrel, someone who had served time, lost a father, and seen his family's assets usurped, deeming him unworthy of deeper acquaintance. Chen Jianghe remained indifferent, uncertain of his own purpose for attending, whether it was to see Ling Shui or to meet her fiancé. And you sat beside him, while Li Haibo intentionally swapped seats to position himself next to her, incessantly attempting to engage her in conversation. Li Haibo, why must you encroach so closely? And you, unable to tolerate his incessant proximity, shot him an irritable glance. Hey, and in what sort of relationship do we have? This is hardly close. I was hoping for even more intimacy. Liaibu radurta shamalesli. Could you not speak in such a manner? And you shifted slightly, forcing a smile before turning to Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, what business are you currently engaged in? I manage an arcade, the same one my family owned previously. Chen Jianghe replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of water. Isn't that arcade under the management of your stepmother? A female classmate recalled a bit of gossip she had heard earlier. Chen Jianghe cast her a fleeting glance before responding coolly. She has returned to our hometown. The arcade is now my responsibility. Return home? Why would she suddenly do that? The arcade must be quite lucrative, and I've heard your family's establishment is rather substantial. If I had control over an arcade, I would never dream of going back home. The female classmate remarked, puzzled. Yin Yin, running an arcade is not as simple as you might think. It struggles to thrive on the streets, and it's not as straightforward as you believe. And you interjected, shaking her head. The affairs of the world are rarely uncomplicated. Chen Jianghe's stepmother's sudden departure likely harbors deeper implications. Probing further would be inappropriate. Chen Jianghe, you are quite fortunate. They are willing to return the gaming hall to you. However, the gaming industry is destined to become a sunset industry. I have heard that opening an internet CAF will soon become a mainstream, and I am planning to partner with someone to invest some funds in establishing one. Li Haibo smirked and deliberately raised his voice. Haibo, starting an internet CAF must require quite a bit of capital, right? Many classmates were intrigued. Indeed, an investment of at least several $100,000 is essential. It's not something ordinary individuals can afford. Liaibu buasta. Several $100,000. Numerous classmates cast envious glances, while no one seemed to care about Chen Jianghe's gaming hall any longer. Chapter 41. Taking oneself too seriously, what are a few $100,000? Merely a trifling sum. Li Haibo tossed his hair with a flourish. Without Ling Shui's presence, he became the center of attention among his peers, yet Yin Yu remained indifferent to him. Having made his fortune through women and now attempting to woo you with their money, it was only natural that she found him unappealing. After all, the young lady maintained her own principles. As the meal drew to a close, Ling Shui had yet to arrive. And you made several calls, and each time, Ling Shui promised to come later. Many classmates were eager to wait for Ling Shui's arrival, hoping to forge connections with her, and their reluctance to leave lingered in the air. And you took the initiative to organize the group, inviting everyone upstairs to the KTV for singing and drinks. With the exception of a few who had prior engagements or simply wished to leave, the majority followed her. Li Shuwen had also contemplated departing, yet upon noticing that Shan Jianghe remained, he hesitated, concerned that a conflict might arise between Shan Jianghe and Ling Shui as fiancé when they finally arrived. And then, the opulent decor of the Sihai KTV dazzled as the group ascended. The waitresses they encountered greeted Yu warmly, indicating her favorable standing. It appeared that Yu had made quite a name for herself, perhaps even engaging in the role of a mama in this era, where such a position proved lucrative and intertwined with various connections. Generally, those who ran establishments would extend a degree of respect. After all, no venue could thrive without the presence of women. Feel free to indulge. The drinks are on me, and I have everything arranged. And you led everyone into a private room, devoid of any hired companions. It was all classmates, a mix of both genders, thus eschewing any semblance of a business affair. And then, today I promise to treat everyone to karaoke. I will certainly cover the expenses. We are classmates after all, and if I don't support you, who will? Li Haiba proclaimed as he settled into the middle of the sofa, pulling out a thick stack of cash from his briefcase and slapping it down onto the table. He gestured to the waiter, commanding drinks, fruit platters. Let us proceed with this. Missin? The waiter hesitated, eyeing the 10,000 yuan. Let us proceed as he suggests. We can hardly obstruct his spending, and you remarked, her brows knitting slightly. Issue him a card, crediting the cash as a silver member rebate. Understood, Missin. The waiter nodded and departed with the money. Several classmates gazed at the cash, unable to tear their eyes away. Such a sum was equivalent to what many would toil for an entire year to earn. Li Haiba tossed it about nonchalantly. Li Haiba has truly struck it rich. Li Shuwen commented, seated beside Chen Jianghe. Once you enter customs, you will earn even more than he does. Chen Jianghe remarked, absently holding a cigarette, his gaze fixed elsewhere. In Pengcheng, money in customs was exceptionally easy to come by. One merely needed to turn a blind eye, and the earnings could surpass the windfall of a storm, both swift and abundant. I refuse to engage in anything illegal, Li Shuwen declared after a moment of silence, his conviction unwavering. Once one is immersed in the world, freedom is a luxury seldom afforded. Chen Jianghe raised his glass and gestured towards Li Shuwen, who hesitated momentarily before taking a sip, choking and coughing in the process. See, you cannot handle your drink. I lifted my cup, so you must drink. Once you enter the customs, those people will find a way to make you down this drink. Chen Jianghe chuckled lightly. Li Shuwen bowed his head in silence. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly boisterous, while the two of them sipped their drinks, feeling out of place amidst the fervor. After a long wait, Ling Shui did not arrive. Instead, a messenger delivered an invitation for her wedding on the 8th of next month. The photograph enclosed displayed a handsome couple, seemingly a perfect match. Chen Jianghe drained his glass of XO in one gulp, casting a lingering glance at the beaming Ling Shui in the invitation before rising to leave. Li Haiba, stop your antics. At that moment, a shout from outside the room pierced through. Chen Jianghe casually pushed open the door and stepped out. And then, what is your intention? Are you stringing me along? Li Haiba slurred, his breath reeking of alcohol as he clutched Yu tightly. Li Haiba, you may have made it big, but that has nothing to do with me. I didn't ask you to spend that money. If you don't want it, I'll return it. Today's guests are on me. And you shot Li Haiba a disdainful glance, rummaging through her bag to pull out a wad of cash, just under 10,000, but nearly sufficient. And you, is this your way of treating me like a soldier? Is 10,000 not enough? If it's lacking, just say how much would satisfy you, Li Haiba. His words grew increasingly crude, implying that Yu was for sale. So you think I'm for sale, huh? Don't assume that I, and you, am for sale. Even if I were, It wouldn't be for you, Li Haiba. You spend a woman's money while sneaking around for other women. I look down on you. You think I don't know how you wooed them? With sweet words. You got someone pregnant, then went to their family, begging for their approval. Her words were sharp as knives, leaving no room for Li Haiba's dignity. In this day and age, many were genuinely poor. Being able to take out thousands was a sign of capability. However, those who could truly earn were indeed wealthy. Like the 2 million yuan tiger-headed Benz parked outside the restaurant. In this place, someone willing to spend 30 or 40,000 on you in a single night was not uncommon. It could happen several times a year. Li Haiba's assumption that he could treat you as less than human for just 10,000 was absurd. Jianghu, what happened? Li Shuwen followed out and inquired. Li Haiba has far too high an opinion of himself, Chun Jianghu replied, taking a drag from a cigarette. And you're just a whore. Li Haiba, unable to save face, erupted in anger. Li Haiba, you truly lack self-awareness. If I wish to play with you, do you believe I could compel you to sell your house and car? And you, weary of further discourse with Li Haiba, turned to Chun Jianghu and the classmates who had emerged, instructing them to continue their revelry and to inform the waitstaff should they require anything. She added, I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. In a fit of drunken bravado, Li Haiba abruptly struck you across the face, causing her to stagger and nearly lose her balance. Sisterin, are you all right? One of the onlookers exclaimed. Do you have a death wish? At that moment, the security personnel from the Four Seas Grand Restaurant rushed over, seizing Li Haiba by the hair and delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks. Chapter 42. Call for help. You, the matron of the Four Seas KTV, was the guiding force behind half the ladies there. She was akin to a prosperous tree within the establishment. Anyone attempting to pluck a few leaves from this tree would find such endeavors futile. Soon after, Li Haiba found himself incapacitated on the ground, having been violently subdued. Stop! Why are you attacking us? We are merely patrons here. How can you strike your guests? And you interjected, it was merely a light touch on the leg. It's not a big deal. A group of classmates, a few of whom sought to defend Li Haiba, hurriedly stepped in. Some even clashed with the security personnel of the KTV. As the 4 security guards struggled to maintain control, they prepared to summon reinforcements. Enough. These are my classmates. They've had a bit to drink and acted impulsively. It's nothing serious. At this critical moment, and you raised her voice. The security guards, upon hearing her, gradually retreated and refrained from calling for backup. Otherwise, these sheltered individuals would surely learn the harsh realities of society today. And you just wait. This is far from over. Li Haiba, still seething, was helped to his feet. Li Haiba, we're classmates. Why stir up trouble unnecessarily? And you was a loss for words. Having already endured the assault, he still failed to grasp the situation and seemed determined to invite further conflict. Don't play coy. This beating will not go unavenged. They're just a few tough guys. Do you think I don't know them? Li Haiba gritted his teeth, brandishing his mobile phone, ready to call for assistance. However, before he could dial, his hand was firmly restrained. Li Haiba, if you make that call, you'll find yourself on the receiving end of another beating. Chun Jianghu remarked coolly while holding Li Haiba's hand down. Get lost, Chun Jianghu. If you keep talking, I'll include you in this beating. Li Haiba forcefully shoved Chun Jianghu's hand away and dialed out. Yongzi, I've been assaulted. Bring a few people over. Money? Do you think I care about that? Just name your price. You want 30,000 for one woman? Yes, just one woman at the Four Seas restaurant. Is it mandatory to pay 30,000 at the Four Seas restaurant? Li Haiba paused, noticing everyone's gaze upon him. With gritted teeth, he relented. Fine. 30,000 it is. Get here immediately. His classmates exchanged bewildered glances, never expecting their gathering would spiral into chaos. And we should call the police. Li Shuwen expressed his concern to you. It's fine. There's no need to involve the authorities. And you waved her hand dismissively, casting a bemused glance at Li Haiba before turning to one of the security personnel. Please summon Manager Zhang. Before long, a man in his 30s, clad in a suit with a slight paunch, approached. And then what is going on? He inquired, casting a glance around. It's become a bit unpleasant. I've called for you, Brother Zhang. Please handle this situation momentarily. And you replied, exasperated. The imposing vehicle parked outside the Four Seas restaurant belonged to the establishment's owner. In these times, those who could afford to run a restaurant or KTV and own a $200,000 car were undoubtedly formidable figures. Generally, petty thugs lack the capacity to instigate trouble in such a place. Are you the one calling for help? Fang Yifuklit. Daring to summon someone to stir trouble at the Four Seas KTV was indeed overestimating himself. What the people I called. Today, none of you should meddle in this matter. Whoever interferes shall face my wrath. Li Haiba gritted his teeth, still convinced of his own bravado, refusing to believe that 30,000 yuan couldn't handle a single woman. What in this world cannot be resolved with money? The youth of today truly baffle him. Suddenly, Jianghu seized Li Haiba by the neck, turning to Yu and saying, and then it's merely a trivial matter. You should go about your business, work if you must, rest if you can, do not concern yourself. What are you doing? Let go of me. Li Haiba struggled desperately, but to no avail. Several classmates eager to curry favor with him dared not intervene, merely trailing behind as they descended the stairs. Apologies, everyone. Ling Shui won't be joining us today. Her wedding invitations have been sent out. Those who wish to attend may do so, while others should reflect upon their choices. This concludes our gathering for today. And you addressed the remaining classmates. Originally, this gathering was meant to celebrate Ling Shui, yet she had not shown her face throughout. Such camaraderie among classmates had nearly run its course. Had Ling Shui attended, the classmates present would likely have all come, but her absence left their attendance uncertain. Perhaps she simply did not care. And then, have a proper chat with Haiba. We're all classmates. There's no need for such hostility. We'll take our leave now. The remaining classmates, wishing to avoid trouble, exchanged a few pleasantries before hastily departing. Shall I see you off tonight? Soon. Only Chen Jianghe and Li Shuan remained. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and inquired. No need. Even if you accompany me, I cannot allow you inside for tea. And you suspected that Chen Jianghe harbored such thoughts. Mistakenly believing her profession made her easily accessible. I don't drink tea. Chen Jianghe chuckled, offering no further explanation, and turned to leave. Everyone is changing. Even the closest of relationships from years past have transformed. In less than 20 minutes, 3 taxis arrived outside the Four Seas Hotel. As the vehicles halted, 7 or 8 individuals emerged, appearing even less respectable than the street thugs, resembling regulars from arcades and internet cafes. However, 2 or 3 of the core members wielded knives, while the rest either carried metal pipes or were empty-handed, likely just hastily gathered from the internet CAF to lend a hand for the night, perhaps to grab a quick meal. A proper thug would command at least 200 for standing guard, yet these misfits were worth scarcely 50. Jianghu found amusement in their presence. Aren't you supposed to be a tough guy? He kicked Li Haiba hard in the rear, sending him sprawling out. Too disinterested to negotiate, these individuals were beneath his consideration. Yongzi, what are you waiting for? Deal with them. Li Haiba, struggling to rise from the ground, shouted at the group. Li Gu, the price you offered is for a violent confrontation, not for merely smashing a shop. If we were to enter, and the people inside misinterpret our intentions and resort to violence, I would need to call for reinforcements, and that would exceed the 3,000 yuan you mentioned. If you could allocate a bit more, I could rally dozens of my brothers, and I assure you, we would demolish this dilapidated tavern. The leader, a young man in his mid-20s with bleached hair, addressed Li Haiba. No need for that. Li Haiba glanced at them, gritting his teeth, feeling that at least 20,000 of the 30,000 yuan would be wasted. He could not afford to part with more money and shouted towards Yu. And you, if you have the guts, come out here. Li Haiba, I am but a woman. What do I need courage for? If you are displeased and wish to stir up trouble, then come inside. And you stood at the entrance of the Four Seas Tavern, observing Li Haiba's lackeys with a hint of exasperation. In the world they inhabited, individuals like Li Haiba were regarded as fools, easily duped into becoming unwitting victims. Chapter 43. The confrontation. Will Jianghe and you be all right? Li Shuan inquired softly, his face etched with concern, as he observed the dwindling number of classmates lingering outside the Four Seas Grand Restaurant. Those unaccustomed to the realities of society often succumb to fear in the face of such circumstances. Even if only 2 or 3 individuals brandished weapons, trepidation was palpable. In this era, ruffians were genuinely capable of inflicting harm, even killing. And you had navigated the complexities of social life for several years and understood that she would be safe. Chun Jiang, he shook his head, explaining that these society individuals merely sought to extract some money from Li Haiba. As long as Yu refrained from instigating trouble herself, they would not pose a significant threat. Few individuals entrenched in the underbelly of society were fools. They generally understood whom they could provoke and whom they could not. These minor thugs would not dare linger outside the Four Seas Grand Restaurant, for those within would undoubtedly emerge to deal with them. The establishment could not remain open if such disturbances were allowed to persist. "Where are you staying? I'll give you a ride," Chun Jiang, he said, taking a drag from his cigarette and beckoning to Yu, before turning to Li Shuwen, preparing to depart. "I'm staying at the company. Once I pass the customs exam, I'll move out," Li Shuwen replied, nodding at Yu and following Chun Jiang. As Chun Jiang, he led Li Shuwen towards the Santana. Li Haiba, gritting his teeth, felt a sinking sense of betrayal. "Yongzi, what are you playing at? If you don't handle this today, you won't see a dime." "Brotherly, it isn't quite that simple. I brought so many brothers to handle this matter. Regardless of the outcome, they deserve some compensation, don't you think? I can forego my share, but they must be paid," Yongzi retorted, feigning innocence. Li Haiba's expression darkened, his pent-up anger seeking an outlet. Spotting Chun Jiang approaching, he immediately pointed at him, declaring, "All right then, I'll give you 10,000. Teach that kid a lesson." "Done deal." Yongzi accepted without further insistence. Given the caliber of his associates, demanding 30,000 was indeed a tall order. The fact that Li Haiba was willing to part with 10,000 was a testament to his foolishness. Otherwise, the maximum would have been 3 to 5,000, and the matter would have been settled. "See that kid? Go after him," Yongzi commanded, pointing his knife at Chun Jiang. "Let us go," he shouted, as 2 of his key members discarded the newspapers covering their blades and charged ferociously at Chun Jiang. The group of online gamers lingering at the nearby internet CF shouted loudly, but their pace was sluggish. It hardly warranted a bloody confrontation over a mere few dozen dollars. "Jiang, run!" And Yu cried out in panic, urging him to flee. "Jiang, go!" Li Shuwen echoed, grasping Chun Jiang's arm in an attempt to escape. However, Chun Jiang remained motionless. "Li Haiba, you are truly asking for trouble." Chun Jiang frowned, without even donning his fingerless gloves. He suddenly flicked the burning cigarette but at the nearest thug's eyes. Startled, the thug turned his head, and in that instant, Chun Jiang lunged forward, landing a powerful punch squarely on his nose. The ruffian let out a piercing scream as Chun Jiang's fist shattered his nasal bone. Crimson blood gushing forth like a faucet turned wide open. To his shock, another thug lunged forward, brandishing a knife aimed at Chun Jiang's shoulder. Swiftly, Chun Jiang sidestepped the attack and delivered a kick to the thug's calf, sending him crashing to the ground. Before the thug could regain his footing, Chun Jiang struck his chin with another kick, rendering him unconscious without a sound. The regulars from the nearby internet CAF and gaming hall halted in their tracks. The meager appearance fee was one thing, but engaging in a violent altercation was entirely another. And Yu, rushing over, slowed her pace. Noticing that Chun Jiang had changed significantly over the past 3 years. "Come on, Yongzi, don't just stand there," Li Haiba exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Astonished by Chun Jiang's ferocity in dispatching 2 knife-wielding thugs with nothing but his bare hands, Yongzi, too, felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing that earning money tonight would be more challenging than anticipated. "Hey, I'm Yongzi from Jianghu Road. Let's get acquainted." Yongzi gripped his knife, attempting to reason with Chun Jiang. "Jianghu Road's Yongzi? You seem rather unfamiliar with the concept of peace," Chun Jiang retorted, delivering a powerful kick to Yongzi's abdomen. Yongzi cried out in agony, clutching his stomach. Unable to rise, Chun Jiang cast a fierce glance at the remaining regulars, who dropped their weapons with a clatter and instinctively retreated, intimidated by his presence. They merely sought a bit of pocket money, not a confrontation with someone so formidable. "Jiang, we are old classmates. This is all a misunderstanding." Li Haiba's expression shifted, quickly donning a forced smile. "I told you, The moment you make that call, you'll be in for another beating today. Chun Jianghe slowly lit a cigarette, taking a drag as he seized Li Haiba's hair and forcefully slammed his head against the window of a Xiaoli car. With a shattering crash, the car window broke and Li Haiba screamed, his face splattered with shards of glass. Blood streamed from the wounds inflicted by the glass, creating a scene of horror. Enough, Jianghe. If you continue, things will escalate. And you rushed forward, desperately trying to restrain Chun Jianghe. Li Haiba, I'm showing leniency today for an U.S. sake. If you have any grievances, come find me at the North Street Fire Gaming Hall, and we can settle this. Chun Jianghe delivered another fierce kick to Li Haiba, forcing him to kneel, only to be stopped by an Yu. Chun Jianghe had already been feeling unsettled that night, especially with Ling Xue's absence, which had stirred a tempest within him. Had Li Haiba not provoked him, the situation might have diffused. However, Li Haiba's insistence on confrontation was a recipe for trouble. You dare to strike me? Just wait, I want to let you off easily. Li Haiba gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he scrambled to his feet, diving into the Xiaoli car, hastily leaving behind a venomous remark before speeding away. Seeing the situation turn against them, Yongzi and his gang quickly fled as well. They were well aware of Li Haiba's residence and had no fear of him withholding payment. Regardless of the outcome of the night's altercation, they knew that Li Haiba would have to pay up. Jianghe, you are being overly impulsive. This matter does not warrant such a reaction. And you observed as Li Haiba drove away, concerned that the situation might escalate further. With Chun Jiang, he just having emerged, if he would be incarcerated again, it would mean a return to prison, resulting in a more severe sentence. Do not worry, I have it all under control. Li Haiba is not a formidable opponent. Chun Jiang, he dismissed Li Haiba's significance, asserting that if he could not handle Li, there would be no point in his endeavors. Li Shuwen, let us depart. Chun Jiang, he beckoned Li Shuwen to join him in the car, driving off in a Santana. The remaining classmates were left in astonishment. Chun Jiang, he had acquired a Santana, surpassing even Li Haiba's status. And then, this fellow is quite the talent. Ask him if he would be interested in joining us at High. Jianghu approached, a cigarette between his lips. Chapter 44 Huang, Kuan Brother Zhang. If there is an opportunity, I shall inquire. A fleeting shadow crossed in Yu's eyes as she replied with a smile. Recently, the son of the owner of the High Grand Restaurant had begun to meddle in the establishment's affairs, and she could sense that the young man harbored some intentions towards the young women in the establishment. It was not merely a matter of seeking frivolous liaisons. Rather, he believed that the young ladies were extracting a bit too much in terms of remuneration. This posed a troublesome predicament. If mishandled, the repercussions could be significant, and in such circumstances, and you could not possibly allow Chun Jianghe to intervene. Furthermore, it was improbable that Chun Jianghe would consent to such an arrangement. Chun Jianghe drove Li Shuwen back to the company dormitory, leaving him his pager number and a mobile phone number before returning to the Fire Gaming Hall. Upon his arrival, there were still around 20 to 30 patrons engaged in play. Jianghe, how did it go? Zhang Peng hurriedly approached him upon his return. What do you mean? How'd it go? Chun Jianghe said, taking a drag from a cigarette as he entered the gaming hall. Did you not see Ling Xue? Zhang Peng inquired. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing discreetly perked up their ears. They were already aware that Ling Xue was Chun Jianghe's former girlfriend, and that the boss had gone out to meet an old flame that evening. However, judging by the boss's demeanor, it seemed that the encounter had not gone smoothly. She didn't go. Chun Jianghe shot Zhang Peng a fierce glare. Zhang Peng chuckled awkwardly and quickly produced a yellow leather envelope. Jianghe, this was sent by Tang Aigua. He said to give it to you upon your return. Chun Jianghe's pupils constricted suddenly. He took the envelope and ascended the stairs directly. Jianghe, what is inside the envelope? Zhang Peng asked curiously. It's none of your concern. Just keep an eye on the shop. Chun Jianghe replied as he made his way upstairs, shutting the office door behind him and opening the envelope. Inside were several photographs and some documents. The individuals depicted were all involved in the murder of Chun Jiming. The orchestrator behind this heinous act was Li Jindi, and these are the individuals who had carried it out. To prevent future complications, after their task was completed, Li Jindi compensated them and facilitated their connections, ensuring that both parties were clear of any further obligations. Li Jindi had not brought these individuals along with him. Most of them still resided in Pengcheng. Huang Kuwen, Ming, Dian Eli. As Chun Jianghe examined the photographs and documents, he noted that there were only 3 sets of information pertaining to the individuals involved in Chun Jiming's murder, which had originally included 6 perpetrators. One of them remained incarcerated and had yet to be released. The others had gradually been freed over the past few years. Tang Aigua had provided details on 3 individuals, while the fates of the others remained uncertain. Whether Tang Aigua had not yet uncovered their whereabouts or was withholding that information from Chun Jianghe. After meticulously reviewing the 3 sets of information, Chun Jianghe glanced at the time, secured the documents in a safe, and took the keys to his Santana before heading downstairs. Peng, keep an eye on the shop. I'll be out for a bit. Jianghe, it's quite late. Where are you going? Zhang Peng asked, rising in curiosity. Just a little matter. I'll return shortly. Chun Jianghe waved his hand dismissively, providing no further explanation as he drove away. Zhang Peng wore an expression of bewilderment, unsure of what Chun Jianghe was up to at such a late hour. Brother Peng, is the boss going out for a date? Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing crept closer, their faces alight with curiosity. Why ask so many questions? How would I know? Zhang Peng exclaimed, his eyes widening as he shot them a glare. To his surprise, it seemed the boss had a penchant for secretive escapades. Yet, it might not be what it seemed. Perhaps the boss was off to meet Sister Lu. Regardless of whom he sought, it was sure to be a night of intense exertion. The 2 miscreants huddled together, their conversation rife with lewd banter. Chun Jianghe drove his Santana away from Beijia, soon arriving at a village nestled within the city in Pingjiang district. He parked across the street from the village's entrance, lit a cigarette, and walked towards the bustling enclave. This village was among the largest in Pingjiang district, having become a haven for migrant workers ever since Pengcheng's reforms began. Many undocumented individuals had made their home here. The entrance of the village had transformed into a lively street, bustling with vendors selling stir-fried noodles, boxed meals, and various small eateries. Near the entrance stood a mahjong parlor, which was Chun Jianghe's intended destination. As he passed by the entrance of the parlor, he glanced inside, spotting 2 tattooed ruffians smoking at the threshold. Upon noticing Chun Jianghe, they cast a brief glance but paid him no heed. Exchanging a fleeting gaze with one of the ruffians, Chun Jianghe was met with a hostile glare, prompting the man to rise in annoyance. What the hell are you looking at? The thug spat. Chun Jianghe merely regarded him silently before turning to leave. Fool! The ruffian shouted triumphantly, then resumed boasting with his companion. With an impassive expression, Chun Jianghe returned to his Santana, then drove to a nearby market. He had clearly recognized the one who had insulted him. He was Huang Kuan, one of those responsible for the murder of Chun Jiming. Huang Kuan. The details of Huang Kuan's appearance had faded from his memory, for in his frenzied attempt to save Chun Jiming, he had been too consumed with the chaos to take note of their faces. Even had he paid attention, having seen them only once 3 years prior made recognition difficult. After reviewing the files again, he recalled that indeed, one of those ruffians had wielded a knife. As for Huang Kuan, he had not recognized Chun Jianghe, and rightly so. After 3 years of incarceration, Chun Jianghe had undergone significant changes. Having met only once, it was entirely normal for him to be unrecognizable. Arriving at a nearby vegetable market, Chun Jianghe found it deserted at this late hour. An elderly man guarding the entrance was sound asleep. He spotted a large piece of transparent tarpaulin and took it, placing it in the trunk of his Santana. Afterward, he drove back to the village entrance, lit another cigarette, and settled in to wait. Time slowly passed, the night deepening, and the streets grew empty. It wasn't until around 2 or 3 in the morning that 2 ruffians emerged from the village, smoking and swaying. Among them was none other than Huang Kuan, the very individual Chun Jianghe had seen earlier. 2 individuals strolled leisurely along the roadside, while Chun Jianghe drove a Santana, trailing them at a distance without activating his headlights, thus remaining unnoticed. Upon reaching an intersection, one of the ruffians called out, "Kunzi, I'm off to buy a pack of cigarettes. Grab 2 cups of instant noodles as well. I'll wait for you up ahead." "Hetty, I'm famished." Huang Kun exhaled a puff of smoke and retorted with a string of curses. "Then you'd better treat me to a little indulgence later," replied the ruffian. "All right, for $20, you can have your pick." Huang Kun grumbled, irritated that a mere cup of noodles could lead to such demands for a companion. $20? That barely covers the cost of a decent one. They're all seasoned women, and who knows if they're healthy. You'd need at least 50 for something worthwhile. Get lost. Chapter 45, have you forgotten? The scoundrel raised his middle finger at Huang Kun, cursing as he sauntered toward the street corner. Huang Kun, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a hand in his pocket, continued to walk ahead. Damn it, what an idiot, trying to save even $20. After passing the intersection, Huang Kun glanced back and noticed the scoundrel, who had gone to buy cigarettes, still flirting with the proprietor of the small shop. The woman was in her 40s, her bosom nearly sagging to her belly. That fool certainly had no standards. Huang Kun cast a disdainful look and resumed his forward march. Chun Jianghu followed closely behind in his Santana, leisurely approaching the corner. He turned his head to glance at the small shop and saw that the scoundrel had no intention of leaving, so he continued to trail Huang Kun. After walking over 100 meters, just as he was about to check if the scoundrel was coming, he suddenly noticed, not far behind, a black sedan racing toward him without its headlights on. Damn! Bang! Huang Kun, startled, attempted to dodge to the side. Before he could evade the impending disaster, the Santana collided with him violently, sending him sprawling. Although he was knocked down, he was neither dead nor unconscious. Blood covered his body as he groaned in agony. Struggling to rise, Chun Jianghu parked the car and approached, delivering a fierce kick to Huang Kun's head, knocking him out cold. He then dragged Huang Kun to the rear of the vehicle and forcefully stuffed him into the trunk, which was lined with tarpaulin, before slamming it shut. Casting a quick glance at the distant corner of the road, he hastily got into the car and drove away. Minutes later, the scoundrel returned, swaying with 2 bottles of beer in hand. However, he searched left and right, but could not find Huang Kun, not giving it much thought. He assumed Huang Kun had left before him and leisurely made his way toward the boarding house. Chun Jianghu drove the Santana to the cliff where he had recently disposed of Li Jindi's body. Below the cliff lay the tumultuous coastline, the roar of crashing waves echoing up. He maneuvered the Santana close to the edge, wrapped Huang Kun in thick, transparent tarpaulin, and dragged him to the precipice. Returning to fetch some rope, he bound Huang Kun's hands and feet, securing the rope to several heavy stones. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Unexpectedly, Huang Kun's spirit proved resilient. As Chun Jianghu tied the stones, he regained consciousness and, in terror, pleaded for mercy. The darkness obscured Chun Jianghu's features, leaving Huang Kun unaware of who sought his life or the reason behind it. Chun Jianghu remained silent, tightening the bindings. "Brother, I'm just a caretaker at a mahjong parlor. Even if I've unintentionally offended you, I beg you to overlook my transgressions and spare my life." Huang Kun was consumed by fear. While he had bullied others in his role, surely such a minor grievance did not warrant a death sentence. He could not fathom how he had angered such a ruthless individual. "Indeed, it seems you have forgotten." Chun Jianghu rose slowly, looking down at Huang Kun. "Forgotten what?" Huang Kun strained to discern the visage of Chun Jianghu. 3 years prior, at the entrance of the Fire Game Hall on North Street, Chun Jianghu spoke languidly. You were the son of Qin Jimin." A tremor coursed through Huang Kun as memories surged back. Years ago, they had worked for Li Jindi, fatally wounding the inebriated Qin Jimin. His son had fought back, injuring one of them before also being sentenced. Calculating the passage of time, it dawned on him that Qin Jimin's son must have been released from prison by now. He never anticipated that after all these years, Qin Jimin's son would seek him out. "My name is Chun Jianghu. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt has its owner. When you descend, be sure to announce my name before the King of Hell." Chun Jianghu seized the rope binding Huang Kun and dragged him towards the precipice. Spare me. I only struck your father once. I did not kill him. I was merely following orders for a fee. Please let me go." Huang Kun pleaded in terror, frantically struggling, but to no avail. "You may relay that to my father," Chun Jianghu retorted as he brought Huang Kun to the brink and, with a swift kick, sent him plummeting down the cliff. Huang Kuan's terrified scream was swiftly swallowed by the tumultuous roar of the waves below. Chun Jianghu retrieved a flashlight from his vehicle, meticulously scanning the surroundings to ensure no evidence remained before he entered his car and departed into Santana. Rather than returning to North Street, he drove straight home, parking the Santana in his courtyard. He then retrieved a water hose, scrubbing the vehicle with utmost diligence. Every nook and cranny, including the trunk, the front, and the tires, received his thorough attention. After completing this task, Chun Jianghu disrobed and ignited the stove in the kitchen, incinerating the garments he had worn that day. He also unearthed the clothes from the last encounter with Li Jindi and Xiao Wan, ensuring they too were reduced to ashes. Once all was completed, he secured the door and retired for the night. The following morning, Chun Jianghu circled the Santana, examining the front. Despite the vehicle's premium price, its quality was commendable. The damage from the incident with Huang Kuan was scarcely noticeable. Satisfied with the car's condition, he drove the Santana to the game hall. Jianghu, the account from yesterday have been tallied. The hall's total intake was 1,267 yuan. Zhang Peng rushed over upon seeing Chun Jianghu. Is that an increase? Chun Jianghu raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. When Li Jindi was still around, the hall's daily revenue could soar to several thousand, averaging around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. This sum paled in comparison, yet the business had shown consistent growth over the past couple of days, gradually finding its footing. There were 2 patrons at the slot machines yesterday who lost 200 or 300. At last, the machines are seeing some action. Zhang Peng exclaimed joyfully. Adjust the odds on the slot machines to be more favorable. A slight reduction in profit is acceptable. Our primary focus now is not on earning, but on attracting customers. Chun Jianghu instructed. Understood, Jianghu. Have you eaten? I will go fetch some food. Zhang Peng nodded, took 10 yuan, and went out to buy food. Chun Jianghu ascended the stairs and entered the office, retrieving Huang Kuan's documents from a safe. He then set fire to Huang Kuan's photograph and information, watching as they were consumed by flames. This was the first. There were 5 more to go. Just as he finished incinerating the items and returned the remaining 2 individuals' files to the safe, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Chun Jianghu picked up the phone and answered the call. Is this Chun Jianghu? This is Lin Guobin. A stranger's voice resonated from the other end. Lin Guobin? Chun Jianghu furrowed his brow. The person you injured yesterday, Yongzi, is my younger brother. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Lin Guobin inquired. Chapter 46. Lin Guobin, how do you intend to resolve this? Chun Jianghu scoffed. You can offer me 100,000 yuan and set a banquet to apologize to my brother, and this matter will be settled, Lin Guobin stated bluntly. And if I refuse? Chun Jianghu replied with a smile. If you do not comply, I will seek you out for a proper discussion. Lin Guobin's tone grew colder. At Beijia, the Flame Game Hall, come. Chun Jianghu said calmly. You little brat, you have quite the nerve. Lin Guobin was taken aback by Chun Jianghu's straightforwardness. In this world, if you choose to mix in the underbelly, you must be prepared to face the consequences. If you cannot settle this, then you might as well get a factory job. Do not come here spouting tens of thousands as if it means nothing. That amount could cost you your life. Chun Jianghu stated unapologetically. You dare. Get lost. Lin Guobin was about to curse when Chun Jianghu abruptly hung up the phone. Brother Ben, what's wrong? On the other end, in a mahjong parlor upstairs, a barebacked woman nestled beside Lin Guobin, her summer clothing barely concealing half of her body, teasingly revealing more than it hid. The youth of today are indeed quite audacious. Lin Guobin shook his head and dialed the clinic where Yongzi worked. Yongzi, how is it going? Brother, I'm fine. The person I brought has a broken leg. The others sustained minor injuries. Yongzi replied, clutching his stomach, slowly making his way to answer the phone. The kick he received the previous evening was not light. I just spoke with that kid. He wants 100,000 to settle this, but he is unwilling. What do you suggest we do? Lin Guobin inquired. Brother, that kid is too arrogant. We cannot let it slide. Yongzi gritted his teeth, his face reflecting dissatisfaction. Then gather your crew and confront him. Lin Guobin suggested casually. Brother, that kid is rather difficult to handle. I fear we may not be able to subdue him. Yongzi lowered his head, offering a sheepish smile. Those of us who navigate these waters must have some discernment. Given Chun Jianghu's demeanor last night and his ability to afford a Santana, he is not someone a mere street thug like myself can easily confront. Lin Guobin concluded. Without your intervention, he is nothing, he added. What do you propose we do? Yongzi asked quietly. How about you step in and find that kid? Yongzi suggested softly. You are the one who chose this life. Do not come looking for me whenever trouble arises. I am your elder brother, not the other way around. If trouble arises, it is my responsibility. So what use are you to me? Lin Guobin retorted impatiently. It seemed that whenever one of his younger brothers encountered trouble, it was Lin Guobin who had to shoulder the burden. Yongzi fell silent, his head bowed. Last night, he had taken the initiative to earn some extra money. It was not Lin Guobin who had sent him. Had it been Lin Guobin's directive, he would undoubtedly be responsible for the fallout. He had ventured out to make money on his own, and if complications arose, he could not expect Lin Guobin to bail him out. The elder brother provided him with a salary. It was not the other way around. Find out what kind of person this kid is. I need to deliberate. After a moment of silence from Yongzi, Lin Guobin, feeling vexed, ordered before hanging up the phone. Jianghe, what happened? At the Flame Gaming Hall, Zhang Peng had just returned with his meal and overheard conversation. Last night, that fellow named Yongzi's boss was asking for some money. Xinjiang, he casually set aside his mobile phone. Yongzi, who is that? Zhang Peng inquired, his expression one of confusion. Xinjiang, he realized he hadn't informed Zhang Peng about the events of the previous night, so he briefly recounted the incident at the Sihai Grand Hotel. Omitting the details of his subsequent outing, Zhang Peng and the others merely assumed that Xinjiang he had gone out seeking companionship, either to find Ling Shui or Sister Lu. Damn, how much does he want? Zhang Peng exclaimed indignantly. If you can't handle your business, why drag the boss into it? How shameless can one be? 100,000. 100,000? He truly dares to ask for that much. Who is Yongzi's boss, anyway? Zhang Peng's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that these gangsters would be so audacious. In this day and age, 100,000 yuan is enough to settle accounts for 2 or 3 people. His name is Lin Guobin. Have you heard of him? Xinjiang, he inquired. Lin Guobin? Zhang Peng furrowed his brow, nodding thoughtfully. I've heard of him. Lin Guobin has some reputation in the Pingjiang district. I heard he started by managing venues and later branched out to establish his own businesses. He seems to own 2 or 3 mahjong halls and even an ice skating rink. A few years back, he was quite prosperous, but it seems he has faded from the limelight in recent times. When one's career takes off and money starts flowing in, the desire for violence diminishes. Xinjiang, he nodded in agreement. This is quite normal. In youth, when one first enters the underworld, with nothing but a life to spare, one must risk it all. After several years, if fortune smiles upon them, they rise and secure a steady income, they begin to value their life more. Such ruffians typically navigate their way through minor troubles, but when faced with formidable adversaries, they too must retreat. If one is fortunate enough to gain a substantial reputation in the underworld, they can easily handle ordinary threats. Although Lin Guobin possesses some clout, he has not yet reached that level. He may not find success here on North Street, and he might not dare to cross boundaries. Nevertheless, it would be wise for us to remain cautious. Zhang Peng advised. Please inform Xiangzi and Zhou Bing to be on their toes. Xinjiang, he nodded, giving his instructions. Understood, let us eat. Zhang Peng acknowledged and went downstairs to deliver meals to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, then returned to share a meal with Xinjiang he. By the way, have you gathered any information on those young rascals I asked you about last time? Xinjiang, he took a bite of his rice roll and suddenly remembered to ask. In the underworld, connections are crucial. Now that we have 2 venues, relying solely on their few members feels insufficient. If we could recruit Xiang Fei and his crew, it would be a significant advantage. Inquiring further, Zhang Peng remarked that the group in question charged for their services, exhibiting both courage and tenacity, with a reasonably good reputation. He had reached out to several acquaintances who knew them and was still seeking information about the frequent haunts of these individuals, whose movements were rather enigmatic. Few were privy to their residence, but he was confident that within a couple of days, he would acquire reliable information. Indeed, Xinjiang nodded. He held a significant regard for Xiang Fei and his associates, believing that their allegiance would substantially enhance the strength of the Liehua Game Hall. Throughout the morning, patrons began to trickle into the game hall. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing were apprehensive that Lin Guobin's men might arrive to disrupt their operations, so they had prepared themselves with implements for defense. However, as the morning wore on, no one came. By afternoon, while Chun Jianghe was upstairs reviewing documents, Xie Gang approached. "Boss Chun, are you busy?" he inquired, wearing a broad smile. He casually picked up a cigarette box from the table, extracted a cigarette, and discreetly pocketed the box. "So, is someone coming today?" Chun Jianghe did not mind the missing cigarette box. "Absolutely. A significant client is expected today, someone who owns a factory." Xie Gang responded with palpable excitement. Chapter 47. Settling the bill. "Come along when the time comes. I'll have Zhang Peng arrange for you." Chun Jianghe nodded in agreement. "That is splendid, Boss Chun. I shall take my leave now." Xie Gang beamed as he bid farewell. "Jianghe, should we adjust the machines downstairs?" Zhang Peng inquired after seeing him off. In the gaming halls of Pengcheng, newly opened establishments typically had a higher payout rate. Players could expect to win back 30 out of every 100 spent. In older venues, that figure dwindled to 20, while in the more unscrupulous establishments, it could be as low as 10. As more players joined, the cycle of winning and losing continued. A greater number of winners attracted even more participants. However, the gaming halls were never at a loss. That evening, Chun Jianghe had initially planned to scout the area for business matters. Yet, considering it was Xie Gang's first time bringing a significant client and the potential for Lin Guobin to cause trouble, he decided to remain at the gaming hall. As dusk fell, Xie Gang arrived with 3 or 4 fashionably dressed young men. "Guangzi, see? This place is quite sizable. Isn't it? I've heard this gaming hall just changed hands. It's definitely a good spot to play." Xie Gang, with a broad smile, led the way. Upon entering, he called out to Zhang Peng, "Boss, do you have slot machines? You wish to play?" Zhang Peng feigned ignorance, eyeing the newcomers with suspicion. "You all look somewhat unfamiliar. Does unfamiliarity mean you want to do business?" Xie Gang retorted with discontent. "No, it's just that I'm concerned you might be law enforcement." Zhang Peng candidly responded. "Law enforcement? If a gaming hall of this scale couldn't manage that, it wouldn't be worth opening." Xie Gang scoffed. "In this day and age, anyone running a business with even a hint of gray area has connections. Without backing, survival is impossible. From what you say, if we dare to open, we must have the means to protect ourselves. How much do you want to exchange?" Zhang Peng asked, his eyes narrowing with intensity. "Let us start with 300, the young man named Guangzi remarked, seemingly pleased with the environment. "Only 300? Zhang Peng's expression briefly flashed with disappointment. "We require payment up front. Our gaming hall does not extend credit. What, do you look down on us? Guangzi here is the son of a big boss. Would we owe you a trifling sum?" Xie Gang interjected before Guangzi could respond. "Not at all. It's just that as first-time visitors to our hall, it's customary to settle accounts up front. Once we become more familiar, credit can certainly be arranged, but for now, it's not feasible," Chun Jianghe explained with a smile. "Huh, I, Guangzi, am out for enjoyment and not short on cash." Lu Guang glanced at Chun Jianghe before offering no further remarks, simply placing 300 yuan on the table. Zhang Peng accepted the money and led them to the back to credit their accounts. Significant clients received direct credits, while casual players typically fed coins into the machines. Often, a machine that had consumed many coins would yield a payout, prompting some gaming halls to keep watch over specific machines. If they observed consistent losses, they would play briefly, often resulting in a win. Chun Jianghe observed them as they entered the back of the arcade, lit a cigarette, and approached the entrance. The earlier scene was deliberately staged for Lu Guang's benefit, implying that they were unfamiliar with Xie Gang, who likewise did not recognize them. Thus no trap was laid for him. In recent days, the arcade had seen a fair number of casual patrons engaging with the slot machines, most wagering modest amounts of 10 or 20, with only a few daring to bet larger sums. As soon as Lu Guang began winning, he drew a crowd of onlookers, some of whom harbored intentions of capitalizing on any potential luck. Jianghe noted that several individuals had begun playing, but aside from Lu Guang, only minimal stakes were being wagered by the others. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Peng emerged. "Is there a considerable number of players at the slot machines today?" Chun Jianghe inquired while taking a drag from his cigarette. "Not bad, around 10 or so, but their bets are quite small. Today, The machines might have generated around 3 to 400. Zhang Peng replied in a hushed tone, adding that the total might exceed 1,000. The business at the Fire Game Arcade was gradually recovering, with daily revenues steadily increasing. Once business stabilized and promotional activities concluded, it was projected that normal earnings could approach 2,000, a stark contrast to the days of Legendi. The primary issue lay with the slot machines, which attracted fewer players. This was a slow process that required time for recovery. Nevertheless, a daily revenue of 2,000, after accounting for various costs and expenses, would yield a tidy profit of several hundred, which equated to the monthly wage of an average worker, a commendable result. It's progressing well. Business builds day by day. Patience is key. Keep an eye on it. Chen Jianghan nodded in agreement. While Lu Guang played inside, Zhang Peng remained vigilant nearby. Their substantial wagers piqued the interest of others, prompting them to exchange coins and join in. Chen Jianghe specifically instructed Zhang Peng to raise the payout rate to 40%. With such favorable odds, some would win while others would lose, and the astute winners would opt to walk away rather than continue. The slot area buzzed with liveliness, more so than in previous days. After over an hour of play, Lu Guang continued to gamble despite losses, and even when he won, he pressed on, ultimately depleting over 1,000 before cursing and departing. As soon as he left, another patron rushed to occupy the machine, engaging in their own cycle of wins and losses, thus enhancing the arcade's atmosphere. As midnight approached, the arcade prepared to close. Xie Gang hurriedly arrived. "Boss Chen, I'm here to collect the money. Since this is our first collaboration, let us settle it in cash. No need for bookkeeping." Xie Gong exclaimed eagerly. "Very well, De Peng, please settle the account for him." Chen Jianghe responded, signaling to Zhang Peng. Today, that Guang accrued a total of 1,300 in credits. Calculating 20%, that amounts to 260. Zhang Peng remarked, flipping through the ledger. Although he was well aware of Lu Guang's losses, adhering to the bookkeeping protocol was essential. He counted out 260 from the drawer, recorded the transaction in the ledger, and handed the cash to Xie Gang. "All right, I'm off then. See you later." Xie Gang wasted no time, pocketing the money and swiftly departing. "Xie Gang," Chen Jianghe called out, and Xie Gang instinctively turned around. He casually tossed a pack of cigarettes over, which Xie Gang hurriedly caught. "Thanks," he exclaimed with a broad smile, nodding at Chen Jianghe as he departed with the cigarettes. "Close the door." Once Xie Gang had left, Chen Jianghe called out, and the entrance to the Flame Game Hall was drawn shut, with the security gate locked. "Jianghe, we surpassed 2,000. Today's total revenue has exceeded 2,000. As soon as the door closed, Zhang Peng exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "If we can maintain such revenue in the future, the Flame Game Hall could achieve a monthly turnover of over 60,000, yielding a net profit of at least 20,000. Chapter 48. The Internet CAF business where we headed. De Peng, bring back some dishes. Let's enjoy a couple of drinks today." Chen Jianghe chuckled. "All right, let us get some meat and vegetables for a splendid meal." Zhang Peng took 100 yuan from the counter, noted it down, and stepped out. In less than half an hour, the proprietor of the nearby food stall arrived. Carrying a pot, Zhang Peng returned, holding the wine and the dishes. The four of them set up a modest table of food. "Boss Li, come and join us," Chen Jianghe invited. "No need, Chen Ge. There are still customers in the shop. You all enjoy. I'll come back later to tidy up." Boss Li politely declined and left. "Let us eat. Boss, I wish you prosperous business and great wealth in the future." Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing raised their beer glasses, signaling to Chen Jianghe. "To shared prosperity." Chen Jianghe lifted his glass and downed it in one gulp. For 2 consecutive days, the business at the Fierce Fire Gaming Hall flourished. Even the slot machines saw a notable increase in patronage, with about 10 players a day. Those who gambled big could easily lose 100 or 200, or even 300. However, high-stakes clients remained scarce, and success was not imminent. On the third morning, as Chen Jianghe sat in his office, preparing to go out to address some pressing matters, Zhang Peng unexpectedly brought someone in. This individual, in his 30s or 40s, was slightly plump and exuded an air of authority. "Hello, Chen boss. I am Zhang Jun, the one behind the Red Spider Internet CAF. Zhang Jun greeted with a broad smile, extending his hand to Chen Jianghe. Please, no need for such formality, Zhang boss. Do take a seat. Chen Jianghe replied, shaking his hand with a smile. I recall 3 years ago, you were operating a video hall. Indeed, back then, the video hall was thriving, with regulations being rather lax. However, it has since lost its former glory. Now, in Internet CAFS, one can watch any film, whatever one desires, be it American, Japanese, or the popular Hong Kong adult films. Zhang Jun had spent considerable time on North Street, starting his venture by selling discs. After earning some money, he opened a video hall dedicated to screening movies, primarily action films during the day and romantic dramas at night, yielding substantial profits. With a keen business acumen, he foresaw the decline of video halls and the rise of Internet CAFS, promptly transforming his establishment into one. At a time when there were fewer than 10 Internet CAFS in the entire Pingjiang district, his Red Spider Internet CAF had already opened. Chen boss, I hear you intend to convert Lysan's billiard hall into an Internet CAF. I have experience in this field. We could collaborate. Zhang Jun stated directly. Collaboration is certainly possible, but I would like to visit your Internet CAF first. Chen Jianghe replied, offering Zhang Jun a cigarette and lighting one for himself, contemplating his next move. As he was entirely inexperienced in the Internet CAF business, having someone to guide him would indeed be advantageous. However, given the limited size of North Street, if Zhang Jun were to open another Internet CAF, it would inevitably create competition. Chen Jianghe felt a twinge of apprehension at Zhang Jun's eager approach for collaboration. No problem, Boss Chen. Allow me to guide you. Zhang Jun, without hesitation, extended an invitation to Chen Jianghe to visit his Red Spider Internet CAF. The establishment, though modest in size, boasted over 40 computers, and despite it being morning, nearly half of them were already in use, indicating a thriving business. After all, accessing the Internet is not a trivial expense these days. Currently, the Internet fee at Red Spider is 15 yuan per hour during the day, and with so many patrons playing throughout the morning, achieving over 1,000 yuan in revenue is quite effortless. Boss Chun, as you can see, I have 46 machines here. The current Internet fee is 15 yuan per hour during the day and 50 for an all-night session. Daily revenue typically exceeds 4,000 yuan, while costs are just a little over a third of that. Thus, the monthly net profit can reach around 60 to 70,000. Zhang Jun eagerly elaborated, though he noted that this did not account for initial investments. And how much is the initial investment? Chen Jianghe inquired, observing the CAF. He found the computers quite fascinating and sophisticated, having seen them only on television before. Computers epitomized high-end technology. Boss Chun, if you wish to open an Internet CAF, you need not worry about the premises. You can use Lysan's arcade. The primary concerns are the licensing and purchasing of computers. My machines cost 7,500 each, which is quite reasonable. If you plan to set up 10 computers, that amounts to 75,000. But I would recommend a minimum of 20 to ensure viability, Zhang Jun advised. Investing in 20 machines would require 150,000 plus the licensing fees. The government charges about 5 to 6,000 for those permits, but to secure the license, you will need at least 200,000. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, cosping Shang Yun's implication. The requirement of 200,000 must be met before the 5 to 6,000 permit fee could be processed. So, to establish a small Internet CAF, one must invest at least 3 to 400,000? Chen Jianghe queried. Indeed, at least 3 to 400,000, and that is at current rates. I estimate that in 6 months, the licensing costs could escalate to 2 to 300,000. The number of individuals wanting to open Internet CAFS will surely increase. Shang Yun asserted confidently. Is obtaining a license truly necessary? Chen Jianghe frowned, recognizing that the cost of securing such a license exceeds that of purchasing a Santana. That depends on the strength of your connections, Zhang Jun whispered. Otherwise, one inspection today, another tomorrow. Fines are minor, but the greatest fear is being shut down and having your computers confiscated. If your connections are solid, you need not worry. However, without strong ties, the requisite payments must be made. In essence, lacking sufficient connections would necessitate payment. Boss Chun, do not be dismayed by the high costs. I assure you that within a year, you will recoup your investment, and thereafter, it will all be profit. Zhang Jun read the room and quickly added, Zhang, you seem quite eager for me to launch an internet CAF. If I were to open one on North Street, would that not encroach upon your business? Chun Jianghe suddenly smiled and asked. As for investment, Chun Jianghe had the means, as he still possessed some funds, remnants of what he and Xiao wanted saved. Indeed, initially, there may be some impact on the Hongjizu Internet CAF. However, in the long run, the effect will be negligible. The foot traffic on North Street is such that, even with 2 Internet CAFs, there will be ample room for 3 or 4 establishments in the future. Zhang Jun elucidated that the trend of Internet CAFs proliferating is already quite apparent. Mr. Chun, if you choose not to open, do you truly believe that others will refrain as well? To be candid, I intend to establish a company named New Century Limited Liability Company, primarily focused on the chain Internet CAF business. We will implement standardized pricing, unified management, and cohesive operations. Who knows, we might even go public in the future. To achieve great success, one must strive to grow and strengthen. Chapter 49. New Century Company. New Century Company? A flicker of realization crossed Chun Jianghe's mind. He had not anticipated Zhang Jun's ambition. He relished collaborating with those who possessed ambition, for it was the ambitious who could achieve great things. Indeed, New Century Company. Zhang Jun nodded affirmatively, stating, if you are willing to let Lai San's billiard hall join us, I can assist you in securing all the necessary permits, in addition to covering half of your startup costs. In return, I would acquire 50% equity in the establishment, allowing you to entrust its management to me, while I would distribute dividends to you monthly according to the agreed ratio. Zhang Jun's proposition was quite reasonable. Chun Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette, pondering the offer seriously. How much would I need to invest to have a stake in your New Century Company? He suddenly inquired. Invest? Zhang Jun had not considered that aspect. After some reflection, he replied, in this industry, lacking both technical expertise and connections, you would be of no assistance to me. Establishing a new Internet CAF requires hundreds of thousands, as I must invest in each one. How much capital can you contribute alongside me? Brother Zhang, you have conducted business on North Street for several years, and I have also spent considerable time there. We ought to have some mutual understanding. Each new Internet CAF requires substantial investment, and I doubt you possess that much capital, Chun Jianghe remarked. Zhang Jun began his career selling CDs and operating a video hall, so it was evident he had earned a fortune over the years. However, the notion of investing hundreds of thousands into each establishment to create a chain seemed implausible to Chun Jianghe. I do not possess that much capital, but I can secure a bank loan. Obtaining several million is feasible. Boss Chun, I require funds that you cannot provide, and I need technical expertise that you lack. Frankly speaking, I see no reason to offer you an equity stake in the company. Zhang Jun stated bluntly. He had avenues to obtain loans from banks, while Chun Jianghe lacked such connections. Additionally, as a person recently released from prison, even using the gaming hall as collateral would likely yield little financial support. He could not possibly amass the necessary funds to partner with Zhang Jun in starting a company. Brother Zhang, if you open an Internet CAF, I can assist you in overseeing the venue. Chun Jianghe replied nonchalantly. Boss Chun, please do not take offense at my straightforwardness. Your reputation on North Street is somewhat established, but outside of it, few recognize you. Even within North Street, you may not have as much influence as you believe. Zhang Jun shook his head. Let's focus on the matter regarding Lai San's billiard hall. I am open to collaborating on Lai San's billiard hall. However, the Internet CAF cannot be named Red Spider. It shall be called New Century. You will cover half the investment, while I will handle the other half, granting you 30% equity, while I retain 70%. Furthermore, we shall convert the rent into shares for our future calculations. Chun Jianghe extinguished his cigarette and spoke in a low voice. Zhang Jun frowned, somewhat reluctant, as he desired half of the equity. Nevertheless, it was evident that rent on North Street would only continue to rise, and excluding it from the calculations would ultimately save a significant amount of money. Moreover, it was Zhang Jun who sought to partner with Chun Jianghe, rather than the other way around. The prospects of New Century Limited Liability Company appear promising. However, it is still in its infancy, and the extent of its future development remains uncertain. This marks merely the first branch, and under these circumstances, is quite commendable. Boss Chun, from now on we shall be partners, Zhang Jun reiterated, extending his hand towards Chun Jianghe. To a fruitful collaboration. Tian Tiang is pondit, from the Shiking Shang Yun is hent. They discussed further details, agreeing that each would initially invest 200,000, pooling their resources to establish a new internet CAF. Should additional funds be necessary, they would deliberate on further investments. The number of computers should exceed 20, ideally reaching 30. After finalizing their discussions, they proceeded to the Red Spider Internet CAF to sign a contract, with Zhang Jun paying Chun Jianghe 50,000 to renovate the billiard hall. Subsequent funds would be allocated as the project progressed. Jianghe, what brings Zhang Jun to you? Upon Chun Jianghe's return, Zhang Peng rose from behind the counter. He wishes to partner with me in opening an internet CAF, and I have agreed. Chun Jianghe raised the contract in his hand. We lack experience in running an internet CAF, and he can provide valuable assistance. What amount is he investing, and what share will he hold? Zhang Peng inquired curiously. Approximately 200,000, granting him a 30% stake, Chun Jianghe replied. Such a substantial investment? Shang Ping mold, surprised that Shang Yunis will. Just a few years prior, when Zhang Jun had merely opened a video hall, he could hardly have imagined amassing such capital. Clearly, he had profited significantly during these years. In the years of reform in Pengcheng, those with a bit of audacity and ingenuity had thrived. In this era, it remains evident that entrepreneurship yields far greater rewards than working diligently for others. Zhang Peng reflected on this, then glanced around before quietly asking, by the way, Jianghe, if you allocate 30% to Zhang Jun, what about Tang Aigua? He will also want a share, which would dilute your stake. With Zhang Jun controlling 30%, that represents a substantial investment of 20,000 in cash. Tang Aigua would surely clamor for a share, which would reduce Chun Jianghe's ownership to a mere 50%. Let us defer discussions about his share for now. Chun Jianghe frowned. Tang Aigua's greed was troubling, and he had no intention of granting him a stake in the CF. Yet, Tang Aigua was his sole ally at present, and a confrontation was not desirable. Thus, he felt compelled to appease him. Only once the venture expanded and flourished could the situation be reassessed. Those adorned in tiger stripes are seldom virtuous. Zhang Peng understood this sentiment, nodding in agreement with indignation. Be cautious. Chun Jianghe waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned. Matters that could be resolved with money are not insurmountable. The true dread lies in situations where one possesses funds yet finds no willing recipient. Should one reach such a juncture, it may indeed spell disaster. Is Jianghe present? As evening descended, the gaming hall buzzed with activity when two middle-aged men with crew cuts entered, inquiring of Zhang Peng. What business do you have with him? Zhang Peng's expression shifted subtly, instantly becoming alert as he cautiously extended his hand towards the knife concealed beneath the counter. The two individuals before him exuded the aura of seasoned veterans, figures of the underworld not to be underestimated. Master Bai invites you for tea. A middle-aged man cast a glance at Zhang Peng, then at the wary Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, his face betraying a sense of disdain. Master Bai. Zhang Peng's countenance changed again, anxiety creeping in. What business could Master Bai have? Master Bai is the most formidable figure in North Street, a veritable overlord who commands the entirety of the area. When Chun Jiming first arrived in North Street to make a living, Master Bai had already established himself as the unchallenged ruler, wielding absolute authority, a status that has only intensified with the passage of time. Chapter 50. Master Bai. What business does Master Bai have with Chun Jianghe? Do we need to inform you? The two middle-aged men spoke with a haughty demeanor, dismissing Zhang Peng. Please wait a moment. I will inform Jianghe. Zhang Peng understood the seasoned men were not to be trifled with, refraining from further argument. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing and hurriedly ascended the stairs. In the underworld, seasoned figures with influence are far more formidable than inexperienced novices. These veterans possess power and connections. A mere phone call could summon dozens of followers. Conversely, the inexperienced are unpredictable, often reckless enough to commit heinous acts. There have been instances on North Street where prominent figures were fatally attacked by such novices. Jianghu, trouble is brewing. Bai Zhang's men have arrived. Zhang Peng rushed into the office, pushing the door open with urgency. Bai Jiang? Chun Jianghu's brow furrowed as he carefully placed the documents into the safe. Bai Jiang was a tyrant of North Street, wielding considerable strength and influence. The various leaders in North Street regarded Bai Jiang with reverence. Conducting business in that area without his consent was nearly impossible. A significant portion of the properties on North Street belonged to Bai Jiang, and merely collecting rent allowed him to live a life of luxury. Do you think Bai Jiang seeks revenge for Li Jindi and Lai San? Zhang Peng inquired, his voice laced with concern. Li Jindi and Lai San are not his men. Why would Bai Jiang seek vengeance for them? Chun Jiang has scoffed. If Bai Jiang avenged every fallen leader on North Street, then Li Jindi would not have thrived there for so many years. In the past, Chun Jiming was also a leader on North Street, paying homage to Bai Jiang. Yet after Chun Jiming was murdered, Bai Jiang did not pursue Li Jindi. Instead, Li Jindi flourished and expanded his influence. Then what does he want with you? Zhang Peng asked, bewildered. Merely to extort money. Chun Jianghu extinguished his cigarette, crushing it into the ashtray. You will accompany me. Let Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing watch the store and remain vigilant. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded, securing 2 knives at his waist before following Chun Jianghu downstairs. He instructed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to keep a close watch over the shop. With only 4 individuals, including Chun Jianghu, guarding the arcade, the numbers were alarmingly insufficient. Are you Chun Jianghu? I expected someone with such a notable reputation to possess extraordinary abilities. A middle-aged man, cigarette dangling from his mouth, wore a scornful smile. Master Bai's reputation is even greater, yet he does not possess extraordinary abilities. Chun Jianghu replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at him. Kid, do you think you can jest about Master Bai? The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men grew grim as they encircled him. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing discreetly retrieved their weapons, concealed within newspapers, though their intent was unmistakable. Are you here to cause trouble, or to relay a message from Master Bai? Chun Jianghu raised a hand, signaling Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to remain cautious. All right, kid, you have guts. Come with us. A middle-aged man let out a cold snort, observing the group of young individuals who, despite their fierce demeanor, refrained from taking any action. These budding youths, each possessing a ruthless edge, had no grievances to settle with Chun Jianghu. Following Chun Jianghu and Zhang Peng, they soon arrived at a tea house situated in the heart of North Street. This establishment served as both a tea house and a mahjong parlor, with numerous tables arranged for patrons to enjoy tea and play mahjong. The upper floor featured private rooms, each furnished with its own mahjong table. Bai Jiang often relished engaging in mahjong here, as this tea house belonged to him. At the innermost private room on the upper floor stood a group of 7 or 8 burly men, all in their 30s, some bearing scars from past encounters. Seasoned veterans of the underworld. Is this the kid, Chun Jianghu? Asked the leader, a man with one eye, who approached while holding a cigarette. His left eye was marred by a vertical scar, rendering it useless and giving his visage an intimidating aspect that sent shivers down one's spine. Brother Quan, this is the kid. These youngsters have quite the temper, remarked a middle-aged man who had accompanied Chun Jianghu and Zhang Peng. Chun Jianghu recognized the one-eyed man as Li Quan, Bai Ye's right-hand man, who had been by Bai Ye's side for many years. Back when Chun Jiming had not yet encountered his misfortunes, he had once shared a meal with Li Quan. At that time, Chun Jianghu felt an innate fear towards Li Quan, even avoiding direct eye contact. However, that trepidation had long dissipated. He had witnessed violence, committed acts of murder, and served time. The scars etched on his face were mere tokens of a life lived on the edge. Chun Jiming's son possesses a modicum of talent, managing to reclaim the arcade. Perhaps you are a shade more astute than your father. Li Quan appraised Chun Jianghu, gesturing towards his head before instructing his men to search him. 2 men promptly commenced a pat-down. Zhang Peng, reluctant, placed his hand on his lower back, while Chun Jianghu did not turn around, merely waving his hand dismissively. Today, Bai Jiang sought to discuss matters with them. There was no animosity, no need for confrontation. That little brat even carries a knife. One man remarked as he confiscated the blade from Zhang Peng, tossing it aside. Another man, surprised, discovered that Chun Jianghu bore no weapon, only a pair of tiger claws. Brother Quan, this kid is somewhat formidable, he said, choosing not to take the claws, but placing them back into Chun Jianghu's pocket with a grin. Let him enter. Li Quan resumed his seat at the mahjong table, waving his hand nonchalantly. Go on in. One of the men stepped aside, gesturing for Chun Jianghu to enter. As he stepped into the private room, he found it spacious, covering around 30 to 40 square meters. Inside, 2 tables were set. A long table was occupied by a beautiful woman in a qipao, gracefully preparing tea. At the square table sat 4 men, the youngest in his 30s and the eldest in his 40s. The older man, Bai Yi, was the most powerful figure in North Street. 2 burly men stood behind him, resembling sentinels at the gate. Come in, have a seat, Bai Yi said, a cigarette dangling from his lips, casting a casual glance at Chun Jianghu. I've heard you've been quite prominent on North Street lately. Just trying to make a living, Chun Jianghu replied nonchalantly. He settled into a chair across from a woman clad in a qipao, who offered him a faint smile as she poured him a cup of tea. Please enjoy the tea. Thank you. Chun Jianghu lifted the cup and took a sip, at which point the qipao-clad beauty promptly refilled it. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, exuding the gentle grace characteristic of Jiangnan women. It was evident she was not a mere waitress, yet she was certainly not Bai Zhang's wife either. In recent years, there has been a trend of emigration. It was rumored that Bai Zhang had sent his wife and children abroad some time ago, and their ages did not match up. Chapter 51, 10 points, unpretentious and composed. He is indeed a remarkable individual. Master Bai cast a glance at Chun Jianghu. In this day and age, there are numerous young talents emerging. The waters of Pengcheng are nurturing. Seated opposite Master Bai, a man exuding authority spoke. Chun Jianghu had never encountered these individuals before, yet they were evidently among the first affluent figures to arise following the economic surge of Pengcheng, possessing both strength and status. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of sitting here, playing cards with Bai Jiang. We have grown old. The future belongs to these young people. Master Bai remarked with a tinge of nostalgia. That depends on whether they can safely navigate the waters, the authoritative man declared as he laid down his cards. Having already won, Chun Jianghu observed as the others began to collect their winnings, each note 100 yuan. The stakes of their game far surpassed the monthly salary of an ordinary worker. Master Bai, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Chun Jianghu, keenly aware of the ongoing pleasantries, directly inquired as Master Bai hesitated to broach the main topic. Youth, one must learn to remain steadfast. Master Bai lifted his gaze to Chun Jianghu, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, from that gentle smile, Chun Jianghu discerned an underlying sharpness. I called you to inform you that you have now established a foothold on North Street. Henceforth, you are required to pay rent monthly. How much? Chun Jianghu felt a weight in his chest, instinctively reaching for a cigarette, only to realize he had none. A lady in a qipao chuckled softly, producing a cigarette case and offering him a smoke, even lighting it for him. Thank you. Chun Jianghu expressed his gratitude. Master Bai furrowed his brow, glancing around. 10%, 10% of your net profit. Such a high percentage? Chun Jianghu's brows knitted together, and he retorted, my father only paid 3% back in the day. When did it escalate to 10%? He understood the necessity of payment. In the past, when Chun Jimin operated the Fire Gaming Hall on North Street, he was obliged to remit 3% of his net profit monthly. This arrangement ensured that Master Bai's associates would not cause trouble and provided a safety net for seeking Master Bai's assistance if needed. Yet, this would require an additional sum. Youth, your father has been gone for 3 years now. This is the current rate. Moreover, the billiard hall of Lysan is now in your hands. I will waive the payment for this month, but starting next month, regardless of whether the billiard hall is in operation or not, you must pay. Master Bai casually stated while continuing to play mahjong. Chun Jianghu's expression grew colder as he slowly clenched his fist. It was evident that this was an act of intimidation. No one else would concede 10% of their net profit. 3 or even 5% would be acceptable, but 10% was excessive. Have some tea. The lady in the qipao spoke gently, pouring another cup for Chen Jianghe. He grasped the teacup, his gaze icy. Master Bai, 10% is too high. I can offer 5%. Chen Jianghe replied in a deep tone. He was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient. This payment was non-negotiable. Without the necessary support, the Fire Gaming Hall cannot continue its operations on North Street. Young man, it appears you have misunderstood the situation. I did not summon you here to negotiate, but rather to inform you. A mischievous smile played upon Bai Ye's lips as he waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting away a fly, signaling, "You may leave now." Chen Jianghe clenched his fists tightly, a flash of crimson anger igniting in his eyes. Behind Bai Yi, two burly men immediately moved closer, their vigilance palpable. Others outside also entered, casting predatory glances at Chen Jianghe. Bai Yi wore a smile, seemingly oblivious to Chen Jianghe's presence. In North Street, no one could challenge Bai Ye's authority. Little brother, Bai Yi is looking out for your best interests. If you desire to conduct your business peacefully on North Street, you must accept Bai Ye's goodwill. Suddenly, a woman in a cheongsam spoke up. Her voice was melodious, imbued with the essence of the Jiangnan waterside. The woman's soothing tone helped Chen Jianghe regain his composure. A confrontation now would jeopardize not only the Fire Gaming Hall's future, but perhaps his own safety as well. Chen Jianghe remained silent and turned to leave. "What a coward," remarked a man, exuding an air of arrogance. The other two men smirked, equally dismissive of Chen Jianghe. "Qiong, what are your thoughts on this fellow? You seem to have taken a liking to him." Bai Yi suddenly inquired of the woman in the cheongsam. Her name was Fang Xiong, a university student whom Bai Yi had encountered at a reception a few years prior, instantly captivated by her beauty. Despite her having a boyfriend at the time, Bai Yi had employed his influence to win her over. Fang Xiong's recent interaction with Chen Jianghe had already displeased Bai Yi. "I merely think he resembles your younger self." Fang Xiong poured tea, her expression indifferent. "My younger self? Had you ever seen me when I was young?" Bai Yi scoffed internally while feigning curiosity. "You often recount your past exploits to me, don't you? Tales of daring encounters and feasts." Fang Xiong casually replied as she prepared the tea. "In that sense, there is some resemblance. Back in the day, Brother Bai was indeed formidable. I recall an instance when you single-handedly pursued 7 or 8 adversaries, and not one dared to confront you." A man at the card table chimed in. "That was 2 or 3 decades ago. I've grown old and can no longer wield a blade," Bai Yi expressed with a hint of pride. "But we are not in the same position we once were. We need not resort to violence ourselves. With a mere word, we have young men ready to fight for us, just like this Chen Jianghe, who will dutifully deliver money without a second thought." Another card player remarked, "Indeed, just a young boy. If he pleases me, I take 5%. If not, he shall yield 10, and he will comply," Bai Yi said, casting a glance at Fang Xiong, his tone nonchalant. Fang Xiong lowered her head, her hand trembling slightly. She understood this as Bai Yi's subtle admonition to keep her thoughts in check. Originally, Chen Jianghe was only required to pay 5%, but after conversing with him for a while, he was compelled to pay 10%. Bai Jiang's possessiveness was overwhelming. He would not easily let her go. "Father, who has angered you? Just say the word, and I shall take care of him." At that moment, a man with a streak of golden hair and an earring in one ear approached, wearing a brazen smile and carrying a bag. The bodyguards, upon seeing him, did not intervene. Such trivial matters, on Bay Street, no one dares to provoke your father's wrath. Upon seeing him, Bai Yi casually remarked, "Indeed." The man nodded, placing the bag beside the gaming table. "Father, your birthday is approaching, so I specially ordered a golden cicada for you from the jewelry store, and a pair of bracelets for my mother." Chapter 52. Jean, how this golden cicada weighs 1 pound and 6 ounces. Godfather, whenever you have free time, you may indulge in it. It is a harbinger of prosperity. A man produced a heavy golden cicada, which gleamed brightly and was as large as half a palm. Indeed, Mr. Bai manipulated the cicada and nodded slightly. "I say, Jean Hao, is this what you present to your godfather on his birthday?" A nearby card partner remarked with a hint of amusement. "Uncle, my success today is entirely thanks to my godfather's support. This cicada is merely a trinket. I have also prepared a pure gold longevity peach weighing 8 pounds and 8 ounces for him, which I shall place in his home during the celebration. A fleeting glint of coldness passed through Jianghu's eyes, quickly replaced by a broad smile. An 8-pound, 8-ounce pure gold longevity peach is worth a Toyota Crown. Jianghu, it seems you have been quite prosperous these past 2 years. The man insinuated, all thanks to my godfather's patronage. Jianghu's gaze turned even colder, yet his smile widened. Jianghu was recognized as Mr. Bai's godson, primarily managing Mr. Bai's business dealings, and he had certainly profited, implying that he had been lining his own pockets for Mr. Bai's endeavors. Ahau, take this bracelet to your godmother. She will surely adore it. Mr. Bai carelessly tossed the golden cicada aside and resumed his card game. Godmother, look at this bracelet, so elegantly designed. It is a perfect match for you. Jianghu approached the beautiful woman in a cheapao, presenting the pair of bracelets. Thank you. That is very thoughtful. Fang Xiong's demeanor was cool as she accepted the box casually. However, as she took it, Jianghu intentionally brushed his hand against hers. Fang Xiong frowned, casting an unhappy glance at Jianghu, who seemed oblivious to her discomfort. Fang Xiong's brows furrowed slightly. She found it difficult to react. After all, she could not chastise Jianghu for an inadvertent touch. Godfather, godmother, I shall take my leave now, Jianghu called out before turning to depart. As he descended the stairs, he placed his hand near his nose, inhaling deeply, his face displaying a blend of ecstasy and a troubling smile. Brother Bai, I perceive that Jianghu harbors rebellious intentions. You ought to be cautious of him, one of the card players remarked, casting a glance at Jianghu's retreating figure. Once he had completely exited, he lowered his voice. Old 3, you are overly concerned. In North Street, no one can challenge my authority, not him, nor anyone else. Mr. Bai declared with a commanding presence. I can elevate him to the heavens. With a single word, I can cast him into hell. He lacks the audacity to oppose me. Let's focus on the game. Old 3, what nonsense are you uttering? Jianghu has a volatile temper. He is as foolish as they come. Speak ill of him behind his back, and be wary of his wrath. The flamboyant man chuckled. Does he possess such courage? Old 3 scoffed in disdain. Soon, the group resumed their card game, no longer mentioning Jianghu. Jianghe, what is it? Why did Bai Jiang summon you? It was not until they left the tea house that Zhang Peng finally inquired, having noted the somber expression on Chun Jianghe's face. Bai Jiang demanded payment. 10% of our net profit for the month. Chun Jianghe replied coldly. Damn, isn't that just a blatant robbery? Zhang Peng's expression darkened, and he was instantly filled with rage. Does Bai Jiang have more heads than us? On what grounds? Tang Aigua demands money, and so does Bai Jiang. Are we expected to pay both? It's understandable for Zhang Peng to pay off Tang Aigua. After all, slot machines are illegal, and legitimate earnings are meager. Those clad in tiger stripes can concoct any excuse to eliminate scoundrels like us. But why should Bai Jiang demand so much? We are all in the same game. Who has more heads than whom? In this world, wolves feast on meat while dogs scavenge for scraps. To Bai Jiang, we are merely a pack of stray dogs seeking food on North Street. Chun Jianghe, pinching his cigarette, spoke coldly. Jianghe, is money just to be handed over to him without a fight? When I worked for Lai San, he only took 30%. And I heard that the most on North Street is just 50%. Why should we pay 10%? Zhang Peng could hardly contain his desire to rush back and eliminate Bai Jiang. Yet he knew that if Bai Jiang were so easily dealt with, he would have been taken out long ago. With so many big shots on North Street, none are pushovers. They are all ruthless individuals who would devour you whole. Would they willingly part with their money? They certainly resent it, yet they still pay. That indicates something significant. With just a handful of novices, they could not contend with Bai Jiang. He outnumbers us and wields greater power. Chun Jianghe took a deep breath and said coldly, Da Peng, I want to move against Bai Jiang. Do you dare to assist me? Jianghe, are you truly intent on dealing with him? Zhang Peng's face changed, astonished. Given Bai Jiang's current strength, eliminating them will be no more challenging than squashing an ant. What others dare not do, I, Chun Jianghe, will undertake. What others dare not touch, I, Chun Jianghe, shall confront. If I'm not mistaken, the Tianwei electronic world must be linked to Bai Jiang. Chun Jianghe spoke gravely. I've heard Bai Jiang has an adopted son named Jin Hao, who must be that blonde fellow who just went up. It's highly likely that Tianwei Electronic World is Jin Hao's doing. Once his arcade opens, it will inevitably encroach upon our territory. In these past few days, Chun Jianghe had not been idle in the arcade. He had listened to conversations and gathered information. He learned that Bai Jiang had adopted a son a few years prior, shortly before Chun Jianghe himself was imprisoned. At that time, few were aware, and Chun Jianghe paid it no mind, remaining oblivious until his incarceration. During his 3 years inside, Bai Jiang gradually entrusted his business to Jin Hao. Yet, Jin Hao had not established his own enterprise. His ventures were trivial. The Tianwei Electronic World is likely a venture that Bai Jiang endorsed for Jin Hao. On North Street, there are a few arcades of varying sizes. That poses little issue as they do not significantly affect one another, merely a matter of fluctuating business. However, if 2 large arcades were to emerge on North Street, that would be a different story. One large arcade could easily absorb most of the business. 2 would create a dire shortage of customers. Conflicts between the 2 would be inevitable. Should a confrontation arise, there is no doubt that Bai Jiang would support Jin Hao. Today, he collected 10% of the money, possibly signaling a warning to Chun Jianghe. In the future, there will be no meat for Chun Jianghe on Beijia. Is that game hall owned by Jin Hao? Zhang Peng's expression changed, and upon further reflection, he found Chun Jianghe's deduction quite plausible. If Bai Jiang intends to undermine our livelihoods, then we have no choice but to fight back with all our might. Chun Jianghe stated coldly, Jianghe, I will follow your lead. Whatever you decide, I shall adhere to. Zhang Peng affirmed with a firm nod, gritting his teeth. This matter cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. And do not disclose this to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Chun Jianghe instructed. Chapter 53. A news called Jiang He, rest assured. I am fully aware of the gravity of this situation. If this matter were to leak, we would both be doomed. Zhang Peng nodded solemnly. The power of Bai Jiang was formidable. Dealing with him would not be an easy feat. It required a decisive blow. Failing to incapacitate Bai Jiang in one attempt would allow him to regain his footing, and they would be finished. Have those little rascals discovered their lair? Chun Jianghe, pinching his cigarette, wore a frigid expression. He was in urgent need of augmenting his strength. Yet those petty minions were of no use. To recruit, one needed fierce and bold warriors. Once we ascertain their hideout, I will accompany you tonight. Zhang Peng agreed, recognizing the necessity of swiftly recruiting those formidable individuals. The more allies he had, the more confidence he would possess when confronting challenges. All right, you shall accompany me tonight. Chun Jianghe nodded, and together with Zhang Peng, they returned to the fire game hall. Bai Jiang regarded them with disdain. With only 4 individuals in the fire game hall, the only ones capable of risking their lives were Chun Jianghe and Bai Jiang himself. Hardly a formidable force. Bai Jiang was akin to the Buddha of North Street. Even if Chun Jianghe were the Monkey King, he could not escape Bai Jiang's grasp, and moreover, Bai Jiang did not even consider Chun Jianghe as the Monkey King, viewing him merely as a minor nuisance. Upon returning to the game hall, Chun Jianghe calculated the figures. The game hall was obliged to pay Tang Igua 20% of its profits. Zhang Peng received 10%. And now, Bai Jiang would take another 10. Consequently, Chun Jianghe was left with merely 60% of the earnings. He bore all the costs, while Zhang Peng might assist with some risks. Thus, it was only fair that Zhang Peng received his share for his contributions in securing the game hall. Tang Igua served as Chun Jianghe's pillar of support, and it was reasonable to allocate him a portion of the profits. As for Bai Jiang, he was nothing more than a parasite, a vampire draining their resources. The money he received was akin to protection money, yet he provided no real protection, at best. He ensured his men refrained from causing disturbances. Moreover, with the billiard hall included, Bai Jiang would receive at least 3,000 each month. Chun Jianghe gazed coldly, muttering to himself. 3,000 was not a substantial sum for him. He could afford it, but he resented paying it. Furthermore, this 3,000 was merely the beginning. Once the Tianwei Electronics World opened its doors, the trouble for the fire game hall would escalate. Without resolving their issues with Bai Jiang, the hall was destined for ruin. Yet subduing Bai Jiang was no simple task. Taking out paper and pen, Chun Jiang he inscribed by Zhang's name, drawing two diagonal lines, one to the left and one to the right. In the lower left corner, he wrote Li Quan's name, and in the lower right corner, he inscribed Jin Hao's name. Li Quan was by Zhang's right-hand man, while Jin Hao was by Zhang's godson. Li Quan and Jin Hao were at odds, as a portion of Bai Zhang's business had previously been overseen by Li Quan, but had now been seized by Jin Hao. The discord between them was well known throughout North Street. Bai Zhang employed this method to restrain the strength of his subordinates, preventing any one individual from becoming too powerful and threatening his position. Perhaps this could serve as a potential angle for devising a strategy against Bai Zhang. Contemplating these two names, Chun Jiang he ultimately circled Li Quan's name. Currently, the individual most dissatisfied with Bai Zhang should be Li Quan. As Chun Jiang pondered, his mobile phone, which lay to the side, suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered, "This is Chun Jiangha. Jiangha, it's me and you," came the voice through the receiver. "And you? What is the matter?" Chun Jiangha responded, somewhat surprised that you would be calling him. "Is it not permissible for an old classmate to call you? I had to seek out Li Shuwen to obtain your number." And you laughed. "Not at all. I'm just a bit taken aback by your call." Chun Jiangha replied with a smile. "Stop being glib." And you chuckled softly before becoming serious. "In the past few days, I've done some digging. The person Li Haiba contacted that night is named Yongzi, and Yongzi's boss is Lin Guobin from Hepping Road. Our manager at the restaurant knows Lin Guobin. I've arranged a gathering tonight. We can discuss matters and clear things up." Chun Jiangha paused, his brow furrowing. "Are we going to have to toast?" "That's not the intention. We'll simply sit together, talk it over, and see how we can resolve this." And you replied tactfully, "I believe it's not a significant issue. A sum of 20 to 30,000 should suffice. Since this incident stemmed from me, I'll cover the cost. You just need to come. Otherwise, I fear Lin Guobin may trouble you further." And you felt that since the situation originated with her, it was only fair for her to contribute financially. For a girl accustomed to the nightlife, the concept of money was rather abstract. If she wished to save that amount, it would merely take her 2 to 3 months. While she could resolve the issue without Chun Jiangha's involvement, that would only address her personal grievance with Lin Guobin and Yongzi. With Chun Jiangha's presence, however, all issues could be settled, preventing Lin Guobin from seeking further trouble with him. Ultimately, it would only require Chun Jiangha to share a drink and offer an apology. She would foot the bill, while Chun Jiangha would merely have to bow his head to resolve the matter. Chun Jiangha had just emerged from a difficult situation. He certainly could not afford to provoke a seasoned figure like Lin Guobin, and he was looking out for him. "And you, I'm not afraid of trouble. If I were, I wouldn't be in this line of work. I appreciate your concern, but I can handle this myself without you spending any money," Chun Jiangha asserted, dismissing Lin Guobin as a significant threat. After all, if he dared to challenge Bai Jiang, what was Lin Guobin to him? Is there no friction in this lifestyle? If every minor dispute necessitated an apology and monetary compensation, what was the point of engaging in this life at all? It'd be better to find a stable job in a factory. "Jiangha, please consider it as me pleading with you. Come tonight. I don't want my issues to bring you trouble. Can you do it for the sake of our old friendship?" And Yu's tone was imbued with sincerity and a hint of desperation. "Fine, I'll come." Chun Jiangha acquiesced, a surge of anger rising within him, not directed at Yu, but rather at Bai Jiang, Lin Guobin, Yongzi, and Tianwei Electronics World. Damn it, if one cannot settle matters. What kind of life is this? 8 o'clock tonight at the Sihai Grand Hotel. I'll be waiting for you. And Yu was unaware of the recent events that had befallen Chun Jiangha, and she let out a sigh of relief before promptly speaking. Chun Jiangha replied and hung up the phone. "Jiangha, what is the matter?" Zhang Peng inquired as he approached, having overheard the commotion. "We won't seek out Xiang Fei and the others tonight. Instead, we shall make our way to the Sihai Grand Hotel, gather Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing as well, and ensure that we close the establishment early this evening." Chen Zhang spoke in a graviton, revealing that Yu had arranged a meeting with Lin Guobin to settle matter. Zhang Peng was aware of who Yu was, having heard Chun Jiangha mention her previously. "Should we bring any equipment?" he asked, to which Zhang Peng nodded. "Yes, bring it along and stow it in the vehicle." Chapter 54. The Evil Fire. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chun Jiangha drove a Santana, accompanied by Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong, to the Sihai Grand Hotel. The establishment was brightly illuminated, with numerous vehicles filling the entrance. Once the car halted, Chun Jianghe opened the door and stepped out. "Jianghe, are we bringing anything?" Zhang Peng inquired as he exited from the passenger seat. "Just a couple of short knives, no long ones." Even if Lin Guobin were inclined to act, he wouldn't do so here, Chun Jianghe replied, taking a drag from his cigarette, his tone casual. The proprietor behind Sihai Grand Hotel wielded far greater influence than Lin Guobin. Should Lin Guobin wish to confront them, he would think twice about doing so on the premises of Sihai Grand Hotel. He had no need to offend the owner merely to appease a subordinate. If Lin Guobin truly possessed the audacity, he would need to show respect to a mere manager of Sihai Grand Hotel. However, one must remain cautious in the underworld. Overconfidence has led many leaders to their downfall. It is prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Thus, the necessary items must be brought along. Bring short knives, but leave the cleavers behind. Zhang Peng nodded and informed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. The two opened the trunk, retrieved several short knives, handed one to Zhang Peng, and tucked a couple into their waistbands. "Let us go." The quartet made their way directly to the entrance of Sihai Grand Hotel. "Jianghe, you've arrived." And you exclaimed upon spotting Chun Jianghe, her face brimming with joy as she hurried over to embrace his arm, guiding him inside. "They're all here, and I've made the arrangements. Just don't take to heart what they say. Let it pass. And you do not understand the ways of the underworld. When you seek someone to negotiate, it is not something that can be resolved so easily." Chun Jianghe understood that you meant well, wishing to spare him trouble. Yet, despite her experience in nightlife, she might not grasp the complexities of men's affairs in the underworld. The moment someone seeks to negotiate, it signifies submission. Once you yield, it is not as simple as wishing the matter away. Moreover, and you was only engaging the manager of Sihai Grand Hotel, not the owner. The weight of their words differed greatly. If the owner intervened, a few thousand could settle matters. If only a manager appeared, the resolution would not be so straightforward. "Jianghe, do not worry. Brother Zhang assured me he can handle this." And you, not fully comprehending Chun Jianghe as concerns, mistakenly thought he doubted the efficacy of her contacts. The group entered Sihai Grand Hotel and quickly ascended to a private room on the upper floor. Within the chamber, a robust young man in his 30s occupied the main seat, with Brother Zhang, whom you had contacted, seated to his right, and Yongzi, who had been assaulted that night, to his left. Another table was filled with youths adorned with tattoos, each more menacing than the last, far removed from the previous night's internet CAF participants. These were genuine thugs, unafraid to resort to violence. Upon seeing Chun Jianghe, Lin Guobin smirked derisively. Earlier, when Lin Guobin had called Chun Jianghe, he had assumed him to be a formidable figure, a true standout among men. Yet shortly thereafter, and you had reached out to plead for mercy on his behalf, agreeing to compensation. He is merely a frivolous boy reliant on women, unworthy of attention. Brother Zhang, Chun Jianghe has arrived, and you entered with a radiant smile, leading Chun Jianghe. "Welcome, take a seat." Brother Zhang greeted with a beaming face, gesturing for them to sit. "Damn you, Chun Jianghe." Upon seeing him, Yongzi's expression darkened as he suddenly brandished a spring knife, threatening to stab Chun Jianghe. "How dare you make a move?" Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong kicked their chairs aside, drawing their short knives, ready to engage. Prior to their arrival, everyone had prepared, donning leather vests beneath their clothing, ensuring they wouldn't be left at a disadvantage in a confrontation. "Cease this commotion in our establishment. Do not say I lack respect." Brother Zhang's expression turned grave as he slammed his hand on the table. "Yongzi, put away your knife. Do you not recognize this place?" Lin Guobin, cigarette in mouth, shot a glare at Yongzi. This fool, if they were to fight here, it would offend the entire Four Seas restaurant. Dapeng. Chun Jianghe exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a glance at Zhang Peng before sitting opposite Lin Guobin, coolly surveying Yongzi. "I would engage you only because you are a fool. If you wish to fight, we may practice." "How dare you speak to me like that?" Chun Jianghe? Yongzi's fury surged. He had not anticipated that his brother Lin Guobin would bring so many men. Yet Chun Jianghe still dared to act defiantly, showing him no respect. "You insolent brat, you are quite arrogant." Lin Guobin's gaze turned icy. his demeanor hostile as he fixed his eyes on Chun Jianghe. Are we merely playing games here? Chun Jianghe returned Lin Guobin's stare without reservation, showing no regard. Jianghe, do refrain from speaking recklessly. And you quickly intervened, her charming smile directed at Lin Guobin. Brother Bin, Jianghe is still young. Please do not hold this against him. We were in the wrong that night, and I apologize. Can we settle this with a sum of money? And then, you are a woman. If Yongzi suffers under your hands, that is his own inadequacy. I shall not hold it against you. But if Brother Zhang had not spoken, I wouldn't have come. Lin Guobin sneered, exhaling smoke. Out of respect for Brother Zhang, you must offer me 100,000 yuan to settle this matter. Do you understand how many lives 100,000 can buy? Chun Jianghe chuckled. Tang Aigua demands money, Bai Jiang demands money, and now Lin Guobin seeks money. One might think he is running a charity or a bank, allowing anyone to extract funds. Kid, are you tired of living? The group of tattooed ruffians stood up, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gazes on Chun Jianghe. Who dares to try? Zhang Peng and his companions gritted their teeth, not retreating but rather advancing, their eyes reddening as they swiftly approached the gangsters. The short knives were most effective at close range. Once close enough, they need only thrust. Jianghe, do not speak. And you pleaded, grasping Chun Jianghe's arm, biting her lip, and nervously addressing Lin Guobin. Brother Bin, could you reduce the amount? 100,000 is excessive. Now you've spoken, and in, though I refuse to grant you any favor, I must still show deference to Brother Zhang. Lin Guobin let out a hearty laugh, saying, all right then, if you can offer 80,000, my brother will be satisfied. And what more could I say? And then 80,000 will suffice. If you are unable to produce it, you may consider borrowing a portion from the company, Brother Zhang interjected. And you bit her lip. Company funds are not easily obtained. Any withdrawal from the company, regardless of who makes it, incurs interest. While the money may be readily accessible, repayment is a daunting challenge. Once she takes the company's funds, it would irrevocably entangle her with the organization. Brother Bin, I do not possess such a sum. Could you possibly relent a little? And you hesitated, contemplating her predicament. Chapter 55. The negotiation falls apart and you are putting Brother Bin in a difficult position. Lin Guobin chuckled and remarked, however, since you, have spoken up, I shall grant you this favor. Take 50,000 and accompany Brother Bin for a drink tonight. This matter will be settled. All right, Brother Bin, I will join you tonight with Jiang He, just upstairs for some singing and drinking. And you responded with a beaming smile. If you put it that way, it loses its charm. Lin Guobin grinned, his gaze towards you laced with an aggressive undertone. Brother Bin, aren't you here to drink and sing? Why does it suddenly seem unappealing? And you appeared somewhat bewildered by the shift in tone. And I want 100,000. You only offer 50,000. Without that additional 50,000, there must be an explanation. Join me out tonight, and we can consider that 50,000 settled. Am I being clear enough? Lin Guobin stated with a smile. Brother Bin, you are putting me in a bit of a bind. I have many girls under my wing, but I don't engage in that myself. And you, realizing the directness of his words, had no choice but to respond. Which of your girls could possibly be worth 50,000? Lin Guobin inquired. In this day and age, 50,000 could buy a life. None of the girls I manage would command such a fee, not even 5,000. Given the current market, a few hundred is considered high quality, and you replied. Fang Yi. And you, caught off guard by the challenging negotiation, glanced helplessly at Manager Zhang. Brother Bin is being generous by asking for only 50,000. Without such leniency, this matter could not be resolved for merely 50,000. Zhang sipped his tea, offering little further commentary. Brother Bin, if you give me a week for 100,000, I will scrape together the amount, even if it means selling everything I own. And you bit her lip and asserted. Oh, a fierce woman, how intriguing. Lin Guobin teased, turning to Chun Jianghe and saying, kid, you are fortunate to have a woman willing to shoulder such a substantial debt for you. Not many would do so nowadays. And let us agree then. A week from now, Yongzi will come looking for you. And you nodded, somewhat anxiously. Yongzi, brimming with arrogance, cast a derisive look at Chun Jianghe, eager to taunt him. His older brother had demanded 100,000. Lin Guobin could not possibly take it all. Surely he would hand over 2,000 or 3,000. With the money he was to collect from Li Haiba, he would profit handsomely from this endeavor. Yet, Before he could utter a word, Chun Jianghe interjected. Lin Guobin, you think I'm being accommodating, don't you? He flicked his cigarette aside, gripping the table with both hands, and with a swift motion overturned it. Crash! The heavy mahogany dining table was violently upturned, causing Lin Guobin, Yongzi, Jianghu, and others to retreat in disarray as dishes and drinks scattered across the floor. Fuck you. Chun Jianghe, are you seeking death? Yongzi cursed, drenched in spilled drinks. As Chun Jianghe flipped the table, the ruffians from another table encircled them. But they were ill-prepared for the chaos that ensued, never having anticipated that Lin Guobin could not contain Chun Jianghe's wrath. You little brat, you refuse to back down, don't you? Lin Guobin's expression was exceedingly grim. He had presumed that Chun Jianghe was merely a pampered pretty boy, never anticipating that Chun would dare to disregard his authority so brazenly. And it had been quite some time since anyone had dared to cause a ruckus at the Sihai Grand Restaurant. Brother Zhang's countenance mirrored Lin's displeasure. Chun Jianghe had overturned the table, which was tantamount to a blatant insult to him as well. Brother Zhang, I apologize for the damage caused today. I shall compensate for everything. And you had not expected Chun Jianghe to act so impulsively and hurriedly grasp his arm, pleading, Jianghe, please don't cause a scene. I will cover the expenses. And you, this is not merely about money. Chun Jianghe had already been seething with pent-up anger after encountering Bai Jiang earlier. And Lin Guobin's audacity to demand money while expecting you to accompany him was infuriating. Did Lin Guobin truly believe that Chun Jianghe was a soft touch, easily manipulated? Lin Guobin, if you wish to clash, let us do so. This matter no longer concerns you. Do not involve her. If there's an issue, let it be between us. Chun Jianghe shook off Yu's grasp and fixed a cold glare on Lin Guobin. You little brat, you're rather arrogant, aren't you? If you don't receive a lesson, you'll never understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Lin Guobin was completely incensed. Although he had laid low for the past 2 years, his reputation in the Pingjiang district still commanded respect. How dare this upstart confront him? Failing to subdue Chun Jianghe would turn Lin Guobin into a laughingstock. Come and try to teach me a lesson. Chun Jianghe slipped his hands into his pockets, donning his brass knuckles, and continued to stare coldly at Lin Guobin. Lin Guobin had brought a considerable number of men, but few were armed. If a fight ensued, Chun was confident he could take down Lin Guobin and make his escape. Damn it! Lin Guobin, overflowing with fury, was about to issue the order to strike when Brother Zhang suddenly slammed his teacup onto the floor. Bang! This is Sihai Grand Restaurant. If you wish to fight, take it outside. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will find themselves at odds with the establishment, and I shall not hesitate to respond. Brother Zhang's face was stern as he bellowed, and instantly, a dozen or more security personnel rushed in from outside, each wielding steel pipes, their gazes fixed menacingly on those within the private room. Jianghe, don't engage, and Yu shouted anxiously. The owner behind Sihai Grand Restaurant was a formidable figure in the entire Pingjiang district, and should Chun Jianghe offend him, his stay in the area would be untenable. Brother Zhang, I respect you by refraining from fighting here today. But, boy, you'd better wait. This matter is far from over. Lin Guobin glanced at his subordinates, and, unexpectedly, waved his hand, leading them away. Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow, surprised that Lin Guobin had retreated so readily. This was clearly out of character. Jianghe, you should leave as well. And Yu, fearing that Chun and his companions might be cornered outside, urged him to depart quickly. Be careful. Let us go. Chun Jianghe nodded, recognizing that lingering was inadvisable, and promptly left with Zhang Peng and the others. Jianghe, I fear that Lin Guobin will not let this matter rest easily. Upon exiting the Four Seas Grand Hotel, Zhang Peng, with a hint of concern, remarked as he observed Lin Guobin and his entourage departing. Arm yourselves and let us return. Chun Jianghe cast a fleeting glance at Lin Guobin's group, signaling to Zhang Peng and the others to retrieve their weapons from the trunk and prepare for action. Should Lin Guobin's crew dare to obstruct their vehicle, they were ready to retaliate. Zhang Peng and his companions, their expressions tinged with vigilance, swiftly extracted machetes from the trunk of the Santana, each wielding their weapon as they settled into the vehicle, donning protective gloves in readiness for confrontation. Chun Jianghe promptly ignited the engine, driving away from the Four Seas Grand Hotel at a measured pace, heading toward North Street. As they departed, Lin Guobin's associates made no attempt to impede their exit. Chapter 56. Deception Beyond Measure. Chun Jianghe swiftly drove away in his Santana. Upon witnessing their departure, Yongzi's expression darkened as he hurried to the car. "Brother Bin, that kid has escaped. We cannot let him off the hook this easily," Yongzi exclaimed. "In Pingjiang district, if I, Lin Guobin, cannot handle a mere greenhorn, I might as well quit the game," Lin Guobin scoffed, directly assigning his men to Yongzi, instructing him to take care of Chun Jianghe that very night. "Brothers, follow me. Tonight, we must ensure that Chun Jianghe understands why the flowers bloom so vividly," Yongzi shouted, leading a dozen tattooed ruffians into two Toyota Hiace vans, setting off in pursuit. And you watched anxiously as the two groups departed, uncertain of what to do. Chun Jianghe remained vigilant, soon arriving at North Street. Throughout the journey, they had not noticed anyone trailing behind them. "Boss, I reckon that Lin Guobin is all talk and no action. He wouldn't dare make a move," Zhou Bing remarked, relieved that no one followed them. "Do not underestimate him. Those who make it in this world possess some degree of skill," Chun Jianghe replied, gradually steering the car towards the arcade. However, instead of stopping at the arcade entrance, he continued for another couple of 100 meters, parking beside the Hao Zai Live barbecue stall. "Da Ping, go place an order for a couple of dishes. Let's have some food first." He refrained from taking Zhang Peng and the others directly to the arcade to avoid being ambushed by Lin Guobin's men. Moreover, the group had not eaten all evening, so they decided to dine at the barbecue stall while assessing the situation. Should Lin Guobin attempt to blockade the arcade, Chun Jianghe planned to call Tang Aigua for assistance. Since Tang Aigua desired money, he needed to prove his worth. A reliable support must present themselves as such. Before long, Boss Li energetically prepared several dishes. "Brother Chun, Brother Peng, is it all right to sit here?" Boss Li cleared a table and brought over a box of beer, beaming with delight. "Let us sit here." Chun Jianghe nodded, positioning himself to keep an eye on the arcade. The four of them settled down, cracking open the beer and beginning their meal. After a while, seeing no one emerge from the arcade, they gradually relaxed. "Brother Chun, Brother Peng, I recently heard that the Tianwei electronic world is being developed by Baiye's godson, Jianghu. He supposedly invested over $1 million to create the largest arcade in Pingjiang district." Boss Li interjected while refilling their cups, casting furtive glances and lowering his voice. "Jianghu." Zhang Peng and Chun Jianghe exchanged knowing glances, a glimmer of insight flickering in Chun Jianghe's eyes. His suspicions were indeed correct. Tianwei electronic world was indeed orchestrated by Jianghu. Once it opened, Jianghu would undoubtedly not permit the continued operation of the Lihua arcade. "Yes, that's him." Boss Li leaned in, lowering his voice further. "I heard that Jianghu purchased over 300 gaming machines, with more than 100 being slot machines alone. What the hell has he bought so many machines?" Zhang Peng was taken aback. Their fire game hall, though not small, only had around 100 gaming machines and 20 to 30 slot machines. Compared to the scale of Jianghu, the disparity was staggering. Once Tianwei Electronics World opened, how would there be any future for Fire Game Hall? "Pingu, Chingu, please don't say it was me who told you," Boss Li said nervously, raising his glass before preparing to busy himself. "Boss Li, let me ask you one more thing." Chun Jianghe suddenly interjected. "Of course, what is it, Chingu?" Boss Li quickly bent his body in response. "At your place, you must pay Baiyi every month, right?" Chun Jianghe inquired. "Yes, we pay every month." Boss Li nodded, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his face, though he dared not voice it. In these times, who didn't pay protection fees? "How much do you pay each month?" 5%. For those of us who have no ties to Baiyi, it's 5%, but if you have connections, it can drop to 3%. If you're on good terms with Baiyi and can keep him pleased, you don't have to pay anything. Boss Li rubbed his hands together, a self-deprecating smile on his face, wanting to say more, but ultimately holding back. "Damn it, that Bai is too much." Zhang Peng slammed his glass onto the table. Chun Jianghe shot him a look, urging him to remain calm. "So you're saying that the highest payment on North Street is only 5%? Chun Jianghe asked in a low voice. "Exactly, the maximum is 5%. If anyone pays more, wouldn't there be a rebellion on North Street? Chinguyu. Boss Lee read the room and began to understand. It seemed that Fire Game Hall must be paying more than 5%. Never mind, you go back to your work. Chun Jianghu waved his hand, signaling Boss Lee to leave. Boss Lee, not daring to pry further, exchanged a few polite words before departing. Jianghu, that buy is truly overstepping. Others pay a maximum of 5%, yet he charges us 10. It's utterly outrageous, Zhang Peng exclaimed, seething with anger. Boss, I believe Bai Jiang is definitely paving the way for his adopted son, trying to squeeze us out of North Street. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing also expressed their discontent. They had finally secured a profitable job, and Chun Jianghu had been generous towards them, hoping to grow the game hall into something substantial. Now, with this predicament, the future of Fire Game Hall was uncertain. Don't worry, the most lucrative aspect of the game hall is the slot machines. Jianhao is undoubtedly interested in that business. We could always relinquish the slot machines to him and focus solely on gaming machines. We can sell the coins at a lower price. It merely means earning slightly less, but we could still manage. Chun Jianghu glanced at Zhang Peng, feigning a carefree demeanor as he said, the game hall business is gradually becoming a sunset industry. I have high hopes for the future of Internet CAFS. I've already discussed it with Zhang Jun. Our business will gradually shift towards Internet CAFS and other profitable ventures. Chang and Bing Zi, rest assured, Jianghe possesses a keen business acumen and will undoubtedly lead us to greatness and prosperity. Zhang Peng instantly grasped Chun Jianghe's intention and, echoing his sentiments, smiled in agreement. With a sense of stability, hope arises. When aspirations flourish, unity prevails. Without such aspirations, discord follows, making it challenging to lead the team. Boss, we place our trust in you. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing nodded earnestly, raising their glasses in a toast to Chun Jianghe. In the past, while they were associated with Li Jindi, he never once promised to elevate them to success, fully aware of his own limitations. Yet, Chun Jianghe has spoken such words. Regardless of what the future holds, the mere utterance of this promise ignites a flicker of hope. At that moment, two Toyota vans suddenly appeared outside the arcade. Chapter 57. Pursuit. Suddenly, Chun Jianghe's gaze turned icy, sharp as a knife. Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chang quickly turned their heads towards the direction of the gaming hall, where they spotted two vans appearing outside the flaming Fire Gaming Hall. In this day and age, the Toyota Hiace was the vehicle of choice for transporting operatives, sending shivers down the spine of any ordinary person who encountered it. The presence of these two Toyota vans at the entrance of the gaming hall signaled ill intentions. However, Chun Jianghe and his companions soon realized something was amiss. The two vans did not stop at the gaming hall, but barreled straight towards them. Get in the car. Chun Jianghe's expression changed drastically as he comprehended the situation. Ling Guobin must have stationed his men along North Street, which explained why they had been allowed to leave the Four Seas Hotel so easily. Ling Guobin intended to strike on North Street, not at the hotel. His men were aware that Chun Jianghe and the others had no intention of returning to the gaming hall and had come directly for them. Damn it! The faces of Zhang Peng and his companions paled as they sprang to their feet and dashed towards the Santana. With a screeching halt, the two Toyota vans skidded to a stop, their doors flinging open with a loud crash, and a dozen thugs leaped out, brandishing machetes wrapped in newspaper, ready to attack. The startled onlookers gasped in horror. Chun Jianghe, today is your last day, roared Yongzi with a menacing grin, brandishing his machete as he blended into the crowd. Chun Jianghe's eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, he overturned a table, sending its contents, soup and dishes, crashing down on the first two thugs. These hoodlums were not the usual players from the gaming hall or Internet CF. They were genuine thugs, undeterred by the sudden barrage. They brushed aside the debris and charged at Chun Jianghe. However, the small table momentarily impeded their advance, allowing Chun Jianghe to spring forward and land a powerful punch on the foremost thug's face. The thug let out a muffled grunt, his head snapping back as blood and two teeth flew from his mouth. He staggered backward, colliding with the thugs behind him, causing a momentary disruption. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Jianghe turned and sprinted towards the Santana parked at the roadside. Jianghe, hop in, Zhang Peng shouted as they flung open the car doors and jumped inside. Zhang Peng slid into the driver's seat and revved the engine. Damn you! Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing took their seats in the back. Zhang Chong leaned out, hurling the machete he held towards the thug pursuing Chun Jianghe. The thug instinctively dodged, slowing his pace. In a few swift strides, Chun Jianghe reached the Santana, leaping inside through the passenger window without bothering to open the door. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Peng slammed the accelerator down, the engine roaring to life as the Santana sped away. Don't let them escape, shouted the thugs as they chased after the vehicle, wildly swinging their machetes. Zhou Bing recoiled in fear as the blades struck the Santana, causing sparks to fly. The Santana surged ahead, and the thugs chased for several meters, watching helplessly as the vehicle distanced itself, becoming a mere speck on the horizon. Yongzi, they've gotten away. Let us smash up their gaming hall. A ruffian bellowed fiercely. Forget the nonsense. Get in the car and pursue. Yongzi's face darkened. He had not anticipated that they would fail to corner Chun Jianghe, allowing him to escape. They hurriedly hopped into their vehicles, two vans immediately giving chase. Jianghe, call the police, Zhang Peng urged. There were only 4 of them, and confronting a dozen well-prepared, audacious ruffians left little room for hope. Catch up first, then shake them off. Chun Jianghe glanced back and said coldly, calling the police now would be futile. In this day and age, one could hack at someone for ages before the authorities arrived, only to find that the perpetrators had already fled. If Yongzi and his crew tried to break into a store, Chun Jianghe would contact Tang Aigua to send reinforcements, which might still work. But in the current situation, even calling Tang Aigua would be pointless. Even if he sent someone over, they might not locate Yongzi and his gang. If Chun Jianghe drove directly to the police station, Yongzi and his men, no matter how foolish, would not dare to follow them there. Drive faster. Turn off the headlights. The Santana sped up, and Zhang Peng quickly extinguished the lights. They were well acquainted with the northern streets and swiftly veered into the alleys. Yongzi and his crew were less familiar with this area, and once they entered the alley, they soon lost sight of their target. Reluctantly, they wandered through the alley for a while before leaving empty-handed. Jianghe, they've gone. Zhang Peng and the others sighed in relief. Keep the headlights off, follow them. Chun Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette and suddenly commanded, follow them? Zhang Peng paused, instinctively starting the car and quietly trailing behind, yet he failed to grasp Chun Jianghe's intentions. If we don't confront them tonight, this matter won't be settled. Chun Jianghe's gaze fixed coldly on the Toyota van ahead, his eyes sharp like a predator on the hunt. The situation had escalated beyond a mere monetary dispute. It required bloodshed from one side to bring about resolution. Otherwise, if Lin Guobin dared to send Yongzi to attack today, he would surely send him to wreak havoc tomorrow. Should Yongzi come to demolish the gaming hall during its grand opening, the losses would be substantial and business would be severely impacted. This issue must be resolved swiftly, and now is an opportune moment. But they have the numbers. Should we perhaps negotiate with Xiang Fei and his crew first? Zhang Peng hesitated. Despite his uncertainty, the Santana continued to shadow the Toyota van without faltering. No, we have enough people, Chun Jianghe replied coldly. He had already offered favorable terms to Xiang Fei's gang, yet they had still refused. If his reputation in Pingjiang district didn't resonate, they would not be inclined to follow him. Tonight, Lin Guobin would be the sacrificial lamb, and he would achieve fame in a single battle. All right, we will follow your lead. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and nodded. Brother Yong, where shall we head now? Should we go and smash Chun Jianghe's gaming hall? A ruffian in the van remarked. Let us return and consult Brother Bin to discern his thoughts. I've heard that Chun Jianghe has powerful connections. If we venture to vandalize the shop now, we'll merely waste time prying open the door. What if those clad in tiger stripes apprehend us? That would be troublesome. Yongzi expressed his desire to assert dominance, suggesting they wait until tomorrow when the shop opens. Smash the machines, and then depart. Brother Yong, you truly think ahead. The others in the vehicle hurriedly echoed. Although Yongzi lacked significant skills, his long association with Lin Guobin afforded him a certain standing, compelling these ruffians to address him as brother. Unbeknownst to them, a Santana was quietly trailing behind. Chapter 58. counterattacked two vans, one following the other, swiftly came to a halt outside a mahjong parlor. The doors swung open, and Yongzi and his companions disembarked, leaving their weapons behind in the vehicles. This establishment belonged to Lin Guobin, and bringing weapons inside could easily frighten the patrons within. "Brother Yong, is the task completed?" Two ruffians at the entrance of the mahjong parlor approached, cigarettes dangling from their lips. "Damn, that kid ran off quickly. Is brother been inside?" Yongzi expressed his displeasure, preparing to stride into the parlor. "Yes." A thug guarding the entrance nodded. Just then, a Santana suddenly barreled towards them, its headlights off. The thugs who had just exited the van were oblivious until the vehicle crashed into them. "Incoming vehicle!" Bang! 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 One thug screamed, caught off guard, and before he could react, the Santana collided, sending several thugs who had been standing by the van flying. 5 or 6 thugs were knocked down. The Santana screeched to a halt, and its doors flung open as Chun Jianghu and his 3 companions emerged, their expressions cold and predatory. Yongzi, Chun Jianghu, wearing his finger tiger, fixed his sharp gaze on Yongzi and lunged towards him with astonishing speed. "Chun Jianghu, you bastard!" Yongzi, who had narrowly avoided the collision, turned to see Chun Jianghu and was struck with both shock and fury. He could hardly believe that Chun Jianghu had the audacity to launch a counterattack. Realizing Chun Jianghu was charging at him, Yongzi instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. Their weapons were still stowed away in the van, not yet retrieved. "Grab the weapons, block him!" Yongzi roared, rushing towards the van. The remaining thugs either attempted to intercept Chun Jianghu or dashed to the van to arm themselves. The disparity between wielding a weapon and being unarmed was immense. "To hell with you." 2 thugs, one retrieving a spring knife from his pocket, and the other bending down to tackle Chun Jianghu at the waist, felt emboldened by the fact that Chun Jianghu appeared unarmed. Had he possessed a weapon, they surely would have opted to fetch theirs first. One thug bent low, aiming to bring Chun Jianghu down, while the other trailed behind, poised to stab Chun Jianghu in the abdomen. Chun Jianghu, however, dashed forward with remarkable speed, suddenly leaping into the air, delivering a knee strike that connected squarely with the temple of the thug who was bent over. The thug let out a muted groan, unable to even scream before being knocked unconscious by the blow. The second thug, enraged, lunged forward with his knife aimed at Chun Jianghu's abdomen. As Chun Jianghu landed, he deftly sidestepped, his movements fluid as water. In an instant, he seized the thug's wrist and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Rip! The thug's skin was immediately torn open by the sharp edge of the finger tiger, and he screamed as blood gushed forth like a fountain, collapsing under the force of Chun Jianghu's blow, unable to rise again. "To hell with you, Dai." Zhang Peng and his companions pursued the thugs relentlessly. As one thug turned and sprinted towards a van, Zhang Peng struck him with a knife on the back, causing him to scream in agony and collapse to the ground. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing seized the opportunity, dispatching 2 more thugs who were unarmed. Several thugs were knocked down, while others fell victim to their blades. Only then did the remaining thugs retrieve their weapons from the van, but their momentum had already been thoroughly undermined by Chun Jianghu and his group. "Chun Jianghu, you bastard!" Yongzi bellowed, pulling a machete from the van, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged at Chun Jianghu, swinging the blade fiercely. Unflinching, Chun Jianghu advanced to meet the descending edge, and at the very moment the blade was about to strike, he delivered a powerful punch to its side. The machete was deflected by his strike, sending sparks flying as the sharp edge grazed against his fist. With his left hand, Chun Jianghu thwarted the machete, while his right hand landed a devastating blow to Yongzi's face. A chilling scream escaped Yongzi's lips as the impact shattered nearly half of his visage, skin, teeth, and blood twisted together in a grotesque display. With a single punch, Chun Jianghu felled Yongzi, and Zhang Peng and his companions surged forward like ferocious tigers, overwhelming the remaining thugs in a fierce clash, their momentum rendering the opposition increasingly desperate, with more and more succumbing to injuries. The commotion drew the attention of those inside the mahjong parlor, causing an uproar. Lin Guobin rushed down from the upper floor with a few companions, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. "Chun Jianghu, you son of a bitch!" he roared, attempting to charge forward. only to be restrained by his own thugs. Stripped of their courage, witnessing the carnage outside, they hesitated to emerge from the safety of the parlor. Both the loss of morale and their dwindling numbers left them reluctant to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Daping, Chen Jianghe called out, prompting Zhang Peng and his friends to halt outside the mahjong parlor. Lin Guobin and the remaining 6 or 7 of his men stood inside, paralyzed by fear, unwilling to confront Chen Jianghe. Seizing Yongzi by the hair, Chen Jianghe dragged him to the entrance of the parlor, his gaze fierce as he locked eyes with Lin Guobin. Then, picking up a knife from the ground, he brutally sliced into Yongzi's calf, severing his tendons. Lin Guobin, you're already finished. If you want to fight, let us do it today. If you lack the guts, then from now on, when you see me, Chen Jianghe, just steer clear. Chen Jianghe raised the bloodied knife, pointing menacingly at Lin Guobin. Lin Guobin's face turned pale, his hands trembling slightly as he clutched the knife. He longed to rush out and confront Chen Jianghe, but deemed it unnecessary. He had a mahjong parlor and an ice rink, yielding a monthly profit in the 6 figures. He had a wife and children, and it was not worth risking everything against a lowlife. If anything went awry, he would lose not only his money, but also his family. Let us go. Chen Jianghe sneered at Lin Guobin's indecision, beckoning Zhang Peng and the others to leave. The 4 swiftly got into their vehicle, and in the blink of an eye, the Santana vanished from the streets. Barely 5 minutes had passed since the initial chaos erupted when the van plowed into the thugs. Brother Ben called the police. A delinquent instinctively licked his lips. Call the damn police, summon an ambulance, and take the injured to the hospital. Lin Guobin bellowed in frustration. Among those who roamed the streets, who did not carry a burden of misdeeds. If a serious investigation were to ensue, even if Chen Jianghe were apprehended, he too would face consequences. Moreover, in this world of turmoil, resorting to the police at the slightest provocation would render one a mere laughingstock. Yes, Brother Ben, the delinquent dared not retort, hastily assisting the more seriously injured into the vehicle, while those with minor injuries sought out a clinic, disregarding the hospital entirely. Lin Guobin surveyed the chaotic mahjong parlor, acutely aware that his reign in this underworld had come to an end. It was not that he had faltered, but rather that he had outgrown his youth. Chapter 59. Achieving Fame in Battle Today. Jianghe, we are undoubtedly going to achieve fame in battle, Zhang Peng exclaimed, his entire body trembling with excitement. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing shared in the exhilaration, gazing at Chen Jianghe with admiration. The 4 of them had surprisingly managed to take down Lin Guobin, defeating over 10 opponents despite their smaller numbers. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Previously, while following Li Jindi, they had always relied on overwhelming numbers and had never engaged in a fight under comparable circumstances. Now, with Chen Jianghe, they often found themselves winning against greater odds. Although it was perilous, the reputation they would gain was formidable. Lin Guobin had been a seasoned leader for over a decade, yet they had still managed to subdue him. Let's not be complacent. First, we should head to Sister Lu's clinic. Today, Lin Guobin has fallen, but this matter may not be resolved just yet. Chen Jianghe wiped the blood from his knuckles, secured his knuckle duster, and lit a cigarette. Jianghe, Lin Guobin didn't he even have the courage to confront us earlier? I doubt he will dare to cross us again. Zhang Peng remarked. Indeed, Brother Peng speaks wisely. These so-called leaders are not all that formidable. Zhang Chong added excitedly. In the past, when faced with someone like Lin Guobin, he would have stepped aside without a fight. However, after tonight's confrontation, they had come to realize that these leaders were, in fact, just like anyone else. Everyone possesses but one head and one life. No one has more than that. In the worst-case scenario, it's merely a matter of fighting to the death. What could possibly come of it? Overconfidence leads to downfall. Let us all remain calm. Chen Jianghe scanned the 3 of them, prompting them to gradually regain their composure. Before long, their Santana arrived outside Lu Wen's clinic. Are you injured? Lu Wen opened the clinic door, her concerned gaze fixed upon Chen Jianghe. A Chong has been cut. Please take a look at him. Chen Jianghe shook his head, as he, Zhang Peng, and Zhou Bing had emerged unscathed from the night's altercation, while only Zhang Chong had suffered a deep gash on his arm. Lu Wen nodded silently, attending to Zhang Chong's wound. After the previous incident, there was a hint of awkwardness between the two, yet they both tacitly chose not to mention it. The wound is quite deep. It requires cleaning and suturing. Lu Wen assessed the injury and noted that it was severe, but for some reason, she felt a flicker of joy that Chen Jianghe had not been harmed. Chen Jianghe nodded, watching as Lu Wen treated the wound. "Brother Chen, have some tea." At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao descended from the upper floor, preparing tea for Chen Jianghe and his companions. "Thank you." Chen Jianghe accepted the teacup, engaging in light conversation with Lu Xiaoxiao. It was only now that he learned she had completed her college entrance examination and had performed well, likely scoring high enough to attend a prestigious university. Lu Wen hoped she would enroll locally, as she was uneasy about her daughter going far away. Lu Xiaoxiao herself was also reluctant to venture elsewhere. This time, Lu Wen surprisingly did not send Lu Xiaoxiao back upstairs, allowing her to stay until the wound was treated. "It's getting late. You should head upstairs to rest." After the treatment was complete, Chen Jianghe placed 100 yuan on the table, preparing to leave. "Jianghe, I cannot accept this money. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance with Xiao Xiao." Lu Wen, clutching the cash, attempted to return it to Chen Jianghe. "Sister Lu, let matters be as they are. Take the money. We shall take our leave." Chen Jianghe waved his hand dismissively, for he had no need for such trifles. What was due must indeed be given. By the time Lu Wen rushed outside, Chen Jianghe and the others had already departed in their vehicle. Watching the distant Santana fade away, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Lu Wen's face. Ultimately, she shook her head, turned around, and secured the clinic. "Why do you seem so distant with Sister Lu?" Inside the car, Zhang Peng, with a sly expression, suddenly inquired. "Distant? What do you mean?" Chen Jianghe responded, perplexed. "Boss Punga mentioned that you two have already, well, Zhou Bing interjected with a hint of gossip. "Who claim we have?" Chen Jianghe's countenance darkened as a sharp gaze fell upon Zhang Peng. "Didn't you spend the night together?" Zhang Peng replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Mind your words. I care not for your idle chatter, but do not tarnish Sister Lu's reputation." Chen Jianghe admonished, his brow furrowed tightly. "Understood, boss." Noticing Chen Jianghe's rising ire, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing quickly acquiesced. Zhang Peng forced a nervous chuckle, falling silent thereafter. The Santana swiftly returned to the fire game hall. Upon disembarking, the group entered and meticulously locked the door behind them. Chen Jianghe ascended the stairs and retrieved some cash from the safe. This time, he refrained from making exceptions to avoid any discontent from Zhang Peng, distributing 3,000 each. In this line of work, all were driven by the pursuit of wealth. He was not alone in this regard. For tasks accomplished, it was only fitting to reward the team to ensure their unwavering loyalty. 3,000 each. Do not squander it all. Remember to set aside some for your families. Chen Jiang, he instructed as he handed over the money. "Thank you, boss." Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exclaimed, their eyes gleaming as they accepted the cash. They then descended to the small room downstairs to rest. However, Zhang Peng hesitated. "Jianghe, our business isn't exactly thriving. We're expending funds a bit too liberally." He remarked, "Tonight's expenditure is nearly 10,000. An ordinary worker would toil for over half a year to earn such an amount. Better to invest the money than to watch it go to waste. I would rather spend liberally to motivate my brothers than to squander it on compensating our adversaries." Chen Jianghe replied calmly. "Moreover, business will gradually pick up. It is bound to improve." "Very well, as long as you are aware." Zhang Peng conceded before heading off to rest. Chen Jianghe extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, settled into his executive chair, and contemplated deeply. In the world of business, the essence lies in wielding power and wealth. Confronting someone like Lin Guobin is hardly a formidable challenge. The paramount objective remains to establish the business, with increased funds. Influence shall follow. The Internet CAF must be established post-haste. Despite the substantial investment, it promises greater returns than the game hall in the future. The following morning, the fire game hall resumed its operations as usual. The events of last night have already spread throughout Pingjiang District. Although the district is not small, such news travels swiftly. If Lin Guobin seeks retribution, it is most likely to occur today. However, despite the passage of the morning, there has been no sign of him bringing anyone along. Meanwhile, the news has reached Beijia. In a tea house in Beijia, Master Bai is leisurely tending to his birds while engaging in a game of cards. Li Quan receives a phone call, his expression shifting slightly, before he quickly retreats indoors to whisper a few words into Master Bai's ear. That lad has dealt with Lin Guobin? Upon hearing Li Quan's words, a look of surprise crosses Master Bai's face. Indeed, Lin Guobin's men have sustained significant injuries, with one of his subordinates, Yongzi, even having his tendons severed. Li Quan nods in affirmation. That lad certainly made his move swiftly. Master Bai scoffs coldly, a chilling smile emerging on his countenance. Chapter 60. Lin Guobin lowered his head. Brother Jiang, what's the matter? Asked his card-playing companion, Gao Hu, casually playing a card. That kid who came by yesterday, Chun Jianghu, had a confrontation with Lin Guobin and swept away his people. Bai Yi remarked, taking a sip of tea with a nonchalant demeanor. In the distance, Feng Qiong, who was preparing tea, felt a surge of astonishment. Having followed Bai Jiang for 2 to 3 years, she had gained a fair understanding of the undercurrents in the Pingjiang district. She had heard of Lin Guobin. Although he was not among the top-tier bosses, he was certainly a formidable figure in the 3rd tier. In contrast, Bai Yi was considered a prominent figure within the 2nd tier. While Lin Guobin could not be compared to Bai Yi, he was still a notable character in Pingjiang district. She was taken aback that the young man from yesterday could actually manage to sweep away Lin Guobin's people. That kid is quite interesting, Gao Hu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I underestimated him. Bai Yi chuckled lightly, not taking the matter too seriously. Over the years, Pengsheng had never lacked for ambitious individuals. Yet many of these bold figures either met their demise on the streets, ended up incarcerated, or simply vanished without a trace. There were countless who dared to fight, but true skill lay in the ability to establish oneself firmly. All the big shots in the underworld had once been bold fighters in their youth. Bai Yi had encountered many such young individuals over the years. Gao Hu stared at his cards, lost in thought, before suddenly speaking again. Brother Jiang, Jinhao's gaming hall is about to open. One tea that mean a confrontation with that kid? Doing business on North Street. I can dictate his rise or fall. If Chun Jianghu wishes to challenge Jinhao, on what grounds does he believe he can succeed? Bai Yi sneered, casting a glance at Feng Qiao. She remained composed, continuing her tea preparation as if she hadn't heard their conversation. It's not quite that simple. With such trivial matters, wouldn't your intervention be perceived as bullying the weak? I believe Jinhao has grown quite formidable in recent years. Perhaps it would be better to let him face that kid. If anything arises, it could serve to temper Jinhao's edge. Gao Hu suggested with a grin. Formidable? Bai Yi frowned slightly at those words. If Jinhao became too powerful, these old-timers might find themselves forced into early retirement. Let us focus on our tea. Bai Yi gestured, dismissing Gao Hu's comments. Gao Hu chuckled inwardly, but did not press the matter further. In the afternoon, Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and the others remained on high alert, weapons at hand, ready to act at a moment's notice. However, as the day wore on, Lin Guobin's men still had not appeared. If no action was taken today, the likelihood of Lin Guobin retaliating in the future would diminish. Failing to reclaim their honor today would mean losing face, and Lin Guobin would likely refrain from confronting Chun Jianghu again. Zhang Peng, is Jianghu around? As dusk approached, an unexpected figure arrived at the fire gaming hall. It was in Yu. Yes, he is upstairs. You can go right up. Zhang Peng spotted in Yu and greeted her cheerfully. Hello. And Yu nodded and entered the gaming hall, making her way upstairs. Brother Peng, your boss's girlfriend, is quite something. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing approached with curious expressions, enviously commenting. What nonsense are you spouting? Get back to your work. Zhang Peng waved them off. However, he was intrigued by Yu's visit, especially since she was carrying a bag. Jianghe, and you reached the office on the upper floor and pushed the door open. What brings you here? Chun Jiang, he looked at her in surprise. What, am I not welcome? And you shot him a playful glare. Of course you're welcome. The beautiful and has arrived. How can I not welcome you? Please have a seat. Chun Jianghe smiled and stood up to brew her some tea. Don't bother with the tea. I have something to attend to this evening and need to leave soon. And you shook her head, placing the bag on the table and opening it for Chun Jianghe to see. As she unveiled the contents, a stack of 100 yuan bills was revealed. Why do you have so much cash? Jiang, he furrowed his brow. This isn't mine. It's the money Lin Guobin sent to the Seahai Grand Hotel this afternoon, and he asked me to deliver it to you. And you explained. I didn't expect you to have such influence over Lin Guobin initially, and you was unaware of the events from the previous night until Lin Guobin sent a subordinate to deliver the money to her along with a message. Upon inquiring, she learned that Jiang he had managed to confront Lin Guobin, making a name for himself in the process. She was astonished to discover the extent of Jiang he's current capabilities. What does Lin Guobin want? Jiang he was equally taken aback, surprised that Lin Guobin would send in you with money for him. He wishes to call a truce with you. This 100,000 yuan is meant as compensation, an assurance that both parties will cease to interfere with one another moving forward, and he hopes you will do the same. And you remarked, I can't believe you've managed to subdue Lin Guobin. It's not that I subdued him, he succumbed to his own shortcomings. Now that he possesses wealth and followers, he no longer wishes to confront someone like me head-on. Jiang he replied calmly. As one ages in the world, their courage often diminishes. Many in our realm ultimately find themselves in this predicament. They don't lose to others, but rather to their own limitations. Alternatively, one might say they haven't lost, but have simply matured and learned to discern what is essential. I understand your meaning. The fear you instilled in him is in itself a form of strength. And you observed Jiang, he with a complex expression. You're not the same as you once were. The only constant in this world is change. People inevitably evolve. Jiang he chuckled self-deprecatingly. If Chen Jiming had not passed away, perhaps I would still be the same as before. Is that so? A flicker of complexity crossed in Yu's eyes, perhaps reminiscent of the past. But she quickly masked her emotions with a playful smile. Boss Chen, I remember you once said I should take you in when you could no longer manage on your own. It seems that in the future, it might be I who will seek your refuge. Hee, you're always welcome. Jianghe also smiled. Jianghe, what I say is the truth. And Yu supported herself on the table, suddenly leaning forward, her nose quickly approaching Jianghe's. Instinctively, Jianghe leaned back slightly. What I say is indeed true. Jianghe chuckled. Jianghe, we have been classmates for years. Why be so shy? And Yu blinked playfully, laughing as she straightened up. Then it's settled. I'll take my leave now. See you. And you take 20,000. Jianghe pulled out 20,000 from his bag. That money is earned through hard work. I cannot accept it. Besides, you are in need of funds now, so just go. And Yu waved her hand dismissively and left without looking back. Chapter 61 Farewell to Xiang Fei Jianghe. Why did she leave so quickly? Zhang Peng approached and inquired. Why don't you call out to her and invite her to dinner tonight? Jiang he shot Zhang Peng a glare. Hey, I was just asking. Zhang Peng scratched his head, eager to make his escape. Wait, Lin Guobin sent over 100,000 yuan as compensation. This money was hard-earned by the brothers. You take 10,000, and Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing can each have 5,000. Jiang he produced 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills and tossed them to Zhang Peng. Jiang he, is it really necessary to spend so much? You've already given money before. Zhang Peng hesitated, holding the cash. The brothers who follow me see no prospects. They can easily be swayed, just like Li Jindi's previous experience serves as a warning. You should give this to them. A small sum of money meant little to Jianghe. He believed that if he feasted, his subordinates should at least have soup to drink. If he refused to share even a little, the consequence would be that both the pot and the meat would be taken away. He considered it generous to keep 80,000 for himself, so distributing 20,000 was insignificant. All right, I understand. Zhang Peng nodded, taking his share to the room, wrapping 5,000 in newspaper and heading downstairs to give it to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. They were immensely grateful, showering him with thanks. Since Lin Guobin had backed down, it was likely that he would not cause trouble in the near future. Chong, you, and Zhou Bing watch the store tonight. Be cautious. If anything seems off, close up early. Daping, you're coming with me. That evening, Jianghe and Zhang Peng prepared to leave. Boss, you both be careful. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded earnestly, assuring him that unless they were overpowered, no one would dare to cause a disturbance. Jianghe nodded, waved goodbye, and got into the Santana. Zhang Peng drove as they headed toward the village not far from North Street. The development in Pengcheng was rapid, evolving daily. Yet numerous urban villages remained, particularly in the relatively underdeveloped districts. Upon arrival, Zhang Peng parked outside and led Chun Jianghe into the village. Before long, they stood before a modest two-story building. It was not particularly dilapidated and was relatively decent within the context of the village, unlike many other structures that were haphazardly built, awaiting demolition, or expanded to create additional rooms for migrant workers. Xiang Fei. Zhang Peng knocked firmly on the courtyard gate and called out, "Who is it?" A voice quickly responded, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A figure stealthily peered through the gap in the red iron gate. "We're from the Lihua Arcade. Looking to speak with Xiang Fei," Zhang Peng announced. "Wait." The person inside looked out, seemingly recognizing Zhang Peng, then departed. Shortly thereafter, several more footsteps could be heard. After a brief observation, the gate creaked open, revealing Xiang Fei, followed by four wary youths who scrutinized Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng. "What do you want with me?" Xiang Fei warily fixed his gaze on Chen Jianghe and bluntly inquired, "It is inconvenient to converse here. Let us go inside to discuss." Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Glancing behind him, Xiang Fei confirmed that only two individuals accompanied Chen Jianghe. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in acquiescence. "What is it? Speak plainly." He ushered Chen Jianghe and his companion into the courtyard, swiftly closing the door behind them without any intention of inviting them inside the house. "Your hospitality leaves much to be desired. You might at least offer us a cup of tea," Zhang Peng remarked with dissatisfaction. "State your business, or kindly take your leave." Xiang Fei directed his gaze at Chen Jianghe, his tone rigid. He recognized that the decision-maker was Chen Jianghe, not Zhang Peng. "Brother, who are they?" At that moment, a timid voice broke the tension. A pale, frail girl sat in a wheelchair, anxiously observing Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng. "We seldom have outsiders here. When they come, it usually means trouble. Little sister, you should go inside." Upon seeing the girl, Xiang Fei immediately grew anxious, urging her to retreat. "Brother, please don't fight." The girl expressed her concern before wheeling herself back into the house. "Is her condition treatable?" Chen Jianghe suddenly inquired. "What business is that of yours? What do you intend to do?" "We will not follow you." Xiang Fei's irritation surfaced, his patience wearing thin. Zhang Peng's eyes flared with anger, ready to respond. But Chen Jianghe raised a hand to halt him. "Xiang Fei, if your sister's ailment can be cured, I will cover the expenses and offer you a job. Think it over." Chen Jianghe produced a thick wad of cash, a sum of 10,000 yuan, and fixed his gaze on Xiang Fei. "Brother Fei, please agree. We cannot delay in treating our sister." A young boy interjected. "Brother Fei, Ming is right. Just agree," echoed another. "Indeed, Brother Fei, please consent." The rest chimed in. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiang Fei's face as he remained noncommittal. "I cannot jeopardize your lives for Xiang Li." He gritted his teeth. "Brother Fei." Chen Jianghe has already subdued Lin Guobin. Following him presents a future. We can cut down anyone. It matters not if we heed his counsel, a young boy asserted. With a reputation now established, Chen Jianghe had secured his place in the underworld of Pingjiang district after dealing with Li Jindi and Lai San, and now Lin Guobin. Those who ventured into this life sought to associate with renowned figures rather than unknown delinquents. Chen Jianghe offers to pay for your sister's treatment and provide you with a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. Which other leader would bestow such generous compensation? You toil endlessly in factories, yet cannot earn such a wage. What is there left to deliberate? Zhang Peng stated directly. "Follow me, and I assure you that I shall treat everyone equally. When wealth flows, we shall share it. When fortune smiles, we shall relish it together." Chen Jianghe proclaimed with resolute conviction. The other youths were clearly intrigued, while Xiang Fei hesitated. Yet, upon seeing the money in Chen Jianghe's grasp, he could not avert his gaze. His sister required funds for her leg treatment, and his brother also sought employment. "I promise to work with you, but my sister needs a job as well. If I am to go to the arcade, I must bring her along." Xiang Fei gritted his teeth, ultimately conceding. "Very well. She can earn 1,000 a month, working as a cashier at the arcade. Her only responsibility will be to collect payments. She need not concern herself with anything else." Chen Jianghe readily agreed. Chapter 62. Subduing Xiang Fei. "Thank you, Chen. Brother Chen." Upon hearing these words, Xiang Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. As the resistance within his heart vanished, he bowed deeply to Chen Jianghe. "Thank you, Brother Chen." The four young companions behind Xiang Fei also bowed in unison to Chen Jianghe. From now on, refer to him as Director Chen or Boss. Zhang Peng beamed, pleased that their ranks had significantly swelled. A robust crew was essential to weather the impending storms. "Boss," Xiang Fei and the others called out once more. "Xiang Fei, take this money for your sister's medical treatment. If it isn't enough, just let me know." Chen Jianghe handed a sum of money to Xiang Fei, instructing, "You five should send two of your group to work at the arcade." "Thank you, boss." Xiang Fei accepted the money, gripping it tightly as his fingers turned pale. With this 10,000 yuan, his sister's leg would be saved. "But what about the remaining three of us?" one of the young ones asked, puzzled. "For the three left, I need you to be clever. Keep watch on someone for me." Chen Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze sharp. The arcade owned by Jianghu was set to open soon, and with a few more hands on deck, he could finally set his plans against by Jiang in motion. "Who are we watching?" "Li Quan," Chen Jianghe stated coldly. Though Xiang Fei and his companions were unfamiliar with Li Quan, their loyalty to Chen Jianghe meant they would follow his orders without question. The four young ones accompanying Xiang Fei were named A Ming, A Guang, A Yao, and A Jian, with Xiang Fei and A Jian being the most formidable fighters among them. The other three were more astute, with A Ming being the sharpest. Chen Jianghe assigned Xiang Fei and A Jian to assist at the arcade, where there were many rooms on the second floor. He would allocate one for their accommodation. When Xiang Li and A Ming arrived later, there would be space for them as well. "Xiang Fei, you all begin working at the arcade tomorrow. A Ming, I will have Zhang Peng guide you in identifying people." Chen Jianghe provided minimal explanation, instructing A Ming and the others to thoroughly investigate Li Quan. They were to uncover everything about Li Quan, where he lived, how many family members he had, his friends, his business dealings, and his loyal subordinates. Chen Jianghe wanted to know every detail about Li Quan that could be obtained. Chen Jianghe had set his primary focus on Li Quan. If no breakthrough could be found through Li Quan, he would have no choice but to investigate Jianghu, a situation he wished to avoid due to insufficient manpower to investigate two individuals simultaneously. His only hope was to find a point of entry through Li Quan. Having given his instructions, Chen Jianghe departed with Zhang Peng. "Jianghe, aren't you worried that Xiang Fei and the others might run off with that 10,000 yuan?" Back in the car, Zhang Peng couldn't help but ask. In these times, 10,000 yuan was no trifling sum. People are inherently ambitious. Who doesn't he wish to earn a fortune? The sum of 10,000 yuan was to be divided among 5 individuals. Each would receive a mere 2,000. The likelihood of them fleeing for such a trifling amount seemed rather slim. If they were to escape for this paltry sum, they would hardly warrant my concern. Chen Jianghe took a puff from his cigarette and remarked nonchalantly, "Your consideration is commendable." Zhang Peng nodded in agreement as he drove Chen Jianghe back to the fire game hall. Everything within the hall remained unchanged, and business was thriving. Chen Jianghe's burgeoning reputation had inadvertently bolstered the establishment's success. Customers felt reassured by Chen Jianghe's firm standing on North Street. And with some patrons winning money on the slot machines, the business flourished. On average, a dozen or more visitors would come daily to try their luck, most engaging in modest wagers, while a select few gambled more significantly. The slot machines' turnover gradually approached 2,000 yuan per day, and occasionally, high rollers would boost profits by several thousand. Overall, the fire game hall's business began to stabilize and prosper. The following morning, Xiang Fei arrived with a Jian to commence work. After Chen Jianghe's departure the previous night, Xiang Fei had taken Xiang Li to the hospital, settling the payment for her impending surgery. Xiang Li had been afflicted with a disability in her foot, and for the past 2 years, Xiang Fei had been diligently saving to cover the medical expenses. The 5 brothers had amassed over 10,000 yuan, supplemented by the additional 10,000 provided by Chen Jianghe, which was sufficient for the surgery. Xiang Li was remarkably independent and strong-willed, capable of enduring her hospital stay alone, as long as Xiang Fei brought her meals on schedule. In the morning, Chen Jianghe assigned Zhang Peng to accompany a Ming and 2 others to observe and follow Li Quan for a while. scrutinizing his character before commencing a thorough investigation. As days passed, the fire game hall's business continued to flourish. Chun Jianghu, ever the strategist, began to implement adjustments to the operations. He decreed that every customer, regardless of whether they were playing arcade games or slot machines, would be offered cigarettes. A box filled with loose cigarettes, primarily modest brands like Hongmei and Yuden, priced around 3 yuan each, was placed at the cash register. The cigarettes near the slot machines were of a slightly higher quality, featuring a Shima, priced at 10 yuan per pack. Patrons playing the slots not only enjoyed free cigarettes, but were also treated to a bottle of Jianlibo, which they could consume on-site or take home. However, the cigarettes were strictly for use within the game hall. They could not be taken outside, nor could patrons smoke without purchasing tokens. While this initiative increased operational costs, it significantly enhanced the fire game hall's reputation, spreading word of mouth that bolstered business. Zhang Peng and the others understood that Chun Jianghu's actions were strategic preparations against the impending opening of the Tianwei electronic world. Before its inauguration, it was vital for Chun Jianghu to secure a loyal customer base. One day, Zhang Jun arrived early at the fire game hall. "Boss Zhang." Upon seeing Zhang Jun, Zhang Peng promptly stood to greet him. "Where's Boss Chun? I need to speak with him urgently." Zhang Jun's furrowed brow indicated a sense of urgency. "Yes, upstairs. You may head up directly." Zhang Peng gestured towards the upper floor, as he vaguely surmised the reason for Zhang Jun's anxiety. Lai San's billiard room had remained vacant for many days, showing no signs of renovation, and Zhang Jun was undoubtedly worried. Zhang Jun nodded and hurried upstairs. "Peng Yi, who is that?" A Jian inquired with curiosity. "He is our boss's business partner. Our boss is not solely invested in the arcade. If you work diligently, you'll reap the rewards alongside Jianghe." Zhang Peng replied. As soon as Zhang Jun ascended the stairs, he anxiously asked, "Boss Chun, it has been a week. Why hasn't any work commenced at the Internet CAF?" He had already advanced 50,000 yuan to Chun Jianghe, and the lack of progress left him pondering whether this meant the possibility of being swindled. Chapter 63. Zhou Ming, what do you mean? Am I not waiting for you to provide the design blueprint? Chun Jianghe feigned a look of astonishment and personally poured tea for Zhang Jun. "What design blueprint?" Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by the question. Observing Chun Jianghe's demeanor, he sensed he was not trying to evade responsibility. Could it be that there had been a miscommunication between them? The Internet CAF design blueprint. I've never run an Internet CAF and am unaware of how it should be decorated. You need to create a design blueprint so I can arrange for the renovations, right? Chun Jianghe stated matter-of-factly. "What design blueprint? It's not like we're constructing a building. Just have the renovation craftsman come to my shop and take a look. As long as it resembles something acceptable, that's sufficient." Zhang Jun replied, exercising patience. "Brother Zhang, your reasoning is flawed. If you intend to establish a chain of Internet CAFs, not only must the signage be identical, but the interior decoration must also be consistent. This is essential to differentiate from other CAFs and achieve brand recognition. I believe that each new century Internet CAF should have a similar aesthetic." Chun Jianghe urged Zhang Jun to sip his tea while earnestly explaining. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun found Chun Jianghe's argument quite persuasive. If all Internet CAFs share a uniform decor, customers who frequent them will have a lasting impression. If today they enjoy their experience at the new century CAF, tomorrow, even if they venture elsewhere, their first choice will likely be to seek out another new century establishment nearby. This is what we call a scaling effect. When the time comes, other Internet CAFs will pale in comparison to new century. Indeed, Boss Chun, you are absolutely right. How could I have overlooked this? Zhang Jun exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "Let us hold off on renovations for now. I will first seek out a designer to craft a cohesive design. Once that is established, we can proceed with the renovations. You can complete yours first, and I shall also refurbish my Red Spider Internet CAF and change its signage." After finishing his statement, Zhang Jun hurriedly descended the stairs, eager to find someone. In his haste, he nearly collided with Zhang Peng. "Jianghe, why is Zhang Jun in such a rush?" Zhang Peng entered the office with a puzzled expression. "I've delayed the renovations for the Internet CAF due to this matter, and he seems anxious." Chun Jianghe took a sip of tea. His postponement of the renovations was not truly about the design blueprint. It was a deliberate strategy to stall. With the imminent opening of the Tianwei electronics world, he knew he would inevitably clash with Jianghu. If his internet CAF were up and running, any ensuing conflict could result in collateral damage to it. Each computer costs several thousand. If they would be damaged, it would certainly cause him distress. Chun Jianghu was determined to establish the internet CAF, but he intended to wait and observe. His earlier excuse was merely a casual pretext, and he was surprised that Zhang Jun bought it. This way, he could find a suitable designer and have a blueprint ready before proceeding. Indeed, he invested 50,000. Seeing us inactive, he must be worried that we might abscond with the funds. Zhang Peng nodded, understanding Chun Jianghu's concerns. Navigating this world requires consideration beyond mere business. What's the matter? Did you need something from me? Chun Jianghu retrieved a cigarette and tossed one to Zhang Peng. Just moments ago, a Guang approached quietly, claiming to have uncovered some information. Zhang Peng handed Chun Jianghu a bundle of materials wrapped in newspaper. Upon unfolding the paper, Chun Jianghu discovered a collection of handwritten notes. The 5 individuals, including Xiang Fei, were all around the age of middle school when they began to navigate the streets. And Ming had even completed his middle school education. Not only did Ming possess the ability to write, but his penmanship was also commendable. Li Quan had a younger brother. As Chun Jianghu examined Ming's records, he stumbled upon a crucial piece of information: a biological brother who was also a university student, rumored to be employed at a prestigious company and achieving notable success. Zhang Peng gazed on with envy. Even among their group of misfits, there was a deep-seated respect for intellectuals. In this era, university students were indeed regarded as individuals who had made significant strides in life. University students? How was their relationship? Chun Jianghu pondered thoughtfully. That remains uncertain. It should be fairly good. I would be overjoyed if my brother could gain admission to university. Zhang Peng reflected, recognizing the brevity of their investigative period, which limited their findings. Matters of the heart cannot be discerned within just a few days. Inform Ming to find a way to investigate Li Quan's brother, focusing intently on him. Chun Jianghu instructed gravely. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded affirmatively. Has the BP machine been acquired? Chun Jianghu inquired further. He had instructed Zhang Peng to purchase several BP machines to facilitate constant communication. Assigning each person a mobile phone was impractical, as even the cheapest model cost over 10,000. Chun Jianghu had no desire to be taken advantage of. Having each person equipped with a BP machine was already a significant provision. A single BP machine cost over 1,000, while reputable brands could exceed 2,000 or 3,000. Prices that were astonishingly high. All set. I provided Ming with one, and the others will go to Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, Xiang Fei, and that Jian. Zhang Peng hesitated to procure more, feeling it sufficient for Ming's group to have one for communication. Ming, a Guang, and a Yao were consistently out running errands, ensuring their BP machines were also secured. Chun Jianghu produced a stack of cash for Zhang Peng. All right, I'll go buy them this afternoon. Zhang Peng agreed, and upon confirming there was nothing else, turned to leave the office. Once Zhang Peng departed, Chun Jianghu sat in his office, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. He then retrieved the character chart, drawing a diagonal line beneath Li Quan's name and inscribing the word brother along that line. The name of Li Quan's brother remained unknown for now. But starting today, Ming would assign individuals to monitor Li Quan's brother day and night, striving to uncover detailed information about him. Should Li Quan share a particularly close bond with his brother in a dire situation, they could resort to abducting this university student to coerce Li Quan into actions he would rather avoid. However, such measures would only be taken as a last resort. Failure would spell doom for both Chun Jianghu and the Lihua Gaming Hall. After noting the word brother, Chun Jianghu drew several additional diagonal lines, annotating the names of Li Quan's core subordinates. Li Quan had a small group of loyal followers. In critical moments, these individuals were likely to heed Li Quan rather than Bai Jiang. Yet, it was uncertain. Navigating the underworld, one must never place excessive trust in camaraderie, for in the end, it is wealth that wields the greatest influence. After completing these tasks, Chun Jianghu inhaled deeply. The cigarette in his mouth burned swiftly until it reached its final tip. He then extinguished the cigarette and discarded it into the ashtray. He retrieved the leather pouch from the safe, extracting the files of two individuals. The file pertaining to Huang Kuan had already been incinerated by Chun Jianghu, leaving only the documents of two others. One was Zhou Ming, and the other was Chun Lei, both of whom were involved in the murder of Chen Jiming. Zhou Ming. Chapter 64. The young woman Chun Jianghu casually extracted Zhou Ming's photograph from his belongings, casting a fleeting glance at it before retrieving Zhou Ming's dossier from a leather bag and tucking it away on his person. He then descended the stairs. "The Bing. I shall step out for a moment. Keep an eye on the shop," Chun Jianghu instructed, taking the keys to the van as he made his way outside. The Santana, which had previously collided with Lingua Bin, was off for repairs. "Boss, shall I accompany you?" Xiang Fei inquired, hastening to follow. Now, with Chun Jianghu having appointed Zhang Peng as the manager, he was temporarily overseeing the finances and other matters within the arcade, while Xiang Fei and Zhang Chong managed the slot machines, and Zhou Bing, alongside of Jian, tended to the front gaming machines. With these five overseeing the establishment, it was unlikely that any trouble would arise. "No need, you all stay here." Chun Jianghu waved his hand dismissively and drove off in the van. That evening, the arcade was bustling, illuminated brightly by countless lights. Chun Jianghu navigated the van out of Pingjiang District, heading towards the adjacent Wanqing District. 3 years prior, Zhou Ming, along with a few ruffians, had fatally attacked Chen Jiming outside the Lihua arcade, resulting in Zhou Ming's 2-year sentence, of which he served only one before his release. Upon emerging, he chose not to return to the tumult of Pingjiang District, but instead invested in a small arcade, which had flourished over the past 2 years. The establishment had expanded its premises, now boasting 2 rooms filled with over 30 machines, including 7 or 8 slot machines. The profits were substantial. Zhou Ming had transitioned into a small proprietor, also acting as a bouncer at the arcade. With newfound wealth, he lived a lavish lifestyle, frequently engaging with women in the arcade. Many girls visiting the arcade fell prey to his various charms, and some, in pursuit of financial gain, even lured their classmates into his orbit. Zhou Ming could easily cycle through 5 or 6 girlfriends a year, often seducing young women with the simple offer of a meal. He had lost count of how many he had entertained. He had even forgotten the man he had killed 3 years ago, perceiving that event as the catalyst for his rise in life, never regretting his involvement with Li Jindi in that affair. Parking the van at a distance, Chun Jianghu donned a cap, lit a cigarette, and approached the arcade. The establishment was teeming with patrons, predominantly local students, along with some dropouts and vagrants, none of whom noticed Chun Jianghu's arrival. Most were engrossed in their games, the air thick with smoke and the mingling sense of sweat. The arcade's offerings were similar to those of Chun Jianghu's establishment, primarily featuring games such as King of Fighters, Street Fighter, and Dino Crisis. With a swift glance, Chun Jianghu soon spotted Zhou Ming, who was embracing a young woman with a head of dyed blonde hair while engaged in King of Fighters. Zhou Ming, adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a large mobile phone by his side, was now a far cry from the ruffian he had been 3 years prior. Chun Jianghu regarded Zhou Ming for a moment, then calmly turned away, positioning himself behind 2 students near the entrance to feign interest in the games before naturally exiting the establishment. Once outside, Chun Jianghu returned to the van, where he sat smoking, his gaze contemplative as he awaited what was to come. As time gradually slipped away, Chun Jianghu had originally thought he would have to wait until the early hours of the morning for Zhou Ming to leave. To his surprise, just past 11, a young woman dressed in revealing attire approached Zhou Ming. "Brother Ming, how about the matter we discussed last time?" she inquired, beckoning him to the entrance of the arcade. Upon seeing Zhou Ming appear at the doorway, Chun Jianghu immediately sat up straight. "The matter from last time?" Zhou Ming's eyes darted around as if his mind were slightly foggy. He promptly dismissed the girl beside him, wrapping his arms around the waist of the newcomer. "Let us find somewhere else to talk." "Brother Ming, don't be like that. I have a boyfriend," she protested, gently pushing him away, though not with much force. "Isn't having a boyfriend even better? We can have our fun, and your boyfriend will never know." Zhou Ming's hands wandered less modestly along her waist. Can we please go somewhere else? I beg you. The girl grasped Zhou Ming's hand, her face pleading. Huh, if you'd said that earlier, we could have avoided all this. Come on, let us have a deeper conversation. Zhou Ming pulled her closer, guiding her forward. The girl wore an expression of conflict, hesitating momentarily before obediently following him. After a while, Zhou Ming led her into a side alley, too lazy to even pay for a room. Let us connect on a deeper level, he exclaimed, eagerly attempting to remove her pants. Brother Ming, how about I become your girlfriend? That way, I could accept this a bit more, she suggested, tightly clutching her waistband to thwart his advances. Your girlfriend? I say, why not just be my wife instead? I'll marry you. Zhou Ming's patience began to wane. Really? The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course, in this day and age, a husband must clock in by the minute. Are you seriously trying to discuss feelings with me? I just want to know if you can do the job. If you can, I'll take care of it. If not, then just scram and don't waste my precious nightlife. Zhou Ming replied impatiently. The girl bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Zhou Ming smirked, preparing to proceed when suddenly, two bright headlights illuminated the alley, flooding it with blinding light. Startled, the girl gasped and hastily pulled her clothes together. Who the hell is it? Zhou Ming shouted, squinting against the glare of the van's high beams. Hastily pulling up his pants and shielding his eyes with his hand, seething with rage. The girl, her face burning with embarrassment, quickly turned and fled deeper into the alley, disappearing in moments. Jianghu, wearing a hat, stepped out of the van, hands tucked into his pockets, striding toward Zhou Ming. The bright light from behind cast a shadow over him, leaving Zhou Ming unable to discern Jianghu's features. Damn it, are you tired of living? Zhou Ming cursed as he noticed there was only one person approaching. Clenching a spring knife, he strode toward Jianghu, cursing under his breath. Zhou Ming? Jianghu came to a halt before him, his expression unreadable as he stared him down. Who the hell are you? Zhou Ming's heart raced, immediately on high alert. The young man unexpectedly recognized his name, indicating he had come specifically to seek him out. 3 years ago, at the entrance of the Blazing Fire Arcade. Do you remember? Jianghu? Jianghu spoke slowly. Are you here to avenge Jianghu? Zhou Ming's gaze hardened as he swiftly flicked open his spring knife, instead of retreating. He charged fiercely at Jianghu, thrusting the blade towards his abdomen. Regardless of whether this young man sought revenge, he resolved to incapacitate him first. Jianghu's expression turned slightly frigid as he sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch to Zhou Ming's face. With a sickening sound, the razor-sharp tip of the tiger claw pierced through Zhou Ming's skin, tearing his face apart. Chapter 65, the second one, Zhou Ming let out a horrific scream as the sharp claws of the tiger tore through his flesh, warm blood splattering onto Jianghu's fist, revealing the exposed jaw beneath his skin. Yet, Zhou Ming was a formidable adversary. A frenzied glint flickered in his eyes as he staggered back a half-step, brandishing a spring knife and lunging it towards Jianghu's abdomen. With a swift motion, Jianghu seized Zhou Ming's wrist and retaliated with a punch that struck Zhou Ming squarely in the face. Several teeth, mingled with blood, flew from his mouth as he cried out once more, his body sagging under the impact. Jianghu maintained a vice-like grip on his wrist, delivering a barrage of punches that left Zhou Ming gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Afterward, Jianghu cautiously surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of any onlookers, before dragging Zhou Ming to the rear of a van. The trunk had been prepped with plastic sheeting to ensure no trace of blood would remain within the vehicle. Once Zhou Ming was shoved inside, Jianghu closed the trunk and swiftly entered the driver's seat, driving away with haste. Only after a considerable time had passed did the young woman emerge from the alley, her face pale with fright as she beheld the blood-soaked ground, trembling uncontrollably. Biting her lip, she hastily departed, vanishing into the night. Oblivious to the full extent of the events that had transpired, she dared not linger nearby. Knowing only that Zhou Ming was in peril, having followed her out, she had no desire to be implicated. As Jianghu leisurely navigated the van out of the city, he soon arrived at the precipice of a cliff. Here, Li Jindi and Huang Kun had met their demise, and Zhou Ming was destined to share their fate. This location was a veritable treasure trove of fortune, and Chun Jianghe intended for the remaining ruffians to meet their end here as well. He parked the van, retrieved a rope from inside, and opened the trunk. The moment the trunk swung open, Zhou Ming tumbled out, scrambling to his feet and stumbling away in a desperate bid for escape. Chun Jianghe let out a cold laugh, swiftly overtaking him, and with a swift kick, sent Zhou Ming sprawling. He then brandished a knife, plunging it mercilessly into Zhou Ming's leg. "Ah, please don't kill me. I'll pay you whatever you want." Zhou Ming cried out, collapsing but still refusing to surrender, attempting to rise again, dragging his wounded leg as he limped away. Chun Jianghe struck again, stabbing Zhou Ming in his other leg, and sensing his retreat was futile, Zhou Ming finally ceased his struggles. "Do not resist. I shall send you on your way. Let's end this swiftly." Chun Jianghe gazed down upon Zhou Ming, seizing his hair and dragging him to the side of the van. He produced the rope, intending to bind Zhou Ming, with the purpose of affixing him to a stone, ensuring his body would sink to the depths, preventing any discovery by dawn's light. Having spent 3 years in prison, Chun Jianghe possessed a rudimentary understanding of contemporary investigative techniques. In these times, a lack of a body often equated to a missing person case. With numerous such cases, the likelihood of formal investigation was uncertain. Even if a case was opened, it would likely languish in the archives, awaiting the serendipity of a body's eventual discovery before any police resources would be allocated for further inquiry. If a corpse cannot be found, a missing persons case will forever remain just that, a case of disappearance, and the files may languish in neglect indefinitely. Without a body, it is not considered a homicide. A homicide must entail the presence of a corpse, given the current investigative methods. Even if a body is discovered after 3 to 5 months, what difference would it make? Moreover, if it were cast into the depths of the ocean, would the body truly resurface? It would be nothing short of a stroke of luck for Zhou Ming and his associates. If they were indeed fortunate, they would not have ended up as corpses cast into the sea. "Brother, who exactly are you? I can pay you. Would 100,000 suffice? Take the money, and let tonight's events be forgotten. I assure you, I will not pursue you. What do you say? Think it over." Zhou Ming, bloodied and desperate, pleaded with Chun Jianghe. "My name is Chun Jianghe. My father is Chun Jimin. When you face the king of hell, remember to mention my name, lest you become an unjustly perished ghost." Chun Jianghe declared as he bound Zhou Ming's hands. He then began to secure stones to the rope. "You are Chun Jianghe?" Zhou Ming's eyes widened in shock. He was well aware that Chun Jimin had a son named Chun Jianghe. Earlier that day, he had overheard a conversation in the arcade mentioning Chun Jianghe, a formidable figure who had recently been released from prison and had seized Li Jindi's territory, eliminating Lin Guobin in the process. Zhou Ming felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this, but he believed that enough time had passed and that Chun Jianghe was operating in the Pingjiang district, making it unlikely for him to venture into Wangchang district so soon. He was reluctant to part with his arcade, cherishing his current carefree life, and thought that Chun Jianghe would not be able to track him down. Little did he know, Chun Jianghe had found him with alarming swiftness. "Brother Chun, I acknowledge my wrongs. We are all part of this underworld. I am merely a man of business. Let us leave some room for negotiation. I can offer you 200,000, my entire earnings over the years. Please spare my life," Zhou Ming implored, straining to rise and begging pitifully. 200,000, save it for your family. You would have made a contribution." Chun Jianghe secured 2 heavy stones to Zhou Ming, binding him tightly. "Chun Jianghe, you bastard!" Zhou Ming shouted in a fit of rage, suppressing the agony in his legs as he suddenly lunged forward, attempting to strike Chun Jianghe with his head. Chun Jianghe's gaze turned icy as he stepped back, swiftly plunging a knife into Zhou Ming's neck. It was as if Zhou Ming's strength evaporated in an instant, and he collapsed to the ground. Chun Jianghe withdrew the knife and delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhou Ming over the cliff. The sound of waves crashing against the shore drowned out everything. Watching Zhou Ming's lifeless body plummet, Chun Jianghe meticulously inspected the cliff to ensure no evidence remained before departing in his van. He drove directly back to his three-story building, parked in the yard, and set fire to the plastic wrap in the trunk until it was entirely consumed. He then thoroughly cleaned the van inside and out before opening the doors to let it air dry, intending to return indoors to rest. The following morning, Chun Jianghu drove the van back to the fire game hall. "Boss." As Xiang Fei was about to step out, he spotted Chun Jianghu and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Jianghu nodded in return, as if recalling something important, and tossed the keys of the van to Xiang Fei. "Today is your sister's surgery, right? Drive over." "Boss, it's unnecessary. I can walk." Xiang Fei hurriedly declined. "Not a problem. You should drive for convenience." Chun Jianghu shook his head and entered the arcade, holding the keys. Xiang Fei felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that Chun Jianghu was indeed a good leader. As he took the keys and settled into the van, his expression suddenly shifted. He noticed that the van had been thoroughly cleaned inside and out. Chapter 66. Settling accounts last night. Chun Jianghu ventured out alone and did not return until the morning. Upon his return, he meticulously cleaned the van inside and out. A Jian, who also navigated the streets, immediately sensed something amiss. However, he chose to remain silent, his expression subtly shifting as he quietly drove away in the van. Today marked the day of Xiang Li's surgery. At a critical juncture, Chun Jianghu had lent them a helping hand. Whether he was aware of the specifics or not, he would not divulge anything. "Jianghu, I heard that Jianhu's arcade is set to open tomorrow." Zhang Peng rushed out, a hint of concern in his voice. "Is it that soon?" Chun Jianghu furrowed his brow, having initially thought that Tianwei Electronic World would take at least another week before its grand opening, only to discover it was scheduled for the next day. Yes, they were installing the machines yesterday and worked through the night until this morning. Zhang Peng nodded, surprised by Jianhu's swift actions. "This guy is eager to open and start making money," Chun Jianghu remarked. "Do not panic. We shall meet force with force and water with earth. Their opening does not mean we should fear them. The outcome remains uncertain." He reassured everyone, "I have other strategies." "What strategies?" Zhang Peng inquired curiously. "You will know when the time comes. In any case, when it comes to commercial competition, Jianhu is no match for me." Chun Jianghu smiled confidently. Zhang Peng nodded. In the realm of business competition, everyone held their ground. What they feared was Jianhu resorting to underhanded tactics. With Bai Zhang's backing, they might not stand a chance. One Jianhu was already formidable. With Bai Zhang's support, they would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. "Jianghu, we need to report to Bai Yi at the tea house shortly." Just then, a tattooed man in his 30s strode in, casting a glance at Chun Jianghu. The last time Chun Jianghu visited the tea house, these middle-aged men had regarded him with disdain. However, this time, that condescension had vanished. North Street was now largely aware that Chun Jianghu had dealt with Lin Guobin. Who would dare to underestimate someone who had accomplished such a feat? After speaking, the middle-aged man folded his arms and turned to leave, heading off to notify others. Every month, at a designated time, the merchants on North Street were required to report to Bai Jiang. This had been the norm for years, and while some had failed to comply, the consequences were dire. Stores would be smashed the following day. In North Street, Bai Jiang was a formidable figure. His word was law, and his influence surpassed that of Tang Aigua. "Jianghu, what shall we do?" Zhang Peng looked toward Chun Jianghu. "Get 2,000 yuan, you at the Jian, and I will pay a visit." Chun Jianghu took a drag from his cigarette, his expression remaining inscrutable. 2,000? That might not suffice. Zhang Peng hesitated. 2,000 certainly will not satisfy Bai Jiang. Even without factoring in Lai San's billiard hall, 2,000 would not hold up, he replied. Then it must suffice. Chun Jianghu stated calmly. Calculating at 5%, a monthly net profit of 100,000 is required to justify such an expenditure. Previously, even under Li Jindi's management, the fire game hall never achieved a monthly net profit of 100,000, at most reaching around 60 to 70,000. Paying 2,000 is already quite generous to Bai Jiang. Very well. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth, retrieved 2,000 from the counter, recorded the transaction, and called on a Jian to have Zhang Chang watch the store. The two followed Chun Jianghu to the tea house. At the tea house, one after another, business owners arrived to pay their dues. The lesser ones contributed 200 to 300, while the more prosperous ones paid 1 to 2,000. On the entire North Street, the best-performing shops only contributed 1 to 2,000. Typically, these establishments only pay 3%, yet enjoy a monthly net profit exceeding 100,000. There are at least dozens of merchants on North Street, and over the course of a month, Baijiang's protection fees alone could exceed 100,000, amounting to over $1 million annually. At current prices, that sum could purchase 2 apartments in the most bustling area of Pengcheng, merely from collecting protection fees. Baijiang was already immensely wealthy. Not to mention that North Street also housed Baijiang's own businesses and investments. When all these legitimate enterprises are accounted for, excluding Baijiang's clandestine dealings, he could easily earn 2 to 300,000 monthly. This individual was undoubtedly the wealthiest in North Street. Bai Yi, Chen Jianghe has arrived. Today, Li Quan was not playing cards, but stood behind Baijiang with his arms crossed. Upon seeing Chen Jianghe, he informed Baijiang, "Chen Jianghe, I hear you've been quite prominent lately." Baijiang cast a glance at Chen Jianghe and casually played a card. "Even Lin Guobin has been swept aside by you." Young man impressive. Gao Hu, seated opposite Baijiang, turned around, intrigued by Chen Jianghe. "It's merely luck," Chen Jianghe replied calmly. He casually scanned the room, noting the absence of the elegant Qipao lady, Fong Qiong. It appeared that the beauty did not always linger by Baijiang's side. Unassuming, yet composed. "You are indeed a remarkable figure. You surpass your father. Your future achievements are boundless." Another of Baijiang's card companions remarked with a smile. "Refrain from flattering him too much. The current youth cannot handle excessive praise. A few compliments, and they may forget their own identity." Baijiang scoffed coldly, dousing the atmosphere with a splash of reality. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng's expression darkened, and Jian let out a sneer, brazenly fixing his gaze on Baijiang. "What are you staring at, kid?" Li Quan glared fiercely, locking eyes with Jian. Jian, defiant, returned the stare. "You little punk, you're quite arrogant." Li Quan's brow furrowed, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Several toughs approached, their expressions grim. "What is going on?" Jian boldly reached into his jacket, grasping a knife. "Kfania," Baijiang called out, prompting the toughs to halt in their tracks. He glanced at Chen Jianghe, saying, "Chen Jianghe, control your people. This is not a place for your antics." "Bai Yi, I am here to pay, not to cause trouble." Chen Jianghe defiantly tossed 2,000 on the table. His words smooth, but his actions rebellious. Baijiang frowned deeply, studying Chen Jianghe intently. "Quaner, collect the money." "Yes, Bai Yi." Li Quan approached with a swagger, arms crossed, and directly snatched the money. After a cursory count, he exclaimed, "Bai Yi, there are only 2,000. The moment he heard this, Bai Ye's hand, which had been engaged in the card game, froze as he glared icily at Chen Jianghe. "Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me, Baijiang, on North Street?" Chen Jianghe's gaze turned equally frigid as he extinguished his cigarette and shoved his hands into his pockets. "You insolent brat, it seems you are yearning for rebellion." Li Quan fixed Chen Jianghe with a chilling stare, his expression twisted with malice as he declared, "On North Street, daring to deceive Bai Yi is tantamount to clearing your territory. Rendering you incapacitated would be a mere trifling matter." Chapter 67. The impetuous youth go ahead and try. Chen Jianghe faced Li Quan with unwavering determination. Zhang Peng and Jian promptly drew their daggers, ready to defend Chen Jianghe at a moment's notice. Baijiang's subordinates pushed back their chairs, brandishing weapons, and encircled the trio, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. Gao Hu and Baijiang's other 2 card-playing companions watched in astonishment. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to Baijiang in such a manner. This young man truly possessed audacity. The boldness of youth knows no fear. If he can survive for another 2 years, he will undoubtedly become a significant figure. Baijiang's expression was icy as a sharp gaze fixated on Chen Jianghe. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him so defiantly. "Ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. The youth of today is formidable indeed." Baijiang suddenly burst into laughter. 2,000 it is then, Chen Jianghe. "This month, I shall grant you this favor." "Thank you, Bai Yi," Chen Jianghe replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. "However, remember to bring 5,000 next month, and from now on, you must present me with 5,000 each month. Otherwise, You shall witness Li Quan's methods firsthand. Bai Zhang's mirth faded as he waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He said nothing and turned to leave. The group of ruffians behind him wore unfriendly expressions, blocking his way. Step aside. Chun Jianghe's eyes turned frosty, causing the obstructing thug to feel an instinctive shiver of danger. He instinctively took a step back and cleared the path, allowing Chun Jianghe and his companions to exit. Bai Yi, this Chun Jianghe is far too arrogant. If we do not teach him a lesson, he shall think himself invincible. Li Quan expressed his dissatisfaction once they had departed. Youth is characterized by impetuosity. It is only natural. Quan, you and your men should go enjoy yourselves. Do not concern yourselves with us. Bai Jiang chuckled, waving them off. Brother Bai, the youth of today are indeed difficult to manage. Their arrogance is reaching new heights. It is time to rein them in, lest we cultivate a threat. One of the card players remarked. Not to worry. Jianghu's gaming hall will open tomorrow. This young man has become somewhat reckless since establishing his business. It is fitting that Chun Jianghe serves as his sharpening stone to temper him. Bai Jiang replied with a smile. Gao, who felt a stir of realization, inwardly cursing. This old man had finally been swayed. For some time now, he had been emphasizing to Bai Jiang that Jianghu had grown significantly stronger, which surely made Bai Jiang wary. By keeping Chun Jianghe around, Bai Jiang intended for him to take a bite out of Jianghu. When two tigers fight, one will inevitably be wounded. Once Jianghu is injured, he will have to obediently remain Bai Jiang's dog, preventing him from growing too powerful and unruly. As for Chun Jianghe, he was certainly no match for Jianghu. Let Jianghu deal with Chun Jianghe, and ideally, they would both sustain injuries, allowing Bai Jiang to pick up the pieces afterward. This works out well. The river and the mountains have their dangers. Zhang Peng, still shaken, remarked. It was perilous just now. For a mere 1,000 yuan, it was unnecessary to turn against Bai Jiang. Upon exiting the tea house, he reflected on how, had a confrontation ensued, their trio might not have escaped unscathed. Boss, why not let me eliminate that old man? Though he has many followers now, he will inevitably find himself alone at some point. Given the opportunity, I could dispatch him. Jian, seemingly unfazed, was eager to eliminate Bai Jiang. Although Bai Jiang was formidable, he could not always be surrounded by an entourage. Jian felt confident he could take him down as long as Bai Jiang had no more than 3 people by his side. Jian, navigating the underworld requires intellect. Those who lack it will remain mere street thugs, with no future ahead. Chun Jianghe gestured to his own head, emphasizing, even if you could eliminate Bai Jiang, what then? His subordinates would still be present, and Jianghu remains. Who, then, could contend with us? The one who avenges Bai Jiang would seamlessly take over his enterprises, and Li Quan and Jianghu would pursue us like rabid dogs. We would stand no chance. Eliminating Bai Jiang is a necessity, but not through such reckless means. Chun Jianghe paused, then continued. My intention was not merely to secure 1,000 yuan. I sought to probe Bai Jiang's limits. He likely wishes for us to confront Jianghu. Confront Jianghu? But he is his godson. Zhang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. You yourself have stated he is a godson, not a biological son. Chun Jianghe scoffed. Even biological sons may turn against each other for wealth and power, let alone a godson. Do you believe that as Jianghu grows more powerful, he would treat Bai Jiang with deference? He would surely expect Bai Jiang to step aside and retire comfortably. Jian contemplated this and responded, if he could allow Bai Jiang to retire, that would be a show of goodwill. However, if he were ruthless, he might usurp Bai Jiang's enterprises and women. Chun Jianghe chuckled coldly. Those who thrive in the underworld are often scoundrels. Expecting high moral standards from them is a folly. Once Jianghu expands his influence, Bai Jiang may find himself unable to maintain control. His downfall would be imminent. Can Bai Jiang afford to ignore this reality? With the opening of Jianghu's Tianwei electronics world, he has established his own territory. In a few years, as he recruits more followers, Bai Jiang may no longer be able to suppress him. Chun Jianghe speculated that Bai Jiang refrained from confrontation today, likely hoping for a clash between him and Jianghu. Ideally, to diminish Jianghu's audacity and compel him to submit to Bai Jiang. Bai Jiang is aging. Those in the underworld should ultimately cleanse themselves and leave that life behind. Lingering in the gray areas makes one susceptible to becoming another stepping stone. Jiang He, I understand your point now. Zhang Peng's face illuminated with realization. Yet Ajian still appeared puzzled. Ajian, do not overthink it. Simply recognize that Bai Jiang will not act against us for the time being. Chun Jianghe clarified. What about the 5,000 yuan next month? Ajian still harbored some concerns. We did not engage in a mutual destruction with Jianhao. Do not presume that failing to pay even 2,000 next month would provoke Bai Jiang's wrath. What he seeks is not merely this trifling sum. The demand for Chun Jianghe to pay 5,000 starting next month is merely a facade, a statement made for the ears of others. Bai Jiang intends to convey to the onlookers that disobedience incurs consequences. However, as long as Chun Jianghe confronts Jianhao without causing a significant uproar, without bloodshed, Bai Jiang is unlikely to intervene over such a paltry amount. Ajian gazed at Chun Jianghe with admiration, recognizing his profound insight. Jianghe, shall we truly confront Jianhao? Zhang Peng inquired anxiously. With the opening of his Tianwei electronic world, even if we refrain from instigating trouble, he will undoubtedly seek us out. Chun Jianghe replied coldly. Chapter 68. The event. Zhang Peng and Ajian nodded silently, fully convinced by Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe possessed a broader perspective, a deeper insight, and a more comprehensive understanding than they did. Boss Chun, I've heard that Tianwei Electronics World is set to open tomorrow, and they will offer a grand promotion for 3 days, allowing patrons to enjoy games for just 1 yuan. Are you planning any activities at your arcade? An old customer, upon seeing Chun Jianghe back at the flame, inquired with a smile. 1 yuan for unlimited play? Zhang Peng and Ajian's expressions shifted, realizing that Jianhao was truly willing to invest heavily. Previously, when the Flame Arcade reopened, they had offered a promotion of 10 tokens for 1 yuan, which barely allowed for a short playing time. This new offer of 1 yuan for unlimited play, whether for a day, an entire morning, or an afternoon, was undeniably a more powerful promotion than what they had previously provided. Jianhao's aggressive promotional strategy clearly aimed to monopolize the business on North Street, leaving no opportunities for others. Whether to hold an event or not, I, Chun Jianghe, am not in this business solely for profit. Rather, I wish to create a space for everyone to enjoy leisure. Chun Jianghe smiled faintly. I love hearing that, Boss Chun. What do you plan to do for the event? The familiar customer, though aware that Chun Jianghe was jesting, couldn't help but express his curiosity. The activities at the Flame Arcade will be unveiled this afternoon. Everyone will know by then. Chun Jianghe raised his voice so that the patrons in the arcade could hear him. He then exchanged a glance with Zhang Peng and Ajian, signaling them to follow him upstairs. Jianghe, if we also offer 1 yuan for unlimited play, we would surely incur losses that wouldn't even cover the electricity costs. Zhang Peng followed upstairs, wearing a worried expression. The arcade operated on commercial electricity, which could be quite costly for a day's usage. 1 yuan for unlimited play is not a sustainable strategy. Jianhao will likely only run it for 2 or 3 days. If he manages to last a week, it would indeed show considerable audacity. Chun Jianghe scoffed. Ajian, please head to the entrance of Tianwei Electronics World and find out how they are conducting their promotions. Their grand opening activities must be posted already. Understood. Ajian nodded and promptly descended the stairs, heading towards Tianwei Electronics World. Dapeng, I have an idea. Chun Jianghe tossed a cigarette to Zhang Peng while taking one for himself. Zhang Peng produced a lighter and ignited Chun Jianghe's cigarette. I am considering a long-term promotion. As long as our arcade remains, this event will be continuously effective. What kind of promotion? Zhang Peng lit his own cigarette, still visibly anxious. A token recharge promotion, such as, for every 10 yuan recharged, customers receive 15 yuan worth of tokens. For 20 yuan, 35 tokens. And for 100 yuan, 200 tokens. What do you think? Chun Jianghe had heard of such a business strategy during his time in prison. In reality, prisons housed individuals from all walks of life. It was a misconception that only criminals resided there. Recharge 10 yuan to receive 15? Won't that lead to losses? Zhang Peng seemed puzzled by the underlying business logic. No. It won't result in losses. At worst, it will yield thin margins but may even lead to greater profits. Chen Jianghe spoke with unwavering confidence. So, it's 10 yuan for 75 tokens? Zhang Peng, noticing Chen Jianghe's assurance, nodded thoughtfully. If that were the case, then in the current Peng city, it would be the most affordable arcade in the entire city. Moreover, with Chen Jianghe's growing reputation, it might just elevate Lihua to become one of the most renowned arcades in all of Peng City. 10 yuan for 75 tokens, 100 yuan for 1,000 tokens. Chen Jianghe declared. The promotional effort was indeed significant. Zhang Peng calculated that if one recharged 100 yuan, it would equate to 10 tokens per yuan, reminiscent of the first week after Lihua Arcade's grand reopening. Such a promotional strategy was considerable. However, Chen Jianghe had his own thoughts. The clientele of the arcade predominantly consisted of students, unemployed individuals, and small-time delinquents, making it unlikely for them to spend 100 yuan on recharges. If they could manage to recharge 10 or 20 yuan, that would be commendable. This also reflected the rapid economic development in Peng City, which was quite prosperous. In contrast, if this promotion were held in some inland cities, it would be unfeasible due to the elevated threshold. Boss, at the entrance of Tianwei Electronic World, they pasted a notice on red paper detailing their promotional period. For 3 days starting tomorrow, a single yuan will grant unlimited play. If someone pays 1 yuan to enter and leaves midway, they must pay again to re-enter. At that moment, a Jian returned and promptly relayed the promotional details from Jianhao to Chen Jianghe. Jianhao trudi lex ambition. Chen Jianghe scoffed. If they ran a promotion for a week, Tianwei Electronic World would establish its reputation, but only 3 days? Such a lack of courage. Subsequently, Chen Jianghe conferred with Zhang Peng on how to implement the membership recharge initiative at Lihua Arcade. In the afternoon, Chen Jianghe had Zhang Peng draft a notice to publicize the arcade's promotion as well. Recharge and receive tokens. Essentially, 10 yuan buys 75 tokens, enough for a week of entertainment. This promotional effort seemed rather meager compared to Tianwei Electronic World. Indeed, over there, it's a yuan for unlimited play. Boss Chen lacked sincerity. The patrons at Lihua Arcade gathered around the notice, engaging in animated discussions. Many customers felt that Chen Jianghe's promotion was insufficient, especially when compared to Tianwei Electronic World, rendering it incomparable. Zhang Peng awaited eagerly throughout the afternoon, but essentially no one recharged for membership. Nonetheless, business at the arcade remained brisk, as Tianwei Electronic World had yet to open. In the evening, Xiang Fei hurriedly returned. Brother Fei, how did Xiang Li's surgery go? Upon seeing him return, a Jian promptly inquired with concern. Chen Jianghe happened to be downstairs and also looked over. The surgery was very successful. The doctor said she would be discharged in a few days. As long as she recovers well, she will be able to walk normally in the future. Xiang Fei exclaimed with excitement, approaching Chen Jianghe and deeply bowing. Boss, thank you. From now on, my life belongs to you. Chen Jianghe took 10,000 yuan to pay for Xiang Li's medical treatment, if he were to rely on them to earn money through violent means. It remained uncertain when he would amass such a sum. Xiang Fei stood tall and asserted, from now on, we are all on the same side. There is no need for such formality. Chen Jianghe surveyed the group with a serious expression and declared, if you choose to follow me, I cannot promise much. But I assure you that as long as I, Chen Jianghe, have a meal, none of you will go hungry. Boss, we believe in you. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing nodded vigorously. Despite their brief and perilous time alongside Chen Jianghe, the profits they garnered far exceeded their previous earnings. In this chaotic world, the true fear lies not in risking one's life for money, but rather in risking one's life without any reward. Chapter 69. Grand Opening at the Break of Dawn. The Tianwei Electronic World commenced its operations punctually. Jianhao had prepared firecrackers and arranged for a lion dance, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. The sounds of the firecrackers and the lion dance echoed at precisely 9 in the morning. Youngsters from Beijia, seeking leisure, flocked to witness the festivities. Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei, upon hearing the commotion, emerged from the gaming hall. Jianghe, they have opened. Zhang Peng took a puff of his cigarette, forcefully extinguishing the butt on the ground with his foot. With the grand opening of the Tianwei Electronic World, the once bustling Liehua gaming hall had become desolate. Where there were usually a dozen patrons in the morning, now only 2 or 3 remained. Upon learning of the opening, even these few departed. The Liehua gaming hall felt empty, with only Chen Jianghe and a few others lingering. Chang, you and Zhou Bing stay here. We should go take a look. Chen Jianghe flicked his cigarette and strode towards the Tianwei Electronic World. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Tianwei Electronic World, Jin Hao, dressed in an eye-catching white suit, stood at the gaming hall's entrance, beaming with gratitude as he bowed to the supportive business owners. Today, Bai Jiang had personally arrived, bringing with him 2 magnificent floral arrangements and a framed calligraphy piece inscribed with the words "Wealth flows abundantly," signed by Bai Jiang himself. This calligraphy signified Bai Jiang's endorsement of the establishment, sending a clear message to any potential troublemakers among Jianghu friends to reconsider their actions, as they would have to reckon with Bai Jiang's influence. Bai Jiang was the first to arrive, demonstrating his attention and support for Jin Hao, followed closely by Gao Hu, who presented 2 flower baskets but did not offer a red envelope. Congratulations! With such a grand establishment, it must flourish and prosper, bringing in riches daily. Gao Hu greeted with a broad smile. Thank you, Gao Shu. Jin Hao replied with a cold chuckle, lazily lifting his hand. A flicker of coldness passed through Gao Hu's eyes, yet his smile remained unbroken as he entered the office to share tea with Bai Jiang. Subsequently, 2 of Bai Jiang's other card-playing companions appeared, bearing more floral arrangements and red envelopes. These 3 companions of Bai Jiang were brothers from his past. Jin Hao was Bai Jiang's godson, while Gao Hu and the others were akin to Jin Hao's elder relatives. Gao Hu was the youngest among Bai Jiang's circle, not yet 40, though his business ventures have been unsuccessful in recent years, leading to significant losses. Bai Jiang, having grown older, had nurtured Jin Hao, assisting in managing his business. However, witnessing Gao Hu's failures had ignited envy within him, prompting a desire to usurp Jin Hao's responsibilities. Thus, he frequently undermined Jin Hao in front of Bai Jiang. Jin Hao had long harbored disdain for Gao Hu. Following this, Bai Jiang's friends and patrons, the myriad bosses from Beijia, gathered to show their support. This was the manifestation of influence, Bai Jiang's influence, which was beyond the reach of Jiang He and his companions. After greeting the guests, Jin Hao invited Bai Jiang to preside over a brief opening ceremony, marking the official inauguration of the Tianwei Electronic World. The eager youngsters, unable to contain their excitement, surged into the gaming hall, quickly revitalizing the atmosphere. Numerous significant clients ascended to the 2nd floor to indulge in the slot machines, eliciting envy from Zhang Peng and his companions. This network of connections had effectively bolstered Jin Hao's enterprise. Jin Hao dismissed Chen Jianghe's gaming hall with disdain, convinced that with Bai Ye's backing and his own commendable standing, the newly inaugurated Tianwei Electronic World would inevitably lead to the closure of the fierce fire gaming hall. He believed all business would gravitate towards him. After mingling in the office above the gaming hall, Bai Jiang departed, fortuitously encountering Chen Jianghe outside. He offered Chen a cryptic smile before taking his leave. As anticipated by Jin Hao, the first 3 days of promotional activities saw a surge in business. The arcade on the ground floor was perpetually crowded, while the upstairs slot machine area experienced a tremendous influx on the first day. Though the following days saw a decline in patronage, many of those playing the slots were merely patronizing the establishment out of respect for Bai Jiang. However, Jin Hao, in his cunning, had drastically lowered the payout odds. Players would lose 100 only to win back a mere 10. Seasoned gamblers quickly recognized this disparity and refrained from returning. In contrast, most establishments typically offered a payout of 20 for every 100 wagered, which is considered a standard odds ratio. Chen Jianghe's venue, however, maintained a more favorable ratio, returning 30 for every 100, thus boasting odds 3 times more advantageous than Jin Hao's. While respect might induce a one-time visit, few would willingly part with their money to perpetually uphold such respect. Consequently, the business at Jin Hao's gaming hall faltered before it could truly take off. Some slot players, fortuitously wandering to North Street, decided to try their luck at the Fire Gaming Hall, attracted by its superior payout rates, inadvertently becoming its clientele. Nevertheless, Jianghu remained unfazed, as the first 3 days of operations at Tianwei Electronic World had been exceedingly profitable. With a mere 1 yuan entry fee, the gaming area generated over 1,000 in daily earnings, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The slot machines on the second floor were also expected to yield substantial profits. Have the calculations been completed? Jianghu inquired from the innermost office of the second floor, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he reclined comfortably. Brother Hao, we've totaled our earnings for the first 3 days. The arcade brought in 3,687 yuan, while the slot machine area amassed 67,875 yuan, approximately a total of 71,000, reported a bespectacled man in the office. 71,000 in 3 days is commendable, Jianghu exclaimed with delight. At this rate, our monthly turnover will likely exceed 700,000, and after subtracting costs, I could pocket tens of thousands. This gaming hall not only promised profitability, but also the capacity to employ a handful of individuals. With such a sizable establishment, supporting a dozen or more staff was easily manageable, fostering a robust and prosperous environment. Brother Hao, while the past 3 days were profitable, today's business has not fared as well, the bespectacled man whispered. Today's business is poor? Jianghu furrowed his brow, withdrawing his legs and extinguishing his cigarette as he descended the stairs. Upon descending the stairs, he indeed discovered that the arcade area below was significantly quieter than the previous day. At that time, there had been at least a couple of hundred patrons engaged in gameplay, yet now, in the vast expanse of the arcade, only around 20 or 30 individuals remained. Why are there so few people? Jianghu's expression changed. Brother Hao, without any events today and resuming regular charges, the crowd has dwindled. A hapless youth hurriedly remarked. Jianghu believed that Tianwei Electronic World, being sufficiently spacious, with new machines and a pleasant atmosphere, should maintain a fair pricing of 3 tokens for $1. However, reality proved to be quite the contrary. As soon as he set the price to 3 tokens for $1, business immediately suffered. Damn, a bunch of penny pinchers, Jianghu muttered indignantly. Chapter 70. Competition. Brother Hao, our gaming hall's patrons have all flocked to Xinjiang's place. I've heard he's running some sort of membership recharge promotion. Should we consider launching an event as well? The bespectacled man followed suit. What kind of recharge promotion is he conducting? Jianghu furrowed his brow. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but Jianghu, why don't you head over to Jianghu's gaming hall and find out the details of his recharge promotion? The bespectacled man shook his head and then instructed a nearby errand boy. The boy nodded and hurried out the door. Brother Peng, Jianghu's underling has arrived. Xiang Fei, who had been smoking at the entrance, discreetly turned around upon seeing the errand boy approach, whispering to Zhang Peng. How many have come? Zhang Peng immediately became vigilant, reaching for something beneath the counter. Just one. He is certainly here to scout the situation. Let him be. With that, Zhang Peng relaxed. Today, the business at the Fire Gaming Hall was exceptionally brisk, particularly at the arcade section, where the number of players had surged by at least 1/3. With the cessation of the promotions at Tianwei Electronic World, patrons quickly realized that Fire Gaming Hall offered more competitive prices. The recharge promotion, coupled with complimentary cigarettes, even attracted customers from farther afield around North Street. Here at Fire, one could obtain 5 tokens for just a single yuan, which was already a bargain, and the free cigarettes made the experience far more enjoyable than at other gaming halls. With a recharge of 10 yuan, players received 15 yuan's worth of tokens, which could be saved for future visits, effectively bringing the cost down to an astonishing 7.5 tokens per yuan, truly the lowest price in the city. Once the recharge promotion commenced and the free cigarettes were distributed, the arcade business at Fire Gaming Hall began to flourish. In the previous 3 days, while Tianwei Electronic World had hosted a 1 yuan unlimited play event, no one had recharged at Fire, but by this morning alone, over 10 patrons had made recharges. If this trend continued, it was certain that more and more customers would join in the recharging. It would not be long before the business at Fire Gaming Hall would be thriving. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Zhang Peng soon spotted Jianghu's errand boy appearing. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng had made a point to recognize the individuals working for Jianghu at the gaming hall, having memorized the faces of most of his subordinates. If a confrontation was on the horizon, thorough preparation was essential. Understanding both oneself and the adversary would significantly enhance the chances of victory. The errand boy, oblivious to being observed, pretended to casually stroll around the gaming hall, scrutinizing the vibrant red decorations and conversing with Zhou Bing to gather information before hastily departing. Brother Hao, I've gathered some intel. Their promotion involves recharging money for additional tokens. Jin Mao returned, relaying the information he had uncovered to Jin Hao. Recharging for extra tokens? Jin Hao frowned, his expression darkening. That miser, Chun Jianghu, still harbors hopes of profiting from the impoverished. In Jin Hao's eyes, those who played arcade games were merely lowly ruffians. The true valuable customers were those who indulged in slot machines. A flourishing arcade business could only yield modest profits. It was only through slot machines that substantial earnings could be realized. Jin Hao had witnessed high rollers lose tens of thousands in a single night. How long would it take to accumulate such vast sums through arcade games? The bespectacled man mused that the funds of the impoverished were the easiest to acquire, and indeed, it was the impoverished that constituted the majority in this world. With a larger customer base, accumulating wealth through small gains would become effortless. Brother Hao, should we also consider following suit? He suggested. I've heard that Chun Jianghu's arcade even gives away free cigarettes. The young folks on the street are quite fond of playing there. Give away cigarettes? With such a vast operation, how many would we have to distribute in a day? Jin Hao replied, his expression darkening. His establishment was expansive, with significant investments, and he was counting on reaping substantial profits post-opening. If they were to distribute free cigarettes and implement recharge promotions, how could they expect to make a fortune? Nevertheless, with so many machines, they couldn't remain idle. Brother Hao, even distributing a couple packs a day is just a small expense. If we enhance our service, business will flourish and everything will fall into place. The bespectacled man encouraged. Very well, but remember, purchase inexpensive cigarettes. Those impoverished souls can hardly discern quality. Jin Hao frowned, contemplating. As for the gaming tokens, he decided to reduce the price to 5 tokens for 1 yuan, foregoing recharge promotions. 5 tokens for 1 yuan is the lowest we can offer. The bespectacled man nodded in agreement. 5 tokens for a yuan was acceptable, especially considering the pleasant environment, new machines, and free cigarettes, which would render them more competitive than the average arcade. Even if business wouldn't be as bustling as before, there would certainly be customers, unlike the current desolation. The primary goal was to leverage the business of Jin Hao and Bai Yi to elevate the arcade as fortunes. Brother Hao, regarding the slot machines, our payout rate is too low. Many previous patrons have expressed dissatisfaction, and some have not returned after their initial visit. The bespectacled man whispered again. Jin Hao hurried upstairs to survey the situation, discovering that the number of patrons had indeed dwindled day by day. Among the 100 or so slot machines upstairs, only about 10 individuals were engaged in play. Just yesterday at this time, there had been 20 or so patrons. The evening hours were even more disheartening, with numbers potentially doubling or tripling. Brother Hao, even when raising livestock, one must ensure the pigs are well fed before slaughtering them. Our business has yet to take off. Once it stabilizes, we can always adjust the payout rates later. The bespectacled man implored. Damn it, earning money is no easy feat. Jin Hao grumbled irritably before commanding. Adjust the payout rate for the slot machines upwards. To what extent? He inquired. 100 in, 20 out should suffice. Are we to make it 100 in, 30 out? Jin Hao glared. Understood, Brother Hao. I will arrange it immediately. The bespectacled man responded promptly. 100 in, 20 out is standard. Most arcades operate at this payout rate. A simple adjustment will surely draw in more patrons. Once Jin Hao completed the arrangements, he returned to the office, armed with his mobile phone, and began making calls to friends and acquaintances, inviting them to come and try their luck at the slot machines. With Bai Jiang's backing, he had thrived over the past few years, cultivating a wide network. When he made a call, others found it hard to refuse. They could only bring their money and join the games. After the payout rates were adjusted, some customers, experiencing wins and losses alike, were indeed attracted to the establishment. The business of the Tianwei Electronic Grand World slot machines indeed surpasses that of the Fire Game Hall significantly, with a steady influx of at least dozens of patrons daily. After a week, both the Fire Game Hall and Tianwei Electronic Grand World saw their businesses gradually stabilize. The arcade business at the Fire Game Hall thrived, bustling with crowds each day, while the slot machine operations were mediocre. They improved considerably from the initial reopening, but still yielded modest profits rather than substantial gains. In contrast, the slot machine business at Tianwei Electronic Grand World performed admirably, with daily revenues ranging from several thousand to a few thousand, which notably impacted the slot machine operations at the Fire Game Hall. The competition between the two establishments has reached a fever pitch, with neither able to overshadow the other. Chapter 71. The Girls Under in Yuda Peng. How is business today? A few days later, Xiang Fei's sister, Xiang Li, was also discharged from the hospital. However, her leg was still healing, rendering her unable to walk. Chun Jianghe initially intended for Xiang Li to continue her recovery with her salary intact. Yet, having endured hardship since childhood, both Xiang Li and Xiang Fei were unwilling to accept money without working for it. Xiang Li insisted on helping out at the gaming hall. Consequently, Chun Jianghe arranged for Xiang Li to be picked up by Xiang Fei and provided her with a single room on the second floor. As for work, she was assigned to the cash register. Xiang Li handled the cash, while Zhang Peng kept the accounts, ensuring a separation between the money and the records. When Zhang Peng was unavailable, Zhang Chong would take over the bookkeeping, with reconciliations conducted weekly. This was not a matter of mistrust towards Xiang Li. Rather, Chun Jianghe believed that in business, reliance solely on trust was imprudent. Formality was essential, for once issues arose, not only could finances vanish, but so too could the trust of those involved. Chun Jiming had previously advised Chun Jianghe against testing people's integrity, a lesson tragically reinforced by his demise, which demonstrated that the human heart is fragile under scrutiny. A more formal approach ultimately benefits everyone. Jianghe, today business is quite good. The revenue is nearing 3,000. We are not far from our monthly target of 100,000. Zhang Peng exclaimed with a beaming smile. That is indeed encouraging. Chun Jianghe silently calculated. With a revenue of 3,000, deducting costs left approximately 2,500. After accounting for protection, fees, and other expenses, the net profit would be just over 1,000. This amount, while substantial, was not the only goal for Chun Jianghe. By the way, I've noticed that Jianhao's subordinates have been frequenting our establishment more often. Xie Gang has not brought anyone in over a week, apparently having been co-opted by Jianhao's crew. Several of our more affluent clients have also been harassed by Jianhao's men. Zhang Peng's expression turned grave as he spoke. Previously, Xie Gang would occasionally bring clients to play the slot machines, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship. Now that he had been taken away, that connection was severed. Jianhao's underlings were also troubling other clients, indicating an attempt to undermine their foundation. It seemed Jianhao was becoming increasingly impatient. Since he was poaching her personnel, Chun Jianghe felt it was time to respond decisively. Peng, let us step out for a moment, Chun Jianghe declared, extinguishing his cigarette with resolve. His investigations had yet to yield substantial progress, and he was reluctant to engage in direct conflict with Jianhao. However, Zhang Jun had begun to exert pressure, and with Jianhao's aggressive recruitment tactics, the situation was precarious. Should the clientele for the slot machines be siphoned away and Jianhao commenced similar promotional activities, the gaming hall would face a slow demise. Chun Jianghe was not one to remain passive. Now that Jianhao had resorted to underhanded tactics, he would not hesitate to act in kind. Where are we headed? Zhang Peng inquired. Acknowledging his query, he summoned Zhang Chong and followed Chun Jianghe outside to their Santana, which had recently been repaired. To the Sihai Grand Hotel. Zhang Peng drove the Santana directly to the Sihai Grand Hotel, where the lights shone brightly. The restaurant below and the KTV above were both bustling with activity, thriving in business. Chun Jianghe estimated that in this place, a behind-the-scenes boss could earn several 100,000 a month, a figure that reflects the profits after distributing shares and settling accounts. The two entered the Four Seas Grand Hotel, proceeded directly upstairs, and requested a private room at the KTV. Handsome, is Anyue available? Please have her come over. Chun Jianghe tossed a stack of cash onto the table and spoke to the waiter. The amount on the table was modest, around 2,000 to 3,000, sufficient to enjoy a few girls and still take 2 home. Please wait a moment, sir. The waiter responded, hesitating to take the money immediately. He ordered a few items for Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng before finally leaving with the cash. Jianghe, are you looking for Anyue regarding something? Zhang Peng inquired, somewhat perplexed and feeling out of place in such an environment. He rarely visited KTVs, having only accompanied Lai San occasionally when the latter was in a good mood to celebrate with the staff from the billiard hall. After more than 2 years with Lai San, he had only been to KTV 2 or 3 times. Yes, I have a matter to discuss with her, Chun Jianghe acknowledged. Shortly thereafter, a platter of fruit, beer, and beverages was delivered, and after a brief wait, Anyue arrived at the room, clad in a short leather skirt with her makeup done. Jianghe, what brings you here? Had I known, I would have come directly, Anyue exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she sat beside Chun Jianghe. What brings you here? To check on your old classmate's business. Not welcome? Of course you're welcome. Zhang Peng, what would you like to drink? I can offer you a discount, Anyue replied, wrapping her arm around Chun Jianghe's. She then turned to Zhang Peng. I'll just have beer. That's fine. Maybe I should leave first? Zhang Peng held his beer glass, feeling somewhat superfluous. His presence seemed to make Anyue and Chun Jianghe somewhat uncomfortable, as if they were unable to fully express themselves. The Peng seems a bit lonely. Anyue, why not call over a few of your girls to keep him company? Chun Jianghe suggested. Is it to keep him company or to keep you company? Anyue retorted, a hint of displeasure in her voice. You men become corrupt with money. Nevertheless, she did not let it dampen her spirits and promptly summoned a few girls. Each girl that entered was more alluring than the last, dressed provocatively and exuding sensuality. Hello, Tianye. Hello, Pengye. They greeted warmly upon entering, clearly familiar with both Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng. They had heard about Chun Jianghe's recent altercation with Lin Guobin, which had become a topic of conversation among many patrons at the KTV during that time. Many in the underworld spoke of a fierce character emerging from North Street, Chun Jianghe. Knowing that Chun Jianghe was a classmate of Anyue only piqued their curiosity further. Please, everyone, take a seat. We're all friends here. No need be formal, Chun Jianghe said, surveying the girls with satisfaction. Over the years, as the economy of Pengcheng soared, countless girls from across the nation arrived to work in the city. Those unwilling to endure hardship yet eager for quick earnings often found themselves frequenting bars and KTVs, while some ended up as mistresses for wealthy Hong Kong men. In the city of Peng, an area has emerged that is colloquially referred to as the Mistress District, where a residential complex is predominantly populated by youthful and attractive mistresses. The young women under Anyue's supervision possess exceptional qualities, each being in their early 20s, exuding beauty and vitality. Thank you, Brother Chun. The girls bow once more, taking their seats in unison. Is there nothing appealing about me? Anyue playfully pinched Chun Jianghe at his waist. Chun Jianghe was uncertain whether Anyue treated others in the same manner or if her demeanor towards him was indeed different. However, it mattered little to him at that moment, as he was solely focused on advancing his career and had no desire to engage in other matters. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 72. He is Chun Jianghe, what is the matter? Anyue, noticing Chun Jianghe's serious demeanor, also assumed a more earnest expression. Suddenly, a server pushed open the private room door, approached Anyue in haste, and whispered a few words into her ear. Is it a friend of young Master Hai? Anyue furrowed her brows and, casting an apologetic glance at Chun Jianghe, said, Jianghe, please continue with your game. I need to step out for a moment. Chun Jianghe nodded, not insisting that she stay. I'll be right back. Anyue stood up, leaving a trail of fragrant air as she exited the room. Jianghe, what did you need to discuss with Anyue? As soon as she left, Zhang Peng, seeking conversation, hurriedly leaned closer. Chun Jianghe glanced at him and noticed Zhang Peng was sweating profusely and rigid with tension, unable to meet the gaze of the girl beside him. Zhang Peng had never been in a romantic relationship before, and the presence of girls rendered him utterly flustered. It's not suitable to talk here. I'll step out for a smoke. A mischievous smile crept across Chun Jianghe's face as he stood up and walked towards the door. I'm coming too. Zhang Peng hastily rose, eager to follow him. Punga, don't go. We're drinking. A girl grabbed Zhang Peng's arm playfully, laughing. Punga, please stay. Punga, shall we play a game together? Several girls surrounded Zhang Peng, preventing his escape. They could tell he was inexperienced, and when encountering a novice, they would not only refrain from charging him, but might even give him a red envelope as a playful gesture. Seeing Zhang Peng's face turn crimson, they were eager to tease him. No, please, don't touch me. Zhang Peng's face was as red as blood as he struggled, desperate to flee as if he had encountered a ghost. De Peng, why is your face so red? Chun Jianghe, standing not far from the door, chuckled upon seeing Zhang Peng emerge. It's a bit warm. Zhang Peng awkwardly shielded his face, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Mr. Ma, stop messing around. I'm not going out. Just then, a shout from a nearby private room interrupted their conversation, and Chun Jianghe frowned, immediately heading in that direction. Zhang Peng, sensing the commotion, instinctively followed. Damn it. And you? Do you even realize you're a filthy whore? Pretending to be a virtuous woman? Inside the room, a man in his 30s with a protruding belly, reeking of alcohol, pointed at Yu, berating her. A server attempted to intervene, but was swiftly kicked aside by the man. He was accompanied by several friends, all of whom stood up arrogantly. With a cold expression, Chun Jianghe pushed the door open and entered. And then what's wrong? It's nothing, Jianghe, just a minor misunderstanding. You should return to the room. We can discuss it later. And you managed a strained smile upon seeing Chun Jianghe approach, wishing to avoid any trouble for him. Little brat, what's it to you? Get lost. One of the man's friends shoved Chun Jianghe aside. Suddenly, Chun Jianghe reached out, swiftly seizing one of the man's fingers and with a forceful twist. A sharp crack echoed as he broke it. The man let out a piercing scream, clutching his hand and collapsing to the ground. Jianghe, don't. And you cried out in alarm, but it was too late to intervene. Damn it, get him. The rotund man seethed with rage, grabbing a bottle and bellowing, while his companions followed suit, brandishing their own bottles and charging at Chun Jianghe. No fighting, don't. And you attempted to intervene, but was roughly shoved aside. With a cold glint in his eyes, Chun Jianghe lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to one man's jaw, sending him crashing to the floor with a howl. As another man swung a bottle at Chun Jianghe's head, he deftly sidestepped, seizing the man's hair and slamming his head onto a tempered glass table. The table shattered with a resounding crash, and the man fell into unconsciousness, blood streaming from his head without a sound. Simultaneously, Zhang Peng charged towards another man, his spring knife flicking open with a swift motion, stabbing into the man's thigh. Blood spewed forth. Does it hurt to be stabbed? How many lives do you think you have? Zhang Peng yanked the knife free, kicking the man to the ground. The bloodied blade pointed threateningly at the rotund figure. The man froze, too intimidated to strike. You dare touch me? Do you know who I am? Young Master Hai is my friend, the rotund man shouted, his bravado faltering. Young Master Hai? I don't know him. Chun Jianghe casually picked up a bottle of foreign liquor and with a resounding thud, smashed it against the man's forehead. The man's vision darkened, and he plopped down, blood trickling down his face as he stared blankly at Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe, is it you again? At that moment, Jianghu arrived in a hurry with several bodyguards. Upon seeing Chun Jianghe, his expression shifted, a frown creasing his brow as a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. The first time he encountered Chun Jianghe, he had thought him a fierce young man, someone who could be useful under his command. However, upon hearing tales of how Chun Jianghe had dealt with Ling Guobin, he realized that Chun Jianghe was not merely a ferocious dog, but a ravenous wolf, even a fierce tiger, far beyond his capacity to control. Zhang Manager, aware of his standing in the underworld being on par with Ling Guobin, knew it was mainly due to his connection with the Four Seas restaurant, where he thrived. Without that, he would be insignificant before Ling Guobin. Yet, Chun Jianghe had managed to overpower Ling Guobin, leaving Zhang Manager acutely aware that provoking Chun Jianghe was a perilous endeavor. Manager Zhang, this kid has assaulted my men. Look at what he has done to me. You must take him down at once. The rotund man cried out to Jianghu, as though he had found a savior. Manager Zhang furrowed his brow deeply. He recognized the rotund figure before him, a small-time leather factory owner who frequently frequented the Four Seas KTV. He had become acquainted with Gao Hai, the son of Gao Xingqiang, the proprietor of the Four Seas Grand Hotel. Recently, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, this fellow had become infatuated with An Yue, seeking to entice her into an illicit rendezvous. Although An Yue was indeed a madam with a cadre of girls under her employ, she herself refrained from engaging in such escapades, merely toying with the man's affections. It seemed that today she had grown weary of his advances, and he sought to forcefully claim her. This situation had escalated into a debacle. The nature of their interactions was meant to be consensual and enjoyable, but now it had turned disgraceful. You must not provoke him. He is Chun Jianghe, Brother Zhang warned with a frown. Chun Jianghe? I care not for his name. If you cannot settle this today, I shall seek out young Master Hai. The plump man shrieked. Chapter 73. A few young ladies. The proprietor of the establishment, Si Xiao's mother, opened the door to conduct business. He was not a fool. Was it truly worth antagonizing Chun Jianghe over such trivial matters? Boss Ma, if you insist on this line of reasoning, the situation becomes rather complicated, Jianghu remarked, his patience waning. One of the portly man's acquaintances, seemingly familiar with Chun Jianghe, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He shot a fearful glance at Chun Jianghe and whispered urgently in the ear of the hefty man. Chun Jianghe, though not particularly well known elsewhere, had garnered a certain reputation in the Pingjiang district. Anyone in the area could easily uncover tales of his exploits. Lin Guobin had fallen victim to his wrath, and Li Jindi, a notable figure, was said to have returned to his hometown. Yet the location of Li Jindi's origins remained a mystery. He was neither seen alive nor found dead. Lai San had lost a leg and had since vanished from sight. Chun Jianghe had emerged not long ago, yet he had already taken down 3 prominent figures. Could an ordinary small-time boss afford to offend someone of his caliber? Upon hearing his friend's words, the hefty man trembled with fear. As the owner of a modest factory, he would rather avoid any confrontation with someone like Chun Jianghe, yet he had unwittingly provoked him. Was he courting disaster? The Four Seas restaurant was merely in the business of serving patrons. There was no need for him to bear the brunt of this predicament. Aware of his misjudgment, the hefty man urgently sought assistance from Manager Zhang. Chun Jianghe, we will handle our affairs at Four Seas ourselves. There is no need for your interference. Refrain from causing trouble and depart. Jianghu warned, eyeing Chun Jianghe warily. Indeed, Brother Chun, this is all a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of your connection with An Yue. I assure you, I shall refrain from touching her again. The hefty man quickly concurred. What an imbecile! An Yue silently cursed. If Boss Ma had kept his mouth shut, perhaps this matter could have been resolved without further incident. Why must he complicate matters with unnecessary words? Jianghe, let go. I am unharmed. An Yue hastily intervened, positioning herself in front of Chun Jianghe. Which hand did you use to touch An Yue? Chun Jianghe fixed a cold gaze upon Boss Ma. What do you mean? Boss Ma quivered, realizing his blunder. In an instant, Chun Jianghe stepped forward, producing a spring knife, and plunged it forcefully into Boss Ma's right hand, piercing through it completely. Boss Ma stared blankly at his hand. It took him a moment before the pain registered, eliciting a harrowing scream. Zhang Ji's expression twitched, yet he refrained from instructing the security personnel to intervene. One could only blame Boss Ma for his foolishness. In these times, merely glancing at someone else's partner in an ice rink or arcade could provoke violence, let alone the act of touching a thigh. Jianghe, An Yue grasped Chun Jianghe tightly, preventing him from striking again. Remember, this is merely a minor lesson. Should there be a next time, it shall not be so simple. Chun Jianghe withdrew the knife, being careful to leave no evidence behind. He then cast a casual glance at Jianghu before departing alongside Zhang Peng. Jianghu, accompanied by a security team, dared not obstruct their exit. The demeanor of Chun Jianghe on this visit was markedly different from his previous encounter. This young man was indeed a force to be reckoned with. You took Boss Ma to the hospital. Remember, do not call the police. Chun Jianghe is a man of little worth, but you all have families and careers. You cannot eliminate him all at once, so it is best not to provoke him. Brother Zhang uttered these words before turning away. "Hurry, take me to the hospital." Boss Ma cried out in terror, desperately clutching his wounded hand. His rowdy companions hastily escorted him away to the hospital. Brother Zhang was right. It was a trivial matter. Even if he reported it and managed to get Chen Jianghe arrested, how long could he possibly remain incarcerated? Once Chen Jianghe was released, would he spare them? While one could flee, the factory could not escape its fate. Moreover, in these times, those who manage to thrive often have backing. Perhaps Chen Jianghe would find a way to get out after a mere 10 or 15 days. If that were the case, their troubles would only deepen once he returned. "Jianghe, you are too impulsive," and you lamented as she climbed into the car with him. Such incidents were far too common in nightlife. There was no need for bloodshed. If they attracted the ire of someone formidable, it could lead to serious trouble. "Aren't you working tonight?" Chen Jianghe did not reply to her remark, instead smiling and instructing Zhang Peng to drive. "I have no pressing engagements tonight. Given the circumstances, it's not a problem if I don't go." "What exactly do you need from me?" And you shook her head. "Do the girls, under your supervision, work every day?" Chen Jianghe pondered for a moment before posing the question. "Not necessarily. They come to work and drink daily. If they tire of it, they might take a day or two off. Sometimes they have personal matters or take leave during their menstrual cycle. The management at Sihai is rather lenient. As long as they meet a certain sales volume each month, it suffices." And you elucidated. The girls at Sihai KTV appeared glamorous. Yet the money was not as easy to earn as it seemed. They faced endless drinking, and only by selling liquor could they earn their commissions. If one wished to earn more, they could engage in a different line of work where the earnings were more lucrative. Women, after all, could make money simply by being open to it. However, some girls preferred to solely sell drinks, unwilling to partake in other avenues of income. These girls were often newcomers, believing that by only selling drinks, they could maintain their integrity, even if they were often taken advantage of. Yet, over time, amidst the dazzling lights and intoxicating atmosphere, most eventually succumbed to the prevailing tide. In this line of work, one either earned through hard labor or through the flesh. If they choose to engage in such activities, will Sihai still take a cut? Chen Jianghe inquired, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed, if the girls choose to engage, I take 10% and the company takes 20%. If the customer is not from the establishment but requests a girl through a phone call, the company is responsible for delivering her safely and ensuring her return." And you candidly shared with Chen Jianghe. In Pengsheng, there were indeed many girls, but quality remained in short supply. Furthermore, these girls were under and Yu's guidance rather than being hired individually by the company. Thus, the division of earnings varied. Currently, the girls hired directly by Sihai were primarily involved in liquor sales, and when engaging in other activities, the commissions from liquor were lesser while those from other engagements were greater. Upon assuming control of the business, Gao Hai found himself quite dissatisfied with certain matters. "And you? I have an idea," Chen Jiang had declared, pulling out a cigarette. "Could you arrange for 2 of the ladies, under your supervision, to come work for me each day? As for their wages, I shall offer them 100 per day. If they are willing, they may also engage in their own business endeavors while at my place, keeping all earnings without my taking a single penny. What do you think?" "Jianghe, why would a game hall operator need ladies?" And you replied, astonished as she gazed at Chen Jianghe. The salary he proposed was already substantial, especially considering that it required no drinking, and yet offered 100 a day, an amount that even some white-collar women in office buildings might struggle to earn. And you simply could not grasp the purpose behind Chen Jianghe's request for the ladies, nor what they would actually do at his establishment. Chapter 74. Re-encounter with Chun Gang engaging in business requires a modicum of creativity and adaptability. Chen Jianghe promptly shared his plans with you. "Jianghe, you truly possess innovative ideas. Soon, one might find escorts in game halls." And you expressed her astonishment, taken aback by Chen Jianghe's ingenuity. Who would have imagined that a hair salon could not only offer haircuts, but also companionship? Chen Jianghe chuckled. "Indeed, where there is demand, there shall be commerce. Those who indulge in slot machines typically have some disposable income to spend. I shall take a group there tomorrow." And you nodded in agreement and instructed Zhang Peng to escort her back to the Sihai Grand Hotel. Zhang Peng, driving a Santana, turned around and delivered you home before returning to the game hall with Chen Jianghe. Jianghu, do you truly believe this approach will work? Zhang Peng expressed his skepticism. He doubted that the clientele in the game hall could afford to entertain escorts, given that even treating a young girl to a bowl of spicy noodles seemed stretch. These young ruffians were accustomed to seeking free pleasures. The girls under Yu's supervision are there to attract quality clients who play the slot machines. As for the young men who merely play arcade games, they can merely observe. Everyone enjoys a good show, after all. Just wait and see. Chun Jianghu replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. This strategy was merely one card in his hand, not even his strongest. If it proved effective, that would be splendid. If not, the impact would be minimal. When the time was right, he would enlighten Jean how about the realities of the world. Seeing Chun Jianghu's unwavering confidence instilled a sense of reassurance in Zhang Peng. He found himself trusting Chun Jianghu even more than he trusted himself, particularly regarding business acumen, in which Chun Jianghu undoubtedly excelled. As the Santana navigated the streets, upon rounding a corner, Chun Jianghu flicked ash from a cigarette out the window and inadvertently caught sight of something, furrowing his brow. "Dapeng, stop the car," he suddenly commanded. "What is the matter?" Zhang Peng instinctively slammed on the brakes, bringing the Santana to a halt. Frowning, Chun Jianghu opened the car door and stepped out, striding purposefully towards the street where a beggar sat. Zhang Peng, grabbing a concealed item from the passenger seat, followed closely behind. "Jianghu, why bother with a beggar?" Zhang Peng questioned, perplexed by Chun Jianghu's intentions. "Shengong," Chun Jianghu called out as he approached the beggar. The man trembled, lowering his head and scrambling to gather his belongings, attempting to flee. "Shengong, how'd you end up like this?" Zhang Peng exclaimed in shock, hastily intercepting the beggar. "Let me pass," Shengong insisted, attempting to push past Zhang Peng. Yet, Zhang Peng remained steadfast, having rendered him incapable of moving him, even if he stood still. "Shengong, how did you come to this?" Chun Jianghu furrowed his brow, incredulous. Had Chun Gang squandered the 100,000 yuan he had provided so quickly? Realizing he could not escape, Chun Gang slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. "Chun Jianghu, why is it that wherever I go, I encounter you?" Chun Gang muttered to himself, gazing downwards. "Have you been deceived out of your money?" Chun Jianghu inquired, his brow furrowed. If it were anyone else, he would not have bothered to ask further. In the realm of survival, it is commonplace for some to ascend to greatness while others languish like dogs. The paths we choose are our own, and we must traverse them even if it means crawling. My life has been a futile endeavor. Chun Gang sighed bitterly, murmuring about having acknowledged a brother who exhibited no loyalty, casting him aside like refuse upon discovering his uselessness, and absconding with his money after finding a woman. My life has been a resounding failure. As Chun Gang spoke, he suddenly struck himself across the face twice in frustration. Indeed, it was his woman who had absconded with his funds. Given Chun Gang's current state, it was uncertain whether he might inadvertently disclose information regarding Li Jindi. The most prudent course of action would be to ensure Chun Gang's silence. "Jianghu, what shall we do?" Zhang Peng shared this concern, casting a glance at Chun Jianghu while also surveying their surroundings for any prying eyes. If necessary, they might resort to eliminating him. Yet, the gravity of taking a life made Zhang Peng hesitate. If discovered, it would spell disaster for them both. Chun Jianghu frowned, contemplating the situation. Chun Gang was not the sole individual privy to the matter concerning Li Jindi. Should they eliminate him outright, Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing would inevitably harbor suspicions. Furthermore, Chun Jianghu was not one to take lives recklessly. Those with deep-seated enmity could be dealt with, but for those without such grievances, extermination was unwarranted. "Dapeng, go fetch some money," Chun Jianghu suddenly commanded. "Understood," Zhang Peng nodded, turning to retrieve some cash from the car. Within the Santana, Chun Jianghu had stashed a modest sum, merely 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. "Chun Gang, your prospects in Pengcheng are bleak. Take this money and return to your hometown." Chun Jianghu handed the money to Chun Gang. "I'll have Dapeng escort you to the station." Trembling, Chun Gang accepted the cash. "If there are no trains today, I'll arrange a small hotel for you to stay overnight and depart in the morning." Zhang Peng urged Chun Gang into the vehicle. "Jianghu, I'll first return you to the arcade, then take him to the train station." Zhang Peng added, addressing Chun Jianghe. Indeed, Chun Jianghe acknowledged, signaling to Zhang Peng, who understood the unspoken directive. Chun Jianghe intended for Zhang Peng to keep an eye on Chun Gang that evening. If no trains were available, he should let Chun Gang stay at the hotel, allowing him to cleanse himself of the day's misfortunes. And Zhang Peng would remain until he confirmed Chun Gang's departure on the morrow. Jianghe, I do not wish to return to my hometown, Chun Gang unexpectedly voiced from the car. Then what do you desire? A glint of menace flickered in Chun Jianghe's eyes. In this day and age, causing a person to vanish is alarmingly simple. Each year, over 100,000 individuals go missing in the country, with less than half ever found. He did not wish to take Chun Gang's life, but if Chun Gang sought his own demise, he could not be held responsible. I am already incapacitated. I cannot even cultivate the land upon my return. This meager sum is insufficient for me to start a small business. Chun Gang uttered with a bitter smile. What do you mean, Chun Gang? Eliminate Li Jindi, and Jiang, he has already provided you with the promised 100,000. If you cannot safeguard that money, that is your issue, not ours. We cannot possibly offer you such a sum again. A few thousand is already generous. Zhang Peng retorted angrily. I understand. We have settled that matter. I do not seek money, only a job. I can repair gaming consoles and possess an unparalleled understanding of the affairs on North Street. If you intend to contend with Jin Hao, you will require my assistance. Chun Gang declared, gritting his teeth. Chapter 75. Fang Xiong's paramour, how did you know we intended to confront Jin Hao? A spark of insight flickered in Chun Jianghe's eyes. In truth, before you settled matters with Li Jindi, Jin Hao had approached Li Jindi, expressing his desire to invest in the arcade. At that time, Li Jindi, fearing the intrusion of a wolf into the fold, refused him outright. It was only later that Jin Hao conceived the ambition to establish his own arcade. Tianwei Electronic World was his endeavor, and I had known all along. Chun Gang interjected. Prior to Li Jindi's arrival in Beijia, Chun Gang was already entrenched in its underbelly, and he began following Li Jindi only after his foray into the district. When it comes to familiarity with Beijia, Chun Gang surpassed Li Jindi in knowledge. I am well versed in the affairs of Beijia, familiar with Jin Hao and Bai Jiang. If you aim to bring down Jin Hao, or even Bai Yi, it will not be an easy feat. You will undoubtedly find my assistance invaluable. Chun Gang expressed his concerns about his leverage. We merely wish to establish a foothold in Beijia. We never contemplated toppling Jin Hao, let alone Bai Yi. You are overthinking it. Chun Jianghe chuckled lightly. Boss Chun, I recognize your ambition. You are no ordinary individual. You exhibit a loyalty that far surpasses Li Jindi's. I genuinely wish to ally myself with you. If you harbor doubts, I can swear an oath to the heavens that I shall never betray you. Should I, Chun Gang, betray you, may I meet a most untimely demise, and may my entire family perish. With gritted teeth, Chun Gang issued a grave and solemn vow. In the world of the underbelly, one must not merely heed words, but observe actions. Such oaths hold significance for some, while for others, they are as inconsequential as a passing breeze. Chun Jianghe, unfamiliar with Chun Gang's true nature, could not ascertain to which category he belonged. Thus, he was hesitant to place blind trust in this declaration. Nevertheless, Chun Gang's words did offer some utility to Chun Jianghe. Yet, Chun Jianghe harbored his own reservations. Chun Gang had been the recipient of his wrath, a fact not easily overlooked. Chun Gang, I shall not shy away from honesty. I do not trust you. I am wary of your potential to betray me. Given that I severed your hand, it would be best for you to return to your hometown to spare us all further complications. Chun Jianghe exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone grave. The wound had been inflicted, and the enmity was established. This matter was not one that could be easily brushed aside. Shen Gong, Jianghe's suggestion for you to return home is in the best interest of us all. Do not press us further. Zhang Peng interjected, his demeanor stern. With clenched teeth and a face reflecting turmoil, Chun Gang took a long moment before resolving to speak again. Boss Chun, if I were to claim I bear you no ill will, you would surely doubt my words. However, in this world, where dealings are transactional, I, Chun Gang, have navigated this life for long enough, having taken the lives of at least a score of men. If one were to hold a grudge for every life taken, my enemies would number beyond counting. In this realm, it is not solely I who wield the knife. Others may strike as well. The path I have chosen is one I willingly accept. I understand that you may find my words hard to believe, but time will reveal my true character. I wish to share a secret with you, a secret I have harbored since its discovery, never divulged to another soul. I am prepared to entrust this secret to you in exchange for a singular opportunity. Chun Gang gritted his teeth and looked steadily at Chun Jianghe. Throughout his life, Chun Gang had caused many to suffer, and when he himself was vanquished by Chun Jianghe, he harbored deep resentment towards him. Yet, in the tumultuous world they inhabited, one could hardly escape unscathed. His misfortunes were a product of his own fate. What he loathed most was Li Jindi, the woman who had absconded with his money. What secret? Chun Jianghe inquired, pinching his cigarette. Fang Xiong, the woman of Baijiang, has a paramour. Chun Gang replied in a hushed tone. She has a paramour? Chun Jianghe straightened abruptly. Who is this paramour of hers? How did you come to know of this? This was indeed a significant piece of information, potentially ripe for exploitation. He's a pretty boy, not much older than her. Once while I was out drinking at night, I passed by a park and saw Fang Xiong on a date with this pretty boy. Chun Gang explained. After witnessing this, I dare not linger or inform anyone. If I were to speak out, Bai Jiang would certainly not spare me. Chun Gang spoke with a bitter smile. Bai Jiang was ruthless should he divulge this information. Not only would Fang Xiong be doomed, but he too would face dire consequences. Revealing such news would humiliate Bai Jiang immensely, and there was no way he would let Chun Gang off the hook. As for the identity of the pretty boy, Chun Gang remained in the dark. Having not encountered him again, he was certain he did not belong to the North Street crowd. Chun Gang, you aren't deceiving us, are you? With Bai Jiang's immense power, how could his woman dare to keep a pretty boy? Zhang Peng expressed skepticism. Bai Jiang was merciless and wielded considerable influence. If he were to discover this, he would surely cast the adulterous pair into the river. Zhang Peng found it hard to believe that Fang Xiong possessed such audacity. Moreover, given Fang Xiong's life of wealth and privilege alongside Bai Jiang, why would she risk it all for a fling? I've heard that Fang Xiong was originally taken from someone else by Bai Jiang. She was still a university student then, and Bai Jiang could have been her father. Who knows if Fang Xiong truly desired this life? Perhaps that pretty boy is her genuine love. Chun Gang asserted. Zhang Peng listened, still half convinced. Chun Jianghe recalled his earlier encounter with Fang Xiong at the tea house, where her cold demeanor left him pensive. If you were to see that pretty boy again, could you recognize him? Chun Jianghe suddenly asked. I should be able to. Chun Gang hesitated, but eventually nodded. De Peng, take him to find a hotel. Let him wash up and rest. Chun Jianghe instructed Zhang Peng. Understood. Zhang Peng replied, preparing to locate a modest inn near North Street to accommodate Chun Gang. Boss Chun, I have shared with you the greatest secret I know. I only wish to follow you and earn my keep. Please give me a chance. Chun Gang earnestly implored Chun Jianghe. Rest assured, since you trust me, I will certainly provide you with this opportunity. For now, stay at the hotel and recuperate. I will make arrangements for you in due time. Chun Jianghe smiled warmly. Boss Chun, I place my trust in you. Chun Gang nodded at this moment. Apart from believing in Chun Jianghe, he had no other recourse. This was his sole lifeline for a potential turnaround. That evening, Zhang Peng escorted Chun Jianghe back to the Blazing Fire Arcade, then took Chun Gang to a modest inn nearby on North Street, charging 30 yuan for the night. He purchased a meal for Chun Gang and left him a bit of money before hastily returning to the arcade. Jianghe, we have our grievances with Chun Gang. I still find it hard to trust him. Upon his return, Zhang Peng sought out Chun Jianghe. I harbor my doubts about him as well. Rest assured, I am acutely aware of the situation and will not hastily integrate him into the arcade. However, he is indeed of use to us at this juncture. Chun Jianghe's demeanor remained composed. He certainly would not easily place his faith in Chun Gang, yet he found himself in need of his assistance. Chapter 76. A joyful collaboration at this juncture. The focal point was not Chun Gang, but rather Fang Xiong's paramour. I have an inkling that this individual is the key to our confrontation with Bai Jiang. Chun Jianghe spoke slowly. A pretty boy capable of dealing with Bai Jiang? Zhang Peng was perplexed. Let's first identify this pretty boy. Chun Jianghe extinguished his cigarette and murmured, "Tomorrow, head to Huiqiangbai and procure a disposable camera. Deliver it to Amin. Instruct him to temporarily halt his investigation on Li Quan and keep a close watch on Fang Xiong. We must capture photographs of her rendezvous with the pretty boy. Since Fang Xiong has a paramour, they must meet at least once or twice within a month." "Understood. I shall take care of it first thing in the morning." Zhang Peng nodded, withdrew a small sum of money from the account, and set off in a bread van the following day. At the Lihua Arcade, a lively atmosphere was deliberately cultivated, with firecrackers resounding. And you had specially brought along 8 young ladies, who, upon standing at the entrance, formed a striking scene. These young women were youthful and vibrant, tall and graceful, all clad in short skirts and stockings as per Chun Jianghe's instructions. Their skirts were somewhat shorter than those typically worn by girls on the street, reaching mid-thigh, accentuated by the allure of black stockings. A group of truant youths, unemployed street urchins, and ruffians had never encountered such a spectacle. The moment these beauties appeared, the area outside the Lihua Arcade buzzed with excitement. The young onlookers whispered among themselves, their gazes fervently fixed upon the ladies brought by Niu. What on earth is the Lihua Arcade doing with so many beautiful women? Surely they're not attempting to transform into a nightclub? Impossible. The arcade machines inside remain untouched. It cannot be a change of business. If they are not converting to a nightclub, then what is the purpose of employing these stunning ladies? Surely they are not here to work. Goodness, the quality of these women is extraordinary, surpassing that of typical KTV hostesses. The crowd continued to swell, forming layers of spectators, with even a few who were indifferent to the beauties joining in the commotion. No one could fathom Chun Jianghe's intentions behind this influx of lovely women. "Jianghe, you truly possess a business acumen. Where there is spectacle, there is notoriety, and with notoriety comes commerce." And you observe the bustling crowd outside the arcade, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had not previously realized Chun Jianghe's entrepreneurial prowess. One can indeed learn a great deal while incarcerated. Chun Jianghe smiled as he noticed the onlookers had been drawn in. He stepped out of the arcade, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, our Lihua Arcade will introduce beautiful waitresses to serve you. These lovely ladies will provide refreshments, cigarettes, and companionship for your gaming experience. Our service at Lihua Arcade will continuously improve, yet our prices shall remain unchanged." Beautiful companions for gaming? How tantalizingly appealing that sounds. Boss Chun, what exactly does accompanying gameplay entail? If everyone gets along well, is it possible to take the beauties out for some fun? A young man with unruly hair boldly inquired. "Our beautiful attendants at the arcade are quite independent. Whether you can take them out depends on your own charm." Chun Jianghe chuckled. To everyone's astonishment, the prospect of taking them out sparked excitement in many young eyes. If the conversation flowed well, who knows, perhaps while gaming, one could also enjoy the company of a lovely lady. This was an immense allure for many singles. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm. For the average person, beautiful women are a rare commodity, and you mused that this marketing strategy would remain timeless, even after a decade or two. The service of attractive attendants will always have a market. After finishing his remarks, Chun Jianghe exchanged a knowing glance with Yu, who then called out to 8 tall and graceful women who turned and entered the arcade. Soon after, the onlookers outside surged in, only to discover that the stunning girls primarily catered to the patrons of the slot machines. Some, eager to experience the thrill of attractive service, decided to try their luck at the slots, willing to spend 5 or 10 yuan for a chance to enjoy a bottle of energy drink alongside the company of a beauty. By midday, the Lihua Arcade was bustling with not only arcade gamers, but also nearly all 30 slot machines occupied. The news of high-quality female service at Lihua Arcade spread rapidly, reaching ever wider circles, attracting even distinguished clients who favored slot machines. Guests from Tianwei Electronic World were lured away to Lihua Arcade. After all, gaming is gaming, and with such excellent service at Lihua, why not indulge? With this initiative, the reputation of Lihua Arcade grew exponentially. And you, with so many girls accompanying you, won't there be any objections from the 4Cs? In the office upstairs, Chun Jianghu poured in you a cup of tea. We primarily work at 4 Cs in the evenings. It's not working hours now. So they can hardly complain. And you shook her head, adding, I can't arrange for so many girls every day. Even I couldn't handle that. 2 a day is sufficient. Chun Jianghu jested. Lihua Arcade is sizable, but it cannot compare to Tianwei Electronic World. Here, the number of slot machines is only 2 to 3 dozen, which doesn't necessitate so many girls. 8 girls for a day amounts to 800. That's too extravagant. Rest assured, today is just a show of support, no charge. I'll arrange for girls to come in for regular shifts starting tomorrow. 2 at a time. As you rolled her eyes at Chun Jianghu, she remarked, we are old classmates. Calling me by my full name feels too formal. Just call me an In. All right, an In. May our collaboration be fruitful. Chun Jianghu extended his hand for a shake. The young women under and you were quite willing to work at the arcade, earning 100 a day here, although less than at a KTV. Spare them the pressures of drinking there. Furthermore, Chun Jianghu stated that if they are willing to step out, they may do so. If they are not inclined, no one will compel them. Moreover, should they choose to engage, Chun Jianghu will not take any commission. In contrast, at C-High, they are required to pay a 20% commission. On Chun Jianghu's side, there are no deductions, allowing for a relaxed and liberated experience. At C-High, the cost for a night's engagement is approximately 500 yuan, a considerable sum. In comparison, street workers outside charge between 50 to 100 yuan. With numerous women vying for such opportunities, albeit with lower quality and older age. 500 yuan is indeed substantial. However, from this amount, 100 yuan must be given to the company and 50 yuan to NU. On Chun Jianghu's side, aside from the 10% owed to NU, the remainder belongs entirely to them. Chapter 77. Seizing the business working here does not require the consumption of alcohol, and Chun Jianghu does not take a cut of the earnings. The sole requirement is to keep the major client's content, a task in which these young ladies excel, particularly when dealing with seasoned patrons. Engaging with those who have just begun to amass wealth is a walk in the park for them. For 3 consecutive days, the business at the Fire Gaming Hall flourished. The arcade area was perpetually bustling, and even the slot machine section saw a steady stream of visitors. Spending a mere 10 or 8 yuan for the attentive services of beautiful young women was an appealing prospect for many. The Fire Gaming Hall not only garnered a reputation in the vicinity of North Street, but also began to gain prominence throughout the entire Pingjiang district. Notably, several high-profile clients started frequenting the establishment. In just a few days, the business at Fire had returned to the levels it achieved during Li Jindi's tenure. The arcade offered complimentary cigarettes and was graced by alluring young women clad in black silk skirts. In the slot machine area, patrons enjoyed free drinks and services from charming ladies, with winning odds superior to other establishments. Winnings could be taken home without a word from the owner, significantly enhancing the reputation of the Fire Gaming Hall. Why play elsewhere when one could enjoy superior service in a more satisfying environment? Victorious patrons could engage in delightful conversations with the young women, often spending 300 to 500 yuan to take them out. The primary allure was that these ladies frequently rotated, offering a refreshing experience. As for the girls under and use management, they relished their work. There was no need for alcohol, yet substantial earnings were still attainable, often amounting to hundreds or even thousands of yuan in a day. They were unbothered by spending 300 to 500 yuan for the company of attractive women, given the exceptional quality they provided. Additionally, the pricing was quite reasonable. The girls tailored their services to the clientele, charging 300 for the younger, more attractive patrons, while those who were older or less appealing would be charged 500 to 600. For them, business was thriving and money was not hard to come by, with Chun Jianghu ensuring their safety. For Chun Jianghu, the arrival of these ladies elevated the service quality of the Fire Gaming Hall, delivering a decisive advantage over competitors. However, as the Fire Gaming Hall flourished, the business at Tianwei Electronic World began to decline. Damn it, why are there so few people today? After a night of heavy drinking, Jianghu arrived the following morning to find the Tianwei Electronic World eerily quiet. Out of 200 to 300 machines, only a handful of patrons were engaged. The slot machine section was completely devoid of players. With such meager attendance, even the daily electricity costs could not be covered. Damn it, we're losing money every day. Brother Hao, our business has been dwindling. Customers have flocked to fire. That son of a gun, Chun Jianghu, has hired a few girls who strut around in ultra-short skirts, drawing all the patrons away. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, clearly agitated. Then why don't you also hire a few girls? Jianghu was increasingly displeased. We're just a few girls, he thought. With a mere phone call, he could summon 10 or 8 without any trouble. Brother Hao, the girls Chun Jianghu invites are all exquisite. The ones we bring simply cannot compare. The bespectacled man said with a bitter smile. While it was not difficult to call girls over, the ones they managed to gather were either of mediocre quality or had a troublesome demeanor. These girls might suffice for a crowd, but they were utterly inadequate for the grandeur of Tianwei electronic world. Where on earth did he find those exceptional girls? Jianghu grimaced, cursing Chun Jianghu. This arcade is no brothel. Recently, Jianghu had not frequented the arcade and had overlooked the developments on Chun Jianghu's side. To his surprise, within just a few days, the business at Tianwei Electronic World had become so desolate. The bespectacled man relayed the information he had gathered, revealing that Chun Jianghu's mere arrangement of a few girls had significantly impacted the arcade's business. Today, in particular, the business was exceptionally poor. Typically, this time of day would yield 3 to 4 times the usual clientele, but today it was abysmal. The slot machines, which Jianghu valued most, were devoid of players, as customers had been lured away by the fierce fire arcade. Where did Chun Jianghu source those girls? Jianghu's expression darkened as he inquired. I found out that a woman named in you is responsible for them. It seems she is a madam from the 4 Seas, the bespectacled man replied. Is she affiliated with Gao Hai? Jianghu's expression shifted ominously. Gao Hai was the son of Gao Xingxiang, the proprietor of the 4 Seas restaurant, a figure of similar stature to Bai Jiang. However, being a biological son and an adopted son were entirely different matters. Jianghu was acquainted with Gao Hai and maintained a decent relationship, but he dared not provoke him. If Gao Hai intended to intervene in the arcade industry, it would spell trouble. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect that woman might be taking on private work. The bespectacled man suggested. Taking on private work? Jianghu scoffed, his eyes flickering contemplatively. He then retrieved his mobile phone and made a call. Shortly after, he chuckled. Young master, hi, it's me, Jianghu. There's something I need to discuss. Yes, the woman named in you. She has quite a few exceptional girls at the Fierce Fire Arcade. All right, I understand. Let us share a drink tonight. With a forced smile, Jianghu concluded the call with Gao Hai. You think you can compete with me? I'll show you the true strength. After hanging up, a sinister expression crossed his face. What did Gao Hai say? The bespectacled man inquired eagerly. What else could he say? He'll investigate first. Jianghu replied with a cold laugh. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he beckoned the bespectacled man closer. You arrange a few people to handle this. Brother Hao, that's brilliant. The bespectacled man exclaimed, eager to flatter. He chuckled, well aware of the allure of the girls from all corners, recognizing their high quality. It was evident that without an income of at least 3,000 to 5,000 a month, one could hardly attract such talent. That little brat, Chun Jianghu, seemed to believe that venturing into business relied solely on service quality. I shall make him understand who truly holds the power in this northern street. Jianghu remarked with a sinister grin. The Fire Game Hall, though not as expansive as the Tianwei Electronic World, had its own advantages. At Fire, the arcade and slot machines were conveniently located on the ground floor, allowing for the placement of 2 high-quality girls in the slot area. In contrast, Tianwei Electronic World was a different beast altogether. With its multitude of machines to boost business, it required at least 4 girls upstairs and 2 downstairs. The caliber of such girls commanded a monthly expenditure of no less than 3,000 each, amounting to around 20,000 for 6. With such funds, Jianghu had an abundance of strategies to deal with Chun Jianghu. Chapter 78. Gao Hai hung up the phone and instructed his secretary to summon Manager Zhang. Young master, Uncle Zhang, please take a seat. Gao Hai, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, appeared cultured and refined, exuding an amiable demeanor. However, Manager Zhang was acutely aware that the staff at the Sihai Grand Hotel privately referred to Gao Hai as a smiling tiger. When it came to generating profits for the company, Gao Hai was ever so agreeable. Yet if someone made a mistake that jeopardized the company's earnings, his ferocity surpassed that of anyone else. Last month, a young woman from Sihai was lured away by a fellow townsman to work at another KTV. Within 3 days, she was doused with sulfuric acid, leaving her severely disfigured. Although no one openly discussed it, whispers within the company suggested that Gao Hai had orchestrated the act. During Gao Xingqiang's tenure as manager, while he was also ruthless, he never resorted to such extreme measures. There were instances of hostesses switching jobs, yet they either negotiated with Gao Xingqiang for a settlement or returned to work after a brief hiatus. Gao Hai's methods were excessively cruel. Even Zhang felt uneasy about them. "You summoned me for something, young master?" Zhang inquired politely as he took a seat across from Gao Hai. "Uncle Zhang, are you aware that Yu has taken our company's girls to earn money elsewhere?" Gao Hai interlocked his fingers beneath his nose, regarding manager Zhang intently. "Earning money elsewhere? Which KTV?" Zhang's expression shifted, and he straightened in his chair. "It's not a KTV. It's the arcade on North Street. At Jianghu's place." Gao Hai deeply, "What would an arcade need our girls for?" Zhang pondered, struggling to comprehend why an arcade would require their hostesses. They could serve as waitresses, and, if needed, they could provide additional services. Gao Hai's expression remained inscrutable as he relaxed into his executive chair. "That shouldn't affect us." Zhang carefully observed Gao Hai's demeanor before cautiously continuing. "And you and her group of girls have a somewhat unique relationship with our company. In truth, they operate as collaborators rather than employees. If they choose to pursue private work, it shouldn't be of great concern. Uncle, our strength at Sihai lies in our unity and collaboration," Gao Hai declared, opening a cigar box and gesturing towards manager Zhang, who politely declined, unable to appreciate the taste of cigars. Gao Hai proceeded to cut the cigar and ignite it with a windproof lighter. "And you and her girls are indeed somewhat special within our company. Our management over them isn't particularly stringent, and they earn well. Many within the company harbor grievances. Young master, are you suggesting?" "Zhang Guidi, Aving Gao Hai. My suggestion is that we draft a new contract within you and her team, solidifying their status as part of Sihai rather than maintaining this cooperative relationship." Gao Hai Atikut. The quality of the young women under Yu's supervision is exceptionally high, and there are numerous places eager to entice them away. Such actions could easily drive them away. Zhang sighed internally. The youth tend to be overly ambitious, striving to amass wealth without grasping a simple truth. Prosperity thrives when everyone has the opportunity to earn. If one person hoards all the wealth, who will be left to collaborate and assist in generating profits? Is our realm truly a place where one can come and go at will? Gao Hai scoffed. "Young master, what do you suggest I do?" Zhang inquired, feeling rather helpless. Gao Hai made a valid point, and Yu, being a woman, could hardly make significant waves. She managed over a dozen girls, who collectively accounted for more than half of the alcohol sales at Sihai each month. The earnings from alcohol commissions, coupled with the fees from their services, meant these young women could earn between 200,000 to 300,000 monthly, with some raking in 400,000 to 500,000. If their commissions could be reduced while the fees increased, Sihai could potentially earn an additional 100,000 each month, amounting to over 1 million in a year, a substantial sum indeed. Speak with the girls under Yu's charge and see if they would be inclined to renegotiate their contracts with the company, Gao Hai proposed. "Understood, young master. I will discuss it with them." Zhang recognized Gao Hai's intent. It was essentially a threat to ensure compliance among the girls, implying dire consequences for disobedience. However, Sihai would not easily displace these women. They were the lifeblood of the establishment, and any drastic action could lead to mutual destruction. "Go ahead and attend to your matters," Gao Hai nodded, dismissing Zhang. "Then I shall take my leave," Zhang acknowledged, turning to exit the office, gently closing the door behind him. During their conversation, neither had mentioned Jianghu. Such significant matters would not allow for his involvement. Compared to Sihai, Jianghu was merely a street-level figure. He could be afforded some respect during trivial times, but when it mattered, he held no weight. Having dealt with Lingua Bin, he could intimidate minor characters, but not those of Sihai's caliber. After Zhang departed, Gao Hai, puffing on a cigar, contemplated for a moment before dialing Yu's home. Although she did not possess a mobile phone, her family's circumstances had improved over the years, allowing them to install a landline. In this era, few households could boast such a luxury. The phone rang for quite some time before being answered. "Hello, this isn't you," came her drowsy voice through the receiver. "And are you still waking up?" Gao Hai's gentle voice responded. "Young Master Hai, you know us well. We are night owls, sleeping late and rising even later." And you, recognizing his voice, became more alert. It was unusual for Gao Hai to call at this hour, indicating that there was a matter at hand. Indeed, Gao Hai responded casually, before adding, "I heard you took the girls to North Street for some private work. Is that true?" Anyut's expression subtly shifted. After a moment of silence, she carefully considered her tone and said, "Mr. Hai, this is merely a favor for a friend and does not interfere with the company's business. If you disagree, I shall have them return." With a light laugh, she added, "It's a trivial matter, as long as it doesn't affect Sihai's operations. Would I truly impose upon you?" Her words momentarily caught Gao Hai off guard. He had intended to use this situation to exert some control over Anyut, but he did not anticipate that her extensive experience in society would render her less manipulable. The moment Gao Hai spoke, she discerned his intentions. "Well then, I appreciate your understanding, Mr. Hai. I called primarily to inquire about Anand's opinion. The company wishes to renegotiate a contract with you and your team. Let us discuss this. Rest assured, your compensation will be the most favorable," Gao Hai said with a smile, but Anyut felt a heaviness in her heart. Chapter 79. Brother Hao wishes to see you, young Master Hai. This matter cannot be resolved solely by my consent. However, I certainly support your decision. I must first confer with the ladies involved. Would that be acceptable? And you responded to Gao Hai's words, yet she did not readily agree. "And then, we have known each other for several years now. There is no need for circumspection," Gao Hai remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. "You flatter me, young Master Hai. I am not being evasive. This issue concerns a dozen or so individuals. My direct agreement would be of little consequence. Wouldn't you agree?" And Yu's brows knitted tightly, though her tone revealed no trace of displeasure. "Very well, please discuss it with them first," Gao Hai replied nonchalantly. "Understood. I shall provide you with a response in a couple of days." And Yu said with a smile, "Agreed, that will suffice." After Gao Hai finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Sighing, and Yu listened to the busy tone on the line, helplessly rubbing her forehead. What is it with these matters? Must they exhaust all the money before anything can be accomplished? Signing a new contract with Sihai essentially means a reduction in the commission from beverage sales, and the company would claim half of the fees for the ladies in the future. The earnings of the women under her management would not be halved, but certainly diminished by at least a third. Eventually, those ladies would be considered employees of the company, and you would no longer be able to take a cut from the stage fees, resulting in a substantial loss of income. Gao Hai's words were artfully spoken, yet no one is a fool. However, Gao Hai is ruthless, and you dared not refuse outright. Otherwise, who could predict what actions Hai might take? A single misstep in handling this matter could lead to significant trouble. At the Fire Game Hall, the past few days have seen an explosion in business. It was so busy that Jianghu only descended from the upper floor by noon. Even in daylight, at least 80% of the arcade machines were occupied. Even the slot machines, with over 30 units, had more than 10 being played. Two tall young women, clad in high heels, black stockings, and ultra-short skirts, were attending to a high-profile client, providing attentive service. They occasionally engaged in subtle physical contact, igniting the customer's fervor and enhancing their gaming experience. The arcade's business has visibly improved day by day. "Jianghu, you're awake," Zhang Peng exclaimed upon seeing Jianghu, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Today's business seems even better than yesterday's. No disturbances, I hope?" Jianghu scanned the surroundings. Who would dare cause trouble? Everyone in North Street knows the name of Iron Fist Chun. "Indeed, Iron Fist Chun?" Jianghu inquired, puzzled. "Yes, it's because you favor using brass knuckles rather than knives for combat. Someone bestowed that moniker upon you, and I think it suits you quite well," Zhang Peng whispered, his voice low. "Do you know how much our game hall has earned in the past 3 days?" The recent days had witnessed a surge in business at the Fire Game Hall, and it had been 2 days since they last tallied the accounts. This morning, Zhang Peng and Xiangli finally settled the accounts. In recent days, the average revenue has certainly exceeded 4 to 5,000. Chun Jiang had chuckled, expressing indifference towards his nickname. Those who navigate the underworld often bear aliases, and he was no exception. Iron Fist Chun Jianghe. This moniker was indeed quite fitting. However, such trivialities held little significance for him. Lacking power and influence meant that even the loudest nickname was of no consequence. As for the business in recent days, Chun Jianghe estimated that it had returned to a level comparable to when Li Jindi managed the arcade. Not merely 4 to 5,000. The average had already surpassed 6,000. From the account books left by Li Jindi, it appeared to be slightly better than during his tenure. If the business could sustain itself, it would certainly outperform the previous period. Zhang Peng lowered his voice, brimming with excitement. During the peak of Li Jindi's management, the arcade's daily revenue averaged around 5,000, totaling approximately 150,000 a month. After settling various expenses and paying protection fees, the estimated net profit was around 50 to 60,000 a month, certainly placing them among the high-income demographic. Zhang Peng and the others did not anticipate that Chun Jianghe could elevate the arcade's revenue beyond that of Li Jindi in such a short span. Chun Jianghe's business acumen was truly remarkable. Xiang Fei and Ajian shared in their exhilaration, although they all traversed the same underbelly of society. Who wouldn't desire a bright future? Following a capable leader like Chun Jianghe was undoubtedly preferable to aligning with a mere wastrel. That sounds promising. If business goes well this month, I shall reward everyone with a generous bonus. Chun Jianghe nodded in affirmation. Thank you, boss. The group's eyes lit up with renewed enthusiasm. A daily revenue exceeding 6,000 was equivalent to half a year's salary for an average worker. And this prospect stirred some excitement within Chun Jianghe as well. Yet his ambitions extended far beyond that. He aspired to rise above others, not as a means of validation, but to demonstrate to those who had forsaken him that their choices were misguided. By the way, Jianghe, Chun Gang has been at the small inn for several days now. He keeps saying he wants to come over and assist you. Zhang Peng recalled, noting that arrangements for Chun Gang had yet to be made. Chun Gang had been remarkably obedient during these days. When Chun Jianghe instructed him to stay at the inn, he complied without venturing to Bay Street. However, upon seeing Zhang Peng, he requested that Zhang convey his desire to help Chun Jianghe, insisting he could not simply consume without contributing. Shen Jiang lit a cigarette. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Chun Gang still held some utility, and leaving him idle was not advisable. Tonight, tell him to be patient for another couple of days. Lysan's billiard hall will soon transform into an internet CAF, and I will send him over then. Chun Jianghe instructed. All right, I will inform him this evening. Zhang Peng nodded, deeming this plan satisfactory as it provided Chun Gang with a task, while also preventing him from coming to the arcade, thus averting any potential sabotage should his loyalty waver. This arrangement seemed optimal. Just as they were conversing, a young man with bleached hair sauntered in from outside. Hello, are you interested in playing games? We currently have a promotional event for recharge bonuses. When Xiangli saw someone, she immediately greeted them with enthusiasm. Her recovery from surgery has been quite good. She can now walk with the aid of a cane. Chun Jianghe, our boss is looking for you. The golden-haired youth ignored Xiang Li and boldly addressed Chun Jianghe. You little brat, do you even know how to address our boss? Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing quickly encircled him, their expressions unfriendly as they fixed their gaze on the golden-haired youth. Everyone on North Street is aware that Jin Hao and Chun Jianghe are rivals. There's no need to show any deference to Jin Hao's subordinates. What do you intend to do? This is North Street, the territory of Baiyi. The golden-haired youth, frightened, retreated and shouted in a fierce but cowardly manner. Chapter 80. Negotiation. You are well aware that North Street is the territory of Baijiang, not Jin Hao's domain. What is Jin Hao so eager to usurp Baijiang? Chun Jianghe approached Jin Mao, towering over him. Jin Mao, intimidated by Chun Jianghe's formidable presence, instinctively took 2 steps back. Chun Jianghe, you mustn't speak such nonsense. Brother, Hao has no such intentions. Jin Mao, frightened and retreating, hastily denied the accusation, understanding well that such words were intended to sow discord. If this were to reach Bai Ye's ears, it would spell trouble. "Brother, Hao wants to meet you at the tea house. I'm merely a messenger. It has nothing to do with me," Jin Mao exclaimed before turning to flee. "Boss, Jin Hao's visit surely bodes ill." Xiang Fei approached. "Jianghu, we've practically seized the business of Tianwei. I fear Jin Hao's meeting with you is a prelude to a trap." Zhang Peng nodded in agreement. Jin Hao's current interest in Chun Jianghu could only signify malice. Bai Jiang is treacherous and ruthless, but unfortunately, he is aging. Jin Hao, devious and cunning, lacks the courage and is known to prey on the weak while avoiding confrontation. He would never dare to commit murder in broad daylight on North Street. Chun Jianghu understood the concerns of Zhang Peng and the others. However, it was daytime, bustling with people, should a murder occur and the uproar be significant. Even with his connections, Jin Hao would find it difficult to suppress the fallout, unless Bai Jiang intervened. Yet, Bai Jiang would prefer to watch the conflict unfold and would not lend assistance to Jin Hao so soon. Moreover, with Jin Hao's newly opened Tianwei electronic world, having made such a hefty investment, he would certainly not wish for his arcade to close due to excessive commotion. Chun Jianghu was well aware that the likelihood of Jin Hao taking action was minimal at this time. He surmised that Jin Hao sought merely to intimidate or entice him into submission. "Let's go see what Jin Hao intends." Chun Jianghu urged Zhang Peng and the others as they made their way to the tea house. At the tea house, 5 or 6 of Jin Hao's thugs stood guard, and upon noticing Chun Jianghu's arrival, they immediately rose, their expressions hostile as they fixed their glares upon him. Chun Jianghu, cigarette in mouth, disregarded them and strode directly toward the entrance of the tea house. These ruffians wore stern faces, showing no intention of yielding. As Chun Jianghu approached, Xiang Fei suddenly took a few steps forward and kicked one of the obstructing thugs to the ground. "You bastard!" The other thugs, furious, charged at them. With a swift motion, Xiang Fei produced a cleaver, pressing its cold blade against one thug's neck, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps on his skin. "Who dares to make a move?" With a cold, piercing gaze, Xiang Fei swept across the faces of several ruffians, causing their eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Instinctively, they halted, too intimidated to make a move. They sensed that Xiang Fei was indeed capable of slitting their companion's throat. This audacious brat was nothing short of a lunatic. "Chun Jianghu, do you dare to commit murder in broad daylight?" shouted the ruffian with a knife pressed against his neck, a mix of fear and fury in his voice. "Dare I? Why not give it a try?" Chun Jianghu extinguished his cigarette, his sharp gaze fixed on the ruffian, who immediately felt a chill and fell silent. "Chun Jianghu, let's not make things difficult for the young ones. Come up, and we shall talk." At that moment, Jin Hao's figure appeared on the second floor, calling down to Chun Jianghu. "Let's head upstairs," Chun Jianghu casually commanded, as Xiang Fei expressionlessly sheathed his knife and ascended the stairs with Zhang Peng, following Chun Jianghu. Jian and Zhang Chang remained downstairs, confronting several ruffians under Jin Hao's command. Although they were outnumbered, their presence was equally formidable. On the upper floor, Bai Jiang was absent today, and Li Quan and others were also missing from the tea house. Some of the more timid patrons, witnessing the tense atmosphere, were already frightened out of their wits. The remaining customers in the tea house were few, mostly familiar with the underworld and either acquainted with Jin Hao or Bai Jiang, thus unperturbed by the prospect of trouble from Jin Hao. Inside the tea house, in the private room previously occupied by Bai Jiang, Jin Hao sat confidently. Upon Chun Jianghu's arrival, he showed no inclination to stand. Observing Jin Hao's demeanor, Chun Jianghu's suspicions were further confirmed. Jin Hao undoubtedly harbored ambitions of usurping Bai Jiang, as evidenced by his choice to occupy Bai Jiang's usual seat. "How good! Chun Jianghu has arrived." Within and outside the private room stood around a dozen ruffians, likely Jin Hao's trusted subordinates, each exuding a fierce and intimidating aura, far surpassing that of typical gaming hall participants. Jin Hao, maintaining a grim expression, was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that Chun Jianghu would be younger than he had imagined. "Halt! Hand over your weapons and leave them outside." Just as Chun Jianghu and his companions were about to enter the private room, one of Jin Hao's subordinates suddenly stepped forward to block their path, attempting to search them. "Get out of the way." Naturally, Chen Jianghe and his companions would not allow themselves to be searched, and Xiang Fei forcefully shoved aside the obstructing thug. With a clatter, Jin Hao's other subordinates immediately reached for their weapons, encircling the trio. Jin Hao, you wish to discuss matters with me, yet you've summoned so many men? Are you so fearful of just 3 of us? If you lack such courage, perhaps you should find a factory job instead. Chen Jianghe taunted without reservation. Are you trying to provoke me, Chen Jianghe? Jin Hao replied with a cold laugh, waving his hand with a menacing expression. With just your few, pitiful numbers, do you think I fear any tempest you might stir? Let them in. Given the presence of other patrons in the tea house, Jin Hao was determined not to appear foolish. He was well-equipped and powerful. If he were to fear 3 mere individuals, it would surely become a laughingstock if word got out. Though Jin Hao's subordinates were reluctant, they dared not obstruct their leader's orders and could only watch as Chen Jianghe calmly walked in. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng discreetly reached into their pockets, readying their weapons, prepared to confront Jin Hao at the first sign of trouble, for capturing the leader was paramount. Chen Jianghe, your reputation has soared recently. You are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Jin Hao remarked coldly. However, you are gravely mistaken to challenge me. On North Street, there shall be but one arcade, and it will be my Tianwei electronic world, not your Liehua. Oh, since when did North Street fall under your dominion? Does Bai Jiang concur with this? Chen Jianghe retorted with a sardonic smile, his gaze piercing as he stared down Jin Hao, showing no sign of retreat. Chapter 81, Dealing with Beggar's Humph. My godfather naturally supports me. Jin Hao's expression shifted, a cold snort escaping his lips. Although not particularly astute, he was no fool. He perceived Bai Zhang's intentions with crystal clarity. Yet, he regarded Chen Jianghe with little concern. While Chen Jianghe had made a name for himself by confronting Lin Guobin, the gaming hall employed only a handful of individuals. With a mere phone call, Jin Hao could summon 30 or more daring brothers to his side. What could Chen Jianghe possibly use to contend with him? Jin Hao was aware of Chen Jianghe's ferocity, knowing his subordinates were willing to risk everything. He did not wish to engage in a direct confrontation with Chen Jianghe, fearing the potential loss of men and resources. Should he sustain significant damage, it would align with Bai Zhang's intentions. Chen Jianghe was not his target. His ambition lay in supplanting Bai Jiang. Is that so? Then have Bai Jiang come and discuss matters with me. Chen Jianghe declared, seated boldly across from Jin Hao, his tone dripping with disdain. Jin Hao's countenance darkened. This audacious brat, Chen Jianghe, was not easily swayed by mere words. My godfather is exceedingly busy and has no time for idle chatter. Jin Hao retorted with a scoff, firmly asserting, do not overstep your bounds. You cannot stir up trouble on North Street. However, out of a sense of brotherhood, I will not bully you for your youth. I am willing to purchase your Flame Gaming Hall, take the money, and vacate North Street. This unexpected proposition momentarily caught Chen Jianghe off guard. He had not anticipated that Jin Hao would attempt to reason with him. Indeed, it is true that rules are founded upon strength, and the same applies to reason. If Chen Jianghe were merely a small-time player, he would not even have the chance to meet Jin Hao, let alone sell his gaming hall. Are you interested in buying Flame? Chen Jianghe inquired. Indeed, I will offer you 300,000. Take the money and leave as far as you can. Jin Hao declared, waving his hand. A lackey behind him produced a box and placed it on the table. Upon opening it, a stack of $100 bills was revealed, 30 neat bundles, totaling 300,000. Jin Hao, you utterly underestimate me. Chen Jianghe glanced at the money, and instead of taking it, he boldly overturned the box, allowing the stacks of bills to cascade to the floor, scattering everywhere. Damn you, Chen Jianghe, what do you mean by this? Jin Hao seethed, slamming his hand on the table as he rose angrily. His subordinates, brandishing their weapons, prepared for a fight, all wielding machetes. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng did not hesitate. Xiang Fei armed himself with a machete in one hand and a military dagger in the other, while Zhang Peng swiftly turned to shield Chen Jianghe, ready to confront Jin Hao's men. Chen Jianghe, hands in his pockets, donned his brass knuckles, calmly observing the furious Jin Hao. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jian and Zhang Chong suddenly sprang into action, kicking open the door guarded by the lackey. brandishing their weapons as they rushed forward to block the entrance to the private room. 5 against 11, and the outcome was uncertain. Jianghu, are you truly offering me 30,000? You must be jesting. Even a mere machine of the Inferno caliber surpasses that sum. Should you wish to procure the Inferno, I would grant you a favor, present 300,000, and it shall be yours. Jianghu squinted as he spoke. If Jianghu genuinely considered parting with 300,000, Jianghu might indeed contemplate selling the Inferno to him. Currently, the Inferno yields a monthly profit of 50,000, amounting to 600,000 over the course of a year. In 5 years, 300,000 could be recouped, coupled with the value of the machinery and property. The Inferno is indeed worth that price. To speak plainly, Pengsheng is rife with opportunities akin to gold scattered upon the ground. With such capital, Jianghu could follow Li Xuan's path, investing 200,000 into smuggling, while the remaining 100,000 could be utilized to collaborate with Zhang Jun in establishing an internet CAF, surely a more promising venture than merely managing a gaming hall. Li Xuan has already infiltrated the customs. There are individuals within the customs arena. Establishing connections is not insurmountable. Nowadays, no one operates without remuneration. Should you refuse to pay, you will swiftly find yourself sidelined. What Jianghu lacks is the initial capital. A mere 200,000 or 300,000 for smuggling would scarcely suffice to pave the way for establishing connections. 300,000? How audacious of you! Jianghu gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Jianghu's associates. His eyes unintentionally met Xiang Fei's, and he felt a pang of trepidation. The young man's gaze was fixed upon his throat, as if poised to strike at any moment. No wonder Jianghu dared to act without hesitation. He was unafraid to confront Jianghu. Jianghu, after all, was not Bai Jiang. In the face of Bai Jiang, Jianghu would refrain from making a scene unless absolutely necessary. Yet with Jianghu, the stakes were different. Jianghu lacked the strength and status to instill genuine fear in Jianghu. Whether you deem it audacious or not, you know the truth. The Inferno is worth that price. Provide the funds, and we may engage in discussions. Fail to do so, and there is no reason for further discourse. Jianghu stated coldly. Jianghu's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. 300,000 was beyond his means. He had already invested 1 to 2 million into establishing the Tianwei electronic world, nearly depleting his entire fortune. How could he possibly muster another 300,000 for the Inferno? Furthermore, securing Jianghu's compliance would hardly require such a sum. 30,000 might suffice. Jianghu, are you implying there is no room for negotiation? Jianghu had initially intended to intimidate Jianghu into accepting 30,000, hoping to leverage fear to procure the Inferno. However, he underestimated Jianghu's resilience. Even invoking Baiye's name failed to intimidate him. Now that Jianghu was impervious to threats, Jianghu found himself in a precarious position. 30,000 is non-negotiable. Jianghu stated matter-of-factly. Very well, Jianghu, you possess a certain audacity. Today, I extend you a courtesy by offering 30,000. Beyond this day, you shall not see even that amount. Await your reckoning. If I cannot bring you down, then my name is not Jianghu. He spat through clenched teeth. I shall await your arrival. Jianghu fixed his sharp gaze on Jianghu, articulating a single, deliberate sentence before turning on his heel to depart. Leave. With that, Jianghu pivoted and strode away. Jianghu's subordinates glanced at him, awaiting his cue, but seeing no response from their leader, they hesitated to obstruct Jianghu and could only watch as he and his companions exited. Soon, the sound of a shattered teacup echoed behind them. A scornful smile crept across Jianghu's face. This was the fury of the impotent. His true target had never been Jianghu, but rather Bai Jiang. If Bai Jiang sought to thwart his legitimate business endeavors, he must not be surprised when Jianghu sought to unseat him. Brother Hao, this kid Jianghu has truly overstepped. He shows no respect. However, he commands a ruthless crew, and we need not engage him forcefully. A bespectacled figure emerged from the private room. I understand. We will proceed as planned. I intend to make Jianghu aware of who truly holds sway over the North Street. Chapter 82. The confrontation, Chen Jianghe and his companions returned to the gaming hall. Today, the negotiations fell through, and our relationship with Jianghu has been irrevocably severed. Everyone must exercise caution over the next few days and be prepared for a possible confrontation, as Jianghu may come to assert his dominance. Chen Jianghe whispered his instructions. Boss, should we call Aiming and the others back? Xiang Fei suggested quietly, nodding at his comrades. With only 6 individuals present, including Chen Jianghe, they would be at a disadvantage if Jianghu decided to invade. Summoning Aiming and his team would bolster their numbers significantly. Not for now. Their task is of greater importance, Chen Jianghe replied, calculating the timeline. Aiming and his group had been monitoring Fangqiong for about a week now, and it was crucial that they maintain their surveillance. It was likely that Fangqiong would meet her lover in the coming days, a prime opportunity to capture incriminating photos. Missing this chance would be regrettable, as they might not get another for quite some time. After all, a week without contact would render the affair meaningless. It was better to rely on themselves. While capturing photographs was essential for Aiming and his crew, the gaming hall also required careful planning. They would need to endure a bit of hardship in the coming days, donning protective vests and remaining vigilant against Jianghu's potential attack after dark. Additionally, Zhang Peng was tasked with delivering the Santana to Aiming and his team. If any trouble arose, Xiang Li would be responsible for paging Aiming for reinforcements. Chen Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette, making cautious arrangements to facilitate Aiming's surveillance of Fangqiong. He had sent over the second-hand motorcycle he had previously instructed Zhang Peng to purchase. For the time being, he also provided the Santana to Aiming to ensure they could respond collectively should an incident occur at the gaming hall. That works. Fangqiong primarily frequents the North Street area, and Aiming and his team are often nearby. A single page will have them here in no time. Xiang Fei nodded in agreement. With this strategy, Aiming's trio would serve as a mobile force, enabling them to coordinate an effective counterattack against Jianghu's men if necessary. Once Chen Jianghe finalized the plans, he ascended to the upper floor. Throughout the afternoon, there had been no unusual activity from Jianghu's side. As night fell, just as darkness began to envelop the sky, Zhang Jun arrived once more. Chen boss, how about we head to Lao Li's for dinner tonight? Let us share a drink. Zhang Jun greeted Chen Jianghe with a smile. Brother Zhang, let's skip the meal. The gaming hall has been quite busy lately, and it's not a good time to go out. Chen Jianghe replied with a grin. I've heard about the situation. North Street can hardly accommodate 2 large gaming halls, Zhang Jun acknowledged, his expression shifting to one of hesitation, as if he were grappling with a dilemma. Brother Zhang, as partners, feel free to speak your mind. Chen Jianghe offered, preparing a cup of tea for Zhang Jun and gesturing for him to sit. Chen boss, I submitted the design draft for the Internet CAF 3 or 4 days ago. I understand you've been facing some difficulties, but we cannot leave this project unattended indefinitely. Can we? Currently, the number of Internet cafes in Pengcheng is relatively sparse, presenting an opportune moment to seize market share. I anticipate that within the next 2 to 3 years, the proliferation of Internet cafes in Pengcheng will experience a remarkable surge. We must capitalize on this favorable trend and take action promptly, Zhang Jun lamented. Establishing an Internet cafe requires substantial investment, often commencing in the hundreds of thousands. Zhang Jun finds it challenging to locate potential partners. He is reluctant to let go of any individual showing even a modicum of interest. Moreover, Chen Jianghe possesses a sharp intellect and a keen business acumen. He had managed to drive away business from Jianghu's expansive gaming hall with relative ease. The notion of a unified brand and design for the Internet cafes proposed by Chen Jianghe struck Zhang Jun as particularly astute. Such a promising partner is not someone Zhang Jun wishes to forfeit. However, it was evident that Chen Jianghe was not particularly enthusiastic about the Internet cafe venture, as the project's progress remained stagnant. Brother Zhang, for such a trivial matter, a simple phone call would suffice. There's no need for a special trip. Chen Jianghe chuckled. Brother Zhang, you can arrange for the renovation workers. They can commence construction tomorrow, and I will have Chen Gang assist you. Really? Zhang Jun exclaimed with joy, though a look of confusion soon crossed his face. Are you referring to Chen Gang? Rumors had circulated on North Street that the very individual who had severed Chen Gang's hand was none other than Chen Jianghe. With the prior disappearance of Li Jindi and the subsequent absence of Chen Gang, Zhang Jun had speculated that Chen Gang might either be deceased or had retreated to his hometown. However, judging by Chen Jianghe's words, it seemed that Chen Gang was currently working for him. Yes, Chen Gang. I will have him come over right away. From now on, for matters concerning the renovation of the internet cafe, you can liaise with Chen Gang. Once the construction is completed, we will discuss the equipment. Chen Yonghe instructed Song Peng to fetch Shen Gong. Zhang Jun was taken aback to discover that Chen Gang was indeed working for Chen Jianghe. It appeared that Chen Jianghe had resolved the situation with Li Jindi, shrouded in numerous secrets. Chen Gang, you will be responsible for the renovation of Lai San's billiard hall. I plan to transform it into an internet cafe. Coordinate with Brother Zhang, and should any issues arise, feel free to contact me. Chen Jianghe tossed the keys to Lai San's gaming hall to Chen Gang. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I will certainly work diligently. Chen Gang expressed his immense gratitude while clutching the keys. Over the past week, Chen Gang had been residing in a small inn, plagued by restless nights. The absence of tasks from Chen Jianghe implied that he could be dismissed at any moment. Only when given responsibilities did he feel reassured. Brother Zhang, does this arrangement work for you? Chen Jianghe inquired, nodding with a smile. Yes, I will liaise with Chen Gang from now on. We shall discuss further once the renovation is complete. Zhang Jun responded with satisfaction, pleased that progress on the internet cafe was finally underway. Subsequently, Zhang Jun and Chen Gang conferred as they prepared to leave. Chen Gang, with the keys in hand, escorted Zhang Jun to Lai San's billiard hall, where all the equipment remained intact. Billiard tables and various supplies were still present. These items needed to be cleared out. Zhang Jun decided to call in some help to remove everything that evening, arranging to sell the items as second-hand goods. The proceeds would go to Chen Gang, who would then pass the funds to Chen Jianghe. The following day, the arcade business at Lihua remained as bustling as ever, particularly in the evening when hundreds of patrons crowded into the gaming hall, smoking, playing games, and admiring the beautiful women. The arcade was teeming with patrons. Yet the business of the slot machines had diminished in comparison to the previous days. By the third day, this trend became even more pronounced. By evening, only a mere handful of players remained at the slot machines, and the prominent clientele of the past days had seemingly vanished without a trace. Chen Jianghe immediately sensed that something was amiss. He promptly instructed Zhang Peng to investigate the situation. After some inquiries, Jianghe discovered that Jianghu had stationed individuals at the entrance of North Street, specifically monitoring the loyal slot machine players. Whenever they approached, Jianghu's men would whisk them away. This scoundrel had resorted to outright abduction. Zhang Peng hurried back, seething with indignation. Chapter 83. One must use their wits in the game, boss. Let Jian and me handle it. We'll take care of Jianghu's people. Xiang Fei impulsively asserted. Dealing with those ruffians is a trivial matter, but will eliminating them truly entice our clients back? Chen Jianghe retorted coldly, taking a puff from his cigarette. If we engage Jianghu now, we will merely frighten our patrons away. Even those who frequent the arcade will flee. Given that Jianghu has stationed observers, it is certain that they have set eyes on the game hall, and their loyal clientele for the slot machines will inevitably be approached by Jianghu's men. They will either choose to play at Jianghu's establishment or, quite simply, refrain from visiting North Street altogether. Even if Chen Jianghe's venue possesses great allure, the patrons may hesitate to come. This hesitation stems from Jianghu's formidable influence in North Street. They would not risk offending him, as the consequence of failure could lead to a beating, which would be a steep price to pay. Furthermore, should we engage in open conflict now, the business at Lihua would undoubtedly plummet, possibly even leading to its closure. The silver lining is that Jianghu has only intercepted the major clients of the slot machines. He has not yet targeted the smaller clientele, particularly those who engage with the arcade games. With the presence of these arcade players, Lihua still manages to turn profit. Boss, are we to simply acquiesce and allow them to bully us? Xiang Fei protested defiantly. I have long stated that one must employ their intellect in this line of work. Otherwise, they will forever remain mere street thugs. Can you not think for yourselves? Chun Jianghu admonished, pointing at them, filled with disappointment. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng hung their heads, knowing that if they were capable of thinking critically, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Fei. Chun Jianghu shook his head, signaling Xiang Fei to come closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing, Xiang Fei's eyes brightened. Boss, I understand. He nodded, retrieving his pager to send a message to Ming. 20 minutes later, Ming found a public telephone and called Chun Jianghu's office. After a brief exchange, Chun Jianghu hung up. That evening, Ming, accompanied by Yao, donned a new guise and appeared at Tianwei Electronic World. Welcome. The receptionist greeted them warmly as they entered. Jianhao sensed that Chun Jianghu's strategy of employing attractive women was indeed effective. Although he was reluctant to hire top-tier beauties, he managed to spruce up a few young ladies who, when stationed in the game hall, appeared somewhat presentable. Regrettably, these girls were of average quality and lacked the allure, merely capable of amusing those who rarely had the opportunity to engage with women. Let's have 200 credits, Ming declared, placing 200 yuan on the table. The young lady promptly summoned assistants, leading them upstairs to allocate credits. Ming and Yao began playing the slot machines, all the while observing their surroundings. Since Jianhao commenced his campaign of intercepting clients, numerous slot machine players have been brought over, bolstered by Jianhao's network, which involved making calls and escorting individuals. He had even stationed 2 young ladies at the slot machines, and indeed, business had begun to recover somewhat. Amin and Yao discreetly observed the scene, noting that nearly 100 slot machines were in operation, with around 20 individuals engaged in play. As they kept a watchful eye, they also indulged in the games themselves. Realizing that only one person remained with Fang Xiong, Guang. Fang Xiong was currently situated in the tea house across the street, in the company of Bai Jiang, rendering the need for numerous watchers unnecessary for the time being. As the two continued their surveillance while playing, they also noticed that there were likely a dozen individuals being kept at Tianwei Electronic World, where Jian had stationed several of his subordinates. As night descended, the business at Tianwei Electronic World gradually improved. Although the business at Liehua was thriving, the limited number of machines, around 100, restricted capacity. Those unable or unwilling to squeeze into Liehua migrated to this venue. In the arcade area on the first floor of Tianwei, after darkness fell, 3 to 4 dozen patrons began to gather. Altogether, both floors boasted a substantial crowd. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, Amin and Yao blended in seamlessly. Not far away, in the tea house, Fang Xiong's strikingly beautiful face broke into a smile as night fell. With an air of icy elegance, she gathered her belongings and exchanged a few words with Bai Jiang, preparing to descend. I'm heading home. Be careful on your way. I'll send someone to pick you up later. Bai Jiang, engrossed in a card game, cast a casual glance at Li Quan, who nodded in understanding and lifted his chin. Old Five, accompany the sister-in-law downstairs. Li Quan instructa. Understood, Brother Quan. 2 younger ruffians promptly approached, offering to carry Fang Xiong's bag and escort her downstairs, where they entered the Audi 100 parked below. This vehicle had been specifically purchased by Bai Jiang for Fang Xiong. Li Quan arranged for 2 subordinates to accompany her to avoid any potential complications that might arise from a solitary male escorting a lone female. Given Bai Jiang's age, nearly 50, and Fang Xiong's youthful 24-25 years, the arrangement was prudent. In a corner not far from the tea house, Guang, smoking a cigarette, noticed Fang Xiong's exit and hurried to a nearby public phone, whispering a few words. Beep beep. Amin and Yao were engrossed in their game when suddenly, Amin's pager, hanging at his waist, emitted a series of beeps. He pulled it out to check, his expression shifting slightly. She's left. You go find Guang and keep an eye on him. I'll stay behind to handle matters. Guang quickly instructed Yao. Yao nodded, clutching the complimentary drink, and promptly exited the building. Once outside, he quickened his pace, spotting Guang on a motorcycle, helmet on, waiting not far away. Let us go. Ahead, Fang Xiong's Audi 100 was nearly pulling out of North Street. As soon as Yao hopped onto the motorcycle, Guang revved the engine and pursued. The subordinates of Bai Jiang had no inkling that anyone was tailing Fang Xiong. They drove the Audi 100 out of North Street, heading leisurely towards Fang Qiong's residence. Although she usually stayed with Bai Jiang, she returned home once or twice a month to share a meal with her parents. Bai Jiang is older than Fang Qiong's parents, which often leads to awkward encounters when they meet. Consequently, Fang Qiong generally returns home alone to dine with her parents. Bai Jiang would never deny her the right to return home. "Sister-in-law, we shall wait for you here." Two of Bai Jiang's younger companions parked the Audi 100 outside the residential area, refraining from entering. Fang Qiong's parents still care about their reputation and do not wish for the neighbors to gossip about Fang Qiong dating an older man. Bai Jiang's associates are quite perceptive and typically avoid venturing into the community. Fang Qiong replied coldly, clutching her bag and carrying a few items as she exited the vehicle, making her way into the residential area. "She has gotten out. I will follow her." A Guang and a Yao parked their motorcycle at a distance, and a Yao swiftly crossed the street, feigning to be a resident of the area as he entered before Fang Qiong. Chapter 84. The pretty boy nightfall enveloped the residential compound, and there was no one to guard the entrance. Fang Qiong, oblivious to a Yao's presence, ascended the stairs with her belongings in hand. A Yao dared not follow closely. The complex was a staircase building, and trailing her would surely arouse suspicion. He watched as she climbed, seeking refuge in a corner to smoke, his heart racing with anticipation. Earlier that evening, Chun Jianghe had assigned them another task, yet only Ming remained at Tianwei, leaving uncertainty about the mission's success. Despite his musings, a Yao showed no intention of leaving, with Fang Qiong seldom away from Bai Jiang, if she truly did have an affair. Tonight would present a splendid opportunity, unless Chun Gang had deceived them, and Fang Qiong had no such liaison at all. As he pondered, a flickering red point emerged from the darkness. Suddenly, Fang Qiong hurried back down, standing alert at the entrance to survey her surroundings. A Yao quickly extinguished his cigarette and concealed himself within the shadows, his excitement mounting. Fang Qiong's behavior undoubtedly hinted at trouble. After a careful observation, she stealthily approached the front gate of the compound, where she spotted Bai Jiang's two underlings seated in an Audi 100, oblivious to her presence as they indulged in their vices. Cautiously, she retreated and hastened towards the rear gate of the compound. This residential area possessed not only a front entrance, but also a seldom-used back door, adjacent to a small park. With vigilance, Fang Qiong exited through the back, scanning for any suspicious figures before hastily making her way to the park. A Yao, unable to alert Ah Guang, quickly retrieved his disposable camera and followed suit. Upon entering the park, he noticed a Santana parked in a corner, where a young man sat inside. Fang Qiong approached without hesitation, opening the car door to take a seat beside him, and soon they were locked in an embrace. Fang Qiong indeed had a lover. A Yao swiftly captured the moment with his camera, waiting patiently until their kiss concluded to snap a photo of the man. As the Santana drove away with Fang Qiong, they realized it was too late to follow. Nonetheless, having secured the photographs, the mission was deemed a success. With the images taken, he thought, "Let us find a place to develop these." A Yao packed away his camera and exited the residential compound, hopping onto a motorcycle. "Hold on tight." A Guang revved the engine, and the motorcycle roared away, unnoticed by the two underlings in the Audi 100. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jianghe, seated in his office, received a phone call. "Boss, we got the photos." "Excellent work." Chun Jianghe's eyes lit up with excitement. After such a prolonged surveillance, they finally had a breakthrough. "A Guang and I will deliver the photos shortly. Approach quietly and hand the photos to Xiangli. The three of you should remain undercover for now. You are still a vital asset in critical moments." Chun Jianghe contemplated for a moment, deciding against sending A Guang and A Yao back directly, for they could not afford to reveal themselves just yet. Amin, A Guang, and Io had never set foot in the arcade. No one was aware that they were also associated with Chun Jianghe. Jin Hao was only cognizant of the fact that Chun Jianghe had a total of 6 individuals, and any confrontation would undoubtedly involve all 6. In this scenario, the unexpected arrival of Amin and his companions could prove to be advantageous. Amin and his friends could indeed be considered a trump card for Chun Jianghe. A Guang held a profound faith in Chun Jianghe, believing in his capacity to handle Legindi, manage Lai San, eliminate Lin Guobin, and even usurp business from Tianwei Electronic World. Such prowess commanded respect wherever one went. When Tianwei Electronic World first opened, no one in North Street believed that Chunjiang's Fierce Fire arcade could thrive. Yet, contrary to expectations, Fierce Fire not only endured but flourished, rendering Tianwei Electronic World unable to gain any advantage. Before long, Guang discreetly arrived at Fierce Fire, blending in as a regular customer, exchanging a few coins with Xiang Li for game tokens, concealing a photograph beneath the change. Upon receiving the photograph, Xiang Li quietly tucked it into the ledger and handed it to Zhang Peng, who took it upstairs. Jiang He, to his astonishment, realized that Chun Gang's words were indeed true. Fang Qiong had a lover, and this young man was rather handsome. Zhang Peng presented the ledger to Chun Jianghe, who glanced at the photograph. "Fetch Chun Gang," commanded Chun Jianghe, examining the image of a man who appeared to be of similar age to Fang Qiong, possessing an elegant demeanor akin to that of a refined scholar. Indeed, quite striking. Chun Jianghe harbored suspicions that this man was not merely Fang Qiong's lover, but potentially her genuine boyfriend. Forced into a relationship with Bai Jiang after being pursued by him, given Bai Jiang's influence and methods, it would not be surprising if this handsome fellow were to mysteriously disappear one day. Zhang Peng nodded in acknowledgement, turning to descend the stairs, and shortly thereafter summoned Chun Gang. Chun Jianghe handed the photograph to Chun Gang. "Take a look. Is this him?" "Yes, that's him. I recognized him immediately," Chun Gang exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he identified the young man from the photograph as the very one he had seen previously. Secretly astonished, Tian Gang marveled at Tian Tian's capabilities. Capturing such a photograph required considerable effort, and he could vaguely surmise the intentions behind Chun Jiang's determination to obtain it. If that were indeed the case, it merely underscored Chun Jiang's immense ambition and capability, affirming that his defeat by Li Jindi was not without reason. The world of martial arts truly is a realm where the new generation surpasses the old. "Do you have no recollection of this man?" Chun Jianghe inquired, slightly nodding. "Boss, I truly have no recollection whatsoever. I have definitely never encountered this man." Chun Gang scrutinized the photograph, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "Very well. If you haven't seen him, then carry on with your tasks." Chun Jianghe waved his hand dismissively. "My apologies, boss, for not being of assistance. I shall take my leave to the billiard hall." Chun Gang acknowledged, nodding toward Zhang Peng before preparing to depart. "Keep the matter of the photograph to yourself. Do not breathe a word to anyone." Chun Jianghe suddenly spoke. "Boss, I understand. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this matter to anyone." Chun Gang acknowledged with a nod before departing. "Jianghe, what shall we do now? Should we disseminate the photos to vex Bai Jiang?" Zhang Peng inquired after escorting Chun Gang out, turning back to face him. "Have I exerted such effort merely to irritate Bai Jiang?" Chun Jianghe shot him a glare, glanced at his watch, and responded in a low voice, "Have a Guang and a Jian keep an eye on Fang Qiong. She won't be out for long and will undoubtedly return soon. Once that man drops her off, let them follow him and ascertain where he resides." To avoid arousing Bai Jiang's suspicions, Fang Qiong will likely be out briefly for a rendezvous and will not be delayed for too long. Chapter 85. Framing Understood. Zhang Peng picked up the phone and made a call to the paging service, uttering a few coded phrases, instructing them to relay the information to Guang's pager. The boss ordered to investigate that man. Let us proceed. Guang's pager vibrated a few times, and upon glancing at it, he signaled to Yao to wait for Fang Qiong again. "But what about Ming? I still need to assist Ming with his tasks." Yao appeared hesitant. Tonight, Chun Jianghe had assigned other duties to both Yao and Ming, and now Ming was left alone at Tianwei, making it unlikely the task could be accomplished. I left a message for Ming. That matter does not necessarily need to be addressed tonight. Investigating this man is of greater importance. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long we shall have to wait. Let's prioritize this task. Guang stated decisively. "Very well, let us go." Yao nodded, mounted his motorcycle, and sped through the night, quickly vanishing from sight. In less than 15 minutes, the two arrived once more at the residential compound. This time, A Yao instructed a Guang to park the motorcycle in the small park across the street from the back gate of the compound, and they concealed themselves in the shadows. Waiting. After less than half an hour, the Santana that had picked up Fang Xiong reappeared. Fang Xiong and the man in the car embraced passionately once more, then adjusted their clothing before exiting the vehicle and hastily crossing the street. The elder brother, Bai Jiang, has become a cuckold. A Yao scoffed quietly. Enough chatter. Let us follow. A Guang extinguished his cigarette, and, as the Santana departed the small park, he immediately started the motorcycle and pursued it. Meanwhile, while a Guang and a Yao trailed Fang Xiong's lover, a Ming was at Tianwei Electronic World, nearly depleted of his chips. The slot machines at Tianwei were currently notorious for devouring 100 while spitting out only 20. Most patrons ended up losing. Yet, every day, there were those fortunate enough to win a little. Sometimes they would win small amounts, and occasionally they would strike it big. Today, someone had indeed been lucky, winning a significant sum. It's happening again. Suddenly, a burst of excitement erupted from a crowd gathered around a nearby slot machine, as a patron hit a substantial jackpot, wagering 1,000 and winning nearly 3,000. Adding to previous wins, they had amassed over 5,000 for the evening. Although this sum paled in comparison to the high rollers who wagered tens of thousands in a single night for the average person, winning several thousand in one evening was enough to evoke envy. After all, in these times, the vast majority earned less than 1,000 a month. The winnings attracted a considerable number of onlookers, and some, tempted by the thrill, began to play themselves. "Boss, cash out, I'm done," a customer shouted, drawing the gaze of many towards a nearby bespectacled man, who was Jianghu's right-hand man, responsible for managing the business of the gaming hall. Half of those playing the slot machines had been coerced into joining by Jianghu's associates, with only a handful genuinely willing to play. If they truly wish to indulge in slot machines, why not venture to fire, where not only are there beautiful ladies to attend to them, but the odds of winning also seem more favorable? Each day, a portion of patrons walk away victorious, whereas here at Tianwei, the number of daily winners is significantly lower. Distribute the points, bring forth the cash. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, fully aware that this money must be secured by Tianwei. He eagerly anticipated a steady stream of winners, hoping they would take home a little extra. Without a long-term strategy, how can one catch the big fish? The more winners there are, the more players will flock to the machines. As players increase, so too will the number of winners, thus creating a virtuous cycle that enhances the business. The gaming hall is perpetually profitable. For every 100 put in, 20 is returned, ensuring no losses for the establishment. The money won by patrons is never that of the gaming hall, but rather that of other customers. The greatest fear for the gaming hall is a lack of patrons. The fewer the customers, the lesser the winnings, and with diminishing wins, fewer will play, leading to a detrimental cycle. This principle mirrors that of a casino. It is not the winning that is feared, but the absence of play. Before long, a junior associate ascended the stairs with 5,000 yuan in hand. "Brother Feng, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal later." The patron, clutching a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, greeted the bespectacled man before departing with two friends. Observing his successful withdrawal, others felt a sense of relief. As long as one can take their winnings, it is preferable to the unscrupulous gaming halls where smaller wins can be withdrawn, but larger ones cannot. Some establishments play favorites. In such places, if one is favored, they can take their larger winnings, whereas others may find themselves unable to withdraw even modest amounts. "Damn it, I'm out." At that moment, Ming had just lost his last few points, rising in frustration from the slot machine. "Hey, want to play a bit longer?" The bespectacled man produced a pack of fine cigarettes and offered one. "Not anymore. I'll come back tomorrow." Ming feigned anger, took the cigarette, and left in a huff, smoking as he walked away. "Huh." The bespectacled man chuckled, unconcerned, and began distributing cigarettes to other patrons. After exiting Tianwei Electronic World, Ming immediately set his sights on the departing group, who were making their way out of North Street. As night had fallen, the area was sparsely populated, with only gaming halls, internet cafes, skating rinks, billiard halls, and food stalls remaining active. Beyond North Street, the streets were even emptier, with safety concerns. Most individuals refrained from venturing out after dark. "Let us celebrate our winnings tonight. Let's head to Seahai for some fun and invite a few ladies. The patron exclaimed, brimming with pride as he waved his hand to hail a taxi to Sihai KTV. The ladies at Sihai KTV are renowned for their quality, especially in the Pingjiang district. What a pity we can't go to Fire. The ladies there are even more affordable. With their quality, one could enjoy a night out for just 300 to 400, remarked a nearby man. Indeed, the same ladies at Sihai would cost at least 500, and one must also account for the expensive drink charges. What could be settled for 1,000 at Fire would easily double at Sihai. Another man chimed in. While you speak of the blazing fire, I doubt its endurance will last much longer. In just a few days, Brother Hao will surely eliminate that young wretch Chun Jianghe. A patron scoffed, his face betraying a palpable jealousy. Chun Jianghe, despite his youth, had garnered considerable fame, propelling the fire to great heights, which naturally incited envy in many, including this man. After all, Brother Hao is backed by Master Bai, whereas Chun Jianghe is merely a trifling character. How could he possibly contend with Brother Hao? His two companions nodded in agreement, finding his assertions quite reasonable. Having won some money, they were about to indulge in a moment of leisure when they signaled to a passing taxi. Just as the cab was approaching, a shadow suddenly darted out from behind. The shadow swiftly kicked one person to the ground and without hesitation delivered a lethal blow to another's head, then seized the latter firmly. Hand over the money. Chapter 86. Finding people, the taxi, poised to halt, sensed impending danger and hastily accelerated away. What do you intend to do? The man, caught off guard, clutched his bag of money tightly. Give me the money. The masked assailant, blood dripping from his knife, fixed a menacing gaze on the man and lunged to snatch the bag. However, the man not only refused to relinquish it, but also cried out for assistance. Old Chin, help me. Old Chin, having been knocked down, attempted to rise to aid him, but the masked figure's expression hardened. In a swift motion, he slashed the man's face. The blade tearing through his cheek, warm blood gushing forth from the wound. The man screamed in agony, his grip faltering, allowing the masked assailant to seize the bag and flee. Hey, you bastard, stop! Old Chin, horrified by the gash on the man's face, felt his legs weaken. He pretended to be severely injured, unable to rise immediately. It was only after the masked figure had sprinted several meters away that he leapt to his feet and shouted after him. In the blink of an eye, the assailant vanished into the shadows. It was not until half an hour later that a police car finally arrived, discovering that the injuries sustained by the three were not grave. After a brief inquiry, they directed the trio to the hospital, and thereafter, there was no further follow-up. In these times in Pengcheng, such incidents were hardly noteworthy. Even cases of female workers from nearby factories being abducted and assaulted by passing vehicles were treated as trivial matters. Factory owners often urged the workers not to report such incidents to avoid inconveniencing their operations and impacting profits. Shortly thereafter, in the Lihua game hall, a phone call came through. Boss, it's done. Ming's voice echoed on the line. Proceed as planned. A cold smile spread across Chun Jianghe's face. Understood. Ming replied before hanging up. Jinhao, let us see who can outmaneuver whom. Chun Jianghe mused, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, gradually embodying the demeanor of a formidable figure in his office. The following morning, Chun Jianghe gathered photographs and stuffed 20,000 yuan into a brown paper envelope before heading downstairs. Daping, accompany me on outing. He called to Zhang Peng. All right, Chong. You handle the accounts. Zhang Peng replied, summoning Zhang Chong to join them. Jianghe, where are we headed? Zhang Peng inquired as they entered the van. To Tangai's place. Chun Jianghe responded. Are we going to give him money again? These people are practically leeches. Zhang Peng grumbled as he started the van. We still rely on these leeches. Without them, if Jinhao were to reach out to someone, the police would shut down our game hall at a moment's notice. Chun Jianghe remarked nonchalantly. Those who navigate the underworld share a symbiotic relationship with these leeches. When the leeches cease to feed, it signifies the end of prosperity for individuals like them. I know, but I simply refuse to accept it. Zhang Peng remained silent for a moment, driving away from North Street. If one refuses to accept their fate, they must strive relentlessly to ascend to the heights where Tang Aiguo would deign to greet them with a smile, thus alleviating their frustrations. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette and took a puff. Shortly after, The van arrived outside the residential compound of Tang Aigua's family. Today, Tang Aigua was not at work, a fact that Chun Jianghu had confirmed with a phone call prior to his arrival. "You needn't get out. Just wait for me here," he instructed briefly, taking his belongings and walking toward the compound. He soon arrived at Tang Aigua's door and knocked gently. The door creaked open. "Ah, Xiao Chun has come. Come in. Please, have a seat. Annie will brew you some tea." "Aigua, Xiao Chun is here," exclaimed Zhang Xuemei, Tang Aigua's wife, her demeanor instantly transforming into one of warmth upon seeing Chun Jianghu. Ever since Tang Aigua had become the police chief, the frequency of gifts he received had noticeably increased. Yet few, like Chun Jianghu, delivered such substantial offerings on a regular basis. "Jianghu, you've arrived. Please, sit down. Have you eaten? If not, let us share a meal. I'll send Xuemei out to buy something." Tang Aigua emerged from the room, a genial smile gracing his face. "Uncle Tang, I rushed over this morning, intending to eat after our meeting here." Chun Jianghu replied politely. "Oh, that is unnecessary. Let us just casually eat together, Xuemei. Why don't you go out and buy some breakfast? I'll dine with Jianghu." Tang Aigua waved his hand, addressing Zhang Xuemei. "All right, you two continue your conversation. I'll be back shortly," she responded cheerfully before leaving. Zhang Xuemei understood their intent. They sought a pretext to have her leave, as their discussion required privacy. "Uncle Tang, this is the dividend for this month. The business at Lihua is doing quite well. You hold a 20% stake, so here is your 2,000 in dividends." As soon as she departed, Chun Jianghu produced a thick envelope made of leather. "Jianghu, we're all in this together. You're being too courteous. The business at Lihua has just begun to recover, and you need this money more than I do. Hold on to it for now." Tang Aigua feigned reluctance. "Un so tang. Lihua's funds are sufficient. Please accept this money. I have another matter to discuss today." Chun Jianghu returned the money and took out a photograph, placing it before Tang Aigua. "I would like to inquire about this individual's background. The more detailed, the better. Why do you wish to investigate him?" Tang Aigua glanced at the photo, which depicted a young man alongside a woman whose face had been deliberately erased. "I have a minor conflict with him, yet I am unaware of his background. I wish to ascertain his details." Chun Jianghu fabricated an excuse, maintaining that his relationship with Tang Aigua was merely professional, not wanting to reveal his true intentions. "Only a photograph makes it challenging to investigate," Tang Aigua pondered, a hint of difficulty in his voice. "His address is here." Chun Jianghu produced another slip of paper, which contained the man's address, where Fang Xiong had met with this young man. Indeed, having an address makes it easier. "By the way, I heard that the billiard hall owned by Lai San has recently commenced construction," Tang Aigua suddenly remarked. "Yes, I am collaborating with Zhang Jun to establish an internet CAF." Chun Jianghu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The billiard hall only began construction yesterday. Yet Tang Aigua was already aware of the news. His information network is truly impressive. "Opening an internet CAF sounds promising. I have heard that it will be a lucrative venture in the future. I would like to invest a share as well, if you don't mind." Tang Aigua cheerfully pushed a brown paper bag towards Chun Jianghu, saying, "Consider this money as my investment." "Uncle Tang, you needn't say such things. When there is a good business opportunity, I will definitely include you in the venture. I shall accept this money." Chun Jianghu readily accepted the brown paper bag and glanced at the photograph. "As for this individual, I will provide you with a definite answer within 3 days." Chapter 87. Layout Uncle. "I shall take my leave now." After concluding the discussion, Chun Jianghu prepared to depart. "Oh, Jianghu, why leave so early? Stay for a meal before you go." Tang Aigua feigned hospitality. "Uncle, the shop is busy. It's unnecessary." Chun Jianghu politely declined and departed. Just as he exited, Zhang Xuemei returned. "Where's the money? How much did Chun Jianghu give this time?" Zhang Xuemei inquired eagerly upon entering. "Money, money, money. That is all you think about. You'll eventually fall into the abyss of greed and bring ruin upon me." Tang Aigua zito impatinti. "What? Am I the only one who loves money? In this world, everything revolves around money. So what if I love it? Who doesn't tea?" Zhang Xuemei scoffed, eagerly searching but finding nothing. "Enough of your searching. I didn't take it. I invested it into Chun Jianghu's internet CAF. Tang Igwa said with irritation. Invested in an internet CAF? You let money slip through your fingers like that? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Xuemei's voice rose sharply. Long hair, short insight. I can't waste my breath on you. Tang Igwa turned and slammed the door shut. Outside, Zhang Xuemei's voice erupted in curses. In the past, Tang Igwa could rely on his father-in-law to enter the police station, but now his father-in-law had long since retired. He no longer needed to regard Zhang Xuemei's temper. Meanwhile, Chun Jianghu climbed into the van with a craft paper bag. Jianghu, didn't he take the money? Zhang Peng asked, astonished. Didn't he take it? It's considered an investment in the internet CAF. Chun Jianghu replied nonchalantly. Damn it, that rascal is truly pulling a fast one. Zhang Peng exclaimed with indignation. Let us go. It's merely a trivial sum, inconsequential. We still need his assistance. Chun Jianghu remained unfazed. His relationship with Tang Igwa was mutually beneficial. It was perfectly normal for Tang Igwa to seek additional funds. As long as they could deal with Bai Jiang, this amount was but a drop in the bucket. Upon returning to the fire game hall, Chun Jianghu glanced at the time. It was time to execute the next phase of his plan. In the afternoon, the Tianwei Electronic World welcomed a number of gaming patrons. Those who found the fire hall lacking had mostly gravitated towards Tianwei, larger and newer, although devoid of beautiful maidens. The air conditioning was pleasant, the smoke was thick, and the gaming was enjoyable. With 200 to 300 arcade machines, there were still 30 to 40 individuals scattered about. As night fell, the crowd grew denser. The upper floor, filled with those playing slot machines, attracted many of Fire Hall's primary customers, who had been diverted to this venue by Jianghu's underlings. Jianghu, having observed for several days, began to think that Chun Jianghu was hesitant to confront him, believing him to be intimidated. On that day, a Yao and a Guang entered, exchanged some coins, and deliberately chose a seat near a lookout among the underlings. Did you hear? Last night, someone was robbed on North Street. A Guang intentionally spoke loudly for the nearby underlings to overhear. Who? How did it happen? Who would dare rob someone nowadays for just a few bucks? It hardly seems worth the trouble. A Yao interjected, harmonizing with A Guang. You might have misunderstood. Quite a sum was stolen last night. 5,000 in total. A Guang whispered conspiratorially. The younger associate was immediately intrigued. Who was the unfortunate soul robbed of 5,000? He inquired, offering a cigarette. What? You haven't heard. It was the person who won that amount here last night. He had barely stepped outside when he was robbed. A gang finit surprise. What do you mean by that? This is not something we at Tianwei would do. That amount is hardly worth our time. The younger associate replied anxiously. I never claimed it was you. But even if it were, what could you do? You wouldn't catch anyone anyway. A Guang retorted, then turned his attention back to the game, leaving the young man deep in thought. For the next 2 days, anyone who won a little too much at Tianwei found themselves robbed upon leaving, instilling fear among patrons and causing a decline in business. Whispers filled the streets, with various theories circulating. Some speculated that Chun Jianghu was behind it, aiming to tarnish the reputation of Tianwei Electronic World and deter players from the slot machines. Others suggested that Jianghu himself was responsible, desperate to recoup his losses. As many casinos resort to such tactics, there were also claims that these individuals were being targeted as the robbers awaited their winnings. Regardless of the theories, the outcome was clear. Business for the slot machines at Tianwei Electronic World began to dwindle once more. How go? There's trouble at the arcade. On that day, Jingzi hurriedly sought out Jianghu after gathering the facts. Jianghu was indulging in a massage at a club, attended by an alluring woman clad in revealing attire. Kneeling beside him, as he relished the moment, his hand wandered over her smooth thigh. What has happened? He asked languidly. Customers who wanted our arcade have been robbed for 3 consecutive nights. Now, many believe we are behind this, claiming that Tianwei Electronic World cannot bear the losses, and the slot machine business is suffering again. Jingzi's expression was grim. Damn it, this must be Chun Jianghu's doing. That bastard is playing dirty. Jianghu exclaimed, abruptly sitting up, causing the woman behind him to yelp and topple to the floor. Jingzi stole a glance, thinking to himself how striking her figure was, particularly after such a fall. How go? I too suspect Jianghu is responsible. I've heard that in Ouching, the notorious Beng Yaju employed similar tactics to rob rival businesses. Pengcheng is not far from Ouching, and as the prominent figure in Ouching, Benjayaju enjoys considerable notoriety. Over here in Pengcheng, numerous tales of Benjayaju's exploits circulate among the local underworld. In his quest for dominance, Benjayaju once dispatched his subordinates to surveil a rival's casino, targeting any fortunate gamblers who emerged with substantial winnings, thereby gradually driving patrons away from the competitor's establishment. Xun Jianghe appears to be employing a similar strategy against them. His cunning is truly insidious. No wonder they have resorted to abduction recently, while Xun Jianghe remains unperturbed. Brother Hao, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should simply eliminate Xun Jianghe, exclaimed Eyeglasses, his voice laced with fury. Chapter 88. He is Li Quan's brother. Do it, do it, do it. How easy is it to take him down? If we fail even once, he might set fire to my arcade, and you'll bear the losses? Jin Hao exclaimed, jabbing his finger at the glasses-wearing man, his fury evident. The man, lowering his head, hurriedly averted his gaze. Despite being Jin Hao's right-hand man, he was not spared from Jin Hao's wrath when angered. His face darkened as he anxiously glanced around, fearing this and that. What kind of life was that? Brother Hao, what shall we do then? The man stepped back, his voice tinged with helplessness. He understood Jin Hao far better than Xun Jianghe. Jin Hao lacked the decisiveness and boldness that Chen possessed. Conversely, if Jin Hao were as ambitious and capable as Chen, Bai Jiang would not have chosen to elevate him. After all, nurturing a tiger could lead to one's own downfall, and Bai Jiang was no fool. Xun Jianghe's actions undermine our reputation, tarnishing North Street's name. Once we gather evidence, Bai Jiang won't let him off the hook. Jin Hao gritted his teeth. Isn't he just robbing people? Let him continue. If we catch him red-handed, I would relish seeing if there's still a place for him on North Street. Brother Hao, that's a good plan. The glasses-wearing man nodded in feigned agreement, though he privately doubted the effectiveness of Jin Hao's strategy. Jin Hao was a coward who feared the strong. Encountering someone formidable like Xun Jianghe had revealed his true nature, a mere lucky fool, incapable of rising to the occasion. The glasses-wearing man thought that if he could become Bai Jiang's adopted son, he would undoubtedly fare better than Jin Hao. Yet here was Jin Hao, still clinging to Bai Jiang's support, lacking the courage to confront Xun Jianghe head-on. What a waste of potential. Jin Hao stroked his chin, growing increasingly convinced of the brilliance of his plan. Since he could accurately discern who won at the arcade daily, it was clear he had informants within. I'll arrange for a few people to handle this matter. Do not use anyone from the arcade, and ensure that no information leaks. I cannot afford for some fool to alert Xun Jianghe. Understood, Brother Hao. The man nodded, considering the plan. As long as they caught Chen red-handed, Bai Jiang would not allow him to remain on North Street. However, Jin Hao's reliance on Bai Jiang in the face of adversity raised questions about when he would ever replace him and elevate himself. Go now. I'll send someone to find you shortly. Jin Hao waved his hand, brimming with self-satisfaction. Finally, he believed he could deal with Xun Jianghe. Although Chen had managed to handle Li Jindi and Lai San, what did that matter now? Ultimately, he would still fall at Lai San's hands. Yes, Brother Hao. The glasses nodded slightly, casting a quick glance at the alluring beauty before turning away. Subsequently, Jin Hao resumed his enjoyment at the fiery gaming hall in the afternoon. In the office of Xun Jianghe, the phone rang. Hello, this is Xun Jianghe. He answered as he picked up the receiver. Jianghe, I have found what you requested. I will have Xiao Zhang deliver it to you shortly. Came the voice of Tang Aigua from the other end. Thank you, Uncle Tang, I appreciate it. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xun Jianghe's eyes. Jianghe, let me remind you to think things through before taking action. Don't provoke those you cannot afford to offend, lest you find yourself in irreversible trouble, losing even these good days, Tang Aigua gently cautioned. Rest assured, Uncle Tang, I am well aware of my circumstances. I have just emerged and have not yet enjoyed a few days of peace. I won't act recklessly. Xun Jianghe replied with a smile, feeling a stirring in his heart. Haha, with your words, I can be at ease. Tang Aigua chuckled before ending the call. It seemed the identity of this young man was not simple, prompting even Tang Aigua to offer a warning. Xun Jianghe hung up, thoughtfully tapping his fingers on the desk. Either this young man's identity was significant, or he was entangled with certain individuals, alerting Tang Aigua to a hint of danger. Otherwise, Tang Aigua would not have spoken so. However, if this young man's identity were indeed notable, how could he have allowed Bai Jiang to take his girlfriend? Although Bai Jiang was doing well and was a formidable figure, it was unlikely he would foolishly compete with the likes of those from affluent backgrounds for women. Therefore, if he were merely an ordinary rich second generation, Tang Aigua would not have given such a warning to Chen Jianghe. This led Chen Jianghe to ponder whether Fang Xiong's companion was indeed involved with certain individuals, raising Tang Aigua's vigilance. Just then, Zhang Peng approached with a document bag. "Jianghe, someone just came by with what you requested." He handed the bag to Chen Jianghe and curiously asked, "What is this?" "The information on that young man," Chen Jianghe replied, opening the document to reveal the details about Fang Xiong's companion. His name was Zhang Wenli, a university student working at Guimao Technology, a graduate of Pengcheng University. Chen Jianghe remarked while examining the information, "I remember Chen Gang mentioning that Fang Xiong was also a university student, correct?" "It seems so," Zhang Peng reflected. "It's possible that she and Zhang Wenli are college classmates and a couple, which explains why Fang Xiong would take such risks to be with him," Chen Jianghe said, suddenly sneering as he recalled Ling Shui. Fang Xiong, for the sake of her lover, was willing to face considerable risks rather than part ways. Yet Ling Shui, despite having a wealthy fiancé, ultimately spent a night with Chen Jianghe, engaging in a brief affair. Women truly are complex beings. Is this young man merely an ordinary university student? Zhang Peng furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Such remarks seemed devoid of any practical value. No, it could not be. He was indeed the biological younger brother of Li Quan. Chen Jianghe, who had also been somewhat disheartened, was suddenly taken aback upon catching sight of the photocopy of Zhang Wenli's household registration. His pupils constricted sharply, and he rose abruptly. He was Li Quan's biological brother? But why did he bear the surname Zhang? Zhang Peng was equally astonished and hurriedly turned to close the office door. Li Quan inherited his father's surname, while Zhang Wenli took on his mother's. They were full-blooded brothers. How audacious of Li Quan to allow his own brother to bring shame upon their elder sibling. At last, Chen Jianghe comprehended why Tang Aigua had been on high alert. Tang Aigua must surely know who Li Quan was. He was concerned that Chen Jianghe would overestimate his own capabilities in attempt to confront Bai Jiang. Chapter 89. The Trap Jianghe. This information is exceedingly crucial. Zhang Peng was overwhelmed with excitement. Although he did not possess exceptional intelligence, he understood the significance of this revelation in their struggle against Bai Jiang. Just imagine, once Bai Jiang becomes aware of this matter, can he continue to place his trust in Li Quan? And what will Li Quan do if he learns that this information has been divulged? He would either resort to silencing witnesses or dumping. Do not disclose this news to anyone for the time being. Recall Ming and the others, and have them temporarily reside in a small and nearby street, awaiting further orders. There is no need to continue monitoring Fang Xiong. Chen Jiang, he pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. We must also prepare to launch our counterattack. What about the operations on that side? Zhang Peng inquired, nodding in agreement. Those operations will proceed as planned, but there is no need to keep an eye on Fang Xiong any longer. Chen Jiang, he replied. Understood. Zhang Peng picked up the phone and contacted the paging station. Soon, Ming and his team received a succinct message. No need to concern yourselves with Fang. Continue with other tasks. Jianghe, what are your plans now? Zhang Peng asked after finishing his call. First, we shall use a pawn to eliminate Jin Hao, and then deal with Bai Jiang. After that, Bay Street will no longer be under Bai Jiang's dominion. Xinjiang, he stated coldly. In the afternoon, a girl from Yu's crew came to work. Xinjiang, he handed her a small recording device to deliver to Yu, having already explained its operation over the phone the previous night. It seemed Yu was facing some difficulties, yet the specifics were not disclosed to Xinjiang. He planned to resolve matters with Jin Hao and ascertain what exactly had transpired. As night fell, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. At the Laihua Arcade, the arcade area was bustling with activity, typically crowded every evening, while the slot machines saw a quieter clientele, primarily patrons spending a little money to enjoy the company of beautiful attendants. However, Chun Jianghe was unconcerned with the fluctuations in business. Once Jianhao was dealt with, the arcade's fortunes would surely flourish. De Peng, accompany me for an outing. Shortly after darkness descended, Chun Jianghe instructed Zhang Peng to drive, and the two departed from Liehua. The van maneuvered through the streets, swiftly evading their pursuers. How go? Chun Jianghe is left with a subordinate. The bespectacled man quickly received the information and reported it to Jianhao. This little rascal intends to employ the same old tricks again. Prepare yourselves and execute the plan. Tonight, I shall entertain a few friends, so ensure the operation is executed flawlessly. I await your good news. Jianhao chuckled coldly, glancing at the time before departing from Tianwei Electronic World with his own entourage. More than 2 hours later, the night deepened. The streets of Bay Street were markedly less populated. The tranquility of the night was punctuated only by a few arcades and internet cafes, while the skating rink remained brightly illuminated. Two men emerged from Tianwei, having won over 3,000 yuan. These fortunate individuals had turned a modest investment of 500 yuan into a substantial win of over 3,000. Brother, let's take a taxi. I have heard that there have been recent robberies on North Street. Several individuals who won money have been targeted, remarked the tall, slender youth as they exited the Tianwei establishment. Do not fret, I am well aware. Come, let's hail a cab. The man referred to as brother glanced back, signaling the youth to refrain from further discussion. Once inside the taxi, he lowered his voice. I too have heard about what you mentioned. It is said that those robbers are affiliated with the Jianhao faction, intent on extracting money from Tianwei, but it shall not be so easily achieved. Have you just come from Tianwei? The taxi driver inquired mysteriously as he navigated towards North Street. I have heard that several individuals have recently won money there, only to be robbed shortly thereafter, with some even suffering knife wounds. You haven't won any money, have you? Absolutely not. We do not engage in slot machines. How do we possibly win money? Brother hastily signaled to the tall, slender youth, dismissing the notion. That's for the best. If you ask me, one should play at the Fire of Fury. Not only is the winning rate higher, but there are also beautiful women there. I have heard the ladies of Fire of Fury are quite stunning. If you win, you could take one out for a good time. It's a pity that Jianhao's people are stationed at the entrance of North Street, preventing anyone from going to Fire of Fury. The taxi driver remarked while glancing in the rearview mirror. Is Jianhao's interference going unchallenged by Fire of Fury? Brother inquired curiously. Who knows? In my opinion, Chun Jianghe from Fire of Fury is quite the coward. He wouldn't dare confront Jianhao directly. If it were someone else, they would have surely fought back by now. The taxi driver scoffed. That is not entirely accurate. I have heard that Chun Jianghe is not to be underestimated. Even Lin Guobin is not his match. Brother countered. There are many boastful claims in the underworld. Who truly knows whether Chun Jianghe is a formidable opponent or not? In my view, be careful. There is someone ahead. The taxi driver, engrossed in conversation, was startled when an individual suddenly appeared in front of them. Brother shouted instinctively, causing the driver to slam on the brakes, inadvertently colliding with the figure ahead. Fortunately, the speed was not great. Otherwise, it could have ended in disaster. Goodness, we've hit someone, the taxi driver exclaimed, quickly stopping the vehicle, flinging open the door, and hastily exiting. Brother and the youth instinctively followed suit, preparing to investigate the commotion. However, as soon as they stepped out, the tall, slender youth was abruptly knocked over by a kick as two figures emerged from the shadows. Hand over your money. Before Brother could fully comprehend the situation, a cold blade was pressed against his neck. I have no money, he instinctively cried out. Get the money out, you bastard. The masked assailant's words incited fury, and without warning, he raised a knife, delivering a brutal blow to Brother's forehead. With a cry of pain, Brother fell to the ground but fiercely clutched the money in his possession, struggling with the assailant. Meanwhile, not far across the street, in the darkness, Ming swiftly turned and made his way toward North Street. Amin sprinted back to North Street, bursting into the Blaze Arcade and shouting aloud. A robbery has occurred. The winners at Tianwei have been robbed again. Everyone, hurry to see. As Amin's voice rang out, the Blaze Arcade erupted with commotion, a throng of patrons hastily following him outside. Simultaneously, outside North Street, several figures armed with weapons surged forth from the vicinity. Don't let them escape. exclaimed the bespectacled man with a triumphant expression. His subordinates charged towards the two masked figures. Run! The two masked individuals, sensing the peril, abruptly realized they had walked into a trap and swiftly turned to flee. Chapter 90. The people of Tianwei in the midst of chaos. A figure known as Glass commanded several individuals to charge forward. One of the ruffians launched a powerful kick, striking a masked man in the lower back, causing him to emit a piercing scream as he was sent tumbling to the ground. He was swiftly subdued. Another masked individual, trembling in fear, hastened his escape. But not for long. He was overtaken and viciously struck in the back with a knife. "Please do not harm me. I promise I won't do it again." The masked man cried out in terror, collapsing to the ground and shielding his head in a desperate plea. "Brother Phone, we have captured them," shouted one of the ruffians, as the trio was firmly restrained. At that moment, Ming, blending into the crowd, arrived just in time. Upon seeing the gathering, Glass exclaimed triumphantly, "Chen Jianghu, you audacious thief, robbing our Tianwei clients with your vile tactics, attempting to tarnish our reputation. Today we have finally caught you red-handed. Let us see how you can deny this. Everyone take note. This is the very individual who has been robbing our Tianwei clients these past few days," Glass declared, forcefully tearing off the mask of the man on the ground. However, to his astonishment, the face revealed was not that of Chen Jianghu. "Liang Zai, how could it be you?" Glass exclaimed, recognizing the man's visage with shock, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. This masked man was, in fact, Su Liang, a subordinate sent by Jianghu to the arcade. "Brother Feng, forgive me. I was momentarily possessed by folly. I only participated in this one robbery. I was not involved in the previous two," Su Liang pleaded in terror. Yet Glass felt as if he had been doused in icy water, the realization dawning upon him that they had been ensnared in a trap devised by Chen Jianghu. Good heavens, the robbers are from Tianwei. That is Jianghu's subordinate. Su Liang. I know him. The crowd of arcade patrons erupted in uproar. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We were mistaken." Glass hastily sought to quell the turmoil. "Mistaken? After being so brutally attacked, you dare claim it's a misunderstanding?" Brother Air interjected, clutching his head, blood streaming from the wound. "Don't call the police. Please, brothers, show some understanding. It's merely a misunderstanding. Let's not escalate this." Glass, sensing the precariousness of the situation, attempted to negotiate amicably with Brother Air. "Misunderstanding my foot. Can your Tianwei not afford to lose? You can't even withstand a few thousand yuan, yet you dare run an arcade." Brother Air retorted, roughly pushing Glass aside, snatching the bag of money from Su Liang's hands. "Return the money to me." The robbers were Jianghu's men, and those apprehending them were also Jianghu's associates. Even if this incident was not orchestrated by Jianghu, he was still inextricably linked to it. Regardless, the blame for this debacle would undoubtedly fall on Tianwei Electronic World. "Depeng, please assist this brother in calling the police. Our business on North Street relies on our reputation. We cannot allow anyone to sabotage our livelihood." At that moment, Chen Jianghu and Zhang Peng emerged from the crowd. "All right, I will call the police," Depeng declared, clutching his mobile phone. "Chen Jianghu, you are framing us." The bespectacled man, unable to defend himself, glared at Chen Jianghu, his eyes blazing with fury. "Brother Phone, I too am a victim. I fell into the trap of loan sharks. Seeing others robbing without consequence, I thought to myself, if they can do it, why can't I? In a moment of madness, I acted, and it is undoubtedly Chen Jianghu who led me astray." Su Liang, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted in desperation. In recent days, Su Liang had been inundated with whispers of robbery, with others claiming that the authorities were indifferent, leaving victims to wallow in their misfortune. Pressured by loan sharks, he had enlisted the help of two friends for a quick heist. Little did he know that on his very first attempt, he would be subdued by the bespectacled man. This was indeed their inaugural foray into crime. Chen Jianghu, puffing on a cigarette, wore a cold expression. Over the past 3 days, the previous 2 robberies had been orchestrated by him through Amin, and he had intentionally led them to discuss the matter near Su Liang's ear. Chen Jianghu had also uncovered Su Liang's debt situation. The young man, desperate for money, could hardly resist such an enticing opportunity. Human nature, after all, is inherently greedy. The most vulnerable aspect of humanity is indeed its propensity for greed, and as expected, Su Yang succumbed to temptation and acted. Ha! Are you implying that this lad is in my employ, or that I bribed him to commit robbery? Chun Jiang has sneered. The bespectacled man's expression darkened. He possessed no evidence, and to assert otherwise would only be seen as shirking responsibility. Moreover, Chun Jianghe had already called the police, further indicating his disassociation from the incident. No matter how hard the bespectacled man tried, he could not cast this blame upon Chun Jianghe. With no other options, the bespectacled man knew he had to quell the situation before it escalated further. He hastily signaled to his subordinates to release Su Yang. If Su Yang could escape without alerting the police, there would still be a slim chance of salvaging the situation. At least the Tianwei electronics world would not have to close its doors temporarily. After all, slot machines were illegal, but if no incidents occurred, one could turn a blind eye as long as protection fees were paid. However, should a crisis arise, some action would need to be taken, even if it meant a brief closure. Upon receiving the signal, his associates loosened their grip, urging Su Yang to flee. Yet, Zhang Peng and his group had already blocked their path. What, do you intend to let him go? Zhang Peng mocked, encircling Su Yang and his companions. Chun Jianghe, do not push your luck. Pursuing annihilation benefits no one. The bespectacled man gritted his teeth. Do not talk about pushing limits. When Jin Hao was robbing clients in a blaze of glory, did he consider the consequences? Chun Jianghe retorted coldly. The bespectacled man, his face pale, found himself at a loss for words. In this ruthless world of crime, where business was seized through force, one could hardly expect mercy from others. As he surveyed the room, he noticed the patrons of the gaming hall casting wary glances at them, with a traitor among them. The reputation of Tianwei would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage after today's incident. In the future, some patrons may prefer to avoid North Street altogether and steer clear of Jinhao's arcade. It is imperative to notify Brother Hao promptly, urging him to devise a solution. The bespectacled individual appeared visibly distressed and hastily instructed his subordinates to contact Jinhao to ascertain if he could conjure any alternatives. Meanwhile, Chun Jianghe reached out to Tang Aigua in advance. Upon receiving a phone call, Tang Aigua immediately arranged for a team to be dispatched, taking away Su Yang and his companions, as well as the bespectacled individuals, to assist with the investigation. Since Tang Aigua had accepted payment, it was only fitting that he fulfill his obligations when the time arose. Chapter 91. In the presence of many witnesses, Fang Qiong, Su Yang, and others were ultimately taken away by the police. Meanwhile, at the Sihai KTV, Jin Hao was entertaining guests of varying ages, from those in their late 20s to those over 30. After consuming considerable amounts of alcohol, the atmosphere in the private room grew exuberant. 7 or 8 alluring young women sat beside them. Amidst the revelry, the conversation unexpectedly turned to Fang Qiong, the woman of Baijian. Bai truly is fortunate. In his youth, he indulged in everything, and now, in his older years, he has found a woman so enchanting. There must be nearly 30 years between Bai Yi and Fang Qiong, right? Remarked a man in his late 20s, adorned with a gold chain around his neck. I hear she is a university student. I wonder if Bai Yi can satisfy her. Another man interjected with a mischievous grin. If Bai Yi cannot, what of it? There's always us, how go? Once Bai Yi steps aside, Fang Qiong will be ripe for the taking. Perfect for our enjoyment, ha ha ha. Several men, having imbibed a fair amount of liquor, exchanged brazen jests. Hao, why are you silent? One of the guests directed his gaze towards Jin Hao. What is there to say? Speaking now is merely a fleeting indulgence. Once the real game begins, we shall truly understand the thrill. A glint of lasciviousness flickered in Jin Hao's eyes. Having consumed too much, he had lost his inhibitions. Jin Hao harbored ambitions of usurping Baijiang, desiring his power, status, wealth, and women. Particularly, every time he glimpsed Fang Qiong's aloof and regal demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to conquer her, to make her aware of his prowess. How, you wouldn't truly be involved with Fang Qiong, would you? After all, Bai Yi is over 50, while you are in your prime. What woman wouldn't prefer youth? The man with the gold chain remarked cryptically. Just as Jianghu prepared to respond, a figure rushed into the private room, breathless and agitated. How go? Something terrible has happened. What is the commotion? Can't you see I'm entertaining guests? Did Li Feng and the others apprehend Chen Jianghu? Jianghu inquired, his spirits lifting. No, it's not that. Just now, Feng Gu and the others caught the individuals responsible for the recent robberies. It was Su Liang's doing. The police have taken Su Liang and Feng Gu away, claiming our gaming hall is implicated and that we are operating illegal gambling machines. They demand we cease operations for rectification. The subordinate explained hastily. Su Liang, Jianghu exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Damn it, that son of a gun eats my food, yet dares to ruin my business? Without a moment's hesitation, Jianghu abandoned his guests and hurried back to Tianwei Electronic World. By now, the establishment lay in darkness, having closed its doors, the atmosphere desolate and eerie. As Jianghu departed, the remaining guests lost interest in continuing their revelry, and soon dispersed, with the young women making their way out. Ali, where are you headed? One asked. I've had a bit too much to drink and feel unwell. I'm going to inform sister and leave work early. Two young women exchanged a few words outside a private room, after which one of them ascended to the second floor, seeking out Yu, who was occupied with arranging rooms for guests. In recent days, Yu had not reached out to Gao Hai, nor had he sought her. It was as if their previous conversation had never transpired. Ollie cast a glance at Yu, seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, and surreptitiously he slipped a small recording device into Yu's hand. Yu instinctively took the device and placed it into her bag. Jia, I've had a bit too much to drink and am feeling unwell. I'd like to head home early. Ollie feigned discomfort as she spoke. All right, take care on your way back. Yu replied with a nod. Ollie acknowledged her words and proceeded to gather her belongings and change her clothes before departing. With a sigh of relief, Yu managed the guests for a while longer before she too left Sihai KTV to return home. As soon as she arrived, she immediately dialed Chen Jianghu's number. Jianghu, the items have arrived. I listened to them, and they should be of some use to you. Yu spoke softly into the phone. Chen Jianghu had previously learned that Jianghu and Gao Hai were acquaintances who frequently visited Sihai KTV, so he had given Yu a small recording device, asking her to capture any remarks made by Jianghu while indulging at the venue. When one has indulged in drink, the atmosphere becomes lively, prompting individuals to say things they would ordinarily keep to themselves. Such remarks could prove beneficial. However, Yu did not anticipate that Jianghu would arrive so promptly and indeed reveal some indiscreet thoughts. Thank you. I'll send someone to collect the items. Chen Jianghu replied, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Simply saying thank you is insufficient. You still owe me a meal. Yu jested. Not a problem. Once I'm through this busy spell, I'll treat you. Chen Jianghu chuckled, then recalled something. Are you facing any troubles? Yu furrowed her brow, hesitating briefly before responding cheerfully. What troubles could I possibly have? I eat well and sleep soundly. Everything is fine. Very well, we can discuss it next time we meet. Chen Jianghu noted, respecting her wish to remain vague. All right, Yu affirmed before ending the call. Before long, Zhang Peng arrived in a van to collect the recording device. He returned to Liehua and handed the device to Chen Jianghu, who promptly listened to its contents. Jianghu, it seems Jianghu harbors intentions toward by Zhang's woman. This fellow is indeed ambitious. Zhang Peng exclaimed, astonished. He is not merely interested in Bai Zhang's woman. He covets Bai Zhang's wealth, assets, and power as well. However, this also presents an opportunity for us to exploit. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jianghu beckoned Zhang Peng closer and whispered a few words in his ear. Jianghu, your strategy of using others to do your bidding is remarkably astute. Zhang Peng remarked, giving Chen Jianghu a thumbs up. Go ahead and take care of it. Summon Xiang Fei and Xiang Li. Chen Jianghu instructed. Understood, Zhang Peng replied, hurriedly descending the stairs to call for Xiang Fei and Xiang Li Fei. There is a matter I would like Ollie to handle. As they ascended, Chen Jianghu spoke directly. Boss, is there a danger? My sister has difficulty with her legs. Is there anything I can do? Xiang Fei instantly tensed. A look of concern etched upon his face. A Fei, rest assured, This matter is not dangerous at all, and it is most suitable for Xiangli to handle. I do not trust anyone else. Chen Jianghe penned a note, inscribing a phone number, followed by name, Zhang Wenli, the paramour of Fang Qiong. Xiangli, I need you to deliver this note to Fang Qiong. Chapter 92. Is it really you? Boss, is there danger? Xiang Fei hesitated. While he would leap into action without a second thought for himself, the prospect of his sister undertaking the task filled him with worry. Brother, delivering a note. What could possibly go wrong? Boss, I'll go. Xiang Li, cradling the note, carefully folded it and concealed it in her hand, rendering it nearly invisible. Chen Jianghe had instructed her on how to deliver the note, and with a nod, Xiang Li, still limping slightly, made her way down the stairs. After her surgery, Xiang Li had been recuperating for nearly half a month. Just 2 days prior, she had managed to walk without crutches. However, she could not remain on her feet for extended periods and walked with a slight limp. The hospital had advised further rest for improved recovery, though achieving full normalcy was a formidable challenge. Still, it was a significant improvement from her previous reliance on a wheelchair. Fei, if you're worried, go along with her. Let a Jian accompany you. Chen Jianghe tossed a cigarette to the anxious Xiang Fei. Thank you, boss. Xiang Fei expressed his gratitude with a nod and hurried down the stairs, calling for a Jian to follow him as they trailed behind Xiang Li. In the tea house, the clock struck 9 in the evening. Fang Qiong wore a frosty expression as she played cards with Bai Jiang for a while, but soon decided she could no longer wait. I'll head back now, she announced, gathering her bag. All right, you two see her home, Bai Jiang replied casually. Li Quan gestured for 2 of Bai Jiang's usual lackeys to escort Fang Qiong home. Although Bai Jiang enjoyed playing cards well into the night, Fang Qiong, being younger, preferred to return home around 9, unwilling to endure late hours. Bai Jiang's villa was staffed with 3 maids, 1 for cooking and 2 for cleaning and laundering, each serving as Bai Jiang's eyes and ears, ensuring Fang Qiong's early returns posed no risk of indiscretion. Despite Bai Jiang's vigilance, he underestimated a woman's determination to seek her own pursuits. As Fang Qiong descended the stairs with her 2 companions, they nearly collided with a sudden figure. Are you blind? Can't you see? One of the lackeys erupted angrily. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Xiang Li quickly apologized. It's fine, let us go, Fang Qiong replied, casting a puzzled glance at Xiang Li, but choosing not to delve further. The 2 lackeys, noticing Xiang Li was a woman, refrained from pressing the matter further, shooting her a warning glare before departing with Fang Qiong, swiftly ushering her into the car. Xiang Li, head down, quickly turned and left, attracting no one's attention. Not far behind, Xiang Fei and a Jian breathed a sigh of relief, following suit. The task assigned by Chen Jianghe to Xiang Li indeed bore little risk, though Xiang Fei's concern lingered. Before long, Fang Qiong's Audi 100 arrived at Bai Jiang's villa, located not too far from North Street. Nestled in the suburban area of Pingjiang District, a grand standalone residence occupying a large expanse of land. When Bai Jiang is at home, he is typically accompanied by 8 loyal subordinates for his protection. However, in his absence, only 2 of Fang Qiong's escorts remain. Mrs. Back, a maid hastily emerges to greet her. Lu Aunt, it's quite late. You may retire for the evening. Fang Qiong responds politely to the staff. All right, Mississippi. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, the maid replies promptly. Fang Qiong waves her hand, and after ushering her inside, the maid descends the stairs. The 2 escorts who accompanied Fang Qiong do not enter either. Adjacent to the Grand Villa is a smaller house where the bodyguards usually reside. In their leisure time, they socialize with Bai Jiang, enjoying meals and playing cards, as he ensures their salaries are disbursed punctually each month. Ascending the stairs alone, Fang Qiong furrows her brow once she is alone. She opens her bag and discovers a neatly folded note inside. This note was discreetly slipped in her hand by a woman when they had briefly collided earlier. Though unaware of its contents, Fang Qiong wisely keeps it to herself, only retrieving it once she is home. Upon reading the note, it feels as if a bucket of cold water has been splashed over her in the midst of winter, sending shivers through her body and draining the color from her face. The note bears the name Zhang Wenli. Who could have realized her connection to him? Fang Xiong understands all too well that if Bai Jiang becomes aware of this, he would not only turn against her, but will also deal harshly with Zhang Wenli. And even Li Quan may find himself in peril. Panic-stricken, Fang Xiong instinctively reaches for her phone to call Zhang Wenli, only to realize that such an action would bear no fruit. Zhang Wenli is merely a recent university graduate, ill-equipped to navigate this predicament. She contemplates calling Li Quan, but he is currently close to Bai Jiang. If she were to reach out to him, it might arouse Bai Jiang's suspicion. Fang Xiong feels like an ant on a hot stove, frantic and uncertain of what to do. After a moment, she inspects the note again and notices a phone number written before Zhang Wenli's name. After much hesitation, she quietly approaches the corridor, straining to listen for any signs of life below, confirming that the 3 maids on the first floor appear to be asleep. Cautiously, she returns to her room, closes the bedroom door, and, after deliberating for some time, she dials the number on the note. "Hello, who are you?" As the call connects, Fang Xiong bites her lip, lowering her voice. "Miss Fang, it's Chun Jianghe. Have you forgotten me so soon?" Chun Jianghe's voice resonates from the other end of the line. "You?" Fang Xiong stands abruptly, her face a mask of astonishment. She could never have anticipated that the caller would be Chun Jianghe. "Chun Jianghe, we have no business with one another. Why are you doing this to me?" Recovering from her shock, she suppresses her fear and demands an explanation. "Miss Fang, in the world of Jianghu, one is often bound by circumstances beyond their control. I do not wish to meddle in the affairs of others, yet there are matters I cannot ignore." Chun Jianghe remarked with a smile. "Chun Jianghe, I have not wronged you," Fang Xiong retorted angrily. "If we were to speak of grievances, it was Bai Jiang who demanded 10% of the profits, and that is also thanks to you, Miss Fang." Chun Jianghe replied nonchalantly. Previously, when Chun Jianghe visited Bai Jiang, Fang Xiong deliberately engaged him in conversation, feigning interest in Chun Jianghe, which displeased Bai Jiang and was the reason for his exorbitant demands. Having been with Bai Jiang for several years, Fang Xiong was well aware of his character. She understood the potential consequences of her actions, yet she chose to proceed regardless. It can only be said that her intentions were deliberate. She sought to provoke Bai Jiang through Chun Jianghe. Chapter 93. The older the Jianghu, the smaller the courage. Chun Jianghe was not as self-assured as he might have appeared, believing that Fang Xiong had taken a liking to him. Fang Xiong was no fool. Had she truly been enamored, she would never have displayed such obvious affection in front of Bai Jiang. That day, her behavior had been entirely deliberate. "I didn't mean to." "Chun Jianghe, please forgive me just this once," Fang Xiong implored, her voice lowered and tinged with desperation. "Miss Fang, there is no need for such empty words at this moment. I require your assistance with a task," Chun Jianghe replied blandly. "What is it? Speak." Fang Xiong bit her lip, reluctantly acquiescing. Moments later, Chun Jianghe ended the call, drawing on his cigarette as a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. After a while, Zhang Peng hurried back. "Jianghe, the matter has been settled. The items have been delivered to Gao Hu," he announced. "Gao Hu did not see you, I trust?" Chun Jianghe inquired. "Not all. I left the items at his doorstep, knocked vigorously, and then concealed myself. I saw someone open the door and take the items inside before I departed. He did not notice me," Zhang Peng affirmed, shaking his head. "Then everything is in place." Chun Jianghe's eyes shone with intensity. The trap for Jin Hao had been meticulously laid. Whether or not he would be ensnared now depended solely on his fortitude. First, they would deal with Jin Hao, eliminating one of Bai Jiang's right-hand men, and then they would turn their attention to Bai Jiang himself. Since Bai Jiang had made his life difficult, he would reciprocate in kind. The following morning, North Street remained unchanged, except that the Tianwei electronics world was shuttered. Su Liang and his companions were still detained within, while Jin Hao's gang had diminished by a third. Early that morning, even Jin Hao had been summoned for questioning. However, with his backing and Bai Jiang's protection, he was merely interrogated briefly before being released. Upon his release, Jin Hao hastened back to the tea house on North Street, seeking Bai Jiang's assistance. "Godfather, that Chun Jianghe has gone too far. You must help me deal with him." Jin Hao rushed upstairs with several of his men. His teeth clenched as he spoke. "What happened? You cannot handle a mere Chun Jianghe?" Bai Jiang chuckled, feigning ignorance. Given the significant events of the previous night, With Tianwei Electronics World being sealed, Bai Jiang could not possibly be unaware. He had even placed informants among Jianghu subordinates. Godfather, that Chen Jianghe is scheming against me. Even Tianwei has been shut down because of him. This fellow is far too arrogant. You must assist me. Jianghu hastily recounted the situation. It seems that Chen Jianghe possesses a modicum of talent. Bai Jiang mused, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Jianghu with diminished respect. The closure of Tianwei due to Chen Jianghe's machinations revealed Jianghu's lack of initiative in confronting him, showcasing his cowardice. Bai Jiang realized that his previous concerns about Jianghu attempting to usurp his position were unfounded. This young man lacked both the courage and the capability. Ambition without strength merely leads to self-destruction. Jianghu wore a grim expression. Indeed, Chen Jianghe possessed remarkable capabilities. If it were otherwise, he would have long since dealt with Chen Jianghe. Not only was Chen Jianghe astute, but he also commanded formidable subordinates, making him a tough adversary. Jianghu had his own considerations. Should he engage in a direct confrontation with Chen Jianghe, even if he were to eliminate him, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses in strength, relegating him to continue serving Bai Jiang as a mere lackey. He was reluctant to remain in such a subordinate position, fearing substantial repercussions, which is why he had not contemplated eliminating Chen Jianghe unless absolutely necessary. After all, Chen Jianghe had nothing to lose, but Jianghu certainly did. How? It seems that the business on North Street can be considered mine. I cannot disregard any conflict between you and Chen Jianghe. Quan, send someone to Laihua to invite Chen Jianghe over. Bai Jiang observed that Jianghu's resolve had waned and glanced at Li Quan, instructing him to summon Chen Jianghe. Haizi, please invite Chen Jianghe. Li Quan commanded a burly man in his 30s. Understood, Quan Germani. Haizi nodded and promptly departed. Be polite, Li Quan added as a reminder. Respect among those in their line of work is earned through strength. Chen Jianghe's ability to close Tianwei's doors, regardless of the method employed, indicated that he had garnered a certain level of power, which naturally commanded respect. Haizi exited the tea house and made his way directly to Laihua. Where's your boss? Haizi inquired of the front desk attendant, Xiang Li. Brother, he looking for the boss. Xiang Li called out to the gaming hall upon seeing the imposing figure of the man, as today's business at Laihua was particularly thriving, with more customers playing arcade games and slot machines than in previous days. With Tianwei's reputation tarnished and its doors closed, patrons from the vicinity of North Street had naturally flocked to Laihua. What does he want with our boss? Xiang Fei approached quickly, his demeanor cautious. Recognizing that Haizi was affiliated with Bai Jiang, Bai wishes to see him. Please inform him, Haizi replied. All right, please wait. Xiang Fei responded and hurried upstairs to relay the message to Chen Jianghe. Jianghu is truly useless, too intimidated by our scheme to confront us directly, and instead, he seeks Bai Jiang. Zhang Peng remarked disdainfully upon hearing the news. Do not underestimate anyone. Jianghu merely wishes to preserve his strength. If he were truly inept, he would not be able to keep Li Quan and Gao Hu in check. Chen Jianghe rose, donning his leather jacket and checking his fingerless gloves. Speaking in a low voice, prepare yourselves, just in case. Understood. Zhang Peng and the others quickly readied themselves, each slipping into their leather jackets and concealing their weapons beneath their clothing. The shop was left in the care of Zhou Bing, while everyone else accompanied Chen Jianghe towards the tea house. Even a Ming, a Guang, and a Yao received the notification and, driving a disassembled Santana without a license plate, stealthily arrived at North Street, lying in wait near the tea house, ready to rush in to support Chen Jianghe at the first sign of trouble. Chen Jianghe and his companions arrived at the tea house, making their way directly to the second floor. Outside the grand private room, at the innermost part of the second floor, Bai Jiang's loyal subordinates began to emerge, clearly armed. Chen Jianghe remained vigilant against both Bai Jiang and Jianghu, while Bai Jiang, in turn, was cautious not only of Chen Jianghe, but also of others. Bai Jiang had arranged for individuals to be present every day at the tea house, with several concealed weapons ready in various locations on the second floor. Should an incident arise, they would be prepared to act immediately. Halt, draw your weapons. As Chen Jianghe and his group approached, a figure named Haizi stepped forward and and spoke in a low voice. What is this? With just us few here, does Master Bai still harbor doubts? It seems the years have weighed heavily on Master Bai. The longer one dwells in the martial world, the more timid one becomes. Chun Jiang has scoffed, displaying no intention of relinquishing his weapon. Chapter 94. The end of Jianghu. What did you say? Haizi's expression darkened, and a group of formidable men behind him immediately turned their piercing gazes toward him. Haizi, be more courteous. Chun Jianghu is currently the most renowned boss in our North Street. What would he be called in Gangxing? Bai Jiang in Kira Glancing Austria Liquan. Red Stick. Liquan interjecta. Indeed, Red Stick. Chun Jianghu is now the Red Stick of our North Street, quite imposing. Let us all be gracious and allow them to enter. It was evident that Bai Jiang was in a good mood today, as he cheerfully instructed Chun Jianghu to bring his associates inside. Although Chun Jianghu had a few companions, the men surrounding Bai Jiang were fearless fighters, not intimidated by the prospect of trouble. As Chun Jianghu entered the private room, he exchanged a fleeting glance with Fang Qiong, who quickly lowered her head to brew tea, avoiding further eye contact. Chun Jianghu, you bastard! How dare you betray me? Jianghu shouted, glaring intensely at him. Jianghu, what are you talking about? You orchestrated the robbery of clients who won, yet sent people to capture your own subordinates who were robbing. I must confess, I find your actions quite perplexing. Chun Jianghu replied with a cold laugh, dripping with sarcasm. Chun Jianghu, I will eradicate you. Jianghu's face darkened with fury as he bellowed, charging directly at Chun Jianghu, only to be firmly restrained by Bai Jiang's men. Enough. Stop this commotion. Bai Jiang frowned, admonishing them. He turned to Chun Jianghu and remarked, I didn't realize you possess more intellect than your father. If your father had your level of cunning, he would likely still be thriving. Jianghu's current predicament only reflects his lack of wisdom. He has no one but himself to blame. Old Bai, if you have something to say, speak plainly without mentioning my father. Chun Jianghu replied coolly. Very well, I shall be direct. Bai Jiang chuckled. Our North Street is becoming increasingly lively, and business is booming. This success is due to numerous bosses prioritizing business over rivalry. I do not wish to delve into your feud with Jianghu, but I must state this. From this day forward, you two shall not continue to clash. Old Bai, I operate a game hall for business purposes and have no desire for violence. As long as you maintain fairness, I have no objections. Chun Jianghu responded candidly. Good. A young man who knows when to advance and retreat. Well done. Bai Jiang nodded appreciatively, having expected Chun Jianghu to become arrogant after suppressing Jianghu. He was pleasantly surprised to find the young man quite self-aware. How, what do you have to say? Bai Jiang then turned his attention to Jianghu. Godfather, I will heed your counsel. Jianghu gritted his teeth in reply. With the conversation reaching this point, and Chun Jianghu already showing respect to Bai Jiang, it would be rather inappropriate for Jianghu to continue to provoke him. All right, let me propose a solution, and you can assess its viability. Bai Jiang casually laid down a card, treating the matter as trivial. From now on, both Tianwei and Liehua will continue to operate. Business belongs to all, not to any single individual. I cannot simply speak and expect Chun Jianghu to shut his doors, can I? Upon the closure of this matter, are we to let Chun Jianghu and his associates suffer in silence? The implication of Bai Jiang's words is clear. He does not intend to annihilate Chun Jianghu completely. If he wished for total destruction, he would need to eliminate Chun Jianghu, yet he finds no compelling reason to do so for Jianghu, who lacks sufficient weight in this equation. If Chun Jianghu is not disposed of, the possibility looms that he and his handful of followers might attempt something audacious, such as plotting against Bai Jiang. Moreover, Chun Jianghu's discord with Jianghu serves as a thorn in the latter's side, ensuring that Jianghu will continue to serve him loyally, unable to stir any significant turmoil. What do you mean by that, Godfather? Jianghu could no longer suppress his rage and asked through clenched teeth. My meaning is this. The fire of our enterprise may continue to blaze, but your future endeavors must be confined to arcade businesses. The operations of slot machines shall no longer be yours. Those will be the domain of Tianwei. I propose that you sell your slot machines to Tianwei. Do you agree with my proposition? Bai Jiang stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Jianghu's expression brightened. Bai Jiang indeed favored him, and he could acquire Chun Jianghe's slot machines. Those mere 20 or 30 machines were manageable for him. However, the arcade machines belonging to Tianwei were beyond Chun Jianghe's capacity to handle, as he could not possibly absorb 200 or 300 machines. By absorbing Chun Jianghe's slot machines, Jin Hao could continue his business, while Chun Jianghe would be left with no avenue for slot machine operations. Jin Hao felt elated, yet behind him, Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei wore expressions of indignation. Without the ability to engage in slot machine operations, the monthly earnings of their enterprise would plummet by at least 2/3. Just as Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei were about to voice their concerns, Chun Jianghe raised his hand and calmly declared, "Very well, I accept." "Jianghe," Zhang Peng exclaimed in urgency, wishing to interject, but Chun Jianghe gestured for silence, compelling him to swallow his words. "Ha ha! Chun Jianghe, you are a man of your word, and I have high hopes for you. In the latter half of this year, you need not remit the numbers from your enterprise. Consider it a compensation for me." Bai Jiang laughed heartily, convinced that the entirety of the northern street remained within his grasp. Without his approval, even a rising star like Chun Jianghe would have to remain subdued. "Come, let's drink to this agreement. From now on, we are friends. Please enjoy some tea." Fang Xiong poured 2 cups of tea, her expression cool and composed as she presented them. Jin Hao, filled with self-satisfaction, raised his chin towards Chun Jianghe and downed his cup in one go. Chun Jianghe also lifted his cup, offering Jin Hao a smile as he leisurely sipped his tea. However, Jin Hao's brow furrowed. An unsettling feeling crept over him as he sensed something concealed within Chun Jianghe's smile. Could this young man be harboring another scheme? "All right, Hao, go check on the value of Chun Jianghe's slot machines. Ensure you pay him every penny they are worth. Avoid any further trouble. Now off you go." Bai Jiang gestured dismissively once they finished their tea. "Yes, Godfather." Jin Hao suppressed the unease within him, preparing to depart. However, he soon realized that Chun Jianghe had no intention of leaving. What trickery was this young man up to? Just as Jin Hao was about to speak, a figure suddenly entered from outside, leaning closer to Bai Jiang and whispering a few words. Instantly, Bai Jiang's gaze sharpened, and his expression towards Jin Hao transformed dramatically. "Ahu, is what you said true?" Bai Jiang inquired with a cold and stern demeanor. "Brother, I assure you, it is indeed true, and I possess evidence." The newcomer was none other than Gao Hu. Chapter 95. "You disappoint me," profoundly. Jin Hao's expression shifted, an ominous premonition rising within him. "What evidence?" Bai Jiang inquired coldly. "Listen." Gao Hu promptly produced a small recording device and played it. "I heard she's a female university student. I wonder if Bai Yi can satisfy her. If Bai Yi cannot, what about our Hao Ge? Once Bai Yi steps down, Fang Xiong will be ripe for enjoyment. Perfect for our Hao Ge, huh? What is there to discuss? Speaking now is merely a fleeting indulgence. When the real fun begins, only then will we comprehend the true ecstasy." Soon, the recording filled with the lewd voices of several men, and the last speaker was unmistakably Jin Hao. Upon hearing the voices from the device, Bai Ye's countenance darkened instantaneously. Li Quan and the others also shifted their expressions, gazing at Jin Hao in shock. They never anticipated that Jin Hao would dare to entertain thoughts about Bai Ye's woman. This lad harbors great ambition. Bai Jiang's other 2 companions subtly lowered their heads, opting for discretion. "Gao Hu, are you framing me?" Jin Hao trembled, fixing a blazing glare on Gao Hu. "Framing? Are you suggesting that the voice recorded in this device isn't yours, or that the recording is fabricated?" Gao Hu retorted with a cold sneer. Jin Hao's face turned ashen, torn between denial and fear of the truth. To ascertain the veracity of the recording, it sufficed to summon Jin Hao's acquaintances. He was confident they would not dare to deny it. With a moment's hesitation, Jin Hao hastily knelt before Bai Jiang, pleading, "Godfather, I was merely drunk and speaking nonsense. I truly have no thoughts about Godmother. Please, spare me this time." As he spoke, he struck his own face several times, furiously. It wasn't until Jin Hao had drawn blood from his own mouth that Bai Jiang finally raised his teacup, taking a sip before speaking nonchalantly. "You were drunk and speaking nonsense?" Bai Jiang inquired softly. Yes, Godfather. I was indeed intoxicated, which led to my foolish words." I harbor no improper thoughts about godmother. I promise never to speak carelessly again. I will quit drinking. I shall never touch alcohol again. Upon hearing Bai Zhang's words, Jin Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing Bai Jiang had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Bai Jiang still required him, and it was improbable that he would dispose of him over a drunken outburst. The crux was to provide Bai Jiang with a means to save face. Though Jin Hao lacked decisiveness, he was not foolish. Alcohol is a curious substance, capable of prompting confessions or leading to nonsensical ramblings when consumed excessively. Bai Jiang coldly scrutinized Jin Hao, weighing his options. It appeared that Gao who spoke the truth. Jin Hao indeed possessed a rebellious streak, daring to entertain thoughts regarding his woman. Nevertheless, Bai Jiang currently lacked a suitable replacement for Jin Hao. Furthermore, he understood Gao whose intentions. Gao who aspired to undermine Jin Hao and seize control of his business. Yet, Gao who had been entrenched in the underworld for far longer, establishing a far sturdier foundation than Jin Hao. Once he entrusted the business to Gao who would swiftly become a formidable force, far more difficult to control than Jin Hao. He could extend minor favors to Gao who, yet he must never relinquish the entirety of the business to him. The time to deal with Jin Hao has not yet arrived. Godfather, I truly drank too much and spoke nonsense. Jin Hao pleaded, striking himself twice with great force, leaving his cheeks swollen and his mouth bleeding. Hao, you have followed me for so long, and I believe you were merely inebriated and rambling. However, you must apologize to your godmother for your foolish utterances. Bai Jiang stated calmly. Observing Jin Hao's self-inflicted injuries, Bai Jiang saw an opportunity to intervene. It was merely a matter of a few words, and he was prepared to let the matter rest. He decided to remember this account for future reckoning. Godmother, I am so sorry. It is all my fault for speaking carelessly while intoxicated. I will immediately buy a gift for you as an apology. Jin Hao hastily turned to kneel before Feng Xiong, his face a mask of ingratiation. At that moment, a simple expression of forgiveness from Feng Xiong would suffice to let the matter pass. Yet, Chun Jianghe wore a knowing smile, observing Feng Xiong with mild amusement. Feng Xiong, maintaining a stern demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at Chun Jianghe and coldly remarked, You need not offer me any gifts. Just refrain from attempting to touch my hand the next time you present a gift. Bang! At her words, Bai Jiang, incensed, smashed his teacup onto the floor. Hearing the commotion, Bai Jiang's men rushed in. Meanwhile, Jin Hao's subordinates, sensing the shift in atmosphere, were poised to ascend the stairs, but were